Chapter 1, Future World, Pickup System. Classmates, in a few days you will be facing the annual college entrance examination. I hope you can redouble your efforts in studying during this period. Students taking the literature exam, please use your free time to practice more questions and review past exam papers. Students taking the martial arts exam, please seize the time to improve your abilities. Also, I would like to remind all students that whether you are taking the civil service exam or the military exam, you must put in 10 times the effort and take it seriously. Don't be like some of your classmates who are useless and only know how to sleep in class. Huidu Bay City. Class 2, Grade 3, Number 3 Middle School. A middle-aged female teacher stood on the podium and gave a long talk. As he spoke, he threw the chalk in his hand accurately on the head of a boy who was sleeping on the desk. "Jiangyu, I told you last time, if you sleep in my class again, get out of the classroom." The middle-aged female teacher roared loudly. Jiangyu suddenly woke up from his desk and looked around in horror. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, the fear in his eyes turned into confusion. A clean and tidy classroom. Boys and girls full of youthful vitality. A middle-aged woman with a face full of anger, who may explode at any time. Where is this place? Why am I here? Shouldn't I be sleeping at home? Jiangyu looked confused. Suddenly, a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind. Source star, strange beasts, warriors, college entrance examination. The memory was very confusing, which made Jiangyu's mind stunned. "Jiangyu, do you hear me? Get out of the classroom right now. Otherwise, call your sister." The middle-aged female teacher roared again, the anger on her face clearly visible. Jiangyu didn't bother to pay attention to the middle-aged female teacher, and was focused on accepting the memories in his mind. He traveled through time. This is a parallel world similar to his previous life, Yuanqing. But the difference was that this world was dozens of times larger than the planet he had lived on in his previous life. There were two more important things: warriors and exotic beasts. 100 years ago, a sudden virus swept across the entire source star, causing qualitative changes to countless lives on the star. The originally docile pet became huge and extremely ferocious. In the wilderness and the ocean, ferocious beasts appeared. The plants grow rapidly and turn into plant monsters that are extremely aggressive. The thermal weapons that humans were so proud of were completely useless in the face of these monsters. Some monsters were even able to absorb nuclear energy, thus undergoing a secondary evolution. For a while, humans suffered heavy losses from the attacks of these strange beasts, and countries had no choice but to stick together and build bases. Perhaps there is always a way out. As the virus spreads, some humans break through the limits of the human body and become famous warriors, possessing the strength to compete with strange beasts. It is precisely because of the existence of these warriors that humans can survive on Origin Star. The identity he traveled through time and space to was just an ordinary student in Huidu City who was about to take the college entrance examination. No. Not just ordinary. Apart from the good looks, the predecessor was not good in any other aspect. If you are not good at literature, you will not be able to succeed in martial arts. Without knowledge, the hands will be weak. It can be said to be utter waste. In his previous life, his fate was to go to a construction site and carry bricks after the college entrance examination. You said you wanted to travel through time, so let's do that. Can you give me a better start? I don't ask to be transported back in time to become a rich second generation, but at least, can you let me be transported back in time to become a warrior? But why did I have to travel through time and space to be this loser? Could it be that in a few days, I will be like the Snow King, standing on the side of the road like a little rubber duck? I want to be a warrior. Jiangyu complained in his heart. Warriors, the protectors of this world. Becoming a warrior represents strength, power, and status. But becoming a warrior is not that easy. According to his memory, if he wanted to become a warrior, he had to push his strength to the limit through real training, reaching 1,000 kilograms. The speed reaches 25 ms. Only in this way can you become a true warrior. But now, let alone becoming a warrior, he doesn't even have the qualifications to take the martial arts exam. Martial arts examination, an assessment before becoming a warrior, also known as the preparatory warrior examination. You need to increase your strength to 300 kilograms and your speed to 10 ms. As far as he knew, there were several boys in his current class who were going to take the martial arts exam. Does it mean that after I graduate, I can only move bricks? Don't they say that after traveling through time, there must be a Tongzi? Is there a Tonesy brother who can take me flying? Ding! The host's strong desire has been detected, and the collection system has officially started. Starting up. Startup successful. Congratulations to the host, the system has been successfully activated. The pickup system will serve you wholeheartedly. A series of mechanical sounds rang in Jiang Yu's mind, which startled him for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Tomato never bullied him. Sure enough, every time traveler has a Tonesy. Tonesy, are you a serious Tonesy? Jiang Yu asked hurriedly in his heart. Tonesy is a serious Tonesy, whose main focus is two words, picking up. The host only needs to pick up the attributes dropped by others, and leave the rest to the system. Ding! The newbie gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the automatic pickup function. Automatic pickup function: any attribute dropped within 1 meter of the host will be automatically picked up by the system. This. Jiang Yu smiled. When he turned his head, he saw a blue bubble with the word strength +1 written on it at the feet of a girl 1 meter away from him. He took a step forward subconsciously and went directly to the girl's desk. The blue bubble instantly turned into a blue light and sank into his body. The next moment, a faint warm current flowed through his body, making him feel a slight increase in strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Strength +1. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, ordinary person. Strength, 90 +1. Speed, 11 ms. Spiritual power, 10. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Note, this is the worst of the worst, only slightly better than the average masturbator. My strength increased a little bit in just a moment. This is much faster than exercise. Jiang Yu was secretly happy. Looking at the scattered bubbles under the feet of other classmates, the joy in his heart could not help but appear on his face. Ding-a-ling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. At that moment, Jiang Yu quickly walked around the classroom under the gaze of all the students. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving a speed of +0.1. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 knowledge. Congratulations. Note, strength +1 equals an increase of 1 kilogram of strength, and speed +1 equals an increase of 1 meter per second in movement speed. On the podium, the middle-aged female teacher saw Jiang Yu walking around the class without restraint. She could no longer contain her anger and shouted. Jiang Yu, from now on, you must go home and reflect on your actions. When your sister comes to school to apologize to me, you can come back to school. The rest of the students are dismissed. With a bang. The middle-aged female teacher kicked the podium and walked out of the classroom angrily. Chapter 2, Picking Up Spiritual Power. The middle-aged female teacher left. The students in the class began to whisper to each other. Jiang Yu finally realized that his head teacher had asked him to call his parents and had suspended his classes. However, he had no intention of paying attention to the homeroom teacher. He returned to his seat, packed up his things, and reviewed his gains. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, ordinary person. Strength, 90 +6. Speed, 11.3 ms. Spiritual power, 10. Skills, none. Equipment, none. In just a few tens of seconds, his strength increased by 6 kilograms and his movement speed increased by 0.3 meters per second. For other warriors, improving these values would require at least several days of training. And he just strolled around the class. This is just one class. If he were to walk around the entire school and the entire Hoadu Bay City, how much would his physical stats increase? People are so happy today. I just heard someone's school was suspended again. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so good. Some people's grades were already poor, and with the suspension of classes, they'll probably just end up working as bricklayers on construction sites in the future. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice sounded in the class. Jiang Yusong ignored him, took out his most important mobile phone from the desk, and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Study? Tonesy has appeared, and he is still reading a book. His class is on the 4th floor. Apart from his class, there are 5 other senior classes. As you walk in the corridor, the attribute bubbles that fall in the corridor will be picked up automatically. But the attribute bubbles dropped in the corridor were not many. After walking down the fourth floor and out of the teaching building, Zhang Yu only picked up 10 points of strength and 0.6 points of speed. There were not many students on the playground. Most of them were reviewing in class, preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. Zhang Yu had no attachment to the campus and walked straight towards the school gate. There are only 7 days left before the college entrance examination. During these 7 days, he must become a real warrior. Only in this way can we slap some villains in the face. Zhang Yu, wait a minute. Behind him, a girl was chasing after him. It was his deskmate, Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei caught up with Zhang Yu, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, panting and saying, Zhang Yu, do you really want to go home and reflect on your actions? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Why don't you go apologize to your teacher? Ask her to forgive you once? You really went too far today. You slept in class and wandered around the classroom. No wonder the teacher was angry. Apologize? Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head. Su Weiwei, do you really think that if I apologize to Wei Laomo, she will forgive me? You're not naive enough to think that she was really angry because I slept and wandered around in class and told me to go home and reflect on myself, right? Isn't it? Su Weiwei asked innocently. Zhang Yu shook his head, walked to the school gate and stopped, turned to look at Su Weiwei, and said with a smile, Don't forget what happened at the beginning of the school year. With that incident in mind, even if I behave well every day, Wei Laomo will find opportunities to deliberately cause trouble for me. After all, Zhang Hao is her nephew, and she is not a tolerant person. You know everything? Su Weiwei lowered her head, a guilty look on her face. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded, walked out of the campus and headed towards the street in the distance. It happened at the beginning of the school year. A male student named Zhang Hao transferred to their class. At first, he had no conflicts with Zhang Hao, and he was also studying hard. But one day, during dinner, Zhang Hao deliberately threw a bunch of scraps of paper into his bowl and looked at him provocatively. He never accepted things passively, so he started fighting with Zhang Hao on the spot. After it happened, Wei Laomo began to target him intentionally or unintentionally. First, he moved his seat from the first row to the last row, deliberately making it difficult for him to see the blackboard. Then they would pick on him every now and then. For the same lateness, other students would be fined, but he would be made to stand in the corridor for a whole class. The school held an event and all the other students went, but he was left behind to clean the classroom. They even tried to win over some students to isolate him. This kind of thing happened many times in the past semester, and he was already used to it. This is why he slept in class. His learning progress had long been unable to keep up with the speed of the lectures. What? Report to the Dean of Studies or the principal? He. Zhang Yu just smiled and said nothing. So you knew everything. It's a pity that after today, I'm afraid we will no longer be on the same path. Su Weiwei muttered to herself, glanced at Zhang Yu's back, and turned to walk towards the teaching building. On the street, Zhang Yu wandered around aimlessly, and the attribute bubbles on the roadside were automatically picked up and absorbed into his body. He was wearing a school uniform with the words Class 2, Grade 3 written on it, and became the target of gossip from passers-by on the street. In fact, his predecessor had not wanted to study for a long time, but he had no choice but to continue studying because he could not report to his sister. Now, he has come, replaced his predecessor and obtained the system. He just took this opportunity to completely leave the school. As the saying goes, students sitting in the first row may not necessarily get the top score in the exam, and students sitting in the last row may not necessarily have no future. Martial arts is his top priority right now. Once you become a warrior, your status, position, power, and wealth will far exceed those of ordinary people. It is far beyond the reach of a literary examination. Everyone knows. The area of origin star is 16.11072 billion square kilometers, and its population is as high as hundreds of billions. Although a large number of people died in the attacks of strange beasts, some races were able to survive. In this huge population base, only 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, humans can become warriors. This shows the preciousness of warriors. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. The system's series of mental power +1 has made Zhang Yu frown and stop subconsciously. He looked up. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the entrance of a mental hospital. Gray attribute bubbles were falling around the mental hospital, with the words "mental power +1" written on them. How did we end up at the entrance of a mental hospital? What bad luck! Jiang Yu complained, quickly picked up the attribute bubbles around him, and turned to look inside the mental hospital. Inside the mental hospital, there were several bubbles representing mental power every few meters. There are so many mental bubbles. If I can enter the mental hospital and pick them all up, wouldn't that make me a mentalist? Jiang Yu said with envy, then put the idea behind her and strolled around the mental hospital. The mental hospital's wall was over 3 meters high and covered in barbed wire. Even if he wanted to go in and pick up the mental bubbles, he couldn't. Chapter 3 Sister. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving a speed increase of 0.3. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. As he walked along, Jiang Yu's own stats became stronger and stronger as he picked up attribute bubbles. Finally, at a critical point, he felt a sense of expansion in his body. He knew that this was because he had picked up too many attribute balls today, causing his originally weak body to feel a little hungry. He glanced at the approaching night, turned around and walked towards his home. Left Bank Phoenix City is a low-cost residential complex where space is utilized to the utmost. Each building stood like a giant square pillar on the ground, with no sunlight visible between the buildings. Although Yuanqing is large, with the emergence of strange beasts, most of the land has become a paradise for strange beasts and is no longer suitable for human habitation. In addition, human defense weapons are limited and cannot defend every city, so people are crowded together. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people will be crowded into one base city at the same time. Jiang Yu's home is on the 48th floor of a 50-story residential building in Zhuan, Phoenix City. Xiao Yuer, good evening. Why are you leaving school so early today? Xiao Jiang, how was your study today? In the community, people greeted Jiang Yu from time to time. Jiang Yu responded with a smile, walked to the stairwell, and took 3 or 4 steps at a time. He can reach a speed of 11 ms thanks to climbing stairs every day. In this cheap community, there is no so-called elevator at all. All the electricity used by the elevator is taken by the base city to build a power grid to resist birds and beasts in the sky. 48 floors. Jiang Yu took out the key and opened the door of his house. There is no one in the room. At a glance, he could see the entire scene in the room. The whole house consists of 1 bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom, with an area of no more than 30 square meters. Apart from a bedroom and a bathroom with a shower, the living room, kitchen and dining room are all in the same place. Cooking and eating are done in the living room. After cooking himself a bowl of noodles and eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Yu lay on the sofa and read the news about warriors. Shocked. A terrifying roar was heard from Qinghai last night. It seems a powerful warrior killed a sea monster on the seabed. Congratulations! 3 days ago, warrior Lei Ling made another breakthrough, successfully reaching the beyond martial god level, adding another fighting force to our human race. Bad news, bad news. A month ago, the 9-clawed beast king attacked the Foot Basin nation, killing millions of Foot Basin chicken people. Let's set off firecrackers together to mourn their passing. Shocking news. A warrior from the white elephant family actually fell in love with a crocodile. They even got married. Huadu News, this year's college entrance examination will see 10,020 high school seniors preparing to take the preparatory warrior exam. This is a 23% increase from last year. Let us wish them all the best in advance. Lu Mang, an outstanding graduate of Kyoto University, broke through to the rank of senior general yesterday, becoming the youngest senior general in history at only 21 years old. There were countless news reports about warriors. After Jiang Yu read through them, he stopped paying attention and started to check his own attributes. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Preparatory Warrior. Strength, 300 plus 117. Speed, 17 ms. Spiritual power, 87. Skills, none. Equipment, none. This was Jiang Yu's harvest today. He broke through from a weakling to a reserve warrior in one fell swoop. With his current strength, he is able to pass the assessment for a reserve warrior. This is just 1 day's harvest. In 2 days, I will be able to become a true warrior. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the commercial street. There are a lot of people there, so there must be a lot of attributes dropped. Jiang Yu said silently in his heart, looked up at the clock on the wall, and got up to cook for his sister. There are only him and his sister in his family. The so-called sister is actually just a god sister. When he was very young, there was an incident of alien beasts attacking the city in Hoadu Bay City. That incident directly resulted in the deaths of millions of civilians. Although the monster was successfully repelled in the end, his parents were nowhere to be found, leaving him alone in an orphanage. In the orphanage, he met Linyu, who was also an orphan and 2 years older than him. The two met because of this and were both adopted by the original owners of the house, an elderly couple. 2 years ago, the old couple died one after another, and this house became the home of the two siblings. Wash the vegetables, cut them, turn on the fire, and stir-fry. Jiangyu completed it in one go. In just a few minutes, a table of hot food was placed in front of him. The food is simple, just ordinary greens. As humans lost a large amount of land, food became less abundant, and meat and seafood became even scarcer. Some domestic pork costs as much as 30 yuan per pound, which is ridiculously expensive. Most families only dare to buy a pound of pork every few days to taste it. As for the meat of exotic beasts, it is even more expensive and ordinary people can only eat it a few times a year. Click. Not long after Jiang Yu finished cooking, the sound of a door opening was heard. The door opened and a tall and beautiful young woman walked into the room. The woman was wearing a cheap suit, looked tired, and was holding a bag of vegetables. Sister. You're back just in time. Come wash your hands and come over for dinner. Jiang Yu exclaimed naturally. Although it was his first day traveling through time, he had accepted the memories of his previous life and did not feel unfamiliar with the woman in front of him. Good. Lin Yu put down the vegetables in her hand, went to the bathroom to wash her hands, and then sat down at the dining table. The two began to eat in silence. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yu suddenly raised his head, looked at Lin Yu and said, "Sister, I have something to tell you. I don't plan to study or take the college entrance examination anymore." Click. Lin Yu paused as she was about to pick up some food, staring at Jiang Yu in confusion, waiting for him to give her an explanation. Jiang Yu knew that Lin Yu had sacrificed a lot to allow him to go to school and have a good future. She even gave up her own student life and chose to work to support his education. But he really wasn't cut out for school. He smiled slightly and said, "Sister, the reason I don't want to go to school is because I'm going to apply for the warrior exam. With my current strength, I have enough confidence to pass the preparatory warrior assessment. Even if I break through to the warrior level, it's only a matter of time. After I officially become a warrior, you won't have to work so hard like you do now, begging others to buy you a car every day like a grandfather. By then, we can move into a big villa and live a good life." You? Lin Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. She knew her own brother well. Although he couldn't be said to be weak, he had never eaten any exotic beast meat since he was a child, so it was basically impossible for him to become a warrior. Wealth, friends, dharma, and land. To become a warrior, one must have enough money to support the warrior to replenish a large amount of energy and lay a solid foundation before becoming a warrior. But this one thing alone is not something that ordinary people can do. Chapter 4, Preparatory Warrior Assessment. Jiang Yu knew that Lin Yu didn't believe it, so he ate his meal in silence and didn't rush to prove himself. After dinner, he went to wash the dishes as usual. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and called back each customer. "Brother, when are you going to pick up the car you saw this day? Our store is having a promotion right now. Your quote is too expensive. I've already bought it from someone else." Beep. "Brother, when will you pick up that SUV you're looking at? If you pick it up soon, I can even get you a discount. It doesn't matter if it's a discount or not. What matters to me is what you do. If you're willing to spend a night with me, I can pay the full price for that car tomorrow." Lin Yu made calls one by one, smiling the whole time. Jiang Yu was washing dishes, listening to Lin Yu's laughter that sounded like begging for help, and felt quite uncomfortable. He put down the dishes in his hands, walked to Lin Yu, and without waiting for Lin Yu to react, pulled her out of the house. "Xiao Yu, where are you taking me?" Lin Yu asked strugglingly. "Martial Arts Hall. Longting Martial Arts School. One of the two largest martial arts schools in the world, it was founded by the world's strongest man Dragon God and has a history of more than 90 years. It is powerful and has many martial arts masters under its command. To a certain extent, it can even surpass the Federation and the 5 major countries. The Longting Martial Arts School branch in Hoadu Bay City is located in a prosperous area and covers a huge area, comparable to a university. Standing on the street and looking from afar, the entire Longting martial arts school looks like a giant black dragon, coiled on the ground, full of domineering power. Above the dragon's head, for large characters were written in traditional Chinese, Longting Martial Arts School. Jiang Yu took Lin Yu into the martial arts hall. Perhaps because it was night, there were not many people in the martial arts hall. Even if there were a few students, they came and went in a hurry. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength +2. Congratulations to the host for achieving strength +4. Congratulations to the host for achieving strength +5. Congratulations to the host for achieving a speed +1. As soon as he came in, several bubbles of attributes poured into Jiang Yu's body. Compared with the attribute bubbles outside, the attribute bubbles in the martial arts hall have higher increased values. Hello, are there any assistances available to me? Seeing Jiang Yu and the other person come in, a sweet-looking female receptionist came forward and asked. Hello, I'm here to assess the prospective warriors. Jiang Yu replied politely. Okay, please follow me. The female receptionist said with a smile, leading the two of them to the examination venue. Jiang Yu led Lin Yu and followed behind him. The entire martial arts hall is divided into two parts, inside and outside. The outside is a place specifically responsible for the assessment of non-warriors, preparatory warriors, and warriors. It is a vast hall, also called the outer hall. The inner hall is where warriors stay. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength +2. Congratulations to the host for achieving a speed +1. Congratulations to the host for picking up the elementary sword technique. Congratulations to the host for achieving a +1 in primary swordsmanship. Congratulations. As he walked along, attribute bubbles were automatically picked up, and Jiang Yu's attributes were also growing rapidly. Lin Yu looked around and felt quite nervous. Even though Jiang Yu had shown her some strength on the way here, she was still a little lacking in confidence. Warrior. This is a dream that many ordinary people dream of. This feeling is like when Peking University or Tsinghua University suddenly tells a parent that her child has been admitted early. It is unbelievable. Hello, we're here. After turning left and right, the female receptionist brought Jiang Yu and the others to the gate of the examination venue. This is an extremely spacious hall. Based on the area of the hall, it can easily accommodate thousands of people at a time. Inside the hall, dozens of training instruments were placed, some of which had trainees diligently training. There were several warriors wearing warrior badges around, instructing these students. The female receptionist led Jiang Yu and the other person into the lobby, found a middle-aged man, and said, President Zhang, this young man is here to assess the potential warriors. The man named Zhang nodded expressionlessly, looked Jiang Yu up and down, and pointed at an arm strength machine. If you hit this punching machine with all your strength and the force exceeds 300 kilograms, you will pass the first test. Good. Jiang Yu walked to the arm strength machine, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and punched the arm strength machine. With a bang. The arm strength machine shook violently, and a set of numbers appeared on the screen above. 572. 572. Lin Yu covered her mouth in shock, her face full of disbelief. The man surnamed Zhang looked at Jiang Yu again, his expression slightly softened, and he opened the speed test track beside him and said, Run at full speed. As long as your speed reaches 10 ms, you will pass the preliminary warrior assessment. Good. Jiang Yu stood in front of the passage and nodded. The entire runway was 100 meters long, with a speedometer at the starting and end points. Run. At the command of the man named Zhang, Jiang Yu exerted force violently. Whoosh. The whole person was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing on the track like the wind. Lin Yu only felt a flash before her eyes, and when she looked carefully again, Jiang Yu had already reached the finish line. How many? Jiang Yu ran back and asked, pretending to be ignorant. This time, the man surnamed Zhang did not speak. He stepped aside and motioned Jiang Yu to look for himself. The number on the screen read 21 ms. 21 meters per second, this speed is almost close to that of a real warrior. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire hall. Immediately, it attracted the attention of many trainees who were in training. The man named Zhang patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and said, Congratulations, you've passed the Reserve Warrior assessment. Go get your Reserve Warrior badge. You have good talent. According to your talent, you will become a real warrior in less than a year. Thanks. Zhang Yu smiled harmlessly, but in her heart she didn't agree with what the man named Zhang said. At the rate he was picking up attributes, he could become a warrior tomorrow if he wanted. But he is unwilling to do so now. The assessment of warriors is divided into 3 standards. The strength reaches 1,000 kilograms, the speed reaches 25 ms, and the warrior's actual combat assessment is passed. The first 2 are easy to say, as they test the warrior's physical fitness. The third criterion is to actually fight wild beasts in the wilderness. If you are not careful, people will die. The path of martial arts is destined to fight with strange beasts to the end. A qualified warrior needs more than just physical fitness. He also needs the mentality to fight against strange beasts. In his life, he had never encountered a real fight. He had never even killed a chicken, let alone a strange beast. His character is what he needs to consider most now. Not arrogant or impatient, very good. I look forward to the day when you become a warrior. The man surnamed Zhang nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. Not long after, he returned and handed Zhang Yu a white badge and a stack of Hanxia coins. He said, "This is your reserve warrior badge, and a reward of 50,000 Hanxia coins. There is a rule in the martial arts school that any student who passes the preparatory martial artist exam will receive a bonus of 50,000. Although you are not a student of our martial arts school, I hope that after you pass the martial artist exam, you can join the Longting Martial Arts School. As one of the 2 largest martial arts schools in the world, our Longting Martial Arts School has a complete training system that can better help you grow in martial arts." Chapter 5 Wei Feng's Operation. Thank you. I'll think about it. Zhang Yu took the badge and money with a smile, and left the martial arts hall with Lin Yu under the gaze of other students. Lin Yu remained silent along the way, looking a bit dazed, as if she hadn't recovered from Zhang Yu becoming a reserve warrior. She clearly remembered that last night, her brother was just an ordinary student. How come he suddenly became a warrior overnight? This is simply incredible. Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Yu, as if she wanted to see through all of Zhang Yu's secrets. "Sister, there's actually something I've been hiding from you for a long time. Several years ago, I was secretly exercising without your knowledge. The reason I didn't tell you is because I was afraid that you would work even harder to make money after you knew I was going to become a martial artist. But it's all right now. In a few days, after I officially pass the warrior assessment, you won't have to work hard every day and be bullied like you do now. By then, I'll take you to live in a villa, drive a luxury car, eat delicious meals, and we'll enjoy the life of the rich," Zhang Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu said nothing, but just held Zhang Yu's right hand tightly. The 2 walked on the street. It always gets dark so quickly in the winter in the north. It was only 6 o'clock in the evening and the sun was already out of sight, so we had to rely on street lights to illuminate the road ahead. Walking on the road, passers-by are in a hurry, and each one seems to have something important to do. The brother and sister first deposited the 50,000 yuan prize money into the bank, exchanged it for digital currency, bought some meat, and then walked towards home. No matter which organization it is, they all like to use cash as rewards to encourage others to work harder. As Zhang Yu walked into the community, he saw from a distance that a black Benbon was parked at the bottom of his building. Next to Benbon stood a young man wearing a black suit and black glasses, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, as if waiting for someone. Is it him? How did he find his way here? Lin Yu frowned and her face darkened instantly. At this very moment, the young man also saw Lin Yu. He strode up to her, handed her the flowers in his hand, and said with a smile, Yeah, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you downstairs for a long time. This flower is for you. I hope you can consider our relationship. Give me a chance. I really like you." Lin Yu didn't even look at the bouquet, and said expressionlessly, "Mr. Zhang, I've told you many times that there's no chance of a relationship between us. You're a second-generation rich kid, and I'm just a car buyer. We're not suitable for each other. Yeah, give me a chance." Master Zhang held up the bouquet. Lin Yueli ignored Master Zhang, took Zhang Yu's hand, walked into the building door, and headed towards the stairwell. 48 floors. Zhang Yu returned to his room, sat on his own bed, and began to read the history of this world. 100 years ago, this world was not much different from his previous life except that it was a little larger. 100 years ago, an unknown virus swept through the Foot Basin Island in the nuclear wasteland, causing countless creatures to mutate and become aggressive. In just 3 months, the human population dropped by 30% under the attack of strange beasts, and the death toll reached tens of billions. At the same time, the surviving humans discovered that their physical fitness was getting stronger little by little under the infection of the virus. Thus, the cultivation system that had disappeared for countless years was remembered again by humans, and the first warrior appeared. Dragon God. The Dragon God is a rare genius in history. In just 3 years, he cultivated to the level beyond the god of war. At the moment of successful cultivation, he went deep into the seabed alone and killed several king-level monsters that could not be killed even by heavy weapons. He became famous overnight and was called the Dragon God. It was at that time that humans began to fight back against the monsters. In the following years, as the number of human warriors increased, large areas of hinterland were reclaimed and base cities were established one after another. The Hoadu base city where he is located was built 30 years ago. The strongest person in the base city is a high-level martial god. The levels of warriors are warrior, general, and god of war. Each level is further divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. It is said that a single punch from a martial god is enough to destroy a building hundreds of meters high, and his movement speed can reach thousands of meters per second. This damn little chicken, why does it always do bad things? Jiang Yu turned off the screen of his mobile phone, with a look of resentment on his face. He finally managed to travel through time and space and was able to see the little chicken. Why didn't the strange beasts in the ocean overturn the Foot Basin Island? Marine monsters are trash. Waste. The beast can win, but the chicken must be destroyed. Xiaoyu, don't lie in the room. I've prepared a celebration dinner for you. Come over and have a few drinks with me. Lin Yu shouted in the living room. Jiang Yu glanced at his own attribute panel and walked out of the room. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Preparatory Warrior. Strength, 425 plus 121. Speed, 21.6 ms. Spiritual power, 97. Skill, Elementary Sword Skills 210. Equipment, none. Number 3 Middle School. With the college entrance examination approaching, all the students in the senior year department are studying hard. The evening self-study class, which was already very late, was pushed back another half an hour. Wei Fong sat on the podium, looking at the hard-working students below and the empty desk. She felt proud and smiled. Dear students, the college entrance examination is about to begin. You must seize the time to review. The teacher believes that you are all good and will definitely be admitted to a good school. The teacher also believes that all the students in our class are good students. Unlike some people who don't strive for progress and will only be able to carry bricks on a construction site for the rest of their lives. Ding ding ding. Just as Wei Fong was speaking, someone suddenly knocked on the classroom door. Wei Fong looked outside the classroom and saw a thin middle-aged man standing outside the classroom. Director Liu? Wei Fong did not dare to neglect and hurried out of the classroom, smiling and asking. Director Liu, are you looking for me? Director Liu nodded and said with a smile, Teacher Wei, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I happened to be passing by your class and wanted to see you. How are you? With the Gaokao coming up soon, have you been feeling a lot of pressure lately? Do you have confidence in this class of students? Do you have any difficulties with this serious matter? If you have any, just speak up. I have time now and can help you solve the problem. This. Wei Fong looked hesitant. What's this? Just tell me what difficulties you have. Director Liu looked very happy. After saying that, he whispered in Wei Fong's ear, Teacher Wei, you know Director Yan. We are all family. If you have any questions, feel free to speak up. Wei Fong's eyes lit up, and a gleam of light flashed across her eyes, so she said with difficulty. Director Liu, I do have a difficult matter and need your help. As you know, my class is a key class. It's full of excellent students, and there's a high chance that it will improve our school's admission rate. But the problem is, there's a bad apple in my class. This student not only doesn't study hard, sleeps in class, and has no discipline, but also affects the studies of other students. So I thought I should persuade this student to quit. Look at this matter. Director Liu patted Wei Fong's shoulder and said solemnly, Teacher Wei, your suggestion is very good. Students like this should be expelled. Come to my office tomorrow and I will sign for you. Chapter 6 Primary Guidance. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up from his sleep, walked to the living room and drank a large glass of water. Looking around, Lin Yu was no longer in the house and no one knew where she had gone. He quickly washed up in the bathroom and walked out of the room. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. After going out, Jiang Yu took a taxi and headed straight to Huadu Street. Huadu Street is the most prosperous commercial street in Huadu Base City. Here, everything is sold. Apart from. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu got off the bus. Looking at the bustling streets and the attribute balls on the ground that only he could see, Jiang Yu's face showed excitement. A small step forward is a big step forward for civilization. Mine, all mine. Jiang Yu walked quickly on the street, and attribute bubbles along the way were automatically picked up by the system and put into his body. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength +2. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 mental strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving a speed +1. The attribute bubbles disappeared one by one. During the picking process, Jiang Yu discovered a rule about attribute bubbles. If the attribute bubbles drop from a warrior, the minimum value is 2. For normal adults, it is 1, while for sub-healthy adults, it is around 0.8. The attribute bubbles dropped by the elderly are around 0.5, and those dropped by children are 0.3. In addition, there are some special cases. For example, some otakus, most of the attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies are mental power. Some skilled craftsmen will also drop some attribute bubbles related to their skills. Techniques for making candied haws, techniques for selling clothes, techniques for pedicure. Congratulations! Congratulations! In just half an hour, Jiang Yu gained a total of 521 points of strength, 12 points of speed, and 102 points of mental power. His physical attributes are: Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Primary Warrior. Strength, 526 plus 521. Speed, 33.6 ms. Spiritual Power, 199. Skill, Elementary Sword Skills 210. Equipment, none. This data has fully met the assessment standards for warriors. You know, if ordinary people want to improve their attribute values, in addition to spending time on long-term training, they also need a lot of resource supplies. Poor in literature but rich in martial arts. If you want to become a true warrior, it is difficult to achieve it by simply absorbing energy from the air. Most wealthy families will add some energy-rich foods to their children's meals. For example, exotic animal meat, medicine, physical energy, etc. And he, just by strolling around the streets a few times, transformed from an ordinary person into a warrior. While this improvement rate couldn't be compared to that of some of the children of wealthy families, whose physical fitness could be increased several times with just one potion, it was still considered outstanding across the entire Huadu Base City. My strength has broken through the 1000 mark, and my speed has also reached the requirements for the warrior assessment. But my actual combat experience is really too poor. Having physical fitness but no actual combat experience is not a good thing for me. It's time to go to the martial arts gym again to gain some combat experience. Jiang Yu thought to himself, hailed a taxi and drove towards Longting Martial Arts School. During the day, there were far more students in the Longting Martial Arts School than last night. Every 3 or 4 meters, there was a student diligently training. Jiang Yu found the man named Zhang from last night and explained his purpose. After hearing this, the man surnamed Zhang took Jiang Yu into a closed room and said, Jiang Yu, you're right. To become a true warrior, physical fitness alone isn't enough, you also need extensive experience fighting against enemies. Only by doing both can one become a true warrior and survive the battle against strange beasts. This room is our martial arts gym's virtual battle room. It will simulate the enemy you want to fight based on your physical fitness and requirements, and will teach you the moves. Although it's only a primary combat room, it's sufficient for a reserve warrior like you. Certainly. The man surnamed Zhang paused, tapped twice on a wall, and a large number of virtual projections appeared on the wall. He then said, you can also purchase some martial arts to increase your combat experience. However, since you are a beginner in martial arts, most martial arts require very high training, so it will be difficult for you to get started right away. I suggest you purchase the basic training method first. Once you have thoroughly mastered it, you can then practice martial arts. As the man surnamed Zhang spoke, he pointed at the wall again. The virtual projection on the wall changed. Jiang Yu looked over and saw the words written on it. Primary Sword Skills, 50,000. Primary Sword Skills, 50,000. Basic Marksmanship, 50,000. Elementary Staff Skills, 50,000. Primary. There are all kinds of weapons training methods, including swords, guns, sticks, axes, hooks and forks, and each training method costs up to 50,000. This. Zhang Yu turned his head and looked at the man named Zhang. The man named Zhang put his hands behind his back and said, "As you can see, all cultivation methods are not free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This is a rule set by the martial arts school to prevent some martial artists from trying to gain something for nothing. If you want to obtain the cultivation method, you have to exchange it for something. Money, contributions, and resources you don't need. This is why many warriors join a faction. Only by joining a faction can they obtain certain privileges in certain areas. Okay, choose a practice method from here. Consider it a gift from me, an old man, to you, a young man." Zhang Yu glanced at the various primary cultivation methods, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He simply passed over unpopular weapons like the halberd. Sword? Zhang Yu thought about it and finally gave up. Alien beasts are not the same as humans. They are huge in size, often several meters or even dozens of meters long. When fighting against strange beasts with swords, are you preparing to open the beast's eyes with the knife? Finally, Zhang Yu's gaze fell on the spear. As the saying goes, a weapon that is an inch longer is stronger, an inch shorter is more dangerous. A difference of a centimeter in a weapon can mean the difference between life and death. Just when Zhang Yu was about to choose the basic training method for the spear, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a special training method. Primary guidance technique. Etc. Zhang Yu looked at the man named Zhang again and asked, "Brother Zhang, what is this elementary guidance technique?" A smile flashed in the eyes of the man named Zhang, and he said, "The primary guidance technique is an internal breathing method. As we all know, our breathing patterns are regular. When you're anxious, your breathing patterns are completely different from when you're calm. The basic guidance technique is to guide your breathing rhythm. Keep the qi in your body and your strength at the same level. Only in this way can you maintain sustained combat effectiveness in battle." After hearing Zhang's explanation, Zhang Yu immediately made a choice. He clicked on the primary guidance technique and said, "Brother Zhang, I choose this one." Chapter 7, First Training, Inner Hall. Smart choice. The man named Zhang smiled and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu with admiration. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the battle room. A female receptionist pushed the door open and handed a satellite communication watch to a man named Zhang. The man surnamed Zhang handed it to Zhang Yu without even looking at it, and said, "This satellite communication watch contains the elementary guidance technique you seek. Practice well. I have high hopes for you and look forward to the day when you become a warrior." After saying that, the man surnamed Zhang turned and left the combat room. Zhang Yu curiously opened the communication watch and activated the primary guidance technique. The first thing that caught his eye was a picture of a man sitting cross-legged on the ground with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Next to the man, there is an explanation about basic guidance techniques. The primary guidance technique originated from ancient warriors. It is a martial arts breathing method that emphasizes the steady breath and the combination of energy and strength. With each inhalation and exhalation, adjust your breath to minimize the pressure on your internal organs and use the qi to drive the strength of your whole body. It's like 2 people running a marathon. With equal strength, one person's breathing is steady and rhythmic, while the other's breathing is unstable, sometimes deep and sometimes shallow. There is no doubt that the latter will never outrun the former. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, imitating the postures in the pictures, and began to try to practice the basic guidance technique. Exhale, inhale. Breathe. Inhale, exhale. At first, he felt a little uncomfortable with every breath he took. But as he focused his mind and soul, he felt his breathing gradually become steady, and the pressure on his internal organs was also decreasing. If his breathing was compared to a line, then his breathing before was an ups and downs line. But now, it was a straight line. Although both are lines, the results they reflect are different. Breathe. Breathe. Along with practicing the elementary guidance technique. Gradually, Zhang Yu became completely immersed in it. His heartbeat and pulse also took on a rhythm as he practiced. Outside world. A man named Zhang came to the reception desk and paid 50,000 yuan for Zhang Yu. The female receptionist who collected the money asked in confusion, "President Zhang, you seem very optimistic about this young man named Zhang Yu?" The man surnamed Zhang smiled and shook his head, saying, 50,000 yuan is not a lot of money to me. This young man named Zhang Yu has good test scores. I don't mind spending a little money to buy some favor from him. If he can really become a strong man in the future, then I will profit. If he can't become a strong man, I won't lose much either. The female receptionist smiled and said, I hope he can become a warrior as soon as possible. This way, our branch will have some capable young warriors to compete in this year's martial arts tournament. We won't be at the bottom of the rankings like we have been doing in previous years. The man surnamed Zhang smiled but said nothing. He also hoped that Jiang Yu could break through as a warrior as soon as possible. As an 18-year-old martial artist, he is considered one of the best martial arts schools in the country. Humans begin formally learning martial arts after turning 16, and take the preliminary martial arts examination at 18. Apart from some family members, only 1 or 2 out of 10 students can become prospective warriors at the age of 18. As for formal warriors at the age of 18, he had only seen them in some big families. Time is passing. After completing the basic guidance technique, Jiang Yu began to improve his practical experience. The enemy he simulated was a woman with a physical fitness comparable to his, but who had practiced elementary swordsmanship for a long time. A virtual scene appeared, and his mind was drawn into a ring. Opposite him, a woman stood with a knife. Before he could react, the woman slashed at him with a knife. Just as Jiang Yu was about to raise his gun to fight the enemy, a cold light flashed before his eyes. The virtual scene ended, and Jiang Yu's mind returned to the battle room. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Is the gap between the two so big? He didn't take a single blow. He doesn't believe it. Come again. Second failure. The third time failed. The 8th time. 12 times. 17 times. An hour later. Jiang Yu, who had failed 17 times in a row, walked out of the virtual battle room with a depressed look on his face. 17 challenges, 17 failures. As expected, he was not suitable for practicing in seclusion, so he had to cheat. Outside the battle room, the man surnamed Zhang saw Jiang Yu coming out with a dejected look on his face and said with a smile, How is it? Did you all fail the challenge? Although the elementary training method is only elementary, it is not as simple as you think. Every elementary training method undergoes dozens of refinements before being distributed to every martial arts school. It serves as the enlightenment teacher for countless martial artists. Take elementary sword techniques as an example. They include a variety of attack methods such as chopping, slashing, thrusting, and stabbing. Each method has different strength. When you can completely master a basic training method, you will be able to pass the warrior assessment. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I understand, Brother Zhang. I admit that I underestimated the elementary cultivation method. However, I have a humble request. Can you take me to the inner hall of the martial arts gym? I want to see how real martial artists practice. The man named Zhang looked at Jiang Yu and nodded slightly. Okay, come with me. The inner hall where the warriors are located and the outer hall where the students are located are 2 different areas. If we use a metaphor to describe it, the outer hall where the students are located is the guard hall, and the inner hall where the warriors are located is the real teaching building. After walking through a long corridor and being checked by several soldiers with real guns, the man named Zhang brought Jiang Yu to the inner hall. As soon as I entered the door, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Yu's mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving strength +5. Speed +2. Strength +10. Speed +2. Congratulations. The inner hall where the warriors are located is larger and has more people than the outer hall where the students are located. In addition to the training room, the entire inner hall also has a hall similar to a bar. In the center of the hall stood an oversized arena. 2 warriors were engaged in a duel, while numerous other warriors gathered below to watch the action unfold. There are also bars and booths around. Strong warriors sit in the booths, chatting and laughing while tasting fine wine. Would you like a drink? A man named Zhang took 2 glasses of sake from the bar and handed one to Jiang Yu. Thanks. Jiang Yu took the sake and drank it all, looking around. There are attribute bubbles everywhere on the ground, and from time to time attribute bubbles fall out from the warriors' bodies. He moved quickly among the warriors, and the system's prompts sounded frantically. Congratulations to the host for achieving strength +4. Strength +4. Speed +2. Speed +2. Strength +3. Jiang Yu ignored the prompt and walked towards the bubble with the cultivation method. Congratulations to the host for picking up the primary sword skill +1. Basic boxing skills +1. Basic sword skill +1. Basic swordsmanship +1. As the bubbles disappeared one by one, a large amount of cultivation experience flooded into his mind. Every experience was like a long period of hard training. Not only did it allow him to clearly remember every move and form, but it also formed muscle memory. Chapter 8, Pick up the cultivation method. Very good, that's it. Under the puzzled gaze of the man named Zhang Yu walked back and forth in the hall. Especially the area around the ring, which he visited many times. As he picked up the training bubbles one by one, his practical experience increased rapidly. Congratulations to the host for picking up the elementary sword technique +1+1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for picking up boxing +1+1. Congratulations. Zhang Yu did not return to the man named Zhang until there were no more cultivation bubbles on the floor of the hall. Brother Zhang, I'm done with the tour. We can leave now. Zhang Yu said with a smile. Good. The man surnamed Zhang nodded, stood up and walked out of the inner hall. The two left the inner hall and returned to the outer hall where the students were. On the way, Zhang Yu learned more about joining a martial arts school through the introduction of a man named Zhang. First of all, after joining the martial arts school, you will receive a free large villa and a warrior subsidy of 3 million per year. Secondly, the martial arts school will provide special protection and care for his family. You can also enjoy different discounts when purchasing cultivation methods and resources. On the path of cultivation, there will be a special teacher to guide him. Joining a martial arts school is like a peasant rising from the ashes. Not only can you gain status, wealth, and money, but if you so desire, you can even marry a beautiful young lady. How about it? Would you like to join our Lonting martial arts school? In front of the gate of the foreign embassy, a man named Zhang solemnly extended the invitation. Zhang Yu thought about it, smiled and shook his head, and said, I will join the martial arts school, but not now. I remember you just said that each martial arts school has 2 special recruitment quotas every year to recruit talented martial artists. Their treatment is better than that of ordinary martial artists. I want to try the special recruitment. The man named Zhang smiled. He saw something called ambition in Zhang Yu. He stepped forward and patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said, You want to become a specially recruited warrior, but do you know what the conditions for special recruitment are? First, you must be no older than 18 to become a warrior. Furthermore, you must have mastered a primary cultivation method to the entry level. Secondly, you need to achieve a SS rank score in the combat assessment. This means you need to hunt dozens of times more exotic beasts than the average warrior. Zhang Yu, it's okay to be ambitious. But it's incredibly difficult for you to pass the special recruitment. With a global population of over 100 billion, only a handful of students can pass the special recruitment each year. In our Huadu Bay city, there haven't been any specially recruited warriors in 10 years. As he spoke, the man surnamed Zhang sighed and shook his head. Zhang Yu smiled, turned around and walked away without saying much. In life, there are always some things you have to try. He may not have been able to do it before, but now he has Tongzi. The role of Tongzi is to make everything impossible possible. Why? Looking at Zhang Yu's back, the man surnamed Zhang shook his head and turned back to the martial arts hall. He admitted that Zhang Yu's physical stats far exceeded those of many students of the same age. However, with Zhang Yu's current strength, it was impossible for him to pass the special recruitment. Congratulations to the host for strength +1+1+2+0.5. On the way, the system prompt sound kept ringing. Zhang Yu ignored him and focused on comprehending the new cultivation method in his mind. Every cultivation method was deeply imprinted in his mind, as if he had been practicing it for a long time. During his trip to the martial arts school, he learned hundreds of elementary sword and boxing techniques, but relatively few sword and gun techniques. This is enough to show that most warriors like to practice swordsmanship. Host, Zhang Yu. Realm, Primary Warrior. Strength, 800 plus 700. Speed, 38 ms. Spiritual Power, 199. Skills, Elementary Sword Skills 12310 plus, Elementary Boxing Skills 15310 plus, Elementary Spear Skills 3010 plus, Elementary Sword Skills 5010 plus. Equipment, none. The Properties panel appears. There is a plus sign after each basic skill. Zhang Yu's mind moved, and he tried to use his mental power to go to each plus point. Boom! A huge amount of memories flooded into his mind, helping him to sort out his insights on the method of cultivation. As I recall, some people practiced spearmanship, some practiced knifemanship, and some practiced swordmanship. If the cultivation bubbles he had picked up before were the different cultivation insights of other warriors, they were also broken fragments of memory. The emergence of this memory is to organize these broken fragments together to form a complete cultivation line. The memory was still sorting out fragments, and Jiang Yu's muscle memory was also being changed. After tens of seconds, the memory disappears. Jiang Yu felt the changes in himself and a look of joy appeared on his face. He has now completely mastered the elementary knife, gun, boxing, and sword techniques, just like he has practiced hard for many years, and all he needs is an actual combat. He had a kind of confidence. He was now able to kill the man just now in one move. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Primary Warrior. Strength, 800 plus 700. Speed, 38 ms. Spiritual Power, 199. Skills, Mastery Level Sword Skills 3 1000 Mastery Level Boxing Skills 3 1000 Entry Level Spear Skills 2100 Entry Level Sword Skills 4100. Equipment, none. The plus sign in the skill bar disappears, and the sword and boxing skills reach the mastery level. Jiang Yu understood that each method of cultivation had different levels of cultivation. From the basics to entry, then to proficiency, mastery, integration, perfection, and the pinnacle. Each realm represents the degree of mastery of the cultivation method. The man surnamed Zhang said that if he wanted to enter the martial arts school through special recruitment, he would need to practice any elementary method to the entry level. And he has now reached the entry level of 4 kinds of cultivation methods, and has even reached the mastery level of swordsmanship and boxing. My physical fitness is still improving, and my training method has reached the standard. I am now just short of a double S in the actual combat assessment, and then I can pass the special recruitment. In the next few days, I need to redouble my efforts and focus on tempering my character. I don't want to be killed by strange beasts in the wilderness just because I can't bear to kill. Jiang Yu thought to himself and took a taxi back home. Inside the house, Lin Yu had already returned. Seeing Jiang Yu coming back, Lin Yu sat on the sofa and opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something but stopping herself, as if she had something to hide. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yu asked, taking off his sneakers, putting on slippers and walking into the house. Xiaoyu, Teacher Wei called me this morning." Lin Yu hesitated again and again. "Oh, what did she say to you?" Jiang Yu asked casually. "She said, you have violated classroom discipline many times and behaved badly. After unanimous discussion, the school has decided to expel you. You don't have to go to class anymore." Lin Yu preached. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He couldn't believe it and said, "Sister, are you saying that I was expelled from school?" Lin Yu nodded gently without saying anything. In an instant, a nameless anger surged into Jiang Yu's heart. Chapter 9 Fired? He was fired? The college entrance examination is approaching, and he was expelled from school at this critical juncture? As we all know, taking the college entrance examination and not taking the college entrance examination are 2 different life paths. No matter how bad his studies are or how poor his test scores are, as long as he takes the college entrance examination, he can go to university. If you work hard in college, there is still hope for you to pass the postgraduate entrance examination in the future. But if you don't take the college entrance examination, it means you can't go to university and you don't have an academic degree. A person without a degree can only do low-level jobs in the future. It is basically impossible for him to become a senior executive. More importantly, he was expelled. The word expelled would be written on his file, and he wouldn't even get a high school diploma. The word fired will accompany him throughout his life. It is hard to imagine what he would have faced in the rest of his life after being expelled if he had not obtained the system and become a warrior by chance. Go repair cars, move bricks, or deliver food? Good Wei Fong, a good people's teacher. At this moment, Jiang Yu was completely furious. It was not difficult for him to guess that Wei Fong must be behind his dismissal. Aside from Wei Fong, he had no grudges against any other teacher. The only teacher who had been targeting him from beginning to end was Wei Fong. Although he didn't care about the college entrance examination and planned to pursue a martial arts career, Wei Fong's move really disgusted him and was ruining his future. Without the system, where would the rest of his life go? Academic qualifications may seem unimportant, but they are actually very important. They are the first stepping stone to face the society. It is indeed possible to start a business without an academic degree. But it's difficult, too difficult. Among 10,000 people without academic qualifications, less than a handful of them can become entrepreneurs. 99% of the founders of large companies around the world are highly educated, and their high salaries are also reserved for highly educated employees. Xiaoyu, don't be too angry. There's more to life than just the college entrance exam. You are now a reserve warrior. I believe that if you work harder, you will become a real warrior. Lin Yu comforted from the side. Jiang Yu took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure, and nodded slightly. Sister, don't worry, I'm not angry about being fired. I'm angry that bitch Wei Fong dared to bully me like this. Just wait and see. In a few days, I will make her regret what she did today. Lin Yu stepped forward, held Jiang Yu's right hand, smiled and said, I believe in you. You have always been the best in my eyes. In order to help you become a warrior as soon as possible, I went to the market this morning and bought you 10 kilograms of exotic beast meat. I will stew it for you now. Thank you, sis. Jiang Yu said this from the bottom of his heart, raised his left hand, and subconsciously helped Lin Yu lift the long hair hanging by her ears. Thank you for what? You're my brother. Lin Yu smiled, turned around, took out the pressure cooker and started stewing the meat. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and looked through the history of this world again. 100 years ago, a virus swept through the world, causing countless wild beasts to swell and evolve into strange beasts. This also led to the destruction of many weak countries. Some countries on islands have even become paradise for marine animals. Especially the neighboring Foot Basin Island, because of the nuclear wastewater, the strength of the strange beasts on the island has become extremely powerful. 95 years ago, the Foot Basin country, unable to resist the sea monsters, urgently launched a national exchange plan. Carrying a large number of people, they flew overnight to the football country across the Atlantic Ocean. 94 years ago, the first beast king, the octopus golden arowana, was born on Juban Island. The appearance of the octopus golden dragonfish triggered several large-scale wars between humans and marine beasts, resulting in heavy casualties. After several wars, humans discovered that the octopus arowana evolved into the king of beasts because of nuclear pollution. In response, many countries have accused the octopus of being irresponsible to the ocean, which led to the emergence of the octopus arowana. Facing accusations from various countries, Jaya Benji denied that they had ever discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea. They even turned around and claimed that it was Hansha that discharged the wastewater. 90 years ago, the people of the football country launched an anti-chicken movement because they were dissatisfied with the continuous invasion of the football country's territory by chickens in the past few years. The movement lasted for 3 years, and it evolved from a march to a war between countries. In 2033 AD, Chicken Foot Basin used biological weapons on the battlefield, resulting in the sacrifice of millions of people in the football country. 2034. Ding ding ding. Just as Jiang Yu was flipping through the history, there was a rapid knock on the door. Jiang Yu turned off the phone screen and went forward to open the door. Standing outside the door was his homeroom teacher, Wei Fong, who always targeted him. Hello, Jiang. Is your sister home? Is it convenient for me to come in? Wei Fong asked with a fake smile, a hint of sarcasm on her face. Jiang Yu nodded. My sister is at home, you can come in. But before entering the house, you need to put on shoe covers. I just mopped the floor, and I don't want your dirty shoes to get it dirty. Wei Fong heard the hidden meaning in Jiang Yu's words, which was that he didn't want him to go in. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and he smiled calmly on the surface. Since you just mopped the floor, I won't go in. Call your sister out. I have something to talk to her about. It's Teacher Wei. What can I do for you, Teacher Wei? In the room, Lin Yu took off her apron and walked out to ask. Wei Fong pushed up her glasses and said with a smile. It's like this, Sister Jiang Yu. I called you this morning, and you already know about Jiang Yu's expulsion. I came here this time to see Jiang. Although he was expelled from school, he has always been a good student in my heart. I have always believed that the Gaokao is not a person's only path forward. Even without the Gaokao, Jiang would have certainly achieved great things in the future. Secondly, I'll bring the school certificate to Jiang along the way. As he spoke, Wei Fong took out a green book and handed it to Jiang Yu, then said, Jiang Yu, you have always been a good student in my heart. I believe that gold will always shine. Leaving school earlier and entering society is not a bad thing for you. You are still young and will have more opportunities in the future. If you want to go to a technical school or work in the future, you can contact me. I have some connections who can help you in this regard. Okay, the stuff has been delivered to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Wei Fong turned and walked down the stairs. Soon, she disappeared. With a loud bang, Lin Yu slammed the door shut, her face filled with indignation as she said, "What kind of person is this? Isn't it obvious that Wei Fong is here to mock you? How can someone like her be a teacher? She's really misleading the students." Jiang Yu smiled but said nothing. Chapter 10, Martial Arts Examination. Jiang Yu didn't care about Wei Fong's behavior. There are all kinds of ghosts and monsters in the world. People wearing white coats are not necessarily angels, they may also be people who will bite your kidneys. So what if I get fired? Now he only wants to follow the path of martial arts. It won't be long before Wei Fong regrets her actions today. Time flies. Over the next few days, Jiang Yu frequently traveled back and forth between Longting Martial Arts School and his home, picking up a large number of attribute bubbles and cultivation bubbles. His strength is also growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was June 7th, the day of the college entrance examination. On this day, martial law was imposed throughout the base city. On the streets, traffic police and police were everywhere maintaining order, and the streets were cordoned off. The signal in the area near the examination center is blocked and honking of horns is prohibited throughout the day. Residents of the entire base city are making way for the candidates. Even the elderly people were more restrained on this day and stopped causing trouble. The college entrance examination in Hansha Kingdom is divided into liberal arts and military examinations. The written examination was held in a designated examination room, just like in Jiang Yu's previous life. Under the teacher's supervision, the students answered the questions seriously and put into practice what they had learned over the years. For the martial arts exam, teachers from each school will take the candidates to designated martial arts halls. Compared with the literary examination, the military examination attracts more attention from the outside world. Every reserve warrior is a powerful force to defend against strange beasts in the future. Anyone who can pass the preliminary warrior assessment will not only bring honor to his family, but also bring honor to the school and the class teacher. Early morning. It was not long before daybreak. Yellow cordons were set up at the entrance of Longting Martial Arts School. Fully armed soldiers, holding guns, stood within the cordon, guarding the surroundings. Countless self-media gathered outside the cordon, holding cameras, waiting for the students to arrive and get first-hand information. Penguin Media, Tomato Media, TV Media, etc. A little after 7 in the morning. Dozens of buses drove in from a distance, entered the cordon, and stopped at the entrance of Longting Martial Arts School. Thousands of students who were taking the preparatory warrior examination got off the bus. Huadu Base City has a total population of nearly 200 million, with millions of college entrance examination candidates. In addition to the majority of students who will choose the liberal arts exam, the number of candidates taking the military exam is also over 10,000. These more than 10,000 candidates will be divided into different martial arts schools according to the area where their schools are located to take the exam. Jiang Yu was previously studying at the 3rd Middle School, which was located in Dongyang District, so he was assigned to the Longting Martial Arts School, which was also in Dongyang District. Along with the 3rd Middle School, there are more than a dozen other high schools assigned to Longting Martial Arts School, with a total of more than 1,200 students. Students from every school got off the bus under the guidance of their teachers, lined up inside the security area, and waited quietly for the martial arts exam to begin. Wei Fong got off the bus with more than 30 candidates from the 3rd Middle School, looking refreshed. Faced with a large number of media, she quickly asked all the students behind her to line up and stand with their heads held high and chests puffed out. "Son, I am your father. You must work hard later. Whether you can become a reserve warrior depends entirely on your performance today. Grandson, you must work hard. If you become a reserve warrior, Grandpa will open a family tree for you. My daughter, you must keep working hard. Mom loves you. As long as you can become a warrior, Mom will buy you a Mercedes-Benz. Brother, you have to work hard. As long as you pass the martial arts exam, Sister Shure will agree to be your girlfriend." Outside the cordon, family members shouted loudly. Their expressions were as excited as if they were taking the martial arts exam themselves. Compared with the absolute quietness of the literary examination, the martial arts examination does not have so many requirements. The noisy environment is also the first hurdle that every candidate needs to face. If a noisy environment can affect one's character and affect one's assessment, then what will one do in the future when faced with ferocious beasts or large-scale beast hordes? Are you mentally collapsing and running away from the battlefield? The voices of strange beasts are much louder than those of humans. Only by maintaining a normal state of mind in a complex environment can one survive the fight with strange beasts. Furthermore, the presence of family members around and the envious gazes of reporters can also satisfy the student's vanity. Let them feel the glory of warriors in advance. We are all young people, who doesn't want some noodles? The assessment for preparatory warriors is divided into 2 stages. Punching power and speed. As long as one can meet these 2 assessment standards, he or she will become a prospective warrior, attend a martial arts university, and join a martial arts school. Every reserve warrior represents fresh blood among warriors. For this reason, the Ministry of Education and major martial arts schools attach great importance to the annual martial arts examinations and do not hesitate to send senior executives to take charge. The senior executive of the Ministry of Education who is in charge of Longting Martial Arts School is a middle-aged man named Wu. He was the education director of Dongyang District. He came to Longting Martial Arts School early in the morning and waited for a long time. Looking at the energetic candidates, he nodded with satisfaction. 8 o'clock in the morning. As a bell rang, the door of Longting Martial Arts School opened automatically. Under the gaze of all parents and reporters, District Chief Wu led students and teachers from various middle schools into the Longting Martial Arts Hall. At this time, there were no other students in Longting Martial Arts School. Only an unusually quiet examination hall remained. Inside the hall, there are rows of chairs and 10 arm strength testing machines. Next to each arm strength machine, there is a long-legged young lady wearing black stockings, holding an identification device in her hand. A man named Zhang held a microphone and stood in front of all the young ladies, facing all the candidates. After all the candidates and teachers were seated, he shouted solemnly, "Dear candidates, welcome to this preliminary warrior assessment. I am the chief examiner. My last name is Zhang Ming. You can call me Examiner Zhang. This assessment will be the same as in previous years. Each of you will have 3 attempts. Within these 3 attempts, as long as your punching power and speed meet the standards twice, you will pass the assessment. Next, I will give you 10 minutes to adjust your condition. In 10 minutes, the assessment will officially begin." The students held their breath and took the time to adjust their state. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely quiet. No one spoke. Every student is filled with nothing but nervousness. The results of more than 2 years of training will be revealed today. If they pass the assessment, they can go to a good martial arts university, join a martial arts school, and have a good future. If they fail, their 2 years of hard work will be wasted, and they can only attend an ordinary university and wait to take the preparatory warrior examination as a college student. There is no such thing as retaking the martial arts exam. No student is allowed to take the exam twice as a college entrance examination candidate. If you fail the college entrance examination, you can only wait until you enter university to take the preparatory warrior examination. You should know that the treatment for passing the preliminary warrior assessment during the martial arts exam and passing the preliminary warrior assessment in college is extremely different. The former can not only attend a good martial arts university, but also join a martial arts school 1 year in advance and enjoy the resources of the martial arts school. The latter can only go to an ordinary university and waste an extra year. Therefore, every year's martial arts examination is a time for martial artists to decide their fate. 10 minutes passed quickly. All the candidates held their breath. Holding a list, a man named Zhang shouted, "Everyone, 10 minutes have passed. Next, candidates whose names I call, please come forward with your ID cards for the arm strength test." Wu Jingning from the 2nd Middle School, Lu Shuang from the 3rd Middle School, Wang Ershi from the 14th Middle School, and Lu Nang from the 18th Middle School. Rustling. The 10 candidates called by Zhang Ming walked to the arm strength testing machine with trepidation, handed their ID cards to the young lady for identification, and then faced the arm strength testing machine. "Let us get started," Zhang Ming said expressionlessly. Pung. Pung. 10 candidates fell on the arm strength testing machine. 298, 273, 299, failed. 271, 277, 286, failed. Unqualified. Unqualified. The next wave, Wang Tai, Lu Xiu, Li Meng. Chapter 11 Hermaphrodite. Punch strength 293. 289, 285. The test result failed. Punch strength 303. 305, 304. The test result is passed. The test result is passed. The test result was unsatisfactory. The next wave, the next wave. As Zhang Ming called out the names, wave after wave of candidates came forward to test their arm strength. Some are happy and some are sad. Those who passed the test were filled with excitement, while those who failed looked frustrated. Those who had not yet taken the test were feeling anxious. The teachers from various universities all looked serious, staring at the arm strength testing machine without blinking. The next wave. Time passes. Soon. More than an hour passed. Nearly half of the candidates took the punching strength test, and most of them did not have enough punching strength and failed the test. District Chief Wu sat in his seat with an unhappy look on his face. In the past hour, a total of more than 400 candidates took the punching strength test, but only more than 100 candidates passed the test, with a pass rate of less than 30%. This is lower than the pass rate in previous years. Huadu Base City has 12 districts, and each district has its own reserve warrior indicators. If the indicators are not met, even the senior officials of the Ministry of Education will be held accountable. Wang En, Zhao Li, Xin Long, Hua Gudhua, Tang Ritian. Another wave of candidates came on stage. The final test results all failed. Why? Zhang Ming sighed and shook his head. District Chief Wu's expression became even uglier. Oh my god, are there so many people in the martial arts gym today? Suddenly, a slightly surprised male voice rang out throughout the examination hall. All the teachers and students subconsciously looked over when they heard the sound. Zhang Yu walked in front of everyone with a leisurely pace and a calm expression, then found a seat and sat down. Who is he? This is the martial arts examination venue, how did he get in? Who knows, maybe he's the child of a high-ranking member of the martial arts school. Teachers and students from various universities were discussing this. District Chief Wu frowned and looked at Zhang Ming in front of him. Zhang Ming seemed not to notice District Chief Wu's gaze, and continued to call out names without noticing Zhang Yu's arrival. Teacher, isn't this Zhang Yu from our class? Wasn't he expelled from school? Why is he here? Behind Wei Fang, a candidate asked in confusion. Immediately, teachers and students from other schools turned their eyes to Wei Fang, including District Chief Wu. Wei Fang wanted to strangle the candidate to death on the spot. Facing the gazes of other teachers and students, as well as District Chief Wu's unhappy expression, Wei Fang did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained with a smile. Director Wu, you may not know that this student was indeed a student in my class. However, due to his bad behavior, disrespect for elders, and sleeping in class, he was expelled from our school long before the college entrance examination. As for why he appeared in the martial arts gym, I'm not sure about that either. Oh. District Chief Wu said softly, retracted his gaze, and continued to look at the candidate who was testing his punching strength. He didn't care about Zhang Yu's sudden appearance. The military exam is different from the literary exam. There are not so many rules and regulations. It requires absolute quietness and no one can disturb you. Every year, there will be other warriors present in the martial arts examination. As long as it does not affect the normal progress of the martial arts examination, it will be fine. Seeing that District Chief Wu no longer asked questions, Wei Fang breathed a sigh of relief, glared fiercely at the candidate who had just asked the question, and sat upright in her seat. The assessment is still ongoing. The next wave. Ouyang Shui, Tang Xiaoer, Wang Dagong, Wu Jin. Zhang Ming continued to call out names. As soon as he finished speaking, a black boy stood up from behind Wei Fang and walked to the arm strength machine with 9 candidates from other schools. Looking at the black boy, Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in them. He knew this black boy. He was his classmate, Wu Jin. He is a well-known two-faced person, saying one thing in public and another in private, and he likes to report trolls to the teacher in private. Wu Jin was the person who mocked him sarcastically in class on the first day he came here. On weekdays, Wu Jin was in cahoots with a short boy named Wang Nan, who was about 1.4 meters tall. These two people are always sarcastic in class. Let us get started, Zhang Ming said to Wu Jin and the other 10 people. Bang bang bang. There was a crash. The punching strength values of the 10 people appear. Ouyang Shui's punch strength is 358, 368, 382. Passed the test. Tang Xiaoer's punch strength is 299, 300, 301 and passed the test. Wang Degong's punching power is 289, 291, 287. He failed the test. Wu Jin. Zhang Ming's brows suddenly furrowed as he continued, punch strength 217, 215, 213, super unacceptable. No, impossible. Wu Jin stared at his punching power value, his face full of disbelief. Phew. A chuckle suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire examination hall and in the ears of all teachers and students. All the teachers and students looked over when they heard the sound. Jiang Yu looked at Wu Jin with a mocking expression and contempt in his eyes. Jiang Yu, what are you laughing at? Wu Jin shouted angrily, glaring at Jiang Yu. He was already in a bad mood after failing the test, and Jiang Yu's sudden ridicule made him feel humiliated and embarrassed. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, nothing. I was just laughing at some people who dared to take the preliminary warrior assessment when they only have a 200 kilograms punch. They really are overestimating themselves. You. Wu Zhang was about to retort, but suddenly thought of something. Instead of anger, he smiled and said with a mocking smile. Jiang Yu, you are a poor student who was expelled from school. What qualifications do you have to sit here and laugh at us? If you think you can do it, come up and test yourself. Or do you think you can pass the punching test? Okay, I'll do it. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile and walked towards the arm strength testing machine. He has never been a tolerant person. Like to accept things as they come and swallow one's anger. When someone slaps him, he still asks if the other person's hand hurts. His principle in life has always been to fight evil with evil, violence with violence, and repay kindness with kindness. If someone mocked him, he would mock them back. They were all new to life, so why should he give in to others? District Chief Wu frowned and glanced at Wei Fong with an unfriendly look. The military exam is such an important occasion, and yet someone is causing trouble at this time. How can this be disgraceful? The most important thing is that the troublemaker was a student of the 3rd middle school. Wei Fong saw the meaning in District Chief Wu's eyes, quickly stood up, and shouted to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? The martial arts exam is such an important occasion, how can you cause trouble here? Listen to the teacher's advice and go home quickly. Although you've been expelled from school, the teacher told you a few days ago that life isn't just about taking the college entrance exam. You don't want to be taken away for investigation for disrupting the martial arts exam, do you? Jiang Yu ignored Wei Fong, walked to the arm strength testing machine in front of Wu Jin, and threw 3 punches. Boom boom boom. 2772,810 2920. 3 red numbers appeared on the screen. All the teachers and students present, including Zhang Ming, were stunned when they saw the red numbers. Chapter 12 Treatment of Special Enrollment Students. 2772,810 2920. How is this possible? He's only about the same age as me, how could he possibly punch with such high power? These 3 values are already beyond the standards of a reserve warrior. Even if they pass the formal warrior assessment, they are more than enough. No. This kind of punching power can only be matched by an intermediate warrior. He is so young, but he has the strength of an intermediate warrior. All the teachers and students looked at Jiang Yu in shock, their faces full of disbelief. District Chief Wu's dissatisfaction with Jiang Yu disappeared in an instant. His eyes looking at Jiang Yu were full of admiration and enthusiasm. No, impossible. How could he possibly deliver a punch with a force of over 2,700 kilograms? It's fake. This value must be fake. There's something wrong with the machine. It must be a machine malfunction. Wu Jin yelled. He couldn't accept his failure. What made him even more unacceptable was that Jiang Yu, whom he had always looked down upon, actually punched with a force 10 times greater than his. This instantly crushed his long-held sense of superiority, and his mood dropped dramatically, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Jiang Yu didn't explain too much. He came to another arm strength test machine and threw 3 more punches. Boom boom boom. 2835 2929 70. 3 new numbers appear. The other school teachers were shocked and looked at Wei Fong again, with strange lights flashing in their eyes. They clearly remembered that Wei Fong had just said that Jiang Yu was expelled from school because of bad behavior and sleeping in class. How blind is this? If it were them, with a talented warrior like Jiang Yu, let alone sleeping in class, they could even skip classes every day. A punching force of nearly 3,000 kilograms is not something that an ordinary genius can do. In order to compete for a genius, many schools are willing to fight to the death and offer all kinds of generous conditions. And Wei Fang and others actually fired a genius. How the hell is that? Wei Fang was also standing there in a daze at this time, looking at the 3 red numbers, with a strong sense of regret welling up in his heart. She never expected that Jiang Yu could actually exert such high punching power, exceeding the assessment standards of formal warriors in one fell swoop. Warrior. An 18-year-old warrior. According to the school's rules and regulations, if she can train a reserve warrior, she will receive a bonus of 20,000 yuan. If you bring out a formal warrior, not only will the bonus be increased tenfold, but the country will also give out an additional reward of 300,000. The two added together amounted to a huge sum of 500,000 yuan, which was comparable to her gray income and salary for several years. Moreover, the most important reward is not the 500,000 yuan, but the honor of being a martial arts master, as well as various hidden rewards. For example, a promotion. As a teacher who has trained warriors will be promoted much faster than an ordinary teacher. Good classes in treatment are also first selected by the teachers who teach martial artists. Even when attending meetings at the Ministry of Education, she could always sit in the front rows. There are many students who can become warriors, but not many can become warriors in high school. There was one person who appeared in front of her, but she fired him alone. Regret. Regret. A strong sense of regret filled Wei Fang's heart and could not dissipate for a long time. Why was she so petty that she had to fire Jiang Yu? She just gave up this great opportunity. 500,000. The 500,000 I had earned was gone. Wei Fang slumped in her seat, wishing she could slap herself a few times. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Fang without a trace of pity in his eyes. He once said that Wei Fang would regret it. This is just the beginning. He will make Wei Fang regret more and more later. I regret so much that I doubt my life. She wanted to ruin the rest of his life, so he would make her regret it for the rest of her life. There is no need to explain a life full of cheats. If there were no system, he would only be standing on the street, looking at the students taking the college entrance examination with envy. Jiang Yu's thoughts flashed by, and he walked up to Zhang Ming and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, I want to take the special recruitment exam." Zhang Ming took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yu carefully, as if he was looking at a monster. He remembered that 7 days ago, when Jiang Yu came to participate in the preliminary warrior assessment, his punching strength was only more than 500 kilograms. In just 7 days, Jiang Yu's punching power increased nearly 6 times, reaching nearly 3,000 kilograms. This was simply unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. This speed of improving strength is comparable to that of warriors who practice source energy. But he knew that Jiang Yu had definitely never practiced source energy. In the past few days, he could see Jiang Yu in the martial arts hall every day. Jiang Yu would first stroll around the martial arts hall and then lock himself in the virtual battle room. The only conversation between them was last night when Jiang Yu borrowed a special pass to the martial arts gym from him. In other words, Jiang Yu increased his punching power by more than 2,000 kilograms in just a few days with just a basic guidance technique? What a genius this is! Zhang Ming couldn't imagine it. Looking at Jiang Yu's face, he became more and more excited. His Longting martial arts school hasn't produced a true genius in several years. As a result, they have always been at the bottom of the martial arts tournaments in the past few years. If Jiang Yu were allowed to participate in this year's martial arts conference on their behalf, wouldn't their martial arts school be able to avenge its previous shame? There was also a light on his face. The more Zhang Ming thought about it, the brighter his vision became. He patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and asked solemnly, "Jiang Yu, tell me. Have you been practicing elementary guidance techniques these days? Have you mastered the basic guidance technique?" Jiang Yu nodded gently. Okay. Zhang Ming laughed out loud, not caring about the other candidates. He pulled Jiang Yu to the speed test track and said impatiently, "Jiang Yu, come on, run as fast as you can. Let me see how fast you can move." "Okay, brother Zhang." Jiang Yu responded, and his figure disappeared on the runway in a flash. Soon, the test results appeared. 55 minutes and 1 second. Hiss. The teachers and students present gasped again, stood there in a daze, and looked at Jiang Yu in shock. Zhang Ming smiled, looked at the test results, stepped forward and put his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulders, and shouted excitedly, "Genius, Jiang Yu, you truly are a genius. I wasn't wrong about you. I now formally invite you to join our Longting Martial Arts School as a special recruit. Brother Zhang, you. Jiang Yu hesitated to speak. He remembered Zhang Ming saying that special recruits also needed to obtain 2 SS scores in actual combat. Jiang Mingson let go of Jiang Yu, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Jiang Yu, I won't hide the truth from you. Given your current situation, you can definitely be called a genius. Looking across the entire Hoadu base city, I'm afraid it's hard to find another one like you. If we wait until you pass the actual combat assessment before inviting you to join, there will definitely be other martial arts schools and families who will take the opportunity to poach you. Rather than letting them snatch you away, it would be better to invite you to join our martial arts school as a special recruit, and then start the actual combat assessment. Don't worry, the generous treatment we offer you at Longting Martial Arts School will definitely not be inferior to any other. If an ordinary warrior joins us, we will give him a villa and a 3 million subsidy. But you're a genius. We'll give you a villa and 100 million Hanxia coins as startup capital. Also, we'll give you a 50% discount on any weapons or equipment you purchase for the first time at the martial arts gym. Also, if you want to go to university, you can choose from any of the major martial arts academies around the world. We will also give you an additional 10 million in financial aid every month. Chapter 13. Join Longting Martial Arts School. Silence, deathly silence. This time, not only the teachers and students present were shocked, but even Jiang Yu was shocked. He knew that the treatment for special admissions students was good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Not to mention the villa, he only has the right to live there but not the right to buy or sell it. The 100 million yuan in startup capital alone is enough to make him excited. Not to mention, there is a tuition fee of 10 million every month, and a 50% discount on the first purchase of weapons at the martial arts gym. Each of these items is enough to make warriors from outside jealous. Come on, sign the contract with me. Jiang Ming couldn't wait, so he took Jiang Yu's hand and walked out of the hall. Etc. District Chief Wu suddenly called out to the two of them. He quickly walked up to Jiang Yu, a kind smile bloomed on his face, and said, Student Jiang, Teacher Wei just mentioned that you were expelled from school. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Expelling students is not the intention of a school. I apologize to you on their behalf. I still hope that you, Jiang, can return to school and take part in this martial arts exam as a student. Of course, our Ministry of Education will not be stingy and will give you a certain bonus. As he spoke, District Chief Wu bowed to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head and said, District Chief Wu, let me give you a gift. This gift was given to me personally by Teacher Wei. As he spoke, he took out a green book from his pocket, put it in District Chief Wu's hand, then turned around and followed Jiang Ming. District Chief Wu opened the green book out of curiosity, and became angry when he saw the words on it. There are 4 words written on it. Proof of learning. As the director of the education district, he must know what the academic certificate means. Only students who are forcibly expelled from school will have a study certificate. Jiang Yu gave him the study certificate. Wasn't this clearly telling him that there was no misunderstanding and rejecting his proposal? District Chief Wu's expression darkened, and he looked at Wei Fang unkindly. In a rage, he threw the study certificate in his hand at Wei Fang's face and said angrily, Assholes, look at what you've done. You've actually expelled a specially recruited student. I solemnly tell you, from now on, you are suspended. Just wait for the organization's investigation. After saying that, District Chief Wu turned around and walked out of the hall angrily. Assessment? What else is there to test? A specially recruited student slipped away right under his nose, so how could he still have the mood to continue to preside over the examination? Even if all the candidates present passed the preliminary warrior assessment, they would still be no match for a special admissions student. Special admissions students. That's a special admission. Hoadu Base City, with a population of nearly 200 million, has only produced such a special recruit in 10 years. If Jiang Yu had not been expelled from the school and was a special recruit from the school under his jurisdiction, he would also be able to benefit from it. At the very least, he will not be able to escape the position of Minister of Education of Hoadu Base City. And now, because of an action taken by the 3rd middle school, his path to promotion was ruined. District Chief Wu became more and more angry as he thought about it. He took out his cell phone as he walked, dialed a number and shouted, Check. Investigate thoroughly. I want to know the complete reason why Jiang Yu was fired. If anyone tries to do something bad and plays tricks on the school's unspoken rules, I'll suspend him. If there's 1, I'll suspend him. If there's 10, I'll suspend him. I just don't believe they can still control everything in school. Yes, District Chief. A female voice came from the phone. District Chief Wu hung up the phone and left the examination hall without looking back. In the hall, Wei Fong listened to District Chief Wu's phone call, and her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. It's over. She knew she was finished. In the past, what she did to Jiang Yu was witnessed by many teachers and students, and it could not stand up to scrutiny. Although no one said anything on weekdays, it was because of her face. Now that District Chief Wu has spoken personally, the things she has done will soon be placed on District Chief Wu's desk. There's more. The gifts she received during festivals and some gray income will be completely exposed with this incident. By then, she would not only face suspension, but would most likely be sent to work on a sewing machine. Maybe because of her, her family will also be implicated. Regret. Intense regret filled Wei Fong's heart. Why did she think that Jiang Yu, who had no parents and came from an ordinary family, was easy to bully and would allow her to bully him? Why can't she treat Jiang Yu like she treats other classmates? Why do you think Jiang Yu is easy to bully? Who would have thought that Jiang Yu, who had always been looked down upon by her, could become a special recruit? If she hadn't fired Jiang Yu, wouldn't she be honored now? Regret it. Wei Fong slumped in her seat, her eyes dim and her face full of regret. When the other teachers saw this, they all showed mocking expressions on their faces. They knew that Wei Fong was finished. It can be seen from District Chief Wu's attitude that he is really angry this time. Who wouldn't he be angry about this? After 10 years in Hoadu Bay City, a special admission student finally appeared, but he was expelled by Wei Fong and others. All the great wealth is gone. Teacher, District Chief Wu is gone, and Examiner Zhang is gone too. What about our assessment? A candidate suddenly asked, bringing all the teachers and students except Wei Fong back to their senses instantly. Yes. Now that Zhang Ming is gone, what will happen to their assessment? Wait a minute, it shouldn't take long to sign a contract. A teacher said. All the teachers and students had no choice but to sit quietly in their seats, waiting for Zhang Ming's arrival. Impossible. How could Jiang Yu be a martial artist and be invited by a martial arts school at a high price? That's totally impossible. Wu Jin stood on the ground and muttered to himself, his eyes full of jealousy and envy. The waste in his eyes suddenly became a hot commodity in the eyes of others, reaching a height that he could never reach in his entire life. How could he accept this? Jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. Besides jealousy, he was also filled with resentment. The other side. Zhang Ming took Jiang Yu out of the hall and walked into an office. After quickly drafting a contract, he handed it to Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, take a look at the contents of the contract. If there is no problem, sign it. Good. Jiang Yu took the contract and looked through it carefully. It stated the salary offered by the martial arts school and the obligations he would have to bear in the future. The treatment is exactly what Zhang Ming said. Obligation number 1, he must not betray the martial arts school or sell out its interests at any time. At certain times, he must protect the interests of the martial arts school. Article 2, when a beast tide occurs, he has the responsibility to guard the base city, repel the beast tide, and protect people's property. Article 3. Article 4. After looking through it for a while, Jiang Yu confirmed that there was no problem with the contract and quickly signed his name. Very good. Zhang Ming took the contract with a smile, handed Jiang Yu a bunch of keys, and said with a smile, from now on, Villa number 2 in Minghua Villa District is yours. In addition, there is a sports car in the villa. 100 million in startup capital will be transferred to your card within 5 minutes. Think about it, do you have any other requests? Chapter 14, the shopping mall inside the martial arts hall. Jiang Yu shook his head. Ding! 100 million yuan has arrived in my bank card. A payment message sounded, making Jiang Yu's eyes light up. Zhang Ming patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and said, the money has been received. You can browse the martial arts school's internal mall with the satellite communication watch on your hand. If you want something, just place an order yourself. The martial arts exam isn't over yet, so I won't be accompanying you for now. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me through the communication watch. I gave you my phone number before. Good. Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Ming turned and left the office. Touching the key in his hand, Jiang Yu showed a hint of excitement on his face. This is the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he owns a villa. Go see my new home. Jiang Yu walked out of the office with anticipation, passed through the back door of the inner hall, and left Longting Martial Arts Hall. When he first came in, he went through the back door of the inner hall. However, it's not easy to get through the back door. You need a special pass, like the one Zhang Ming lent him. After leaving the martial arts gym, Jiang Yu took a taxi and headed straight to the Minghua Villa district. On the way, he took out his cell phone and called Lin Yu, telling her the good news that he had passed the special recruitment. After learning that Lin Yu was going through the resignation procedures at the 4S store, Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head. It's good to quit. Over the past few years, Lin Yu has worked hard to support his studies and has been looked down upon. He is now a warrior and has the ability to support Lin Yu and let her live a good life. Famous Flower Villa Area. Located on a hillside in Huadu Bay City. It is a place that everyone yearns for. Those who can live here are not rich or noble, but warriors. With the rise of alien beasts, the area where humans can survive has been drastically compressed. A single base city has to support hundreds of millions of people, so land is extremely valuable. The villa covers a huge area. If you want to live in it, you not only need to be rich, but also need special contribution points. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu got off the car at the entrance of Minghua Villa District and looked around. The scenery was like a landscape painting. Majestic gate. There were several soldiers with real guns standing guard in front of the door. The gatekeeper was no longer an old man, but an elderly warrior. After showing his ID, Jiang Yu walked into the Minghua Villa District under the envious gaze of the taxi driver. Villa number 2, where he lives, is located in the very center of the entire villa area. After entering the villa area, Jiang Yu finally understood why Minghua Villa area was known as a place that everyone longed for. There are rockery and ponds, small bridges and flowing water, as well as large villas with an area of no less than 1,000 square meters. His villa number 2 is divided into 3 floors. It is not only fully equipped with various facilities, but also has entertainment venues such as gyms, cinemas, bars, swimming pools, etc. Outside the villa, there is a fence built with a fence, equipped with an outdoor swimming pool, a pavilion, a garden, and even a vegetable farm. There is also an underground parking lot. In the parking lot, there was a white coupe. Jiang Yu didn't recognize what kind of car it was, but it looked quite expensive. That's really good. Sister Lin Yu will definitely like this villa when she sees it. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, his figure wandering around every corner of the villa. 10 minutes later, he found a spacious room and lay down comfortably on a large bed. The soft big bed and the picturesque scenery outside the window made Jiang Yu feel relaxed. When a person no longer worries about food and clothing, he will think more. System, open my property panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Warrior. Strength, 3000 plus 2000. Speed, 60 ms. Spiritual Power, 399. Skill. Mastery of Swordsmanship 320-1000. Mastery of Boxing 320-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 120-1000. Mastery of Swordsmanship 140-1000. Equipment, none. That's right. Jiang Yu's strength has already exceeded 5,000 in the past few days. He hit his strength during the assessment. It's not that he wants to play the pig and eat the tiger, but he is afraid that revealing too much of his strength will cause some unnecessary trouble. 7 days ago, he was just an ordinary high school student. His physical data was not difficult for some major forces to find out. 7 days later, his punching power broke through 5,000 and he became a high-level warrior. This huge improvement can easily attract the attention of those who are interested. Even for a warrior who practices source energy, it is impossible to improve his strength to such a high level within 7 days. Therefore, it is better to be safe than sorry. Before he has the invincible source star, it is not wrong to keep a low profile. After looking at his personal attribute panel, Jiang Yu opened the internal shopping mall of Longting Martial Arts School through his communication watch. A virtual blue projection was projected in front of him. The projection is divided into different areas. Weapons area, skills area, resources area, other areas, protective gear area, etc. Jiang Yu opened the weapons area, and suddenly a dense array of weapon styles appeared. Swords, spears, axes, daggers, throwing knives. Weapon levels are divided into A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. G-level weapons correspond to the warrior level, and Fed-level weapons correspond to the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels of generals. The martial god level is pushed up in sequence, corresponding to the 3 levels of ABC. Above that there is S level SS, which corresponds to the strong ones who surpass the level of martial god. Jiang Yu's strength was not enough, so he did not directly check the weapons above S level, but browsed them casually. G-Class Steel Spear, weighing 101 kilograms, suitable for beginners. Price, 100,000 Hansha coins. G-Grade Steel Sword, weighs 130 kilograms, suitable for beginners. Price, 130,000 Hansha coins. F-Class Alloy Sword, weighs 1,800 kilograms, suitable for junior generals, priced at 1.8 million. F rank. E-level Panlong Sword, weighs 3,500 kilograms, suitable for mid-level generals, priced at 3.5 million. A rank Destruction Spear, weighs 68,000 kilograms, suitable for high-level martial gods. Price, 68 million. A rank. After flipping through it, Jiang Yu got to know the prices of weapons at all levels. G-Class cars generally cost around hundreds of thousands, not exceeding 1 million, and weigh less than 1,000 kilograms. Fed-Class million-ton missiles weigh between 1,000 and 10,000 kilograms. ABC tens of millions, weighing between 10,000 and 100,000 kilograms. With his current strength, it would be most appropriate to choose F-Class weapons. However, F-Class weapons only cost around 1 million. If he chose to buy them, it would be a waste of his first-time half-price discount. But if he wanted the biggest discount and directly chose a level or S-level weapons, he couldn't afford them. It's so confusing. An A-level weapon weighs a staggering 68,000 kilograms. Even with a pickup system, it would take a long time to pick up an A-level weapon. You must know that taking up weapons and using weapons are two different concepts. According to data released by the martial arts school, the power of a weapon can be better exerted when the warrior's strength is greater than 10 times the weight of the weapon. In other words, if he wants to use A-level weapons, he'd better increase his own strength to hundreds of thousands. How abnormal. The weight of an A-rank weapon is comparable to my third son's Poseidon fork. Forget it, let's check out other areas first. Jiang Yu closed the weapons area and casually opened the protective gear area. As soon as he opened it, a set of gorgeous blue armor came into his sight. Thunder Dragon Armor, SSS grade, from Ancient Ruins number 003, suitable for any warrior, price, 99.9 billion. 99.9 billion, applicable to any warrior. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank, and a hint of heat appeared in his eyes. Chapter 15, Kung Fu Area. 4S Store. After Lin Yu hung up the phone with Jiang Yu, she couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yu passed the warrior assessment. She just knew that her brother was the best. Lin Yu, what are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Could it be that you have a boyfriend? That was your boyfriend calling just now? He asked you out. A short-haired girl came up to Lin Yu and joked with a wicked smile. Lin Yu smiled and shook her head. I don't have a boyfriend. It was my brother who called just now. He passed the warrior assessment, and the martial arts school even gave him a villa as a gift. Wait. The short-haired girl was stunned for a moment, then said, Lin Yu, are you saying that your brother passed the warrior assessment? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Lin Yu, you don't have a fever, do you? Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? The short-haired girl said this and reached out to touch Lin Yu's forehead. Lin Yu slapped the short-haired girl's hand away and said unhappily, you're the one being naughty. What I said is true. My brother has passed the warrior assessment. Really? You didn't lie to me? Seeing that Lin Yu didn't seem to be lying, the girl with short hair showed some seriousness on her face. Lin Yu nodded seriously, really, whoever lies to you is a puppy. Oh my god. The short-haired girl immediately covered her mouth and said in shock. So, from today on, you are a warrior's family member and can move into the big villa? Lin Yu, does your brother still need a wife? Do you think I can do it? I can do anything after drinking a little. Lin Yu glanced at the girl with short hair and said nothing. Hey, what are you two talking about? Why are you so shocked? At this time, another female salesperson came over and asked. The short-haired girl quickly approached the saleswoman and said gossipingly. Sister Hui, you're here just in time. I have some important news to tell you. Did you know? Lin Yu's brother passed the warrior assessment. She will soon become a warrior's family member and move into a big villa. Really? The saleswoman called Sister Hui was stunned for a moment, then smiled and extended her hand to Lin Yu, saying, Congratulations, Lin Yu. This time, you are blessed. When you move into the big villa, don't forget us sisters. I've never seen what a villa looks like in my life. Linya shook hands gently and said with a smile, during the time I was at the 4S store, I was very grateful for your care, Sister Hui. After I settle down, I will invite you to come over and play. Okay. The short-haired girl took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Linyu, you won't be coming to work tomorrow. Why don't we have dinner together tonight? By the way, call your brother along too. We haven't seen what he looks like yet. Linyu hesitated, thinking back to the days when they worked together. Finally, she nodded gently, okay. I'll call my brother and see if he has time. Okay, then it's settled. I'll go inform the other sisters. The short-haired girl said this and turned to run towards the other sales staff. Soon, all the employees in the 4S store knew that Zhang Yu had become a warrior. The employees looked at Lin Yu with envy. Dinner party tonight? You want to take me with you? In the villa, Zhang Yu received Lin Yu's message and shook his head with a smile. Then, he remembered the young man named Zhang who was waiting for Lin Yu downstairs of his house that night. According to the routine of urban literature, tonight is probably another story of pretending to be cool but then getting slapped in the face. However, he was not afraid. After putting down his phone, Zhang Yu continued to browse the martial arts mall. This time, he opened the martial arts area. Dragon God's Wrath, excess level swordsmanship, created by the world's most powerful being, the Dragon God. Price, 500 billion. Purchase requirement, 4-star contributor. Vulcan Skyblade, excess level sword technique, created by the world's second most powerful being, the Vulcan God. Price, 499.9 billion. Purchase requires a 4-star contributor. Source energy method, an SSS level body refining method, derived from ancient methods derived from ancient sects worldwide. Price, 99.9 billion. 3-star contributors are required to purchase. Psychic power, SSS level spiritual power, created by the third most powerful person in the world, priced at 99.9 billion. Purchase requires a 3-star contributor. Tian Gang Axe, SS level axe technique, inherited from the family of the 4th strongest person in the world, priced at 9.9 billion, requires a 2.5-star contributor to purchase. Phantom Sword. As he turned the pages, Zhang Yu's brows furrowed more and more. Expensive. It's so damn expensive. It's not the price that's expensive, but the contribution value that comes after it. It is easy to make money, but it is difficult to earn contribution value. According to the martial arts school's explanation of contribution value, one must have 10,000 contribution points to become a first-level contributor. A contribution value of 100,000 is equal to 2 stars. 1 million contribution points equals 3 stars. 10 million contribution points equals 4 stars. You should know that killing a beast soldier level monster can only gain contribution points ranging from 10 to 99 points. The levels of strange beasts are divided into beast soldiers, beast generals, lords, beast kings, beast emperors, and beast gods. They correspond to the warrior level, military general, martial god, beyond martial god, SS level, and SSS level respectively. Beast soldier level 1099 contribution value. Beast generals 100,999. Lords 1,099.99. Beast king 10,099.999. Beast king 1,000,000,099,999. The beast god is 1,009,990,000. In other words, he needs to kill a top-level beast god or 10 top-level beast kings to reach a 4-star contributor. Those are the beast god and the beast king, corresponding to the SS and SSS levels of human warriors. In the human camp, apart from the top 10 strongest people in the world, who can kill the beast king? No, absolutely not. Since the martial arts school has put these techniques in the mall, it's definitely not just for a bunch of martial artists to see. There must be a way to purchase them. Zhang Yu thought to himself, and as his eyes moved, he saw symbol in the lower right corner of each martial art. He tried to point towards. A brand new interface appears. Dragon God's Wrath, all 5 levels, price, 499.9 billion, purchase requires a 4-star contributor. The first 4 levels of Dragon God's Wrath, price, 49.9 billion. Purchase requires a 3-star contributor. First 3 floors, 4.9 billion, 2 stars. Second floor, 490 million, 1 star. First floor, 49 million, no purchase requirements. It is indeed so. Jiang Yu showed joy on his face, turned off the dragon god's wrath, and activated the source energy method. Compared to all the above techniques, he valued the source energy method more. This was a physical training method that was developed through years of research by combining ancient methods from various sects and countries, such as the ancient internal martial arts of the Hansha kingdom, the ancient yoga of Baixiang, the Buddhist method, etc. It focuses on internal training of the internal organs and external training of the tendons, bones, skin, and flesh. By absorbing the energy from the universe, the genes in the body are optimized, and the body's cells, bones, meridians, internal organs, blood, skin, and other human tissues are strengthened. At the end of the training, the body can withstand a nuclear bomb without damage, and the internal organs can dive 10,000 meters under the sea without any pressure. Like the Dragon God's Wrath, the source energy method is also divided into 5 levels. The first level is 9.99 million Hansha coins. The second layer is 99.99 million. The third level is 990 million, 1-star contribution value. Chapter 16. Do you regret it? Purchase? Still not buying? Jiang Yu was a little confused. He has a picking up system, so in the future he will naturally be able to pick up source energy dropped by others. If you buy the source energy method, it would be a waste of money, and you won't be able to practice it many times in the future. But if it is not enough to buy, how to explain his sudden increase in strength after picking up the attributes? He can't always blame his primary guidance skills for every sudden increase in strength. The elementary guidance technique can help him block it once or twice, but it will be exposed sooner or later. However, the source energy law is different. Many talented warriors have made a qualitative leap in strength after practicing the source energy law. Using the source energy method to cover up his surging strength is the most appropriate and will hardly arouse suspicion from the martial arts school's top management. Buy it. Jiang Yu made up his mind and without hesitation, bought the first 2 levels of the source energy method in one go. Ding! Purchase successful. Dear warrior, you purchased the first 2 levels of the source energy method, which cost a total of 109.89 million Hansha coins. Especially since this is your first time buying, you can enjoy a 50% discount. You only need to pay 54.945 million Hansha coins. Ding! Payment successful. Ding! 54.945 million Hansha coins were deducted from my bank card. A series of prompt sounds rang out. The virtual projection in front of Jiang Yu changed and turned into a picture. In the picture, a man strikes many strange poses. Following the man's posture, Jiang Yu began to practice in an accurate manner. CC. As he practiced, traces of cosmic energy flowed into his body through the soles of his feet and the top of his head. Although the energy was small, it made every cell in his body devour it crazily. Time flies. As Jiang Yu practiced, the sun unknowingly set behind the mountain, and a golden light poured into the villa, shining on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu seemed to be in a state of trance, maintaining the same posture without moving. At the same time, a group of college entrance examination candidates finished their last exam of the day and returned home with extremely nervous bodies. Su Weiwei lives in a community with an elevator. As soon as she got home, she couldn't wait to open the Penguin group on her phone and ask other classmates how they did in the exam. Big news, have you all heard? Jiang Yu, who has always been suppressed by the old class, actually passed the warrior assessment today and was even recruited as a special student by Longting Martial Arts School. This world is really crazy. Lu Hong, did the college entrance exam ruin your brain? Look what you're barking about? You said Jiang Yu passed the warrior exam, you might as well say you were admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. With this piece of trash Jiang Yu, he couldn't even pass the preliminary warrior test. How could he pass the warrior test? He can't even brag. Zhang Hao, what I said is true, believe it or not. Many students already know about this matter. Oh, and I heard from students from other schools that the teacher was suspended by the education district for suppressing Jiang Yu. It's true that Jiang Yu passed the martial arts exam and was specially recruited by Longting Martial Arts School. I've also heard about this from students from other schools who took the exam. Speaking of which, do you know what conditions Longting Martial Arts School offered Jiang Yu? What conditions? I heard that Longting Martial Arts School gave Jiang Yu a villa in the famous villa area, plus 1 billion in startup capital. In addition, they let Jiang Yu choose a martial arts university and give him a monthly scholarship of 50 million. Hiss. Really? If you say that, then Jiang Yu will become rich and become someone we can rely on? If you don't believe me, you can search the forums of various universities. All of them are discussing this very thing right now. Su Weiwei looked through the chat history in the group, her eyes full of disbelief. She quickly opened the school's forum and started browsing it. Shocked. A special student has appeared in the 3rd middle school. He was signed by the Longteng Martial Arts School with a 10 billion annual scholarship. Oh my god, an 18-year-old boy can actually punch with a force of nearly 3,000 kilograms. Is he still a human being? Breaking news. Zhang Yu is hailed as a rare genius by the Longteng Martial Arts School. His true identity is a poor student expelled from number 3 middle school. On Zhang Yu's performance at the assessment site. As she scrolled through the forums one by one, Su Weiwei's expression changed from disbelief at first to shock and disbelief. She couldn't help but believe it, as Zhang Yu's assessment was seen in many forums. Although the photo was a little blurry, as Zhang Yu's deskmate, she could recognize at a glance that the person in the photo was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu has truly become a warrior. Su Weiwei covered her mouth, the shock on her face taking a long time to disappear. She vaguely remembered what she said to Zhang Yu as he left school a week ago. After today, they may no longer be on the same path. Really? They are indeed not on the same path now, and she can no longer keep up with Zhang Yu. Ding dong ding dong. A cell phone rang. Su Weiwei opened the Penguin group and saw some classmates at her. At Su Damei, as Zhang Yu's deskmate and ex-girlfriend, are you now deeply regretting your decision to break up with Zhang Yu? 10 billion a year. If you hadn't broken up with Zhang Yu, wouldn't you be able to move into the famous villa complex now? At Su Damei, in 2 days, our college entrance exams will be over. By then, we will go our separate ways, and perhaps we will hardly see each other again in this life. I'd like to organize a graduation party, and could you please ask classmate Zhang Yu for me? Yeah, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back on the past, I suddenly feel reluctant to leave everyone. I don't know why, but my nose feels a little sore right now. We've been classmates for 3 years, weathering the storms together. Now, we're about to part ways. Classmates, don't be sad. Let's cherish the beautiful memories of the past 3 years and pursue the beautiful future together. Come on, young people, let's become our own dream chasers together. Yeah, 3 years. Su Weiwei put down her phone, her eyes filled with melancholy and nostalgia. The past 3 years have been full of ups and downs, as well as every little bit of her in Zhang Yu's life. There is their youth, their good times, and their laughter. After 2.5 years of dating, the sweetness of the past could not compare to that result in the words "let's break up." She clearly remembered that when she broke up with Zhang Yu burst into tears and got drunk late at night. At that time, he was like a homeless vagrant, showing helplessness and sadness everywhere. That night. The street lights are bright and the lights are dim. She and Zhang Yu stood under the light and said those farewell words. Zhang Yu, let's break up. I have to study hard. I don't want to be like your sister, who ended up working for others and being looked down upon. I want to pass the college entrance examination and change my destiny. So, I'm sorry. That night, Zhang Yu did not try to keep her, but just turned around and left silently. Under the bright streetlights, 2 shadows facing each other became longer and longer, and farther away. It rained that night. On her way home, she saw a figure sitting in the rain, getting drunk and letting the rain soak his clothes. She vaguely heard crying. Is that the sound of heartache? Su Weiwei didn't know. Looking back, does she regret it now? Maybe. People always don't know how to cherish what they have. Only after losing something will you find regret in your memories. Chapter 17 Lin Yu's Dilemma. At Su Damei. At Su Damei, are you there? I'll leave the matter of inviting Zhang Yu to you. We'll meet at Tingyu Tower in 2 nights. In the group, someone at again. Su Weiwei thought about it and replied in the group, I'll give it a try. I'm not sure if I can ask Zhang Yu out. After replying to the group, Su Weiwei's eyes flashed with inspiration. She opened the chat interface with Zhang Yu and quickly edited a paragraph. Zhang Yu, in 2 days, the whole class will have a dinner at Tingyu Tower to say our final goodbyes. Do you want to come? After the message was sent, Su Weiwei quietly waited for Zhang Yu's reply. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. An hour passed. She waited for a long time but did not get Zhang Yu's response. Do you want to ignore me, or didn't you see the message? Su Weiwei muttered to herself, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. The other side. After Jiang Yu finished practicing the source energy method, he also saw messages from other students in the group. Although he was expelled from school, he was not kicked out of the group. Sad? Regretful? Maybe. After 3 years of being classmates, I feel a little reluctant to part. But there was wind along the way. In the future, everyone will go to different universities and meet new classmates. Break up and get back together. Isn't that what life is all about? The dormitory is still the same dormitory, but the people living in it are no longer them. Countless years later, they meet again, but perhaps they have forgotten each other's names. Jiang Yu ignored the message sent by Su Weiwei and checked the results of his practice of source energy method. Class reunion. He wasn't going, nor did he want to go. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Warrior. Strength, 5600. Speed, 60 ms. Spiritual Power, 399. Skill. Mastery of Swordsmanship 320-1000. Mastery of Boxing 320-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 120-1000. Mastery of Swordsmanship 140-1000. Exercise Method. Mastery Level Channeling 100-1000. Elementary Source Energy 3-1000. Equipment, none. The source energy method is worthy of being an SSS level martial art. Its starting point is higher than other martial arts. To reach the entry level, you need 1000 experience points. According to the data from the martial arts school, it basically only takes an ordinary martial artist 1,000 hours to master the source energy method. That is, 1 experience point per hour. Of course, except for some geniuses. And he only gained 3 experience points after practicing for an entire afternoon. This made Jiang Yu very dissatisfied. As expected, if you want to become stronger, you have to rely on the system, not on your own hard work. It's getting late. I'll buy the elementary boxing, knife, sword, and spear techniques first, and then go have dinner with my sister. Jiang Yu muttered to himself and quickly bought 4 elementary martial arts techniques at the mall. The reason I bought them was to dispel other people's doubts. In the martial arts school, there is a purchase record for every martial art, and private transmission is prohibited. If he doesn't buy these 4 sets of skills, how will he explain to the martial arts school if he uses them in the future? You can't say that he picked it up on the roadside, right? Never treat others as fools. After buying the skills, Jiang Yu came to the underground garage. Looking at the sports car in front of him, Jiang Yu faced a new problem. He just turned 18 and doesn't have a driver's license yet. Fortunately, with the development of technology, mature unmanned driving technology has been achieved. Boom! The sports car sped away with a roar. In front of the 4S store. A group of employees had just finished get-off work and were standing on the roadside waiting for a bus. Lin Yu and 5 other girls also gathered on the roadside, seemingly waiting for something. Perhaps because it was rush hour, there were very few taxis passing by, and even online ride-hailing services were unable to dispatch orders. The short-haired girl glanced at the time and said anxiously, "Lin Yu, it's already 7 p.m. Why hasn't your brother come yet? Is he not coming?" Lin Yu shook her head and looked into the distance. Something about my younger brother becoming a warrior and living in a big villa? In my opinion, that's a complete lie. It's very likely that some of them are being kept by the old man. Look at the eager looks on some people's faces. They're definitely waiting for the old man. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice sounded. The short-haired girl and others looked over. I saw a woman in her 30s, looking at Lin Yu with a sneer on her face and a smile on her face. "Wang Xiuli, what did you say? Say it again if you can." The girl with short hair immediately retorted and was about to lose her temper when she was stopped by Lin Yu. Lin Yu consoled him, "Xiaomin, forget it. If a dog bites you, can you bite the dog back? Some people have been waiting for 10 years to be kept, their skin almost worn out, and still the old man still doesn't like them. Why are you arguing with her? Lin Yu, who are you scolding?" The woman called Wang Xiuli was about to get angry when a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of her and Lin Yu. Benben's passenger window was lowered, revealing a handsome man's face. It was the young master named Zhang from that day, the young master of the forest shop where Lin Yu and the others were working. Yeah, where are you going? Get in the car, I'll take you there. Young Master Zhang asked Lin Yu with a smile. Lin Yu waved her hand and said, "No need, Master Zhang, my brother will be here soon." Oh, really? Young Master Zhang smiled without getting angry. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes as he said with a smile. Yeah, I heard that your brother passed the warrior assessment. Congratulations, you will be able to move into a big villa in the future. However, I also heard that the strength of ordinary warriors is average. They also have to go out of the city from time to hunt exotic beasts, and the mortality rate is extremely high. It just so happens that I know an uncle who is a mid-level general with extensive experience in the wilderness. He can take good care of your brother in the wilderness. It's hard to persuade him. He's not a family member. Young Master Zhang hesitated to speak, looking embarrassed. Everyone present was not stupid and immediately understood the hidden meaning in Mr. Shang's words. This is a threat to force Lin Yu to be his girlfriend. If Lin Yu agreed, he could ask the so-called uncle to help take care of Jiang Yu in the name of taking care of his family. If Lin Yu disagreed, then he had no reason to help Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was likely to have an accident in the wilderness. Yeah, do you need me to ask someone to take care of your brother? You don't want your brother to get into any accidents in the wilderness, do you? Young Master Zhang asked with a smile. You. Lin Yu looked a little angry. Does she like Mr. Zhang? The answer is no. If she liked him, she would have agreed to be Mr. Zhang's girlfriend long ago. She didn't agree because she didn't like it. But now, Mr. Zhang is threatening her. Her brother will become a warrior and will sooner or later have to go to the wilderness to face strange beasts. This is a fact that no one can change. However, the meaning of Mr. Zhang's words revealed that if she did not agree, he might do something to her brother in the wilderness. Threaten. This is a naked threat. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Yu was angry, a loud roar sounded throughout the street. The short-haired girl and others looked over subconsciously and saw a gorgeous white supercar weaving back and forth on the street. Chapter 18, Invisible Pretense. Oh my god, isn't that the big boss wolf? I've seen this car online. It's said to cost over 17 million yuan, and there are only 3 in the entire Hoadu base city. Wait, look, why is this car coming towards us? Hurry up and put on some makeup. What if there's a young man in the car? A group of women exclaimed. What's more, some even put on makeup on the spot. Rumble. The supercar drove fast and stopped in front of the women, revealing an extremely handsome face. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? A woman came up to the car and asked. Stao Yu. Lin Yu looked at the young man in the car and her eyes widened in disbelief. Sister. Jiang Yu ignored the woman who wanted to add WeChat, smiled, opened the door and got out of the car, walked to Lin Yu, and gave her a big hug. Sister? The short-haired girl and other girls were stunned. They looked at Jiang Yu back and forth with strange looks in their eyes. With a slender figure, smart casual clothes, a calm smile on his face, and a supercar in front of him, this is exactly the boyfriend they dream of. Sister, what were you talking about just now? Jiang Yu asked with a smile, glanced at the young man named Zhang with the corner of his eyes, and hugged Lin Yu tightly without making a sound. Nothing. Lin Yu said hesitantly. She had thought about how Jiang Yu would come to see her, but she never expected Jiang Yu to come in a supercar. That was a supercar worth more than 17 million yuan. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Sister, aren't you going to a dinner party? Let's go. Jiang Yu said this, let go of Lin Yu, took her hand and walked towards the car. This. Lin Yu glanced at the short-haired girl and the other 4 girls, looking embarrassed. There's no room to sit. A supercar can only seat 2 people, but there are 6 of them. We can't let the remaining 4 people sit on the roof, right? Lin Yu, you guys go first. The 4 of us can just take a taxi. Sister Hui spoke first. Lin Yu nodded and followed Jiang Yu into the supercar. Before leaving, Jiang Yu smiled and gestured to the 4 girls, then drove away in the supercar with a roar. Looking at the taillights of the supercar, the short-haired girl finally couldn't help but shouted excitedly. Oh my god, Lin Yu's brother is so handsome. He drives a supercar and is a warrior. He's definitely my dream man. I've already made it clear in advance, he's the man I'm eyeing, and none of you are allowed to snatch him from me. Xiaomin, what are you thinking about? As the saying goes, tolerance makes one great. You can't control yourself with a man like Lin Yu's brother. Let me do it. I have a trump card. A girl retorted. I don't care whether it's a supercar or not. The main thing is that I like Lin Yu's brother. I've had a crush on him for a long time. Another girl said. Mine, he's mine. He's mine. We compete fairly. Okay, stop arguing. The car is here, let's stop it and go to the restaurant. Sister Hui listened to the quarrel between the three women, shook her head helplessly, and stopped a taxi that had just passed by. Wang Sholi stood there, watching the four girls get into the car and leave. The jealousy in her heart was completely written on her face. She looked at the young man named Zhang sitting in the Benben car, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes, and she moved closer to the passenger seat. Young master, haven't you always been pursuing Lin Yu? Could it be that you can tolerate her being taken away by another man? As far as I know, Lin Yu's brother is just her foster brother, not her biological brother. Aren't you afraid that something will happen between them? You don't have to come to work tomorrow. Young Master Zhang said with an unhappy look on his face. Without even looking at Wang Sholi, he rolled up the passenger window and drove away. On the way, Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat in a daze. Until now, she still couldn't believe that her brother would come to see her in a supercar one day. This is like buying a lottery ticket worth 100,000 yuan and winning 220 million yuan. It is unbelievable. Who in their right mind would believe that? Sister, the martial arts school said that I, your brother, am a genius. Not only did they give me a sports car, they also gave me 100 million Hanxia coins. In other words, for the rest of your life, you can only live the life of a rich wife. Jiang Yu explained with a smile. After a long time, Lin Yu finally accepted the reality and came to her senses, looking at Jiang Yu. The two sat in the car, looking at each other. The atmosphere in the car began to heat up, and their faces became redder and redder. Xiao Yu, are you hot? Hot. Then could you please turn off the air conditioner? Why are you turning up the heat on a hot day in June? Oh. The hot wind turned into cold wind, and the cool breeze made Jiang Yu feel more comfortable. Thorn ridges. At this moment, there was a sudden break, causing Jiang Yu and the other person to sway. Jiang Yu sat up straight and looked forward. For unknown reasons, the road ahead was congested, and cars were stuck in traffic. Jiang Yu opened the door and got out of the car, looking into the distance. The traffic jam was quite long, several hundred meters long. Not far ahead, there's a blue sign, road construction ahead, all vehicles please detour. Build roads every day, build roads every year. Can't they just build them right the first time? Some car owners expressed their dissatisfaction and cursed loudly. Jiang Yu looked around and saw that the traffic was becoming increasingly congested with more and more cars. There were only gaps between the cars, enough for people to pass through. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Under the shocked gazes of many car owners, he held the chassis of the supercar with both hands, lifted the supercar high above his head, and walked forward along the gap between the cars. With his current strength of 5,000 kilograms, it would be no problem for him to tow a supercar. Fuck, is this even possible? The car owners looked at Jiang Yu in shock. Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? I'm a general, shouldn't it be easy for me to lift a car? Some car owners suddenly realized something and were inspired by Jiang Yu's behavior of lifting the car. They learned to lift the car in an imitative manner and shuttle through the gap. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. More and more warriors lifted their cars and walked out of the congested road. Their movement speed was not slow. Hey! I told you to get down and watch the road, why are you dragging a double-decker bus? Hurry up and put the bus down for me. The old men and women on the bus were scared to death by you. They thought the bus was flying. Jiang Yu was unaware of what happened next. After getting out of the congested area, he parked his supercar, got in his car, and continued driving towards the hotel. The restaurant they were going to was called the Gathering House. It was a long-established restaurant that had been open for a year and was known for its roast duck. It's the kind of roast duck that's sliced thinly and rolled with shredded green onions and cucumbers. At the same time, just as Jiang Yu was on his way to the hotel, District Chief Wu looked at the investigation report in his hand and felt a burning anger in his chest. A piece of shredded paper and a petty and biased head teacher caused him to lose a special admissions student in the fast track to promotion to department head. How outrageous! How outrageous! The Minister of Education of Huadu-Bay City is about to retire. The mayors of the 12 districts are all eyeing that position. At this critical juncture, a specially recruited student was actually expelled. If this got to the higher-ups, wouldn't that be considered dereliction of duty? Punish severely. It must be dealt with severely. District Chief Wu was getting more and more angry. He took out his cell phone and called someone below him. Notify all school principals in Dongyang District and have them come to the Education District for a meeting tonight. Also, thoroughly investigate Wei Fong and his family to see if they've ever accepted gifts from parents in private. Also, all teachers involved in Zhang Yu's dismissal will be suspended or demoted. Students Zhang Hao, Wu Jin, and others will all be given serious warnings. Chapter 19 Straight Man Zhang Yu? Longting Martial Arts School. After finishing a day of martial arts exams, Zhang Ming stood alone on the dragon head of the martial arts hall, looking into the distant sky. Not long after, a blue warship flew from afar and hovered above Longting Martial Arts School. A white-haired young man came down from the warship. He floated in front of Zhang Ming and said frivolously, "Lao Zhang, what's the matter that you urgently called me back from the wilderness?" "I was fishing for crocodiles in the wilderness." Zhang Ming didn't say any more nonsense. He casually threw a tablet to the white-haired young man and said solemnly, "I called you back urgently because of something important. I found a special recruit in today's martial arts exam, and his information is on the tablet." "Specially enrolled students?" The white-haired young man raised his eyebrows, instantly put away the frivolous expression on his face, and opened the tablet. Zhang Yu's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Yu. Male, 18 years old, from Hansha Country, from Dongyang District, Huadu Bay City. Assessment of punch strength, 2835, 2900, 2970. Speed, 55 ms, entry-level guidance technique. 18 years old. Nearly 3,000 punches? The white-haired young man's pupils shrank and he looked at Zhang Ming in surprise. Zhang Ming nodded. "Zhang Yu came to our Longting Martial Arts School 7 days ago. At that time, he came to participate in the assessment for prospective martial artists, and his punching power reached over 500 kilograms. 7 days later, he came back to take the martial arts test. His punching power was already close to 3,000 kilograms. But I could tell he didn't use his full strength during the test. He's a genius comparable to the offspring of a major power. Of course, what I value most about him isn't this, but his background. During the day, I had someone investigate his family background. He is an orphan. His parents were killed by strange beasts when he was very young. So, when are you going to start the special enrollment examination for him?" The white-haired young man took over the conversation. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and said, 2 days later. "There will be a martial arts examination in 2 days, and I plan to let Zhang Yu participate." "Why not 2.5 days?" asked the white-haired young man curiously. Zhang Ming's expression was shocked, and he looked back and forth at the white-haired young man. "Little Blackie? Kunlong Konlang Konlang Kong?" Forehead. The white-haired young man twitched his lips and shrugged lightly. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Zhang Ming did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned on his communication device and sent a list to the white-haired young man, saying, "This is the list of exotic beasts I've compiled. You have the last 2 days to capture them alive and bring them to the assessment site." The white-haired young man opened the list and was stunned when he saw the information of the strange beast on the list. He said in disbelief, "So many? Lao Shang, are you crazy? Zhang Yu is only a mid-level warrior. Why do you want me to catch black rhinos?" "You know, the black rhino is a high-level beast soldier, plus it has thick fur. Even a junior warrior would not want to face a black rhino in the wilderness. By doing this, aren't you sending Zhang Yu to his death?" The white-haired young man was puzzled, very puzzled. Zhang Ming shook his head. "That depends on what you do. Won't you injure the black rhino in advance?" The battle between humans and beasts is never a head-on confrontation, but rather the search for weaknesses. The genius we want to cultivate isn't a reckless warrior who only relies on brute force. He needs to possess the composure and courage to face a powerful enemy. "Okay, I understand." The white-haired young man turned and was about to leave. "Wait," Zhang Ming stopped him and continued, "I plan to broadcast this warrior assessment live to every resident of Huadu Bay City. For 10 years, our Huadu Bay City has not produced a talented warrior. This has also led to many students nowadays no longer being interested in becoming warriors and only seeking a comfortable life. They need a battle that can make them passionate and activate the blood in their veins." The white-haired young man frowned and said, "Old Zhang, if you start the live broadcast, will the students taking the assessment agree? Warriors are not stars. They don't need to be the center of attention on the screen. Zhang Ming smiled mysteriously. They will agree. If they don't agree, I will increase the money. Longting Martial Arts School has been saving for 10 years. It's time to spend it. Forehead. The white-haired young man curled his lips and turned away. Add money, this is really an offer that no one can refuse. Gathering House. It is a time-honored shop that has been open for a year. The main dish is roast duck. Palace Jade Banquet Duck, 180 yuan each. You want to ask how this duck is? Listen to me blow it for you. After parking the supercar, Zhang Yu and Lin Yu went to the box on the second floor. They didn't have to wait long before the 4 girls with short hair arrived as promised. Compared to before, although the clothes of the 4 girls have not changed, the makeup on their faces is much more refined than before. Order the food and serve it. At the dinner table, Zhang Yu also had a certain understanding of the 4 girls. The girl with short hair is called Xiaomin. She is a quirky and carefree girl. Sister Hui's full name is Fang Hui. She is a mature and steady girl. The remaining 2 girls also had a beauty score of around 80. One had red hair and the other had green hair, so let's call them Xiaohong and Zilv. Halfway through the meal, after Lin Yu picked up a piece of food for Zhang Yu, the other 3 women picked up food for Zhang Yu and looked at him with shy eyes. Even Sister Hui was no exception. She picked up some food for Zhang Yu without making a sound. Brother Zhang Yu, I wonder what kind of girl you like to be your girlfriend? Suddenly, the short-haired girl asked. The other 3 girls immediately looked at Zhang Yu, and Lin Yu's ears also pricked up subconsciously. Zhang Yu understood that when a girl looked at you coquettishly and asked this question, it meant that the girl had taken a fancy to you. But he is only 18 this year. Besides, he now possesses a strength of 5 tons. As time goes by, his strength will become stronger and stronger. Can ordinary people really do it? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yu shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet. I'm just 18 years old and haven't thought about having a girlfriend yet. Besides, a woman would only slow down my ability to draw my gun. The instructor at the martial arts school said that a warrior should focus on the way of the martial arts. Girl with short hair. Sister Hui. Little red and little green. Lin Yu. Very straight. After dinner. 4 girls with short hair suggested going to sing. As a colleague of 2 years, Lin Yu couldn't refuse and had to accompany him. There was no one stirring up trouble in the KTV, which made Zhang Yu breathe a sigh of relief. However, every now and then, a woman would throw herself into his arms under the pretext of being drunk, which made Zhang Yu very unbearable. Wait, that's my hand. Sister Hui, I'm not thirsty. I really don't want to drink milk. Xiaolu, you're drunk. Why are you lying on the sofa, in my arms? Feeling extremely bored, Zhang Yu had no choice but to say goodbye early and walked alone on the street. On the roadside, attribute bubbles dropped one by one were automatically picked up by the system. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving a speed +1. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for achieving endurance +1. Zhang Yu suddenly felt something extraordinary flowing into his body, significantly increasing Xiaoqiang's strength. He looked up. At some point, he arrived at the door of a hotel. Inside the hotel, there are bubbles everywhere that increase endurance. Chapter 20 Ice Attribute? Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 endurance. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 endurance. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1 endurance. Congratulations. As Zhang Yu walked into the hotel, he picked up bubbles representing endurance one by one. He only felt that some parts of his body had undergone tremendous changes and became stronger. This change excited him more than becoming a warrior. Only. When passing by a room, Zhang Yu was immediately aroused by the scene inside the room. Really? Why don't you close the door when doing something like this? With a bang. Zhang Yu helped close the door and walked forward without any hesitation. Inside the room, a man and a woman were stunned when they heard the door close. They hadn't even closed the door when they were discussing the script just now? No wonder they kept feeling a chill on their backs, there was always a draft. Congratulations to the host for his endurance +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Wandering around the hotel, Zhang Yu picked up attribute bubbles one by one. After there were no more attribute bubbles in the hotel, he walked out of the hotel under the strange gaze of the front desk receptionist. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Yu was walking on the road when she suddenly received a message from Zhang Ming on her communication device. Come to the martial arts gym quickly. Jiang Yu didn't dare to delay and hurried to the martial arts hall. Inside the martial arts hall, things have long returned to normal mode and a group of students are training. Jiang Yu came to Zhang Ming's office. Zhang Ming had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Jiang Yu come in, he went straight to the point and said, Jiang Yu, your special recruits exam has been scheduled. You will be taking the exam in 2 days along with the other students taking the warrior exam. At that time, many leaders and martial arts school executives will be keeping an eye on your results. You must work harder. After all, you need to achieve double S scores, which is much more difficult than other students. Also, I plan to broadcast this assessment live to the entire base city. As the youngest warrior in the base city, I hope you can perform at your best and show your best side to everyone watching the live broadcast. Live streaming? Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He understands the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. This world is not as peaceful and safe as it seems. In addition to forces like Longting Martial Arts School, which are committed to maintaining social order and resisting strange beasts, there are also many dark organizations hidden underground. These dark forces are profit-driven and selfish. As long as they are paid, they will do anything. Killing warriors, deliberately triggering a beast tide, colluding with spies. There is nothing they dare not do. The news that he is a special admissions student has already been leaked by many students. Is it really a good idea for him to do a live broadcast in a high-profile manner? What if the car flips over? Furthermore, there have been news reports of talented warriors being assassinated in the past few years. Let's not talk about the distant past, just take the chickens next door as an example. They don't want a talented warrior to appear in Hanxia country. Being famous is never a good thing. Zhang Ming saw Jiang Yu's worry, stepped forward and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, saying, Jiang Yu, I understand your concerns. This is something you must go through after becoming a warrior. Do you think that as long as you don't broadcast live and quietly pass the warrior assessment, you can hide and slowly grow your strength? You're wrong. Even if we don't broadcast live, as long as you take the warrior assessment, your identity will still be exposed to the dark organization. Spies are everywhere, you can't hide it. All I can do is provide you with some financial support to help you grow quickly. I've decided to give you a certain amount of rewards based on your popularity during the live broadcast. $1 per popularity point. Also, all the tips during the live broadcast will belong to you personally, and the martial arts school won't take any of it. Work hard, I look forward to the day when you pass the test. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder again and turned to leave the office. Jiang Yu stood there, never imagining that one day he would also go live. There are nearly 200 million people in the entire Hoadu base city. Even if only 1/10 or 1% of them watch the live broadcast, it will still be tens of millions or millions of fans. What a huge amount! In his previous life, if Tomato had given him millions of views, he wouldn't have failed. He would rather sleep than write. He exploded directly, okay? Recalling the sadness of his previous life, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly and walked out of the office. There are still 2 days left, enough for him to improve his strength to another level. After leaving Longting Martial Arts School, Jiang Yu returned to the KTV again. At this time, the women were leaving the party. They were drunk and were staggering as they walked. Even Huijie, the mature older sister, had her eyes blurred, and she wanted to throw herself into Jiang Yu's arms and hold Jiang Yu with her long legs. Let Jiang Yu experience the warmth from a mature sister. Jiang Yu had no choice but to send the 4 women home one by one as he looked at them drinking. At this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. As vehicles drive on the street, you can occasionally see one lighted room after another from the tall buildings on the roadside. Under the light, there are shadows one after another, as if students are reading by lamplight at night. In the room, Su Weiwei closed the book on the table, rubbed her head, and looked up at the time. Seeing that it was 11 o'clock, she silently opened her mobile phone and clicked on Penguin Message. The class group is still very lively, with over 99 unread messages. But she ignored the class group and looked at a gray avatar in silence. No reply. 5 hours had passed since she sent a message to Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu had not replied to her. The earliest reply was the broken red heart from half a year ago. Holding the phone tightly, Su Weiwei's eyes flashed with sadness. This was the first time she wanted to hear from Jiang Yu after the breakup. Do you regret it? Maybe. She was his first love. Wasn't he her first love? It's late at night. After sending the girls back, Jian Yu took Lin Yu back to his new home. Looking at the big villa in front of her, Lin Yu sobered up. At this moment, she forever understood why the short-haired girls drank so much. This is a case of the drunkard having other intentions. She treated them as her best friends, but they wanted to seduce her brother. Sister, please find a room and rest first. I need to go out for a while. Jiang Yu said, turned around and drove his supercar away from the villa. There weren't many people on the road at night. As he passed by, he picked up a large number of attribute bubbles and took them into his body. Congratulations to the host, your strength is +1+1+1. Speed +1+1. Spiritual power +1+1+1. Attribute bubbles also have a time limit and will not exist forever after they fall to the ground. Jiang Yu watched with his own eyes as several attribute bubbles disappeared out of thin air before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for your strength +1+1. Congratulations to the host for picking up the ice attribute. Do you want to activate the ice ability? While Jiang Yu was driving, a different voice suddenly came from his mind. Chapter 21, Strength Surges. Ice attribute? Superpower? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. In the past few days, he has also carefully learned about the information about warriors. Warriors are divided into ordinary warriors and warriors with special abilities. The latter is far more powerful than the former and has more offensive means. Activation. Activating. As the system sounded, a surge of extremely cold air surged out of Jiang Yu's body, making him feel cold all over. It's like not wearing thermal underwear when the temperature is below 10 degrees Celsius. The coldest air comes quickly and goes away quickly. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. Jiang Yu's attribute panel changed. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Warrior. Superpower, Ice G level 100. Strength, 5600 plus 400. Speed, 65 ms. Spiritual power, 407. Skill. Mastery of Swordsmanship 320-1000. Mastery of Boxing 320-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 120-1000. Mastery of Swordsmanship 140-1000. Exercise Method. Mastery Level Channeling 100-1000. Elementary Source Energy 3-1000. Equipment, none. There is one more ability on the panel, but other than that, not much has changed. Jiang Yu continued to drive the supercar, picking up attribute bubbles on the road. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for picking up the ice attribute. Congratulations to the host. At the same time, Wei Fang sat on the bench, her eyes dull and full of despair. She never imagined that one day she would be taken away for investigation. Today is not only the moment for students to take the college entrance examination and change their destiny, but also a turning point in her life. During the day, she called countless people, but without exception, no one was willing to help her. Looking back a few days ago, she was still sitting in the classroom, full of vigor and mocking Jiang Yu. Looking back now, Jiang Yu has become a hot commodity, while she has become a prisoner. Jiang Yu. It was all Jiang Yu's fault. If Jiang Yu had not become a warrior, or had not passed the warrior assessment, would the higher-ups still hold on to this matter? Right. As long as Jiang Yu failed the assessment, the higher-ups wouldn't be as angry as they are now, and she would be more likely to receive a lighter sentence. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Anyway, based on what she did, she deserved a long sentence. At worst, she would be sentenced to a few more years. Jiang Yu ruined her, and she would never let Jiang Yu have an easy time. She wanted to destroy Jiang Yu's martial arts just as she had destroyed his studies. A fierce look flashed in Wei Fang's eyes. She immediately pretended to be out of breath and shouted. Hurry, someone come quickly. I'm having a heart attack. I need to go to the hospital. 2 days later. The college entrance examination is over, and the classmates of 3 years begin to go their separate ways. Longting Martial Arts School. As soon as the sky brightened, Jiang Yu came to the martial arts hall and waited. Today is the day for the warrior assessment. In the hall, besides him, there were hundreds of students preparing to take the warrior assessment. They were all ready to go, with excitement on their faces. After passing today's assessment, they will become official warriors and be able to receive rewards from the martial arts school. A villa, plus 3 million Hanxia coins. The warrior assessment does not discriminate based on your identity. Whether you are a student or a delivery boy, as long as you have a clean background and no criminal record, you can participate after meeting the requirements. Among the students, Zhang Yu also saw several students in their 30s. Like other students, they are here to take the martial arts test. There is no age limit for warrior assessments, and you can participate even if you are 80 years old. However, the martial arts school will not allow others to take advantage of it. According to the rules of the martial arts school, the younger the breakthrough warrior is, the better the treatment will be. On the contrary, the older you are, the worse the treatment. Because the world's strongest person, Dragon God, said that the best time for humans to break through and practice martial arts is between the ages of 16 and 30. If you exceed this time period, even if you become a warrior in the later stage, your martial arts skills will be limited. If you take the warrior assessment at the age of 80, even if you pass the assessment, you can only get a warrior badge. While Jiang Yu was looking at the other students were also looking at him. The main reason is that Jiang Yu is too young. All the students present were basically over 22 years old, except Jiang Yu, who was 18. No matter how mature an 18-year-old boy is, he can't get rid of his immature appearance. Who is this kid? Who brought a kid into the martial arts gym? Is he here to do his summer homework? Shoo, shut up. Do you know who he is? His name is Jiang Yu, and he's the martial arts school's special recruit this year. At only 18, he can already punch with a force of nearly 3,000 kilograms. I believe you when you say he's 18. But I don't believe he's a special student, or that he can punch nearly 3,000 kilograms. We haven't had a special student in Hoadu Base City for 10 years, let alone someone with a punch of 3,000 kilograms. It's true. When you're bored and surfing the internet, don't just stare at the young lady. Read the local news. Zhang Yuqing's special admissions announcement has become a hot topic in our base city. Not only our base city, but even the residents of other base cities know about this. Really? This is all the platform's fault. They push girls to me every day. Once I pass the warrior assessment, I must find some girls. The discussions that came to his ears made Zhang Yu frown. Did the news of him becoming a special admissions student spread so quickly? Sure enough, Zhang Ming was right. Even if he chose not to broadcast live, he could not hide his identity. I'm afraid that many forces now have his detailed background information. But Zhang Yu looked at his attribute panel. Host, Zhang Yu. Realm, Primary Military Commander. Superpower, Ice G level 8100. Strength, 8900 plus 3100. Speed, 250 ms. Spiritual power, 800. Mastery of Swordsmanship 520-1000. Mastery of Boxing 520-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 220-1000. Mastery of Swordsling 240-1000. Exercise Method. Mastery Level Channeling 400-1000. Elementary Source Energy 8-1000. A surge in strength. It is the source of his confidence. His current strength and speed have already reached the level of a junior general. The warrior realm is divided into. A beginner warrior has a strength of 1,000 kilograms and a speed of 25 ms. A mid-level warrior has a strength of 3,000 kilograms and a speed of 50 ms. A high-level warrior has a strength of 6,000 kilograms and a speed of 100 ms. Those with strength exceeding 10,000 kilograms and speed exceeding 250 ms are considered junior generals. Push upwards from this. Quiet, everyone, quiet down. Examiner Zhang is coming out. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the entire hall fell silent in an instant. Zhang Yu looked around. Zhang Ming walked down from the second floor with his hands behind his back. Behind Zhang Ming, there was a white-haired young man. Everyone. Zhang Ming's voice was not loud, but it echoed in the ears of all the students. Welcome to the warrior assessment and become a warrior. I wish you success in advance. But Zhang Ming's expression changed, becoming extremely serious, and said, the warrior assessment is different from other assessments. It can result in death. If you're afraid of death, you still have a chance to withdraw. Once you arrive at the assessment site, it will be too late to withdraw. Anyone who wants to withdraw can do so now. Chapter 22: The Place of Assessment. The words fell. No one present withdrew. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at the white-haired young man behind him. The white-haired young man stepped forward and said, "Everyone, my last name is Bai. You can call me Instructor Bai. From now on, I will lead you to the assessment site. Before we head to the assessment site, I need each of you to sign a life and death agreement. In the assessment site, life and death are irrelevant. I've already sent the life and death agreement to each of your communication watches. Now, sign your names on it immediately." Jiang Yu turned on the communication watch and saw an electronic agreement on it. Without saying a word, he quickly signed his name. After everyone had signed, the white-haired young man waved his hand. Set off. Outside the martial arts hall, everyone boarded the bus heading to the assessment site. The so-called assessment site is actually just a small town called Jingtian Town. Before the rise of the alien beasts, the town had over 10,000 people living in it. With the rise of the alien beasts, these 10,000 people moved to the base city, and the town naturally became empty. Gradually, the town became the testing ground for the Longting Martial Arts School. Jingtian Town. In an open space a mile away. When Jiang Yu and others arrived, there were already more than a dozen buses parked in the open space. Around the open space, there were students from other martial arts schools waiting to take the martial arts test. There are many martial arts schools in Huadu Bay City. Some students are too far away from Longting Martial Arts School, or the salary offered by other martial arts schools is too high, so they choose to join other martial arts schools. But, although there are many martial arts schools, they have not cleared out an area as a place for assessment, nor are they qualified to issue warrior badges. Therefore, their students can only take the assessment together with Longting Martial Arts School. Here they come. People from Longting Martial Arts School are here. With the arrival of Jiang Yu and others, students from other martial arts schools naturally turned their eyes to them. Who is he? He's so young. Why did Longting Martial Arts School bring a child with them this time? Child? His name is Jiang Yu, and he's this year's talented special recruit at Longting Martial Arts School. He's a super genius, only 18 years old, with a punching force of 3,000 kilograms. At the same time, he is also the only special admissions student in Huadu Bay City in the past 10 years. Discussions arose. Most of the students' eyes were on Jiang Yu. There was surprise in his eyes at Jiang Yu's youth and envy of his strength. Jiang Yu ignored the gazes of these students and looked around the open space. In the distance, he saw a high-voltage electric fence made of iron wire, blocking their entry into Jingtian Town. Outside the electric fence, there was a soldier holding a gun, standing on high alert, guarding the surroundings. From time to time, you can hear the roars of strange beasts in Jingtian Town. In the center of the open space, there was a platform with a huge screen on it. On the screen were dozens of surveillance images. One of the images is his own back. "Hello, are you alone? If you don't mind, can we team up?" At this time, a female student walked up to Jiang Yu and asked. The female student is tall, with 2 long legs that are definitely over 1.2 meters long, and a curvy figure. "Brother, don't listen to her. What power does a woman have? Come team up with us brothers. We are men who have been to the wilderness." Another big man came forward and invited. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have any idea of forming a team yet." Teams were also allowed in the warrior assessment. After all, for every additional member, the team's assessment would increase by 1 more person. The original assessment quantity of 10 exotic beasts per person has been increased to 20 for 2 people. "Gather, gather." From the high platform, a white-haired young man shouted. All of a sudden, all the students ran towards the platform, including the female students and the big man. They had no choice but to give up trying to persuade Jiang Yu and ran towards the platform. "Everyone." The white-haired young man stood on the podium, his sharp eyes sweeping over each student. He said, "I am the examiner for this exam. You can call me Instructor Bai. Before the test, I would like to reiterate the rules. This test is the same as usual. You will have a total of 12 hours. Everyone must kill 5 primary beast soldier level beasts within the specified time to pass the assessment. Jiang Yu is an exception. Also, this assessment is divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer area is inhabited by some low-ranking beasts, while the inner area is inhabited by primary beast soldier level exotic beasts. No one is allowed to enter the core area without permission. Okay, that's all I have to say. Now let's start distributing supplies. The white-haired young man waved his hand, and a bus drove over from a distance and stopped in front of all the students. One backpack after another was taken out from the car. The so-called supplies actually only consisted of 3 items: a large alloy sword, a flare, and an energy ball. The broadsword is somewhat similar to the tang sword, with a thin and narrow blade. The signal flares were used for positioning. If a student finished their assessment early or encountered danger, they would fire a signal flare, and the martial arts school would rush to the student's location as quickly as possible. The last energy ball is used to save lives. It can release a powerful electric net to protect the student's body. Although they have signed a life and death agreement, the martial arts school cannot really let the students die in the mouths of strange beasts. Instructor, I'd like to ask, what is the assessment requirement for special admissions? Suddenly, a student in the crowd asked. In an instant, the other students looked at Zhang Yu. The white-haired young man coughed and said without hesitation, according to the martial arts school regulations, special recruits need to achieve double S-level results in the assessment. In other words, Zhang Yu needs to kill 100 primary beast soldiers and 1 intermediate beast soldier by surpassing his level in order to pass the test. Hiss. All the students present gasped and looked at Zhang Yu with sympathy. Primary beast soldiers are equivalent to primary warriors and are comparable in strength to them. They felt the difficulty of the test after killing 5 of them, but Zhang Yu had to kill 100 of them, including 1 intermediate beast soldier. However, when the students thought of Zhang Yu's punching power, they felt relieved at the same time. 3,000 kilograms of punching force, this has reached the standard of an intermediate warrior. Killing 100 primary beast soldiers is not a piece of cake. That's not right. With Zhang Yu's 3,000 kilogram punching power, killing 100 primary beast soldiers wouldn't be a piece of cake. He only had to face 1 beast of the same level. We, on the other hand, have to face 5. Compared like this, why do I feel like his assessment is lighter than ours? A little fat boy in the crowd exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world. The other students also reacted immediately. Indeed, in comparison, Zhang Yu's assessment is indeed lighter than theirs. The white-haired young man smiled, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and said, given Zhang Yu's high strength, the assessment requirements for ordinary special recruits are no longer effective for him. Therefore, we have decided to add another high-level beast soldier to his arsenal. Zhang Yu, do you have any objections? No, Zhang Yu said calmly, turning his head to look at the little fat man who was speaking. The little fat boy only felt his whole body tremble, and reacted instantly. He asked a student next to him uncertainly. Hey, man, did I offend anyone with what I just said? The student being asked nodded slightly and subconsciously moved away from the fat boy. Chapter 23: The First Kill. Okay, I will now announce that the assessment officially begins. The white-haired young man said with a smile. Buzz buzz buzz. In the distance, dozens of helicopters flew over. Helicopters? What are all these helicopters doing here? Don't you know? Jingtian town is completely enclosed by electric fences. We can only enter by parachuting. A real-life version of PUBG? Skydiving, I'm afraid of heights. A group of students were discussing this. Zhang Yu remained silent, ignoring everyone's comments, and wandered alone in the open space. Congratulations to the host, your strength is +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for speed +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +1 +1. The white-haired young man looked at Zhang Yu's actions with a puzzled look on his face. He had heard from Zhang Ming that Zhang Yu liked to wander around when he had nothing to do. He couldn't understand why there was such a thing as wandering around in an empty space. Could it be that he has ADHD? The white-haired young man muttered to himself. Get on board, get on board. The helicopter landed and the students began to board. Students who were in a group boarded the same plane as their group, while students who were not in a group were free to board any empty plane. Before boarding, Zhang Yu didn't see the female student and the big man come to invite him again. Perhaps it was because his assessment was too difficult, which discouraged other students. Let's go. I will definitely pass the warrior test. I want to stand out, I want to become a real warrior and improve my family's living conditions. Sure, just wait. Wait until I become a warrior and then I'll marry you. The students took off with the helicopter, filled with the desire to become warriors. The open space suddenly seemed much more spacious. The white-haired young man looked at the departing helicopter, walked into a bus, and said to the staff inside. Immediately activate surveillance in Jingtian town and dispatch drones to film the event. Live stream this assessment to every resident in the base city. Yes. The staff member did not delay and typed quickly on the keyboard with his hands. Suddenly, hundreds of drones took off and followed the helicopter. Outside, the surveillance footage on the huge screen also changed accordingly. Among them, the largest pictures all show Jiangyu. The live broadcast will not broadcast the assessment of all students, but will select students with potential for live broadcast. Otherwise, how could thousands of students come here to broadcast live? Although Jingtian town is called a town, its area is not small. Dozens of helicopters flew in and quickly opened up the distance. Sitting in the helicopter, Jiangyu clearly saw that some students had started to jump out of the plane one after another. The students all chose to jump out of the plane from the outside. Not a single student chose to jump out from the inside. Obviously, they wanted to practice with some inferior exotic beasts first. Strange beast, strange beast. The reason why they are called strange beasts is because their bodies have mutated, their strength has become stronger than before, and they have even developed intelligence. If you are careless and underestimate them, it is easy to capsize in the ditch. In addition, except for a few students, most of the students who participated in the warrior assessment had never had direct contact with strange beasts or killed any strange beasts. They need some inferior exotic beasts to hone their courage and make themselves no longer afraid. Brother, we have entered the outskirts of Jingtian town. Where are you going to jump off the plane? Inside the cabin, a receptionist asked, and casually handed Jiangyu a parachute backpack. Although the helicopter was not flying high, it was more than 100 meters above the ground. At such a high distance, even a warrior would be killed if he jumped down. Jiangyu took the backpack, put it on his back, glanced at the ground, and said, "Let's go straight inside. I don't have that much time to waste on these inferior beasts." Like other students, he also had only 12 hours. During these 12 hours, he needs to kill 100 primary beast soldiers, 1 intermediate beast soldier, and 1 advanced beast soldier. Fortunately, his strength had reached that of a junior general. As long as he didn't waste time, killing these beasts wouldn't be a big problem. Okay, then let's go straight inside. The receptionist did not persuade Jiangyu. Helicopters flew overhead. 5 minutes later, we arrived above Jingtian town. Looking down from the sky, Jiangyu immediately spotted several primary beast soldier level beasts on the street below. They resembled dogs and wolves, with ferocious faces. "Brother, can we jump out of the plane here?" the receptionist asked. Jiangyu nodded gently and was about to jump out of the plane when he suddenly saw a drone outside the plane. He remembered what the white-haired young man had whispered to him on the way here. "Kid, during the assessment, you must act as pretentious as possible. You represent our Longting martial arts school. You must act with dignity. Besides, your live broadcast this time has a reward function. Once it gets cool, won't those small gifts just roll in? Pretending?" Jiangyu's eyes flickered, he shook his head secretly, and jumped out of the helicopter. Show off? I will never pretend to be cool in this life. This doesn't fit with his personality. He is a sunny and cheerful boy. Below. It is a commercial street. The 2 sides of the road were filled with abandoned cars, some of which had rusted and looked tattered. With a bang, Jiangyu landed on the ground, cut off the parachute on his body, and looked around. Although there are many strange beasts inside, according to the information, they are mainly divided into 3 categories. Shadow cat is a small, fast-moving feline. The steel pig is large but slow, covered in steel hair and known for its defense. There are also orbicularis canids that have good movement speed, attack power, and defense, and have an extremely amazing bite force. These 3 types of exotic beasts are more common in Jingtian town. Of course, there are also some other exotic beasts. However, their level will not exceed that of primary beast soldiers. As for high-level beast soldiers, they will only appear in the core area. Meow. Just as Jiangyu was looking around, a cat's meow attracted his attention. Hearing the sound, he looked over. About 5 meters in front of him on the right, a shadow cat, completely black and the size of a small dog, was standing on the roof of an abandoned car, staring at him with a pair of blue eyes. I'll start with you. Jiangyu drew the long knife from behind. Meow. As if sensing danger, Shadow Cat jumped down from the roof of the car and ran towards Jiangyu. Its speed is very fast, far exceeding that of ordinary junior warriors, and can even reach 30 ms. If it were an ordinary warrior, they would definitely be unable to defeat it. They might even fall into its hands. But in Jiang Yu's eyes, its speed was not fast enough, and it became very slow. When it was less than 3 meters away from Jiang Yu, the shadow cat suddenly jumped and swung its sharp claws towards Jiang Yu's face. Right now. Jiang Yu moved, and his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. The long sword turned into a stream of light and passed through the neck of the shadow cat. Phew! Blood splattered everywhere. Meow! Shadowcat's head and body separated, and its body fell helplessly to the ground. Before dying, its body was still twitching. The first one. Jiang Yu waved towards the drone behind him, signaling it to record. Chapter 24, Kill the Steel Pig. The first time Jiang Yu killed a strange beast, he did not feel much discomfort. Ordinary even. For many students, killing a strange beast for the first time is not an easy task. Besides their own strength, the strange beasts were no less powerful than warriors. They also carried a fierce aura, and their attacks were strange. When many students face strange beasts for the first time, they will be intimidated by the fierce aura emitted by the beasts. They don't know how to attack and can only exert 30% of their strength. This is why many students have to kill inferior monsters first. Killing animals and seeing blood. It will increase the ferocity of these students and make them more courageous in facing strange beasts. Some families who can afford it will hire warriors to take their children to the wilderness just to temper their character. But he is different. When facing Shadowcat just now, he was not affected by the fierce aura and was very calm inside. It's not that he has an extraordinary character, but his strength far exceeds Shadowcat's. Jiang Yu ignored Shadowcat's body and continued walking down the street with his long knife. The long sword is not light, weighing more than 100 kilograms, but it feels very light in Jiang Yu's hand. The weapons used by warriors are not made using ordinary refining methods, but are made using alien technology. It can remove impurities from the material while maintaining the weight and sharpness of the weapon. As for how it was refined, Jiang Yu didn't know. He only knew that in a collapsed 2-story residential building in front of him, there was the trace of a huge strange beast. Look carefully. This is a strange beast that is over 1.5 meters tall, with hair like steel needles on its spine and head. There are 2 thick fangs at the corners of the beast's mouth, which reflect bursts of cold light under the sunlight. A junior beast soldier, a steel-haired pig known for its defense. Compared to Shadowcat, Jiang Yu prefers Steel Pig. Because the Steel Pig is full of treasures. They are large in size, about twice the size of ordinary domestic pigs. Not only is their meat delicious, but it is also very expensive. Each pound of steel-haired pork can fetch over 1,000 yuan in the market. It is a type of meat often eaten by many aspiring warriors. Even the steel bristles on its back can be made into steel wool, which can be used for washing pots and scrubbing things. The steel-haired pig in front of him should weigh about 600 pounds. Humph! The steel pig also saw Jiang Yu, the human who had been staring at it with a long knife in his hand. It snorted twice, turned around, and a fierce look flashed in its eyes. Its forehooves stomped hard on the cement ground, splashing a cloud of dust, and it charged towards Jiang Yu with violent force. The 2 huge fangs emitted a cold light. If Jiang Yu was hit by them, he would be dead. Although the steel pig has a strong impact force, its speed is too slow. When it rushed in front of Jiang Yu just dodged the impact of the steel pig and then turned around to grab it. The long knife pierced the steel pig's vital point at a tricky angle, an indescribable place. Ha! The steel pig let out a painful roar, and its 2 ferocious eyes suddenly widened. It's not clean anymore. At this moment, Jiang Yu pulled out the long knife from the steel pig's body, dodged, and cut off the steel pig's head with one knife. Puff! Red blood splattered everywhere, and a fishy smell spread across the street. The steel pig's head separated from its body and rolled to the ground. After its body twitched a few times, it died completely. Jiang Yu looked at the body of the steel-haired pig and frowned slightly. All the meat on the steel pig can be eaten, so it would be a waste to throw it away at the assessment site, as it will only benefit other exotic beasts. But how can he take away the body of the steel pig? Or, use the smell of blood emitted by the steel-haired pig to attract other strange beasts and wait for them to come? Jiang Yu looked around and saw that there were tall buildings on both sides of the road. If he lured other strange beasts here, they would easily be attacked from both sides. In the end, he gave up the idea of waiting. He looked at the drone behind him and asked, "Can you help me bring back the body of the steel pig?" After the drone nodded, Jiang Yu carried the steel pig's head and disappeared into the street. 10 minutes later. He came to a wide square, threw the steel pig's head in the middle of the square, and hid himself in a tree on the side of the road. The entire square is well connected, making it ideal for fishing for exotic beasts. Even if there are many exotic beasts, there is no need to worry, as there are several roads around, enough for him to escape safely. At the same time, in the outside world, as time goes by, the live broadcast of this warrior assessment has also attracted the attention of more and more residents. On the bus outside Jingtian town, the white-haired young man and other senior members of the martial arts school were also watching the live broadcast of this martial arts assessment. When he saw Jiang Yu choose to fish for the exotic beast, the white-haired young man laughed out loud and said, "What a clever boy! He actually knows how to use fishing tactics. He uses the head of the steel pig to attract other strange beasts. This way, he can not only rest and conserve his energy, but also shorten the time it takes to find the exotic beast." "Deacon Bai, I don't understand," a staff member nearby said. According to previous students' practices, after killing alien beasts, they would try their best to cover up the bloody smell on their bodies to avoid being besieged by a large number of alien beasts. "And isn't Jiang Yu afraid of attracting a large number of strange beasts and being besieged by this action?" The white-haired young man smiled and shook his head, saying, "This is where this kid's cleverness lies. The square he chose is well connected, allowing for easy advance and retreat. And the bait he used was just the head of a steel pig, so it won't attract a large number of exotic beasts in the early stages. Besides, this kid's speed has reached 55 ms. If he wants to run, even the fastest shadow cat can't catch up with him." "Oh." The staff nodded, not quite understanding. Inside the house, Su Weiwei was sitting at her desk, reviewing her lessons. Although the college entrance examination was over, she felt that she hadn't done well on a few questions, so she wanted to review them again. Ding-ling ding-ling. The phone placed aside suddenly started to ring with message alerts one after another. Su Weiwei frowned and opened her phone. The message came from their class group. "At everyone, did everyone watch the live broadcast of the warrior assessment? Jiang Yu is in it. Jiang Yu is really going to take the warrior assessment, and he has already killed 2 primary beast soldier level monsters and is now ranked first in the assessment. At everyone, I have a video of Jiang Yu killing the monster. It's so cool. I'll send it to you. At everyone." At the bottom of the message, there are 2 recorded videos. Su Weiwei opened the video. One of the videos showed Jiang Yu killing Shadow Cat, while the other showed him killing Steel Pig. Chatting and laughing, the breeze is light and the clouds are calm. Looking at the high-spirited Jiang Yu in the video, Su Weiwei's thoughts went back to last night. Last night was their first class reunion after the college entrance examination, but Jiang Yu didn't come. The whole class was there, except Jiang Yu. She also tried to call Jiang Yu, but the call never went through. At that moment, she already understood what Jiang Yu meant. Chapter 25. The killing continues. Holy shit, someone in the livestream gave Jiang Yu 100 rockets. Don't talk for now, 3 wild dogs are walking towards Jiang Yu. There are constant messages in the group. Su Weiwei opened the live broadcast link below and entered Jiang Yu's live broadcast room. In the square, the bloody smell emitted by the steel-haired pig's head successfully attracted the first batch of strange beasts. These were 3 golden retriever-sized, foul-smelling, mouth-toothed dogs. As canine-like beasts, their sense of smell was more acute than that of ordinary dogs. The 3 dogs just sniffed the air and found Jiang Yu hiding in the tree. "Have you been discovered?" Jiang Yu didn't panic either. He jumped down from the road and stood opposite the 3 mouth dogs. Ouch! The 3 canines lowered their front paws, bared their teeth, and made an attacking gesture, with drops of smelly saliva dripping from their mouths. "Get rid of you first." Jiang Yu didn't delay any longer. Holding a long knife, his figure flashed in front of the 3 mouth-toothed dogs. The speed of the articulate dog is not slow, it can reach 25 ms when running at full speed, but it is not enough in front of Jiang Yu. There was a flash of light, and 3 dog heads flew into the sky. At this moment, even the dog heads could not save their lives. Congratulations to the host for achieving a bite force +1. Congratulations to the host for achieving a +1 sense of smell. Congratulations to the host for achieving a bite force +1. Congratulations to the host for achieving a +1 sense of smell. The sudden prompt from the system made Jiang Yu, who was about to collect the body, startled. He looked towards the ground, where several attribute bubbles were lying. Can exotic beasts also drop attribute bubbles? Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. The system had never said that only humans could drop attribute bubbles. Congratulations to the host for achieving a +1 sense of smell. Congratulations to the host for achieving a bite force +1. After picking up the attribute bubbles on the ground, Jiang Yu threw the 3 corpses of the mouth-toothed dogs and the head of the steel-haired pig together to attract other strange beasts, and then hid in the tree again. This place is extremely spacious, and no matter how many strange beasts attack him, he is confident that he can escape safely. Soon. Then a second wave of strange beasts came smelling the blood. After Jiang Yu killed them all, he harvested several attribute bubbles again. Time flies. Every second passes by. Bloody battles were taking place in every corner of Jingtian town. Some students who had adapted to the exotic beasts gradually entered the town and began hunting down the junior beast soldiers. Inside a dilapidated residential building. After working together to kill a shadow cat, the 3 female students sat on the ground panting. Sisterin, this shadow cat is indeed difficult to deal with. It's worthy of being the beast that students are most reluctant to face. If the 3 of us hadn't surrounded it today, I'm afraid we would have really fallen into its hands. Its movement speed is too fast. I really don't know how those lone students managed to kill it by themselves. A petite female student said with lingering fear, patting her chest as she spoke. Another girl nodded in agreement. Yeah, this shadow cat is really tough. I wonder how the other students are doing. The person who said it didn't mean anything. The petite female student's eyes lit up, and she shook the communication device on her wrist and said, "Why don't we go up and check it out?" Before the assessment begins, every student will receive a map of Jingtian Town and the rankings among the students on their communication watch. The former is to ensure that students do not get lost, and the latter is to stimulate competition among students. The petite female student turned on the communication device on her wrist. When she saw the ranking, her pupils suddenly shrank and she froze in disbelief. Oh my god. This. How is it possible? Jiang Yu, who was ranked first, he has actually killed 36 primary beast soldiers. The female student called Sisterin and another female student were also stunned when they heard it, and quickly opened the rankings among the students. First place, Jiang Yu, killed 36 primary beast soldiers. Second place, Wan Hui, killed 3 primary beast soldiers. Third place, Anjing, killed 1 primary beast soldier. 36 primary beast soldiers, how did Jiang Yu kill them so quickly? It's been less than 3 hours since the assessment began. That means Jiang Yu has to kill 12 monsters every hour, or 1 every 5 minutes. Another female student was stunned, with nothing but shock in her eyes. There was also shock in Sisterin's eyes, but at the same time, she was much calmer than the other 2 female students. She shook her head and said seriously, "More than that, don't forget you still have time to travel. 36 exotic beasts will never stay together. Jiang Yu needs to find them. The time it takes him to kill the beast is definitely less than 5 minutes. Doesn't he have a live broadcast room? Why don't we go to his live broadcast room and take a look, then we'll know everything, right?" said the petite female student. At that moment, she opened Jiang Yu's live broadcast room and projected it in front of Sisterin and the others. After seeing the scene in the live broadcast room, the 3 of them were stunned again. Inside the live stream, Jiang Yu was facing a siege of 12 shadowcats. Every time he swung his blade, a shadowcat died. Shadowcat's speed was like an old man taking a walk in front of Jiang Yu, and he couldn't avoid his blade at all. Several flashes of knife light were seen, and all 12 shadowcats fell in a pool of blood. Next to the shadowcat's body, there were dozens of corpses of strange beasts. This. The 3 women looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The 3 of them combined their strength to kill only 1 shadowcat, while Jiang Yu easily killed 12 shadowcats. The difference was too big. Is this the strength of the special recruits? Killing shadowcats is as easy as chopping watermelons? The petite female student said in shock. Sisterin didn't say anything. She had invited Jiang Yu before, but Jiang Yu refused. Now it seems that if they team up with Jiang Yu, they will only become a burden. Is this the strength of the specially recruited students? Sisterin muttered to herself. There were more than 3 women who were shocked. At the same time, many netizens who were in Jiang Yu's live broadcast room were also deeply shocked. Ordinary residents were better off. They were unaware of Shadowcat's ferocity and just watched the fun. However, some warriors were no longer calm. They had all participated in warrior assessments and witnessed how difficult Shadow Cat was. It is no exaggeration to say that out of 100 dead students, 95 died at the hands of Shadow Cat. They move quickly and are small in size, so once they launch a sneak attack, few students can react quickly. Jiang Ming sat in the office of the martial arts gym, watching Jiang Yu's live broadcast room with a satisfied smile on his face, and casually gave out 10,000 rockets as a reward. Thank you Jiang Ming for the 10,000 rockets reward. In the live broadcast room, a rocket suddenly shot up into the sky, covering the entire screen. Chapter 26 A Hero Saves the Beauty? One rocket is equal to 2,000 Hansha coins. The live broadcast room was originally opened by the Longting Martial Arts School, and all major forces are familiar with the name Jiang Ming. With Jiang Ming's reward, rockets appeared in the live broadcast room as if they were free. Li Er gave me a reward of 100 rockets. Wang Tang gave a reward of 1,000 rockets. Lu Xiao gave a reward of 200 rockets. The rocket took off, shocking countless netizens. On the square. The number of strange beasts is increasing. The 70th strange beast. It's time to leave the square. Jiang Yu killed a mouth-toothed dog casually, looked at the large number of strange beasts gradually approaching the square, and ran away without looking back. At this time, hundreds of strange beasts were attracted by the smell of blood around the square. Even he did not dare to say so arrogantly that he could kill all these strange beasts. It would be better to go to other places to kill the lone strange beasts. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. 5 hours have passed since the assessment began. I have enough time to complete the assessment. Jiang Yu thought to himself as he ran quickly on the street. His speed was 250 ms, or 900 kilometers per hour. But he didn't run at full speed, but ran wildly on the street at a speed of about 50 meters per second. Even when he killed the strange beast, he did not use his full strength, but maintained the level of an intermediate warrior. Even the strength of an intermediate warrior is enough for him to pass this assessment. The scenery of the streets along the way flashed by, and one strange beast after another died in Jiang Yu's hands. Congratulations to the host for achieving a bite force +1. Congratulations to the host for achieving a +1 sense of smell. Congratulations to the host for achieving speed +2. Congratulations to the host for having a thick skin +1. Jiang Yu picked up the attribute bubbles one by one. Jiang Yu ignored the system and continued to hunt individual exotic beasts on the streets. Unconsciously, he came to AT Junction. In front of him on the right, 3 female students were surrounding and killing a steel pig. He didn't want to pay attention and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a shadow cat jumped out from the corner and pounced on a female student who had her back to him. The female student turned her head as if she was frightened and stared at the attacking shadow cat without moving. Jiang Yu didn't think twice and turned around to use the long knife in his hand as a spear and threw it at Shadow Cat. It's not that he wants to be a hero and save the beauty, but he is being broadcast live and his every move will be seen by people outside. And Jing is very panicked now. She had just killed the steel pig with her companions and was about to take a breath when she suddenly realized there was danger behind her. Looking back, she saw a shadow cat coming towards her. She wanted to defend herself, but it was too late and she could only watch the shadow cat. Are you going to die? And Jing felt helpless and slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a long knife pierced through Shadowcat's body, nailing it to the wall on her left. Only then did she see Jiang Yu not far away. It's him! And Jing's eyes lit up, and she felt a sense of joy at surviving a disaster. Jiang Yu ignored in Jing's gaze, walked to the wall, pulled out the long knife stuck in the wall, turned around and left. Wait! Looking at Jiang Yu's back, and Jing suddenly shouted. She quickly ran to Jiang Yu, bowed deeply to him, and said, "Thank you for saving me just now. Although it may be just a small favor to you, it is a life-saving grace to me. If possible, could you please leave your contact information? After the assessment is over, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for saving my life." Jiang Yu looked in Jing up and down without saying anything. Quiet and beautiful? Very beautiful. She is tall and curvy, with a mature and steady face. She looks like my aunt when she was young. But Jiang Yu still shook his head in refusal and walked forward. Female beauty? Use this to test cadres? Which cadre cannot withstand the temptation of women? Were you rejected? She stood quietly, a strange light flashing in her eyes as she stared at Jiang Yu's back. Not until Jiang Yu completely disappeared from the street did she retract her gaze and look at her 2 companions. The petite female student came forward and said jokingly, "How was it, sisterin? Did you feel any excitement just now? This is a hero saving a beautiful girl. Jiang Yu is handsome, talented, and powerful. And you, with your curvaceous figure, are the most beautiful woman in our martial arts school. You two are a match made in heaven. How about it? Do you want me to get Jiang Yu's contact information for you?" Boom. And Jing hit the female student on the forehead with a brain bomb and said unhappily, "I just wanted to thank him for saving my life. Besides, I'm 6 years older than him." As he spoke, he quietly revealed a hint of embarrassment. The petite female student said nonchalantly, "What's wrong with being 6 years older? Sisterin, haven't you heard that if a woman is 3 years older than a man, she'll get a gold brick? If a woman is 6 years older than a man, she'll get 2 gold bricks? You're 6 years older than him, so you can take care of his daily life. Let me tell you, Jiang Yu is the only special admissions officer in the past 10 years. When he passes the exam, who knows how many girls will be vying to marry him? If you don't cherish Jiang Yu, you'll cry when someone takes her away. He's handsome and talented, he's exactly my ideal boyfriend." And Jing ignored the petite female student and turned away. The other side. After getting away from the 3 quiet women, Jiang Yu walked alone towards the core area according to the instructions on the map. Along the way, strange beasts were killed by his long sword. Soon, he successfully completed the assessment of 100 exotic beasts. This is a wall that is tens of meters high. There were black bloodstains on the wall. Jiang Yu stood at the foot of the wall, looking at the high wall, a rare solemn look on his face. This wall marked the boundary between the inner and core areas. Behind the wall lay a place many students stopped short of entering. This was the core area for intermediate and advanced beast soldiers. There was a time when a student thought he was very strong and rushed into the core area regardless of everything, but was eventually eaten by strange beasts and left with no trace. And he is about to step into this area. Only. How do I get in? Jiang Yu frowned secretly as he looked at the high wall. Squeak! The drone seemed to understand Jiang Yu's words and flew to Jiang Yu's right. Jiang Yu hurried to catch up. Sure enough, a few dozen meters away, he saw an iron door on the wall. Behind the door was a ruin. If the outer areas are likened to wilderness and the interior to an abandoned city, then the core area is a ruin. As far as the naked eye can see, there is basically no intact building. There are ruins everywhere and it is a mess. From time to time, you can see the corpses of strange beasts on the ground. Jiang Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Suddenly, a sense of desolation came over me. In the distance, the roars of strange beasts could be heard from time to time. Chapter 27, Pulling Out the Mole. Stepping into the core area, Jiang Yu did not look for the strange beast first, but opened his own attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Primary Military Commander. Superpower, Ice G level 8100. Strength, 12,000. Speed, 260 ms. Spiritual power, 850. Skill. Mastery of Swordsmanship 600-1000. Mastery of Boxing 520-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 220-1000. Mastery of Swordsling 240-1000. Exercise Method. Mastery Level Channeling 400-1000. Elementary Source Energy 8-1000. The Properties panel hasn't changed much. It also doesn't show his sense of smell, bite force, etc., but his knife proficiency has increased by 80 experience points. In less than 6 hours, he had gained 80 experience points. In the outside world, this was considered an above-average talent. After looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Yu walked towards the center of the core area with a long sword in hand. Only there can you find high-level beast soldier-level exotic beasts. Compared with the inner area, there are not so many exotic beasts in the core area. While walking on the road, Jiang Yu could occasionally see the skeletons of strange beasts on the ground, but rarely could he see any traces of strange beasts themselves. The entire core area was the center and most prosperous place of Jingtian town before the rise of the strange beasts. With the rise of strange beasts and the relocation of a large number of residents, this place was transformed into the core area for student assessment. Squeak! Just as Jiang Yu was thinking, a low roar suddenly sounded, and a ferocious beast blocked his way. This is a beast that looks like a mouse, but is dozens of times larger than a mouse, and is comparable to the size of a tiger. Its fur is black-gray, its 2 front paws are unusually strong, and it has a pair of scarlet eyes. What caught Jiang Yu's attention most was that the tail behind it was estimated to be more than 2 meters long and covered with barbs. Intermediate beast soldier level exotic beast, the mole? Jiang Yu frowned slightly. Like the shadow cat, the digger rat is one of the strange beasts that many warriors are reluctant to encounter. It's not about how strong or fast it is, but rather that it's incredibly smart and can dig holes very quickly. It's a bully who hates the weak and holds grudges. If it encounters a weak opponent, it will bite it to death. If it encounters a powerful opponent, it will quickly dig a hole in the ground and burrow underground. Its drilling speed is comparable to that of a drill. In just a dozen seconds, it can dig a hole tens of meters deep in the ground. The most annoying thing is that you can't chase it while it's digging a hole. Once you chase it, its butt will release a stinky fart that will make you doubt your life. Even the god of war couldn't stand the stench. Once upon a time, a warrior refused to believe in evil and insisted on hunting down a mole while it was digging a hole. In the end, he was knocked unconscious by a stinky fart and became the mole's food. The most important thing is that this guy holds a grudge. If you can't kill it on the spot, it will follow you secretly, and when you are in poor condition or injured, it will come out and bite you to death. Therefore, this is also the reason why many warriors turn around and leave when they see the ground rat. No one eats rat meat. Many warriors are unwilling to face a strange beast that is of extremely low value, difficult to deal with, and holds a grudge. Forget it, let's find another monster to kill. This guy is too troublesome. Jiang Yu muttered something and wanted to move away from the mole to look for other strange beasts. Squeak! But the mole was not going to let Jiang Yu go. He shouted and moved his limbs as he rushed towards Jiang Yu, as if he thought Jiang Yu was easy to bully. Its tail stood upright behind it, like an antenna, high in the air. The barbs on its tail were chilling. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Jiang Yu no longer hesitated. He gripped the long knife tightly in his hand, ready to give the mole a fatal blow. There is only one chance to kill a mole. Once this guy is injured and sees that the opponent is not easy to deal with, he will dig a hole and burrow into the ground. Once you are targeted by it, you will be in trouble later, especially in the wilderness. Generally, warriors who go to the wilderness will choose to spend the night there, sometimes for a few months or a few days. Imagine that when you are about to rest at night, a mole suddenly emerges from the ground, farts in your camp, and then runs away. Would you be angry if it farts just for you? There's no use getting angry. Unless you carry rockets, which are thermal weapons with greater lethality. Otherwise, you really can't do anything about it. Ordinary guns cannot break through its fur at all. The mole was getting closer and closer to Jiang Yu. When it was less than 5 meters away from Jiang Yu, it suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang Yu with a pair of human eyes. From time to time, a hint of cunning flashed in the huge rat eyes. Jiang Yu didn't move, and looked back and forth at the mole. 5 meters is not far, and he can reach it in an instant with his speed. But if the blow doesn't kill the mole, he'll just fart and run away. He doesn't want to faint from the stench. Just like that, the man and the mouse looked at each other from a distance. Call! A breeze suddenly blew by, blowing a fallen leaf down and landing between the man and the mouse. At this moment, Jiang Yu moved. He rushed to the groundhog in one step and chopped the groundhog's head with his long knife. The mole sensed danger, turned around and tried to run, and smoke began to come out of its butt. But it underestimated Jiang Yu's speed. Jiang Yu, who was running at full speed, gave it no chance to escape. There was only a puff sound. A stream of red blood flew out and the mole's head rolled to the ground. At the same time, green smoke came out of the mole's butt. A sour smell filled the air. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly moved away from the mole and hid far away. The smoke grew thicker. The sour smell became stronger and stronger. The mole's body fell to the ground, lying in the center of the green smoke. Jiang Yu stood a few dozen meters away, watching the rising green smoke and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was decisive enough. Otherwise, if he was smoked by this green smoke, he probably wouldn't have time to eat for several days. The mole was dead. Jiang Yu glanced at its body, changed his route, and continued walking towards the core central area. His current assessment task only involves the last high-level beast soldier. Outside world. In a secret room in Huadu Base City, 3 mysterious men in black robes gathered around a round table. One of the mysterious men spoke up, "You two, are you all aware of the special enrollment incident in Huadu Base City? This special recruit is called Jiang Yu. He's an orphan. Apart from a childhood sweetheart, he has no background whatsoever. What the higher-ups are saying is that we should find a way to strangle Jiang Yu in the cradle. We absolutely cannot let him rise to prominence. Hanxia country already has enough talented warriors. Their presence has already affected the security of our great chicken empire. We must eliminate these geniuses and create a gap in the young generation of warriors in Hanxia. Only in this way can we realize the wishes of our ancestors, set foot on the land of Hanxia, and complete the glory of East Asia. Hi! The other two mysterious men stood up and bent down. Chapter 28 Black Rhino. High-level beast, soldier-level beast, where are you? Jiang Yu strolled in the core area, scanning the surrounding streets. Along the way, one intermediate-level beast soldier after another died under his blade. According to the assessment regulations, the corpses of all alien beasts killed during the assessment will belong to the students personally. A pound of steel-haired pig meat could fetch over 1,000 Hanxia coins in the outside world, while a pound of meat from a mid-level beast soldier-level exotic beast could fetch over 3,000 coins. The saying the poor are good at literature but rich are good at martial arts has been not just a saying since ancient times. The meat of exotic beasts is not only delicious, but also contains a lot of energy. Moo! Just as Jiang Yu was looking for the strange beast, a loud cow cry suddenly reached his ears. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes and jumped towards the direction where the cow's cry came from. If there is a sound of cows, it means there are cows. Beef is good stuff. Carrying a long knife weighing more than 100 kilograms, Jiang Yu took a few quick steps and came to the place where the cow's cry came from. Look around. This is a man-made lake. A black rhinoceros with a majestic appearance and a body size comparable to that of an adult elephant was standing in the middle of the lake, roaring to the sky. The single horn on the rhinoceros' head is as sharp as a scimitar, and its skin is rough and thick. Even from a distance, one can feel the fierce aura emanating from the rhinoceros, which is intimidating. There was a coldness in the black cow's eyes, and its roar was deafening, stunning dozens of birds that had landed on the branches. High-level beast, soldier-level exotic beast, black rhino. Jiang Yu stood on the wall of a ruin, frowning slightly. The black rhino is a high-level beast soldier, famous for its thick skin and strong impact force. When it sprints at full speed, its speed can reach 90 ms, which is equivalent to more than 300 km per hour. Its impact force can reach 10,000 plus, comparable to the full force of a junior general. The most terrifying thing is its cowhide, which is extremely thick and cannot be cut by the F-level weapons used by ordinary junior generals. In other words, you can chop it dozens of times, but you can never let it hit you once. Otherwise, I will definitely give you a push. When Jiang Yu was looking at the black rhino also noticed Jiang Yu. On the wall of the ruins stood a straight figure, making it difficult not to be noticed. Moo! The black rhino roared, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Two streams of white air emanated from its huge nostrils, and it stomped its hind hooves on the water several times before moving its limbs and charging towards Jiang Yu across the water. The momentum of the collision was like 1,000 horses galloping. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu likes to butt people, that doesn't mean he likes being butted by bulls. Facing the black rhino's reckless charge, he didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged it. Taking advantage of the situation, he slashed the black rhino on the back as he passed by it. Thorn ridges. A harsh friction sound was heard. The long knife did not cause any substantial damage to the black rhino, but only left a shallow white mark on the cowhide. This action immediately angered the black rhino. Bang bang bang. After crashing into several walls in succession, the black rhino drifted and turned its head, continuing to rush towards Jiang Yu with red eyes. Dodge, I'm dodging. Jiang Yu was like a nimble monkey, dodging the black rhinoceros's charge. On the bus. The white-haired young man looked at the performance of each student, sometimes with admiration in his eyes, and sometimes shook his head in disappointment. As time went on, some students used flares and energy balls before completing the assessment. Their results were all failures without exception. There are also some students who, although they haven't failed yet, are struggling. Failure is only a matter of time. Only. The white-haired young man looked at Jiang Yu's live broadcast, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face as he saw Jiang Yu fighting fiercely with the black rhino. Jiang Yu's speed in completing the first two tests exceeded his expectations. He had predicted Jiang Yu would complete the test in 10 hours. Within 10 hours, kill 100 primary beast soldier-level alien beasts and 1 intermediate beast soldier-level alien beast. Jiang Yu completed the first two tests in just 6 hours, shortening the time by nearly half. However, the first two tests were easy to complete, but the last black rhino was difficult to kill. The white-haired young man raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile. He personally placed this black rhinoceros into the core area in order to test Jiang Yu. To prevent the task from being too difficult, he deliberately left several wounds on the back of the black rhino's neck and limbs. As long as these wounds are found, the black rhino can be killed despite its thick skin and flesh. If he couldn't find it, Jiang Yu's strength and the long sword in his hand would not be enough to break the thick skin of the black rhinoceros. Etc. The white-haired young man seemed to have seen something. His expression suddenly straightened, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly shouted to the staff beside him. Quickly control the drone, pull the camera of Jiang Yu's live broadcast studio down to the ground. Yes. The staff member next to him started typing quickly on the keyboard. Suddenly, the scene in the live broadcast room changed. The white-haired young man looked at the live broadcast and his expression became even more shocked. In the picture, Jiang Yu would release several ice walls from his hands from time to block the black rhinoceros' feet while dodging the black rhinoceros' charge. A warrior with supernatural powers. This kid is actually a supernatural warrior. No wonder his strength improved so quickly. The white-haired young man lost his composure and called Zhang Ming on the spot. He didn't need to fight. Zhang Ming saw the ice wall released by Jiang Yu and was also surprised. He never expected that Jiang Yu was not only a genius, but also possessed supernatural powers. President Zhang, congratulations. I never thought that your casual action would bring you a genius-level supernatural warrior. A female receptionist said with a smile. Zhang Ming smiled and shook his head. You are wrong. This is not a random action of mine, but my persistence for many years. I give every promising student who comes to take the preparatory warrior assessment a copy of the basic cultivation method. Over the past 10 years, I've given away over 1,000 copies. Now, my investment is finally paying off. This time, I want to see how Lei Now will continue to laugh at me at the martial arts school conference and laugh at our martial arts school for not having any geniuses. Not knowing what he was thinking about, the corners of Zhang Ming's mouth suddenly began to rise. At the same time, in the Xinyue base city, about 10,000 kilometers away from the Huadu base city, at the Longting Martial Arts School branch, a bald man with a huge head was watching the live broadcast of Jiang Yu's martial arts assessment with a young man about 20 years old. When he saw that Jiang Yu was not only able to fight the black rhino alone, but was also a supernatural warrior, the bald man's expression changed. He turned his head to look at the young man beside him and said, Raymond, you also saw Jiang Yu's live broadcast of the battle. What do you think about it? This time, Zhang Ming has found a treasure. However, I don't care whether Jiang Yu is a treasure or not. I only know that our base city must not lose to Huadu base city. In previous years, Huadu base city always came in last at the martial arts tournament, ranking last. Therefore, I often taunted Zhang Ming. If Zhang Ming were to turn the tables on us, how could he let me go? I don't want to see him succeed. So, no matter how hard you try, you must defeat Jiang Yu for me. Do you understand? Understood, teacher. The young man replied respectfully. Chapter 29, Assessment completed, Changes in character. Sure enough, there's something wrong with this black rhino. When it first charged, it was incredibly fast and powerful, and its footwork was powerful. But after a few rounds of impact, it was clear that its hind legs were lacking in strength. Furthermore, as it hit the wall, a large amount of cement dust fell. There was actually blood flowing from the back of its neck. These two conditions are enough to show that this black rhino was injured not long ago. Only if the injury has just happened and the wound has not healed will there be blood flowing out. In the core area, Jiang Yu stood in an open space, looking at the black rhinoceros charging around, his eyes flashing. After several charges from the black rhino, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the black rhino's hind legs. Whether it is a human or an animal, after being injured, they will subconsciously protect the injured part. The black rhino is no exception. During its last few charges, the explosive power of its hind legs was significantly weakened, and it was somewhat afraid to use too much force. As for where the wound is? Jiang Yu looked at the black rhino's upper hind legs, looking it over and over. There was a good chance it was in the thigh, but he wasn't sure. No matter where it is, just chop a few more times and you'll know. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, clenched the long sword in his hand, and waited for the black rhino to charge again. Ha! Ha! The black rhino stood opposite Jiang Yu, staring at him with his red eyes and breathing heavily through his nose. Monkey! The human in front of it was like a monkey, jumping up and down, which made the old cow very tired. But what does it mean that this human is giving it the middle finger? Do you look down on him, the old cow? The black rhinoceros looked at Jiang Yu's extended middle finger and was filled with rage. It charged towards Jiang Yu with its horn on its head. Its limited wisdom told it that the middle finger definitely did not mean anything good. Moo. Bull charging. Facing the charging black rhinoceros, Jiang Yu held his long sword horizontally. The moment the two approached each other, he dodged at high speed and slashed the black rhinoceros's hind thigh with the sword. Thorn ridges. The shrill sound rang out again. There were no wounds on the black rhino's thigh. Not on your thigh? Jiang Yu was slightly stunned, then he grabbed the black rhino's tail, turned around and jumped onto its back. Although there was no wound on the thigh, there was no doubt about the wound on the neck. Realizing that Jiang Yu was climbing on top of him, the black rhinoceros suddenly shook its body violently, as if trying to throw Jiang Yu off. Jiang Yu held a knife in one hand and grabbed the cow's hair with the other and crawled towards the black rhinoceros' neck. This is the shortcoming of weapons. How can a pencil sharpener open the anus of an old cow? It had to be said that black rhinos were huge. Jiang Yu estimated that they weighed at least 5 tons. The neck was covered with a lot of cement dust left after hitting the wall. Some of the cement dust was stained with blood. Jiang Yu ran to the neck and saw a wound cut by a sharp knife under the cement dust. Without hesitation, he grabbed the cow's hair with one hand and raised the long knife with the other, and chopped at the black rhinoceros's neck. As if sensing death, the black rhino struggled even more violently. But unfortunately, Jiang Yu showed no mercy or sympathy, and continued to strike with the knife. Puff! The huge bull head rolled down and a stream of hot blood spurted out. Jiang Yu jumped off the black rhinoceros's back and looked at its corpse with a calm expression. Humans and alien beasts are mortal enemies, a fight to the death. Instead of sympathizing with the monsters, we should sympathize with the humans who died in their mouths. When the alien beasts first rose to power, billions of humans died. The beef may be innocent, but the steak is really delicious. After killing the black rhino, Jiang Yu took out a flare from his pocket and fired it into the sky. Whoosh! A firework bloomed in the sky. With nothing to do, Jiang Yu opened his own live broadcast room for the first time after making sure there were no other strange beasts around. As soon as he came in, he saw small rockets rising into the sky one after another, and the number of people online reached more than 100 million. The genius of our base city has finally decided to come to his own live broadcast room. Brother Jiang, do you need a cat? I can meow and warm your bed. Brother, name your price. How much do you want to keep me for a year? Hubby, the kids and I are waiting for you at home. Jiang Yu was so frightened by the crazy comments that he quickly closed the live broadcast room and looked at the rankings of the students. First place, Jiang Yu killed 100 primary beast soldiers, 20 intermediate beast soldiers, and 1 advanced beast soldier. Second place, Wang Hui killed 5 primary beast soldiers. Third place, and Jing killed 5 primary beast soldiers. A group of students. Some people passed the assessment, while others failed. Jiang Yu even saw the list of dead students at the end of the ranking. Number 1001, Fei Wu, kill 0, died. There are always unexpected things in assessments. Even with an energy ball, it is not necessarily possible to avoid all casualties. No one wants to see death. Time flies. Jiang Yu didn't have to wait long before a helicopter flew over from the sky. After getting on the helicopter, Jiang Yu left the assessment site. Sitting in the helicopter, Jiang Yu made the following summary of his personal shortcomings in this assessment. First, he lacks physical skills. A good body movement technique would definitely make it easier for him to dodge when facing an enemy. Second, weapons. The long sword in his hand was good, but it was too light for him. A good weapon could play a key role in fighting against strange beasts. The third is the mind and nature. Having just slaughtered over 100 alien beasts, he felt a strong desire to kill. Looking at the helicopter pilot, he wanted to go up and chop him down. He knew that his symptoms should be called battlefield sequelae. Helicopters flew overhead. Soon, it landed on the open space outside Jingtian town. Jiang Yu got off the plane. By this time, many students had returned to the open space, some looking dejected, others beaming with excitement. But without exception, after meeting Jiang Yu's gaze, all the students quickly looked away, like mice seeing a cat. Oh my god, what a scary look. Sisterin, why do I feel like Jiang Yu is a little different now? She's giving me a very scary feeling. The pretty female student next to Jing said with lingering fear. Jing frowned and said, "It's murderous aura. There's a murderous aura about him." Murderous intent? Is there really murderous intent in this world? The petite-faced girl said in an exaggerated tone. Jing nodded gently. Murderous intent? Jiang Yu frowned, ignored the three quiet women, and walked towards a big rock. At this time, there were only 4 hours left before the end of the assessment, and some students were still staying in Jingtian town. Only when all these students come out will the assessment be truly over. At that time, someone will naturally announce the assessment list. Although he already knows the result. How is it? Do you feel that your temperament has changed? Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked back. The white-haired young man walked towards him with a smile on his face, holding a bottle of sake in his hand. Chapter 30. Become a disciple. For you. The white-haired young man casually threw the sake in his hand to Jiang Yu. Then he walked to Jiang Yu and said with a smile. This change in your mentality is a very normal phenomenon. Many warriors have experienced it. We call it the aftereffects of killing. This symptom appears because you've lived in comfort for many years, making it impossible for you to adapt to this kind of large-scale killing in the first place. It's not just you. Many veteran warriors also experience this symptom after returning from the wilderness. The prolonged tension and killing can cause them to become psychologically depressed. That's why the martial arts gym has bars and arenas to help them relax and avoid going insane. Of course, you've done a good job. At least you're calm now. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Yu said, opened the sake bottle cap and drank the whole bottle. He was a natural drinker, and sake was like juice to him. After finishing a bottle of wine, Jiang Yu burped. The white-haired young man nodded in satisfaction and turned to look in the direction of Huadu Base City. Boom! In the sky, a warship is flying towards here. Let's go, they're coming. Follow me to greet them. The white-haired young man patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and walked towards the open space in front. Jiang Yu followed closely behind. Soon, the battleship landed in front of the two men, and 4 warriors in combat uniforms walked off the battleship. The person in the lead is a woman. It's her. Jiang Yu was shocked when he saw the woman. He knew this woman. She was the strongest person in Huadu Base City and the only high-level martial god, Zhou Yue. He had seen her on TV before. Behind the woman were Zhang Ming, a bald man and a young man. Why is he here? The white-haired young man looked at the bald man and frowned. You are Jiang Yu, you are very good. Come in too. The woman looked at Jiang Yu with admiration, then turned and walked towards the bus park nearby. When Zhang Ming passed by Jiang Yu, he nodded silently, indicating that he should follow. A group of 6 people walked into the bus. Everyone, please sit down. Zhou Yue gestured. Zhang Ming and his companions sat down. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and then sat down as well. In the past, he would never have dared to sit down. But now he only hesitated. He knew very well how high Zhou Yue's status was. He was the number 1 person in Huadu Base City and held absolute power over life and death. He could be said to be a big man who could cover the sky with one hand. In his previous life, that would be equivalent to being the commander-in-chief of a military region in a province with a population of 200 million. In the past, he would never have dared to sit on the same level with such a powerful figure. Only. Jiang Yu looked at the 2 attribute bubbles falling under Zhou Yue's feet and adjusted his sitting position calmly. Congratulations to the host for achieving strength plus 150. Congratulations to the host for achieving plus 100 mental strength. The attribute bubble with a value of over 100 was the largest bubble he had ever seen. However, when Jiang Yu thought of Zhou Yue's strength, he felt relieved. A high-level martial god could punch with a force of 600,000 kilograms. It was not surprising for him to drop hundreds of attribute bubbles. Jiang Yu? Zhou Yue smiled and said, I've researched your background. You're an orphan, adopted and raised by an elderly couple. You also have a sister named Lin Yu, who used to work at a 4S dealership. You don't have many good conditions, but you were able to become a special recruit with such an ordinary family background. This is enough to prove your high talent. I heard that you are also an ice-type warrior. I wonder what level your ice-type ability is now. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, it's still G-class now. But I have a feeling that it will soon be able to break through to F-class. Okay. Zhou Yue nodded in satisfaction. Her expression suddenly straightened as she stared at Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, let me ask you something. Are you willing to be my disciple? My apprentice? Without waiting for Jiang Yu's agreement, Zhang Ming and others were the first to widen their eyes and look at Zhou Yue in shock. They knew Zhou Yue's strength and identity very well. He was a high-level martial god and the youngest instructor at Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. At only 30 years old, she was already a big shot in a base city and always looked down on others. There were countless young warriors who wanted to become Zhou Yue's disciples, but they were all rejected by Zhou Yue. And now, Zhou Yue actually asked personally to accept Jiang Yu as her disciple? The most important thing is that Zhou Yue is a great beauty with a great figure and appearance. I do. Jiang Yu said without thinking, quickly stood up from his seat and was about to pour tea for Zhou Yue. Become a disciple. Why not worship? Not to mention that Zhou Yue is a great beauty, he would even worship an old woman. After becoming a disciple, it was like he had a backer. This is called social etiquette. He won't suffer any loss anyway. Very good. Zhou Yue smiled and let Jiang Yu pour her tea. This scene was naturally captured by a drone. In the live broadcast room, there was originally a lot of praise, but in an instant there was criticism. Jiang thief, you dare to worship my goddess as your master? Are you thinking of being a traitor to your master? Draw your sword. If I don't cut you, Xiao Koan, today, I won't be called Xiao Xuanda. If Xiao is born, why is Jiang born? Goddess Zhou Yue, you must not accept this guy as your disciple. I admit that Jiang Yu has 100 million points of talent, but it's not much. Goddess Zhou Yue, this guy has greasy hair and powdered face. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. You must stay away from him. There are constant barrages in the live broadcast room. On the bus, after Jiang Yu became Zhou Yue's disciple, some people were happy and some were sad. The bald man sat in his seat with a worried look on his face. He traveled thousands of miles from Crescent Base City just to seize the opportunity and see if he could lure Jiang Yu to Crescent Base City. He has thought of the conditions for recruiting people, which are 3 times higher than those in Huadu Base City. But now, before he could find an opportunity, Zhou Yue took the lead in accepting Jiang Yu as her disciple. He couldn't afford to offend a high-level martial god. He once suspected that Zhou Yue deliberately accepted Jiang Yu as her apprentice to prevent him from poaching her. Woman? Oh. The bald man had a bitter face, with all the emotions written on it. All that's missing is the 5 big words baby is unhappy. Zhang Ming smiled and said, some people's plans have failed. It must have been hard for some people to come all the way here. How about this, lay down now, don't leave later. I'll treat you to some delicious food in Huadu Base City. Snort. The bald man ignored Zhang Ming. Time passes by every second. Soon. 4 hours passed. All the students who were still in Jingtian town, regardless of whether they had completed the warrior assessment or not, were picked up by helicopter. Come on, let's go and perform the last rites. Zhou Yue stood up first and walked towards the bus. In fact, there was no need for her to show up in person for such a small event as the warrior assessment. But she heard that someone had come from Crescent Base City, most likely to poach talent, so she came here specially. Chapter 31 10 billion for a live broadcast? 12 hours have passed. Some students passed the assessment, some were eliminated, and some injured students were sent for treatment. Of the many students who had originally been taking the test, only a few were able to stand on the stage and wait for the results to be announced. Students who failed the assessment were too embarrassed to continue standing on the stage, and they were in no mood to watch other students receive their warrior badges. Hey! Maybe you guys don't know this yet, but I killed 5 shadow cats this time. I'm awesome, right? Killing 5 shadow cats is awesome? Then what about Jiang Yu killing 100 junior beast soldiers? A little cow standing upside down, so awesome it's going to fly to the sky? He's a pervert. He's a special recruit. Why the hell are you comparing me to him? I don't deserve it. Do I deserve it? What do you deserve? The students were whispering to each other. Standing quietly among the students, looking at the bus not far away, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. As students, why is there such a big gap in their abilities? Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Compared to Jiang Yu's record, the number of beast soldiers she killed was simply not worth mentioning. She even nearly died at the claws of the shadow cat. Sisterin, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Jiang Yu again? But it's true. He's so outstanding. If it were me, I would definitely pursue him madly. The petite girl came forward and said with an obsessed look on her face. Pursue him? And Jing's expression became more and more complicated, and the scene of Jiang Yu saving her kept lingering in her mind. Stop talking. The instructors are getting out of the bus and heading towards us. Students, someone shouted. All of a sudden, all the students subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the bus. When they saw Qiu Yue's figure, all the students were stunned, with worship in their eyes. It's the martial goddess Qiu Yue. It's actually the martial goddess Qiu Yue herself. I can actually see the living goddess Qiu Yue with my own eyes one day. Qiu Yue, martial goddess, is she here to present us with the warrior badge? That would be my honor. Wake up, martial god Qiu Yue is coming for Jiang Yu. Didn't you all see Jiang Yu's live broadcast just now? Martial god Qiu Yue has already accepted Jiang Yu as his disciple. What? All the students looked at Jiang Yu with envy in their eyes. Which student doesn't want a beautiful and strong female teacher? If any other students were to take Qiu Yue martial god as their master, they would definitely be the first to be dissatisfied. But when they thought of Jiang Yu's strength, the students were filled with envy and helplessness. Can't beat him. I really can't beat him. One person slaughtered 100 primary beast soldiers, 20 intermediate beast soldiers, and 1 advanced beast soldier. Let me ask you, how many warriors can do this? Even high-level warriors who have passed assessments for several years may not be able to achieve this result. But Jiang Yu did it. Hey, little fatty, didn't you always swear that Qiu Yue martial goddess was your goddess? Didn't you once say that anyone who wanted to become Qiu Yue martial goddess's disciple had to pass you first? Why don't you challenge Jiang Yu and let us see your grace? Among the students, a male student pushed the fat boy next to him and asked with a smile. The little fat man immediately shrank his neck and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, who dares to challenge that pervert Jiang Yu?" Even Black Rhino died at Jiang Yu's hands. I'm not as thick-skinned as Black Rhino, so I don't want to be tortured. The students were talking in low voices. Aha! A light cough was heard. Under the gaze of all the students, Qiu Yue and others walked onto the stage. Everyone. The white-haired young man stepped forward, glanced at the faces of all the students present, and said solemnly, "First of all, I would like to congratulate you on passing the warrior assessment. From today on, you can become a true warrior. Secondly, I hope you will remember your original aspirations, shoulder your warrior responsibilities, and protect the safety of this region. Furthermore, you are blessed today. Now, please allow martial god Qiu Yue to present you with the warrior badge." Bang bang bang. Applause broke out. Jiang Yu was standing in the academy, clapping enthusiastically, when he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Looking back, Zhang Ming was standing behind him. "Follow me." Zhang Ming nodded, turned and walked towards the bus. Jiang Yu turned around and followed. Inside the car, Zhang Ming locked the car door and said solemnly, "Jiang Yu, Qiu Yue martial god was here just now, so there are some things I can't tell you. Did you know that during your assessment, someone tried to harm you? Who is it?" Jiang Yu frowned, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhang Ming didn't say anything, but tapped his communication watch, and a blue virtual screen appeared in the air. On the screen, there was a scene of Wei Fang lying on a hospital bed and talking to a man. "Brother, you must help me. You are the only one who can help me now. Jiang Yu cannot pass the warrior test. He must not pass the warrior test. Once he passes the warrior test, my next life will be over. You must find a way to help me stop him. It would be best if he died in the test area." When Wei Fang's voice sounded, Jiang Yu's face instantly turned gloomy. He and Wei Fang didn't have much hatred, but because of a piece of scrap of paper, Wei Fang deliberately targeted him in class many times and prevented him from studying properly. Now, he even wants to kill him in the test place. Do you really think that Jiang Yu's sword is useless? Drop. Zhang Ming turned off the screen and said, "Jiang Yu, Wei Fang is not worth mentioning. She wanted to harm warriors, which is a capital crime. No one can save her. But her brother is a bit tricky. Her brother's name is Wei Wu, and he broke through to the junior general level 2 years ago. The relationship between them is very good. Wei Wu already knows about Wei Fang's situation. He will definitely not let you go. You must be extra careful." Oh. Jiang Yu suddenly smiled and asked, Brother Zhang, do you think my current situation is like the old one coming after the young one is beaten? Zhang Ming nodded, patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, and consoled him. Jiang Yu, you don't have to worry too much. As long as we find any trace of Wei Wu in the base city, we will arrest him as soon as possible. Also, there's one more thing. I think you'd be very curious to know. Do you know how much money you earned in this warrior assessment? How many? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up and a look of hope appeared on his face. Zhang Ming smiled and stretched out 10 fingers. 1 billion? Jiang Yu asked uncertainly. Zhang Ming nodded slightly. Hiss. Jiang Yu took a breath and was slightly stunned. 10 billion. Put it on the ground and it becomes a bed. Jiang Yu, your livestream has over 230 million hits. I said I'd give you 1 Hansha coin for every hit, so that's 230 million. Also, the carcasses of the exotic beasts you hunted, the black rhino is worth 200 million, and the remaining carcasses are worth a total of 100 million. I've already exchanged them for Hansha currency for you. Also, due to your outstanding performance, the live stream room was constantly flooded with rewards. The amount of rewards reached 500 million. Therefore, your total income was 1.03 billion. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. Listening to the numbers Zhang Ming read out, he finally understood why so many people wanted to do live streaming in his previous life. This is pure profiteering. And there is no capital. Chapter 32. District Chief Wu is angry again. I'll have someone transfer the money to your account later. However, since you killed the monster during the assessment, I won't give you any contribution points this time. Jiang Yu, let me remind you that special recruits are different from ordinary warriors. From the moment you chose the path of special recruits, you were destined to face more difficulties than ordinary warriors. You will also face more enemies. Zhang Ming spoke earnestly. After saying that, he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, opened the door and got out of the car. Is it difficult? Are junior generals strong? Jiang Yu looked at his attribute panel, smiled and shook his head. On the platform, many students were still waiting to receive their warrior badges. For some students, becoming a warrior is not so much about glory, but about improving their living standards. Take the steel pig for example. A steel pig weighs over 600 kilograms. Converted into Hansha coins, that's around 600,000. Such a large sum of money can be considered a huge sum for a not-so-wealthy family. And this is just the price of one steel pig. What if there are 100 of them? How much would that be? The advantage humans have over other animals is that they are more intelligent and know how to use some external forces. Of course, if a warrior unfortunately dies in the mouth of a strange beast, the country and the martial arts school will also provide a resettlement fee. On the bus, Jiang Yujing waited for the warrior badge awarding ceremony to be over and then took the bus home. Outside world. At this time, it was in uproar. Although 4 hours have passed since Jiang Yu's assessment ended, the enthusiasm of netizens has not diminished at all. There was no other reason. Looking back at the past 10 years in Huadu Base City, this was the first time they had seen such a passionate live broadcast. Killing strange beasts is like cutting watermelons. This also ignited the desire of countless netizens to become warriors. The blood is boiling. Who didn't have a dream of being a martial artist when they were young, and didn't want to make a name for themselves? 121 exotic beasts, including many intermediate and advanced beast soldiers. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that this was a feat an 18-year-old boy could achieve. So handsome. I declare that from now on, Jiang Yu is my idol. And that little Koan, tell him to get out of here. I heard that Jiang Yu was expelled from the 3rd middle school not long ago. How blind is the 3rd middle school? They even opened a special enrollment program. I can tell you that Jiang Yu and I were high school classmates. We once ate spicy noodles together. He even fed me with his own hands. What's wrong with being high school classmates? I'm her childhood sweetheart. We were engaged since we were little. At the Dongyang District Education Department, District Chief Wu sat in his office, watching the video of Jiang Yu killing the strange beast, his face as black as coal. What a great seedling. That's all. Just like that, it's gone. He watched helplessly as such great wealth slipped away from his hands. This is worse than killing him. Especially after seeing that Jiang Yu was accepted as a disciple by Chou Yue, he hated Wei Fang even more. As the apprentice of the number one person in Base City, this status is equal to the Secretary General of the Mayor of Base City. Even their Minister of Education had to lower his head when speaking to John Yu. Gas. So angry. Such a great wealth was ruined by a small class teacher. District Chief Wu became more and more angry as he thought about it. He picked up his phone and called someone below him, saying without question, "Announce this, from today onwards, no school in Dongyang District may expel any student without my signature. All current homeroom teachers who give students a hard time and neglect their students are prohibited. In addition, I want to completely rectify the educational atmosphere and expel all teachers who lack professional ethics." Bang. After District Chief Wu finished speaking, he threw the phone heavily. High-rise residential area. Su Weiwei was sitting in the room, sending messages on her cell phone. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. A middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Su Weiwei pushed the door open and walked in. "Mom, what's wrong?" Su Weiwei put down her phone and asked. The woman walked up to Su Weiwei, took out a cell phone, opened Jiang Yu's video, and asked with a smile. "Weiwei. If I remember correctly, this student named Jiang Yu seems to be your high school classmate, right? How are you guys doing? Have you guys been in touch recently?" "Mom, why are you asking this?" Su Weiwei was puzzled, and her eyes were a little evasive when Jiang Yu was mentioned. The woman sat down next to Su Weiwei, took Su Weiwei's hand and placed it in her palm, smiling. "Weiwei, tell me the truth. Were you secretly dating Jiang Yu behind my back? You can't lie to me." "I've been downstairs at our house and seen Jiang Yu several times." "How's it going? Are you still dating?" Su Weiwei glanced at the woman guiltily and shook his head. "No. 6 months ago, his grades started to decline, and he wasn't really studying hard anymore. So, I broke up with him, using the excuse that my studies were my priority." "Let's split up." The woman screamed and immediately sat up from the bed, saying angrily, "Weiwei, you actually broke up with such a promising guy? Do you know how many girls want to marry Jiang Yu right now? You actually broke up with him, and you were the one who brought it up." Su Weiwei opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Is she wrong? No. She is not wrong. Her dream has always been to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. With Jiang Yu's original grades, it was impossible for him to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, and he could only enter an ordinary university. One is a top student from Peking University or Tsinghua University, the other is an ordinary college student. Even if they don't break up, it will be difficult for them to be together in the end. Is it wrong to want to climb up? Blame it on fate. Who could have thought that Jiang Yu would become a special recruit? In the Minghua Villa area. When Lin Yu saw that Jiang Yu passed the warrior assessment, her tense heartstrings relaxed and she was happy for Jiang Yu from the bottom of her heart. Ding-a-ling. The phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar caller. Lin Yu didn't answer the call and just hung up. She had no idea how many calls like this she had hung up on in the past 4 hours. At first, she accepted a few, but they were mostly there to claim their kinship. Someone claiming to be her 7th aunt had been searching for her for years and now had finally found her. Some also call him her 8th aunt, her biological uncle, and Jiang Yu's biological uncle. She scoffed at this and hung up without mercy. She understood the purpose of these people claiming to be relatives. Wasn't it because they saw that Jiang Yu was promising and wanted to take advantage of him? Don't even think about it. Where were these so-called relatives when they were in the orphanage? Where were these relatives when they were adopted by the old couple? Where were they when the old couple died and she and Jiang Yu were left alone and helpless? Why don't these aunts, uncles and grandparents show up? Now that Jiang Yu has become successful, these relatives have all come out. The abacus beads have collapsed into the next universe. Chapter 33, Combat Uniform, Eyes in the Dark. Outside Jingtian Town. After the warrior badges were distributed, the students happily got on the bus. Zhou Yui finds Jiang Yu alone. This is a warship with extremely luxurious interior decoration. The two sat opposite each other. Zhou Yui crossed her legs and said expressionlessly, "Jiang Yu, although I accept you as my disciple, I am busy with work and cannot watch you practice every day. I'd like to ask you about your views on martial arts, or your future plans." Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, I plan to rest for a few days and then go to the wilderness to hone myself." My understanding of martial arts is very simple, it's about growing through killing. If practicing martial arts isn't for the sake of killing, then what's the difference between that and lifting weights? Shoryuan nodded. Indeed, killing can indeed help a warrior quickly improve his strength. But you are too young to know the dangers of the wilderness. How about this? Shoryuan took out a phone number and handed it to Jiangyu, saying, "This is the contact information of the Fire Dragon Squad. You can join them and follow them to the wilderness." Fire Dragon Team? Jiangyu took the phone number. Shoryuan added, "The Fire Dragon Squad is a team with over a decade of wilderness experience. They have an excellent reputation and will not commit murder or robbery. You can trust them." Good. Jiangyu hung up the phone, stood up, left the warship and returned to the bus. 5 minutes later. The bus started moving, taking the students back to the base city. Sitting in the car and looking out, Jiangyu recalled the assessment. He gained a lot from this assessment. Although it wasn't as fast as picking up attributes and improving strength in the base city, his character was tempered. As for Shoryuan not being able to guide him personally, he didn't care. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. He is a cheater. Host, Jiangyu. Realm, Primary Military Commander. Superpower, Ice G level 8100. Strength, 12500. Speed, 260 ms. Spiritual power, 950. Skill. Mastery of Swordsmanship 600-1000. Mastery of Boxing 520-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 220-1000. Mastery of Swordsling 240-1000. Exercise Method. Mastery Level Channeling 400-1000. Elementary Source Energy 8-1000. Mental Strength reaches 950. He had a hunch that when his mental power exceeded 1000, he would activate his mental telekinesis. The scenery outside the window was flying by. 2 hours later. Stopped in front of Longting Martial Arts School. At this time, the sky outside had become completely dark. After saying goodbye to Zhang Ming and others, Jiangyu returned to Minghua Villa alone. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that Lin Yu had already prepared food and was waiting for him. Very simple meal. After dinner, Jiangyu returned to his room, lay on the bed, and looked through the internal shopping mall of the martial arts hall. First, he needs to buy a set of physical training techniques. Second, it is a handy weapon. He visited a martial arts gym and saw that most of the warriors were not very strong and very few of them had practiced body techniques. After all, truly powerful warriors either stay in the wilderness or practice in seclusion at home. Only martial artists who cannot afford training equipment will stay in martial arts gyms for a long time. F-rank black sword, weighs 1,700 kilograms. Suitable for junior generals, price 1.7 million. F-rank red tassel spear, weighs 2,100 kilograms, suitable for junior generals, price 2.1 million. E-level panlong sword, weighs 3,500 kilograms, suitable for mid-level generals, priced at 3.5 million. D-rank obsidian spear, weighs 8,500 kilograms, suitable for high-ranking officers, price 8.5 million. After some selection, Jiangyu bought the E-level panlong sword and the F-level Hongying spear. One weighs 2,100 kilograms and the other weighs 3,500 kilograms, which is just right for him to use in the future. After purchasing the weapons, Jiangyu went to the mall and looked through the equipment needed to go to the wilderness. The wilderness is different from the base city. It is full of dangers and you need to bring more things with you. For example, combat uniforms. Jiangyu opened the combat uniform and was stunned when he saw the price on it. Expensive. It's too damn expensive. A set of G-class combat uniforms actually costs over $1 million. Remember, G-class weapons only sell for around 100,000. A set of Fed-level combat uniforms can cost tens of millions. Sure enough, combat uniforms are the most expensive. Jiangyu muttered to himself and continued to flip through the pages. Combat uniforms are expensive, but they are expensive for a reason. They must not only provide good defense, but also be comfortable to wear and not hinder the warrior's movements. A good combat uniform can save a warrior's life at a critical moment. C-class combat uniform, price 100 million. B-grade combat uniform, price 300 million. A-level combat uniform, price 500 million. S-class combat uniform, price 1 billion. 1 billion. Jiangyu frowned slightly. He originally thought that the 1 billion he had just received would be enough for him to squander for a while. Unexpectedly, it was only the price of a set of S-class combat uniforms. However, if something that saves your life is expensive, what does it matter? Jiang Yu's eyes showed determination, and he directly bought the S-level combat uniform. The 10 billion that had just been obtained was instantly wiped out. Although warriors can make money quickly by hunting exotic beasts, they also spend money quickly. The next morning, the doorbell rang. A warrior handed the items Jiang Yu bought to Jiang Yu. Items purchased within the martial arts school will be delivered on time the next day no matter how far away they are. The people who deliver the goods are basically warriors. Take the red tassel spear for example, ordinary people can't lift it at all. Apart from the two weapons, the remaining item was the S-level combat suit, the culprit that cost Jiang Yu 1 billion. The so-called combat uniform is a 5-piece suit. Combat boots, shin guards, arm guards, goggles, and a complete set of clothes made of unknown material. The combat uniform Jiang Yu bought was a dark blue one. Wearing it, he felt not only comfortable but also quite relaxed. There was no impact at all when taking action. There is a small switch on the goggles. When pressed, they can be used not only as satellite watches but also to identify various exotic animals. Being expensive has its advantages. Jiang Yu, wearing combat uniform, practiced basic marksmanship in the yard before leaving the villa area with his rifle on his back. His current strength is 12,500. If he wants to use the red tassel spear and panlong sword smoothly, he needs to increase his own strength. At the very least, it must be increased to more than 20,000. Congratulations to the host for strength +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for strength +1 +1 +1 +1. On the way, attribute bubbles were picked up by the system and turned into Jiang Yu's power. On the way, everyone saw Jiang Yu carrying a spear and showed envy. If we were to ask who was the most popular person during this period, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Yu. A high school student's counterattack has swept the entire Huiji city. Of course, corresponding to this are countless pairs of eyes in the dark. The head of a specially recruited student is worth a lot of money to some dark organizations. For example, chicken in a basin. They wish there were no geniuses in Hanxia country. However, although there were many eyes in the dark, no one dared to take action in the base city. Although the major dark organizations are evil, they are definitely not stupid. Assassinating geniuses can only be done in secret. Moreover, it must be done perfectly so that Longting Martial Arts School cannot detect it. Otherwise, no organization would be able to withstand the wrath of Longting Martial Arts School. Chapter 34 New Profession, Spiritualist. Congratulations to the host for his strength. Congratulations to the host. Listening to the voices ringing in his mind, Jiang Yu walked on the streets. He is very fast and can cross a street in a few seconds. But unfortunately, there are not many attribute bubbles falling on the street, and some attribute bubbles have disappeared automatically. 3 full hours passed, and Jiang Yu only managed to collect 6,000 points of strength, which made him somewhat disappointed. Huidu Base City has a population of nearly 200 million. If each person loses a little strength every day and he is asked to pick it all up. Jiang Yu smiled, threw this unrealistic idea out of his mind, and walked towards a mental hospital. He remembered that there were quite a few mental bubbles dropped in the mental hospital. His mental strength has reached 950, and it is time to break through the 1,000 mark. Last time, the reason he didn't go to a mental hospital was that he was afraid that the staff there would lock him up as a mental patient. This time it's different. If anyone dares to treat him as a mental patient, he will beat that person into a mental patient. The second mental hospital is an old mental hospital that has been open for 30 years and has 3,000 mental patients. It's a large mental hospital. Jiang Yu stood at the door of the hospital, the system's voice kept ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 1,000 mark in mental power. Do you want to activate mental power? Yes. Activating. With a loud bang. A roaring sound rang out in Jiang Yu's mind, causing him to freeze. His head began to swell, as if something was about to break through his mind and split his head in two. Pain. It really hurts. Jiang Yu subconsciously hugged his head. He felt that his mind was being split open piece by piece, just like Panga creating the world. Moreover, the crack opened wider and wider. A golden seed appeared in the crack. This is. With the appearance of the golden seed, Jiang Yu's headache suddenly disappeared. He gained a new level of control over the objects around him. It seems that with just a thought, one can control objects in the distance. This is a spiritualist? Not far away, 2 green leaves slowly floated up. To outsiders, the green leaves were blown by the wind. Only Jiang Yu knew that it was his mental power that was controlling the leaves' movement. Spiritual master. A very rare profession. If only 1 out of 1,000 ordinary people can become a warrior, then only 1 out of 1,000 warriors can become a warrior with supernatural powers. That spiritual master is just one among 1,000 warriors with special abilities. There are hundreds of billions of people in the world, but there are definitely less than 1,000 spiritual masters. Every spiritualist is a treasure, a gifted individual. Their training speed is extremely fast, far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. If the training speed of an ordinary warrior is 1, then that of a spiritualist is 10, or even 20 or 30. More importantly, the psychic's attack method is strange and hard to guard against. They can control flying knives and daggers to attack others when they are least prepared, and they can also use their mental power to directly attack the souls of others. Those who are powerful can even control the bodies of others to attack them. Psychics are a group of people that all warriors fear in the martial arts circle. All warriors have a love-hate relationship with psychics. Jiang Yu controlled Lu Yi and looked into the mental hospital. If there are 3,000 mental patients and each of them loses 1 point of mental power, that would be 3,000 points. 1 point of mental power is equivalent to 1 kilogram of force, allowing Jiang Yu to control a 1 kilogram object. 3,000 points means 3,000 kilograms. Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and jumped over the wall into the mental hospital. He ran quickly along the road in the hospital. Congratulations to the host for his spiritual power. Congratulations to the host for his spiritual power. Inside the security room, a security guard was yawning, completely unaware of Jiang Yu's intrusion, and was too lazy to even take a look at the content on the surveillance screen. This is a mental hospital. Who would go crazy when they have nothing to do? Except for mental illness. Congratulations to the host for his spiritual power. In the mental hospital, Jiang Yu was running at a speed of nearly 300 meters per second. In just 1 minute, he went through the entire mental hospital. He also harvested more than 7,000 spiritual bubbles, which was more than twice his budget. After making sure that no mental bubbles were missed, Jiang Yu climbed over the wall and escaped. His physical data at this time is: Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Primary Military Commander. Spiritual Master, High-Level Warrior. Superpower, Ice G Level 8100. Strength, 18500. Speed, 280 ms. Spiritual Power, 8000. Skill: Mastery of Swordsmanship 600-1000. Mastery of Boxing 520-1000. Mastery of Gunsling 220-1000. Mastery of Swordsling 240-1000. Exercise Method: Mastery Level Channeling 400-1000. Elementary Source Energy 8-1000. There was a new profession listed on the attribute panel, which was the Psychic Master. Although the Psychic Master's level was not written on it. But compared with the realm of warriors, his current level of spiritual master should be that of a high-level warrior. His speed and strength are those of a junior general. The ice ability is about to break through to F level, corresponding to the junior generals. However, the information left by his martial arts school showed that he was an intermediate-level martial artist, and had just achieved a breakthrough not long ago. At this moment, Jiang Yu was even a little impatient to see Wei Wu. But he knew that everything needed to remain stable and not be wasted. Otherwise it is easy to encounter broken waves. After leaving the mental hospital, Jiang Yu wandered around the streets for another hour before returning to Minghua Villa. When he came back, Lin Yu prepared dinner for him again. The meal was rich, with both vegetables and meat. While eating, Jiang Yu remembered that Lin Yu had not gone out for several days, and mumbled. "Sister, you haven't been out for several days. Are you a little bored? Do you want me to ask Hui Jie and the others to go shopping with you?" Lin Yu smiled and shook her head. "No, it's good to stay at home. There is everything in the community, I don't need to go out if I need anything. Besides, fame brings trouble, and you're so popular right now. What if I get tricked after I leave? I've heard that some organizations like to kidnap the families of warriors. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Even at home? Jiang Yu nodded slightly. The villa complex really had everything. There was a place that supplied fresh food to the warriors' families, a gym, and an amusement park. There are KTV, cinema, and other places in the villa, so you really don't need to go out. Even if you want to play alone, you can invite a few friends to your home. After eating, Jiang Yu returned to the room and dialed the number Cho Yue left for you. 138133838. Beep. Hello, is this the Fire Dragon team? Yes, I'm Jiang Yu. Leaving for the wilderness in 3 days. Oh, okay. After the phone call, Jiang Yu hung up after agreeing to set off for the wilderness 3 days later. With this, in a dark basement, a man with a sinister look watched Jiang Yu's live video with murderous intent on his face. Brother Wu, are we really going to kill Jiang Yu? He's a special recruit this year. Beside the man, a small warrior said with a worried look on his face. Wei Wu glanced at the short warrior, his expression turned cold. What? Are you scared? Don't forget, Jiang Yu is a special recruit, but he is only a mid-level warrior. And I am a warrior who has stepped into the mid-level general level. You are all high-level warriors. With our strength, we are able to kill Jiang Yu in the wild. But, what if Jiang Yu stays in the base city and doesn't go out into the wild? Asked the short warrior. Chapter 35, Want to Challenge. Bang! Wei Wu slapped the small warrior in the face and said unhappily. Are you a pig? If he doesn't go to the wilderness on his own initiative, won't you kidnap the people around him and force him to go? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The reason I want to kill Jiang Yu is not because of my sister. Someone found me and hired me to kill Jiang Yu with an S-level Earth Dragon blood as a reward. I'm already old, nearly 50. But I still have a long way to go before I reach the martial god level. In a few years, my potential will be completely depleted. Without external help, I will never reach the martial god level in my lifetime. So, Jiang Yu must die. Only with his death can I obtain S-level Earth Dragon blood, enhance my own potential, and have a chance to break through to the martial god level. Warriors are powerful people and are the main support for humans to fight against strange beasts. A special breed of warrior, a psychic warrior, possesses the power of natural elements. The powerful can freeze 3 feet of ice, burn mountains, and boil seas. The spiritual master, the darling of heaven and earth, can fly in the sky and kill people invisibly. In the room, Jiang Yu looked through the differences between the three. There were 6 flying knives circling around him. Each flying knife is as light and thin as a willow leaf. G-rank willow leaf throwing knife, weighs 2 kilograms, only for psychic masters, price 2 million Hansha coins. That's right. The weapons and combat uniforms of psychics are much more expensive than ordinary weapons. Ordinary G-level weapons would never cost more than 1 million, but a willow leaf flying knife would cost 2 million per piece, and 6 would cost 12 million. In addition to the willow leaf flying knife, Jiang Yu also purchased the first level of the mental power method, spending 9.9 million Hansha coins. This made him sigh at how much money warriors cost and what it meant to spend money like water. 1.1 billion Hansha coins are simply not enough to spend. Money. We have to make money. Jiang Yu secretly made up his mind, got up from the bed and walked out of the villa. In the small courtyard of the villa, Lin Yu was planting some flowers and plants. Seeing Jiang Yu coming out, she put down the tools in her hands and asked with a smile. Xiao Yu, are you going out? Jiang Yu nodded. Sister, I have to go to the martial arts gym. You don't have to wait for me to come back for dinner tonight. Good. After leaving the villa, Jiang Yu went straight to the inner hall of Longting Martial Arts School. He didn't come all day yesterday, and he didn't know how many training bubbles fell in the martial arts hall. Congratulations to the host for picking up the elementary sword technique +1+1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for picking up boxing +1+1. Congratulations. The system sounded as usual, and cultivation bubbles were picked up one by one. But Jiang Yu's brows didn't frown in displeasure. In the martial arts hall, there were quite a few training bubbles dropped, but compared to before, they were not many. These bubbles were far from enough to meet his needs. In 3 days, he would head into the wilderness. Mastery of swordsmanship and fists is enough for ordinary warriors. But it is far from enough in the wilderness. Warriors who dare to go to the wilderness are at least high-level warriors and generals. Some of them have been practicing for several years, even more than 10 years. Who doesn't have a mastery-level martial arts technique in their hands? If you accidentally come into conflict with these warriors in the wilderness without a set of skilled martial arts skills, you will easily suffer losses. So, he set himself a task for these 3 days. Within 3 days, his speed and strength broke through to the intermediate level, and his ice ability and mental power broke through to the primary level. Also, at the very least, you must master 2 skilled level martial arts. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Zhang Yu wandered around the martial arts hall. Before he knew it, he arrived at the door of Zhang Ming's office. He wanted to turn around and leave, but after thinking it over, he pushed open the door of Zhang Ming's office. Hey, Zhang Yu, why are you here? Zhang Ming said when he saw Zhang Yu's surprised expression. Zhang Yu smiled and said, Brother Zhang, I came here this time because I want to trouble you with something. I want to ask, do you know which martial arts school has the largest number of martial artists besides ours? Huadu Bay City has a population of nearly 200 million. Based on a ratio of 1,000 to 1, the number of warriors should be around 200,000. Among these 200,000 warriors, some have already joined the army to serve their country, some are staying in the wilderness, and some are practicing at home. Apart from them, most other warriors are distributed in various martial arts halls. Among them, Longting Martial Arts School has the most warriors. But after a long period of picking, he had picked up all the training bubbles in the Longting Martial Arts School. He needs to go to other martial arts gyms to pick up those training bubbles that have never been picked up. Which martial arts school has the most martial artists? Zhang Ming frowned, thought for a moment and said, it should be the Xinyang Martial Arts School in the north. Its owner is a veteran martial god, although he has retired. However, with the reputation of martial god, he has also recruited many warriors. Wait. Zhang Ming's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Zhang Yu carefully and said in surprise, Zhang Yu, don't tell me you're asking this because you want to challenge me, right? Kick the club? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. He had already picked up all the cultivation bubbles in Longting Martial Arts School. Why couldn't he go to other martial arts schools to pick up cultivation bubbles under the pretext of making friends through martial arts? Although doing so could easily cause dissatisfaction among other martial arts schools, as long as they lost the competition, there would be no dissatisfaction. Who wouldn't he want to take advantage of the title of a gifted special recruit? In this way, we can preserve the face of other martial arts schools and pick up a large number of training bubbles. It can be said that we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Seeing this, Zhang Ming immediately knew that he had guessed Zhang Yu's thoughts correctly. A flash of inspiration came to his mind and he smiled. Zhang Yu, if you want to challenge the master, I have a good place where you can gain extraordinary results. Where? Zhang Yu asked hurriedly. New Moon Base City, Longting Martial Arts School. Zhang Ming said without hesitation, with a smirk in his eyes. Crescent Base City? Zhang Yu frowned. If he remembered correctly, Xinyue Base City was about 10,000 miles away from their Huadu Base City. Yes, it's Xinyue Base City. There are many warriors from the Longting Martial Arts School branch there, and their strength is generally stronger than that of our warriors in Huadu Base City. It's the perfect place for you to challenge a martial arts school. You won't offend the martial arts schools in this base city, and you can also see the talents of other base cities. Zhang Ming said with a smile. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and asked, Brother Zhang, how many warriors are practicing at the Longtung Martial Arts School in Xinyue Base City every day? About 5,000 to 8,000. Zhang Ming said without hesitation. 5,000 to 8,000. If we assume that 1 training bubble is dropped for every 10 people, that would be 500 to 800 training bubbles. Adding in the training bubbles that were dropped previously, the total would be at least 1,000 to 1,600. Done. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, a look of determination in his eyes. He looked at Zhang Ming and nodded slightly. Brother Zhang, let's go to Crescent Base City now. Good. Zhang Ming smiled. Chapter 36 Lei Xiao Martial God. Zhang Ming is very fast. It didn't take more than a few minutes. He arranged a warship and couldn't wait to take Zhang Yu to the Crescent Base City. This was Zhang Yu's first time leaving the base city. Sitting on the battleship and looking down, the entire Huadu Base City looks like a besieged city. Dozens of meters high walls and high voltage power grids surround the entire base city tightly. Residents of the base city were like ants trapped in a cage, unable to see the outside world for their entire lives. The ancient trees are towering. In the wilderness, huge trees blocked out the sun. Faintly, Zhang Yu could hear the roars of strange beasts. Jiang Ming sat opposite Jiang Yu, holding a glass of sake in his hand, looking very relaxed. He vaguely remembered the smug look on Lei Danao's face when he brought his men to Huadu Bay City to challenge them 3 years ago. The word proud is just missing from his face. Now, the tide has turned. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Don't bully the poor in middle age. It's time for him to get his place back. Jiang Ming's thoughts turned, and he looked at Jiang Yu, who had been looking out the window, and said, Jiang Yu, you have been living in the base city since you were born. This is your first time out. How is it? Does it feel like the wilderness is a little different from what you imagined? It's not as desolate as you thought? Jiang Yu nodded slightly. It's indeed different. I always thought the wilderness was just a bare expanse of land. I never thought the trees would grow so lushly. Some trees are actually taller than buildings. Jiang Ming smiled and said, when I first left the base city, I was just like you. I was full of curiosity about the wilderness and wanted to venture out into it passionately. But as time went by, I realized I was wrong. The wilderness wasn't as beautiful as I thought. Beneath its beautiful scenery, there was a huge crisis of life and death, and it was a place that would eat people without leaving any bones. On the contrary, the base city is different. Although it looks like a cage, it can protect the safety of residents and give the weak hope of survival. Jiang Yu, do you know how many casualties were caused by the alien beast siege in our base city 16 years ago? Jiang Ming suddenly asked, changing the subject. 16 years ago. Jiang Yu's face turned serious as he recalled the records of the strange beast attacking the city. The attack by the alien beasts on the city was also the culprit that caused the predecessor to lose his parents. According to records, on that occasion, countless strange beasts rushed out from the wilderness and launched a deadly attack on the Huadu base city. All the strange beasts seemed to be crazy. Without fear of death, they rushed towards the power grid, rushed into the base city, and attacked the residents. According to statistics, the final number of casualties in the monster attack on the city was as high as more than 3.86 million. 3.86 million people. Jiang Yu said in a firm tone. Jiang Ming shook his head. No, it's not 3.86 million, it's 4.02 million. The figures you know only cover casualties among ordinary residents. There are also 160,000 casualties, soldiers and warriors. Of these, 130,000 were soldiers and 30,000 were warriors. Even the intermediate martial god, Lei Gang, who came to support, died in the alien beast attack on the city. So, Jiang Yu, becoming a warrior is not just an honor, but more of a responsibility. No matter how far you can go in the future, I hope you can protect the peace of this area. I will, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. The atmosphere inside the battleship became silent. It seemed that because he thought of the last time the strange beasts attacked the city, Jiang Ming became sad and remained silent all the way. When he had nothing to do, Jiang Yu looked through the records about the Crescent Base City. Crescent Base City. It was founded 60 years ago, more than 30 years before the Huadu Base City. Its founder was a Valkyrie named Xin Yue. Its population was twice that of Huadu Base City, reaching 400 million. Naturally, it also had more warriors than Huadu Base City. In addition, there hasn't been a genius-level warrior in Huadu Base City for 10 years. This has also led to the fact that Huadu Base City has been suppressed by Xinyue Base City over the past 10 years. The president of the Longtang Martial Arts School in Xinyue Base City is called Lei Xiao. Because of his larger-than-average head and baldness, he's often called Lei Big Head or Lei Big Bald Head. Despite being a title, no one dared to underestimate Lei Xiao, simply because he was a martial god, and one who possessed the power of thunder. His unique skill, a thunder sound, once killed a lord-level monster. He is also famous among the gods of war because of his ability to whip 50 lightning whips. Just as Jiang Yu and the other two were sitting in the battleship and flying towards the Crescent Base. On the other side, Lei Xiao also received news that the two were coming to challenge him. He immediately summoned dozens of talented warriors to the martial arts hall. Everyone. In the hall of the martial arts hall, dozens of talented warriors gathered, each of them was the pride of Crescent Base City. Lei Xiao stood at the front, facing the other warriors, pointing at the large screen showing Jiang Yu's photo, and shouted. Everyone, I'm sure you all know this warrior. He is Jiang Yu, the only special recruit to Huadu Base City in the past 10 years. Many of you must have seen his battle videos. However, I don't care what you think of him. I have bad news for you now. He's here. He's coming from Huadu Base City with full fighting spirit to challenge you and challenge our Xinyue Base City. You are all the pride of our martial arts school. Now I give you a task. Defeat Jiang Yu and maintain the honor of our martial arts school. We need to let the warriors of Huadu Base City know that the warriors of Xinyue Base City are the strongest. Do you have confidence? Have. Dozens of warriors shouted in unison, their voices resounding throughout the entire martial arts hall. Seeing the high morale, Lei Xiao nodded in satisfaction and continued. Everyone, since you are so confident and want to fight for the martial arts school, I can't be stingy. I declare that whoever defeats Jiang Yu will receive a C grade enhancer, personally guide him in training for a month, and receive a spot in the genius selection competition. Hiss. When the warriors present heard Lei Xiao's words, they couldn't help but gasp and their faces turned red. A big deal. Lei Xiao is simply a big shot. A C grade enhancer costs as much as 100 million yuan in the shopping mall. It can strengthen the physical fitness of warriors. The two rewards that follow are the most important. Who is Lei Xiao? A martial god level figure. Being mentored by him for a month is something many warriors dream of. The spots in the talent tryouts are even more incredible. It was a grand occasion. The entire base city, hundreds of martial arts schools, and tens of thousands of young warriors are competing for a spot called the talent selection competition spot. The warriors are ready to take action. At this moment, in their hearts, Jiang Yu is no longer a challenger, but a popular commodity. A huge prize. Lei Xiao took in the expressions of all the warriors and changed the subject. However, you must not underestimate the enemy and underestimate Jiang Yu. Although he is only 18 years old this year, he has rich combat experience and powerful strength. He is a formidable opponent. I'm afraid many of you are no match for him. The only one who can completely defeat him is Zhao Li. President. A warrior spoke up at this time, looking dissatisfied. We admit that Jiang Yu has good talent. But how many days has he entered the warrior stage? Everyone here is only around 20 years old. Some of us have reached high-level warriors and have traveled to the wilderness 2 or 3 times. In terms of age, we are not much older than Jiang Yu. In terms of strength, he is only a mid-level warrior, while we are advanced warriors. In terms of experience in fighting enemies, he has never been to the wilderness, while we have been there several times and fought against strange beasts. No matter how you look at it, how can Jiang Yu be our opponent? It's better if he doesn't come. When he comes, we must let him know what it means that there are always people better than you. Chapter 37, Crescent Base, Longting Martial Arts School. Well, it's good to have confidence, but don't underestimate everyone. Before Jiang Yu arrives, you should take this time to adjust your condition. I look forward to your good news. Lei Xiao left the hall with his hands behind his back after saying a few words. After he left, the warriors immediately started whispering to each other. Humph. A mere 18-year-old boy dares to challenge our Crescent Base. This time, I will make him know the immensity of the world. A warrior said indignantly. That's right. We must teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Let him know that our Xinyue Base City is no match for their Huadu Base City. Yes, we must let him know the strength of Crescent Base City. All the warriors agreed, with expressions of shared hatred and anger on their faces. What is a challenge? To put it nicely, it's called making friends through force. To put it bluntly, it's just to mess things up and slap them in the face. As young people in their early 20s, they were full of vigor and vitality. How could they not be angry when Jiang Yu slapped them in the face? In particular, Huadu Base City has always been inferior to their base city and has been suppressed by their base city for 10 years. Now, Huadu Base City actually wants to slap them in the face. How can they accept this? They feel like they are being rebelled against. So what if Jiang Yu is so strong? Could he be a high-level warrior? Even if he's a high-level warrior, so what? There are so many of us. We also have junior brother Raymond and senior brother Zhao Li. He thinks a mere special recruit will slap us in the face of the new Moon Base City. He thinks it's too naive. Inside the battleship. After a period of silence, Zhang Ming spoke again. Jiang Yu, do you believe it or not? Lei Dinao is really mad at you right now. Based on my understanding of him, this guy will definitely gather all the geniuses in his martial arts school and promise you huge rewards in order to teach you a lesson. If Lei Dinao can offer such generous rewards, then I, Zhang Ming, naturally cannot be stingy. How about this? In this challenge, for every opponent you defeat, I will reward you with 5 million Hanxia coins. The more opponents you defeat, the more money you'll earn. There's no upper limit. If you can really let me choose Lei Denao's martial arts gym, I'll give you a mysterious gift. Brother Zhang, are there many geniuses in Longting Martial Arts School in Xinyue Bay City? Jiang Yu asked. Jiang Ming tapped a few times on his communication watch, and a virtual screen was projected in front of Jiang Yu, with the portraits of two warriors on it. Jiang Yu had met one of them before. It was the young man who followed Lei Xiao at the assessment site yesterday. The other person had a delicate face, a firm gaze, and a beige hairstyle with bangs. Jiang Ming pointed at the two portraits and said seriously, Jiang Yu, although there are many geniuses in Lei Denao Martial Arts School, these two are the most talented. The young man on your left is called Raymond, and he is the biological son of Lei Denao. Like you, he is also a warrior with special abilities. His special abilities are lightning, and his strength is that of a high-level warrior. He is one of your greatest rivals. And the young man on your right is Lei Denao's real trump card. His name is Zhao Li, a special student recruited by Lei Debo 3 years ago. He is not only a martial arts genius, but also a rare spiritualist among supernatural warriors. His strength has long since broken through to the level of a mid-level general. With your current strength, there is absolutely no chance of you winning against him, even if it's a battle of the same level. But Jiang Ming changed the subject, his expression somewhat relaxed. You don't have to worry too much. Zhao Li is devoted to martial arts and is a well-known practitioner. He usually won't show up for things like challenging a martial arts gym. But if you want to overthrow Lei Denao's martial arts gym, there's a chance it's possible. A spiritualist? Jiang Yu stared at Zhao Li's profile picture, a thoughtful look in his eyes. According to the rate at which psychics appeared, his chances of encountering one were very low. But he didn't expect to encounter one so soon. There are a lightning warrior and a psychic master. There are really many geniuses in Xinyue Bay City. No wonder it can always suppress Huadu Bay City. Call. Warships flew high in the sky. It's very fast. It only took an hour to land on the open space in front of the Crescent Bay City in Longting Martial Arts School. Like the Longting Martial Arts School in Huadu Bay City, the overall shape is a giant black dragon. After getting off the warship, Jiang Yu saw a large number of attribute bubbles falling in front of the martial arts hall, and his eyes lit up. Let's go in. Jiang Ming, with his hands behind his back, took the lead and walked into the martial arts hall. Jiang Yu hurried to catch up. Along the way, attribute bubbles are automatically picked up by the system. Inside the martial arts hall, Lei Xiao had already prepared everything and had been waiting for a long time with his group of talented warriors. Seeing Jiang Ming coming in, Lei Xiao also had a bad face. He pointed at a leather sofa and said coldly, "Sit down." Jiang Ming didn't care about Lei Xiao's attitude. He took Jiang Yu to the sofa and sat down. Any martial arts school that is kicked out by other martial arts schools will not be in a good mood. If there were no regulations between martial arts schools, no martial arts school could refuse a challenge from another school. The last time Lei Denao came to attack his gym, he definitely didn't let Lei Denao even enter the door. Mr. Zhang, your Huadu Bay City has truly produced a genius. Look how cocky you are, rushing to challenge my gym in such a hurry. What? Have you forgotten so quickly about your martial arts gym being kicked out last time? Do you want to embarrass us in our base city this time? Lei Xiao said sarcastically. Jiang Ming smiled and said, it's not certain who will be embarrassed this time. Look at your posture, gathering so many warriors. What? Are you afraid that you can't win? If you're scared, just say it. Don't get embarrassed and start crying when you lose face later. Lose? It's not certain who will lose. Lei Xiao retorted. While the two were bickering with each other, Jiang Yu's eyes swept across the floor of the martial arts hall. There are so many attribute bubbles and cultivation bubbles, covering the ground just like a glass ball production plant. If I pick up all these bubbles, my swordsmanship and gun skills will definitely reach the proficient level. No, we must find a way to pick up these bubbles first. Jiang Yu's eyes turned and he paid attention to something. He stood up, bowed to Lei Xiao and said, Martial God Lei Xiao, I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. I don't know where the bathroom is. Can you please allow me to use the restroom? Bathroom? Lei Xiao was stunned for a moment, then pointed to a corridor and said, Go through this corridor and turn right. Thank you. Under the gazes of the warriors, Jiang Yu walked straight to the bathroom. Congratulations to the host for picking up sword skill +1/+1. Congratulations to the host for picking up boxing +1/+1. Congratulations to the host, your strength is +2 +2 +2. Congratulations to the host for picking up the guidance +1. Congratulations. A large number of bubbles were picked up, and Jiang Yu's strength was also increasing rapidly. Chapter 38 Virtual Space. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Primary Military Commander. Spiritual Master, High-Level Warrior. Superpower, Ice G Level 8100. Strength, 19,000. Speed, 280 ms. Spiritual Power, 8,000. Skill. Skilled Swordsmanship 110,000. Skilled Boxing 110,000. Mastery of Gunsling 220-1000. Mastery of Swordsling 240-1000. Exercise Method. Mastery Level Channeling 400-1000. Elementary Source Energy 8-1000. In the bathroom, Jiang Yu pretended to go to the bathroom and then opened his property panel. Sure enough, his swordsmanship and boxing skills have reached a proficient level as he picked up the bubbles for training. It was just a pity that he had no good excuse to pick up the bubbles that had fallen elsewhere in the gym. After leaving the bathroom and returning to the hall, Jiang Yu did not go back to Zhang Ming, but instead walked around the hall with gritted teeth. This behavior, while weird, is better than having the bubbles disappear. The warriors looked at Jiang Yu's behavior with a look of bewilderment. Zhang Ming slapped his forehead helplessly. Here we go again. He found that no matter where Jiang Yu went, he liked to take a walk around first. This behavior is really weird. Hey, kid, are you here to challenge or just to stroll around? What are you wandering around for? Behind Lei Xiao, a warrior couldn't help but shout out. Jiang Yu looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. He had almost picked up all the bubbles on the ground. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, it's become a habit. My adopted grandfather said that no matter what you do, taking a stroll before doing it will help you relax your mind and get twice the result with half the effort. So, no matter what I do, I like to take a stroll beforehand." Oh. Everyone suddenly understood. Okay, since you're here to challenge me, then follow me. Lei Xiao said expressionlessly as he walked towards the depths of the martial arts hall. The so-called challenge competition is not held in the hall, but in the virtual space. Those who can become warriors have a punch force of at least 1 ton and a speed of 25 meters per second. At higher levels, they can have a force of tens of tons and a speed of several hundred meters per second. The hall has limited space and cannot be used freely, so it can be easily dismantled by warriors. Thus, virtual space was born. 2 warriors who want to compete need to sit in the virtual warehouse and enter the virtual space. The virtual warehouse will create a virtual body that is exactly the same as the warrior's body in the virtual space according to the warrior's physical fitness and mental strength. It's worth mentioning that a warrior's physical data is highly confidential. Aside from a few high-ranking Dragon God officials, no one else has the right to access a warrior's physical data through the virtual warehouse. Even branch presidents like Zhang Ming and Lei Xiao have no rights. They only have the right to use, not the right to read. Following Lei Xiao, Jiang Yu and others came to a room of about 100 square meters. 10 virtual warehouses were placed in the room, and large screens filled the surrounding walls. Go ahead, get in. Lei Xiao pointed at an open virtual warehouse and said to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate, strode to the virtual warehouse and sat in. The virtual warehouse is closed. Who of you will fight first? Lei Xiao looked at the warriors behind him. I'll go first. This was a tall and strong young man, who walked into another virtual warehouse while speaking. The large screens around lit up, and Jiang Yu and the young man appeared on the screens. What a realistic scene! It would be a shame not to use this kind of technology to develop online games. This is an endless grassland. Jiang Yu stood on the grass, stroking his body with his hands, his face full of surprise. He could feel through touch that this virtual body was no different from his own body. Including his strength, speed, abilities, and even mental strength, they are exactly the same as his own body. Jiang Yu, stop standing there like an idiot, come and fight. A few dozen meters away, the young man shouted, holding a long knife. Jiang Yu suppressed his wonder at the virtual world and, according to his inner thoughts, condensed a 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Kill! The young man rushed towards Jiang Yu with a long sword. He was very fast and in just a moment he rushed in front of Jiang Yu, with the long knife in his hand pointing directly at Jiang Yu's face. Death in the virtual world is not real death, and once you start fighting, you will naturally not hold back. Jiang Yu wanted to test it, so he raised his gun to block it. Clang. The sound of golden swords rang out. Virtual interior. Zhang Ming looked at the screen where Jiang Yu and the other man had already started the duel, turned his head and smiled at Lei Xiao. Lei Big Head, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on who will win. If your student wins, I'll give you 5 million. If Jiang Yu wins, you'll give me 5 million. This bet remains in effect until Jiang Yu loses. I don't know, do you dare? Humph. Lei Xiao snorted coldly, let's bet, who's afraid of who? Jiang Yu is talented, but don't forget, he's only a mid-level warrior. My students are already high-level warriors. It's not easy for a mid-level warrior to defeat a high-level warrior. Really? Then let's wait and see. Zhang Ming said with a smile. The reason he was so confident in Jiang Yu was that Jiang Yu had told him before they set out that he was invincible below the junior level. What he didn't expect was that Lei Xiao was so sinister that he gathered a group of high-level warriors to fight Jiang Yu even though he knew that Jiang Yu was a mid-level warrior. If he had known this, he should have found a general-level warrior to deal with it when Lei Dinao brought his warriors to attack his gym. However, Zhang Ming had no choice but to do nothing even though he knew that Lei Dinao was playing dirty. According to the rules of the challenge hall, warriors aged 18 to 22 are divided into one stage. As long as the warrior is at this stage, he can come and fight. Lei Dinao took advantage of this loophole. But Lei Dinao would never have thought that Jiang Yu was also a high-level warrior. Zhang Ming glanced at Lei Xiao and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Bang, bang. In the virtual space, Jiang Yu and the young man exchanged quick moves. This was his first time facing a human warrior. He was not in a hurry to defeat the young man, but used the young man to increase his experience in fighting the enemy. Finally, after hundreds of moves, Jiang Yu felt that the young man could only play a very small role, so he shot him through the heart. You are very strong. The young man said unwillingly, his body turned into a piece of data and disappeared in the virtual space. Defeated. Senior brother Wan Long actually lost. Although senior brother Wan Long is not the top talent in our martial arts school, his strength is still ranked among the top 10 among high-level martial artists. Now he has been defeated by a mid-level martial artist. Inside the virtual room, all the warriors were surprised to see the young man's defeat. Wan Long came out of the virtual warehouse with a look of shame on his face. Zhang Ming looked at Lei Xiao, who looked unhappy, and said with a smile, Lei Big Head, your student lost. Remember the 5 million. Humph. Lei Xiao snorted coldly, it's just a failure. What's there to brag about? Who's next? I'll do it. A female warrior responded and walked into the virtual warehouse. It's senior sister Lu Yan. Senior sister Lu Yan's strength is enough to rank in the top 10 among all the high-level warriors in our martial arts hall. With her around, we will definitely be able to defeat Jiang Yu. That's right. When senior sister Lu Yan was a mid-level warrior, she once single-handedly killed a high-level beast soldier. Jiang Yu is definitely no match for senior sister Lu Yan. Not long ago, I saw senior sister Lu Yan testing her punching power. Her punching power has reached 8,000 kilograms, which is very strong. No matter how talented Jiang Yu is, in the face of absolute strength, he will be defeated. Chapter 39 Defeat another person. Please. Lu Yan was much more polite than Wang Long. After bowing to Jiang Yu, she drew her sword and attacked. Her knife skills were decisive, without any frills or delays. Every attack was aimed directly at Jiang Yu's vital points, and every blow was fatal. Mastery-level swordsmanship? Jiang Yu frowned and also used Lu Yan as a sparring partner, fighting the enemy with his master-level spear skills. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Under the attack of the 7-foot-long spear, Lu Yan was initially at a slight disadvantage. But she soon got used to Jiang Yu's attack rhythm and became more comfortable with it. From time to time, she could even suppress Jiang Yu's attack. A long sword in her hand was wielded with great power. As expected of senior sister Lu Yan, after initially appearing to be at a slight disadvantage, she has been suppressing Jiang Yu. If this continues, Jiang Yu will be defeated soon. What's wrong with being a special recruit? Is being a special recruit so great? Even now, aren't we still struggling under the attacks of senior sister Lu Yan? The cultivation of character and combat experience cannot be compensated by talent alone. Senior sister Lu Yan has gone into the wilderness 3 times to hunt exotic beasts. She has long since cultivated an unyielding heart for martial arts. It is only a matter of time before she defeats Jiang Yu. In my opinion, with senior sister Lu Yan's current strength, even a junior general can fight against her. The warriors were talking about it. Lei Xiao glanced at Zhang Ming and said with a forced smile, "Congratulations! We've finally found a good talent this time." Not only is he a skilled warrior with supernatural powers, but he's also mastered spearmanship to a mastery level at the age of 18. No wonder you have the courage to challenge our martial arts gym. You're too kind. Jiang Yu's talent is average, still inferior to your martial arts school. Zhang Ming smiled modestly, with pride evident on his face. Snort. Lei Xiao was dissatisfied with Zhang Ming's boasting and looked at the big screen again. Upon seeing this, Lei Xiao immediately realized that something was wrong and frowned. With his martial god-level vision, he could tell at a glance that Jiang Yu wasn't using his full strength. No matter how fierce Lu Yan's attack was, it would be easily neutralized by Jiang Yu in the end. In an instant, he understood everything, turned his head to look at Zhang Ming, and sneered. Well, a specially recruited student from Huadu Bay City is actually using my students as sparring partners. Zhang Ming, you're really holding a good hand. Jiang Yu isn't a mid-level warrior at all. His true level should be a high-level warrior, or even higher, right? He is not stupid. We can only blame Jiang Yu for hiding it so well. If Wan Long was defeated because Jiang Yu had the ability to kill enemies of higher levels, then what about Lu Yan? As a student at his martial arts school, he was well aware of Lu Yan's strength. She was a gifted student who, while still an intermediate-level warrior, had already surpassed her level to kill a high-level beast soldier-level beast. Jiang Yu was able to fight Lu Yan with ease, even without using his full strength. This was enough to prove that Jiang Yu was stronger than Lu Yan, but he was hiding his weakness. Okay. Lei Xiao looked at Zhang Ming, and his eyes became more and more unfriendly. This old bastard in front of me is really shady. Jiang Yu clearly had the strength of a high-level warrior, but he lied to him and said he was only a mid-level warrior. If he hadn't been more careful and gathered a group of high-level martial arts students, I'm afraid his face would have been swollen by Zhang Ming now. Zhang Ming smiled but said nothing. The warriors around were stunned. A student whispered, "President, are you saying that Jiang Yu is not an intermediate-level warrior, but a high-level warrior?" Lei Xiao nodded solemnly. The warriors were shocked, looking at Jiang Yu on the screen with disbelief in their eyes. An 18-year-old high-level warrior. With this kind of talent, even among those large base cities, students are considered geniuses. On the other hand, they had only just passed the martial arts exam at the age of 18. Even Zhao Li, the most talented, was only a beginner martial artist. For a moment, all the warriors were discouraged and felt ashamed of themselves. Incomparable. There's really no comparison. Before, although they knew that Jiang Yu was a special recruit with great talent, they thought that they had practiced for a few more years than Jiang Yu and were stronger than him, and that they were able to defeat him. But now, Jiang Yu was younger than them, but his strength was equal to theirs. This instantly wiped out their only advantage. The only warrior who was not discouraged was Wan Long. He thought that losing to a warrior who was younger and weaker than him was a very shameful thing. It brings shame to the martial arts school. But when he heard that Jiang Yu was a high-level warrior, he instantly felt less ashamed. Is it shameful to lose to a genius of the same level as him? Not shameful. On the contrary, countless years later, when Jiang Yu rises to prominence, he can still brag about it to those around him. Back then, he fought with that genius for 100 moves before being defeated. Virtual space. As time went by, Lu Yan also noticed something was wrong. She quickly distanced herself from Jiang Yu and said in a deep voice, "You are not an intermediate warrior. Intermediate warriors don't have as much strength as you." Jiang Yu smiled, leaped up, and the spear went straight through Lu Yan's chest. Lu Yan opened her mouth and her figure disappeared into the virtual space. Squeak! The virtual warehouse opens. Lu Yan walked out of the virtual warehouse, glanced at Jiang Yu in the virtual warehouse, walked up to Lei Xiao, and said with a guilty look, "President, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I lost." Lei Xiao nodded without saying anything. She lost. Senior sister Lu Yan really lost. The warriors sighed. If it were before, they might have been shocked and felt sorry for Lu Yan's failure. But after learning about Jiang Yu's true strength, they had already expected Lu Yan to fail. Who's next? Lei Xiao's sharp eyes swept across all the warriors present. All the warriors lowered their heads, and no one dared to fight. You useless people, you're a bunch of useless people. Just because of a mere Jiangyu, you're already scared? If you encounter a powerful beast in the wilderness in the future, will you just close your eyes and wait for death? Lei Xiao roared angrily, his face full of anger. Us. There are warriors who want to fight. But when he thought about the fact that even Lu Yan had been defeated, he would only bring shame upon himself if he went up, so he could only shake his head helplessly and give up. Let me do it. At this time, Raymond stood up and strode into the virtual warehouse. Lei Xiao's expression improved a little, and he said expressionlessly, "The path of martial arts relies on more than just strength. It also requires a fearless attitude in the face of the powerful, and the courage to burn your boats and cross the river. If you can't do this, then you might as well quit the martial arts and switch to civilian work. Otherwise, you'll lose your life in vain." Under Lei Xiao's preaching, the warriors did not dare to refute. In the virtual space, Raymond and Jiang Yu stood opposite each other. Compared to Wang Long and the other two who underestimated the enemy, Raymond's expression was much more serious. He looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Jiang Yu, I know you are very powerful. You have already broken through to the advanced level of warrior and possess ice-related abilities. But, this battle concerns the reputation of our martial arts school. From now on, I hope you can give it your all. My strength is not comparable to Wang Long and Lu Yan. Thunder Flame Armor." Raymond finished speaking and shouted angrily. His entire body was instantly wrapped in lightning, forming a coat of armor. His aura surged in an instant. Chapter 40 Junior General. Thunder Flame Armor, your famous skill. Raymond is a good kid. He can master the Thunder Flame Armor at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. It's true that a tiger father will have a dog son. Zhang Ming praised sincerely. Snort. Lei Xiao showed a proud expression and ignored Zhang Ming. Did Zhang Ming think that by praising his son a few words, he could make him forgive him? Impossible. It's impossible. What is Thunder Flame Armor? The Thunder Flame Armor is the Guild Master's famous skill. Back then, it was with this armor that the Guild Master single-handedly slew 3 Lord-level beasts, leaving them unscathed. So powerful? Then why don't we usually see Brother Raymond using it? What do you know? The Thunder Flame Armor is extremely difficult to cultivate and consumes a lot of energy. How can you use it just like that? The Guild Master once said that if Brother Raymond wanted to fully utilize the Thunder Flame Armor, he would have to wait until he reached the general level at the very least. I just didn't expect Brother Raymond to be so talented that he could use the Thunder Flame Armor at the advanced warrior level. He truly is our martial arts school's second genius. I heard that Jiang Yu is also a warrior with supernatural powers, and his supernatural power is ice-based. I just don't know how good his supernatural power is. If it's not as good as Brother Raymond's, I'm afraid he will really lose this time. Just as the warriors were discussing, a person walked out of the virtual room. When they saw this person's appearance, everyone in the virtual room was stunned. Senior Brother Zhao Li. Meet Senior Brother Zhao Li. The warriors greeted each other respectfully, their faces full of admiration, and no one dared to whisper to each other. Zhao Li. The special student recruited by Lei Xiao 3 years ago is a spiritualist. As for who the warriors present feared the most, besides Lei Xiao, it was Zhao Li. Since becoming a warrior, he has rarely been defeated. The only defeat was against a top genius from a large base city. On that occasion, Zhao Li fought against a mid-level general as a junior general, and although he was defeated, he still won with honor. Zhao Li glanced at the warriors and nodded. He walked up to Lei Xiao and bowed slightly. Master, are you looking for me? Lei Xiao didn't say anything, but pointed at the big screen. Zhao Li looked at the big screen and saw the duel between Jiang Yu and the other two. He frowned slightly and said, Master, do you want me to play? Lei Xiao nodded slightly. Zhang Ming immediately quit and said angrily, Hey Lei now, what do you mean by this? Can't you afford to play? Why did you call Zhao Li over? Aren't you just bullying me? Jiang Yu is only 18 years old. Bullying? Lei Xiao laughed coldly. Zhao Li is only 21 years old this year. According to the rules, he has the right to accept the challenge. I'm just following the rules. How can this be considered bullying? Besides, even if he bullies others, it's not as severe as you, Zhang Ming. Jiang Yu clearly has the strength of a high-level warrior, but you lied to me and said he was only a mid-level warrior. If I hadn't been more careful, you would have kicked out my martial arts school by now, right? If you have the ability, you can also find a 21-year-old intermediate martial artist. Snort. Lei Xiao put his hands behind his back. You. Zhang Ming stared at Lei Xiao's bald head, wishing he could go up and hit him in the head a few times. He knew that Lei De now couldn't afford to play with him. An 18-year-old high-level warrior. Zhao Li stared at Zhang Bai on the screen, his pupils shrinking slightly in shock. Thunder Dragon breaks. Raymond held a spear, the shaft of which was entwined with lightning. He swung it and thrust it hard at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was not willing to be outdone. He had already replaced the 7-foot-long spear in his hand with an ice crystal-colored ice spear and rushed towards Raymond. Boom! One was thunder and the other was ice. The two spears met in the air, forming two extremes and separating the two men. One side is ice and the other side is thunder. Break it for me! Raymond screamed loudly, and the power of thunder and lightning in his body poured madly into the spear. At this moment, he somewhat understood the feelings of Wang Long and Lu Yan, which was a feeling of frustration. No matter how hard he attacked, Zhang Yu could always withstand his attacks. It's like a strong person is playing with a weak person. Right. That's the feeling. Zhang Yu, I admit that you are very powerful, but I am protected by the Thunder Flame armor. Anyone below the junior general level cannot break my armor at all. Raymond roared loudly, his face becoming extremely ferocious because he was using too much force. Yeah? Zhang Yu smiled softly as thick layers of ice began to form on the ground within a few meters around him. The ice spread quickly freezing Raymond's legs and moving towards his upper body. Junior brother Raymond is going to lose. Inside the virtual room, Zhao Li looked at the duel between the two on the screen and said expressionlessly. Zhao Li, did you see that too? Lei Xiao's face was solemn. He glanced at Zhang Ming inadvertently, with a gleam in his eyes. He had already seen Zhang Yu's true strength. Zhao Li nodded gently. Through the duel between the two, I can see that Zhang Yu has not yet used his strongest fighting power. He is neither an intermediate warrior nor an advanced warrior, he should be a junior warrior. Junior warrior. Upon hearing this, the warriors cried out in shock. They stared at Zhang Yu on the big screen in horror, their minds blank. Junior general. An 18-year-old junior military commander. Even Zhao Li didn't have such strength when he was 18 years old. Only the talented children from large base cities and big families can achieve such strength. No. Perhaps those children from big families would not be able to break through to the junior level of military generals at the age of 18. Silence. Deathly quiet. The warriors were unable to recover for a long time. If it is said that Zhang Yu, a high-level warrior, makes them feel discouraged and ashamed. Now Zhang Yu is the person they look up to. Even if they spend their entire lives, they probably won't be able to catch up with Zhang Yu. Lu Yan looked at Zhang Yu in the virtual warehouse with determination in her eyes. Becoming a strong person has always been her goal. That's right, it's a junior general. Lei Xiao nodded in agreement, then grabbed Zhang Ming and shouted angrily. Zhang Ming, you're really going too far. You're really bullying me. You're calling a junior general an intermediate warrior. Do you have any shame? A junior general, he was only 18 years old. How could you bully others like that? Angry. At this moment, Lei Xiao was really angry. This. Zhang Ming had an innocent expression on his face, but he was actually smiling inside. An 18-year-old junior military commander, this is a genius that even the most fortunate cannot obtain. 10 years. He had been waiting for this day for 10 years. Call. After a fit of rage, Lei Xiao let go of Zhang Ming's collar. He admitted that he was very angry now. However, compared to being angry, he was more envious. I envy Zhang Ming. Old Lei, don't be angry. Think about all the injustice I've endured over the past 10 years. Don't worry, I will repay you faithfully for your previous sarcasm. Zhang Ming said with a smile, feeling proud. Snort. Lei Xiao stopped talking and just stared at the big screen quietly. On the screen, the battle came to an end as Raymond was completely frozen. Squeak. The virtual warehouse opened, Raymond walked out of it, and shook his head with a dejected look on his face. Zhao Li stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged, it's normal for you to lose to him. He is a junior warrior. Junior warrior. Raymond was also shocked. Zhang Ming, how about we make a bet? Lei Xiao suddenly said. What's the bet? Zhang Ming asked back. Chapter 41. I want to follow you. Let's bet on whether Zhang Yu can withstand Zhao Li's 100 attacks. If he can, you win. I'll give you my SS level True Dragon Blood Potion. If you can't, you lose, and you give me the 10,000 years Thunderwood Heart. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Lei Xiao asked. Zhang Ming frowned, and thought began to well up in his mind. SS True Dragon Blood Agent is made from the essence and blood of the SS level exotic beast, the dragon, plus many precious medicinal materials. It is sold at a price of over 10 billion and is a rare treasure. The 10,000-year Thunderwood Heart is not bad either. It is a treasure of the same SS level and is hard to come by. Bet? Or not to gamble? Zhang Ming was a little hesitant. Although he had confidence in Zhang Yu, Zhao Li was also a genius and a spiritual master. It was really difficult for Zhang Yu to take on Zhao Li's hundreds of moves. Are you going to gamble or not? Why, are you scared? Lei Xiao sneered and glanced at Zhang Ming with mockery. Let's gamble, who's afraid of who? Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and agreed. Good. Lei Xiao nodded with satisfaction and looked at Zhao Li. Zhao Li strode towards the virtual warehouse. Wait. Zhang Ming suddenly said, Zhang Yu has already fought 3 battles in a row. Although physical strength is not consumed in the virtual space, it still consumes mental energy. I suggest that we let Zhang Yu come out and rest for a few minutes before we start the competition. Okay, whatever you say. Lei Xiao did not refute and reached out to close the virtual space. The big screen went black. Zhang Yu's mind returned to his body. When the virtual warehouse opened, Zhang Yu saw Zhao Li with a head full of beige hair at a glance, and his brows subconsciously frowned. He walked out of the virtual warehouse, walked up to Zhang Ming, and asked, Brother Zhang, is the challenge over? Zhang Ming shook his head, not yet. Zhang Yu, the next one is your most difficult battle. As long as you can hold on in this battle, I will give you an SS level True Dragon Blood Potion. At that moment, Zhang Ming told Zhang Yu the truth about the bet between him and Lei Xiao. After hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression straightened up and he nodded slightly. Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I will definitely last 100 moves. I trust you. Zhang Ming patted Zhang Yu's shoulder with an extremely serious expression on his face. They have succeeded in challenging the opponent to this point, and he is very satisfied. He believed that if Zhang Yu was given a few more years, he would definitely surpass Zhao Li. Halftime break. Zhang Yu sat on the sofa outside the virtual room and checked his own attribute panel. According to the information provided by Zhang Ming, Zhao Li has now reached the level of a mid-level general in terms of both physical fitness and mental power. However, he still has a long way to go to become a mid-level general in terms of both physical fitness and mental power. Even if he added his ice-related abilities and used all his methods, he was still no match for Zhao Li. It is not an easy task to sustain for 100 moves. Not far away, Raymond looked at Zhang Yu and walked straight forward. Zhang Yu, I admit that you are very strong. But the next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. Raymond turned and left. This failure shattered his pride in being a genius. Hello, Zhang Yu, my name is Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled and stretched out her right hand. Hello. Zhang Yu shook hands with him gently. Lu Yan blushed and said with some difficulty, I want to be with you. With me? Zhang Yu frowned. Why did he feel something was wrong with this sentence? With you. I have admired the strong since I was a child. You are stronger than me, more talented than me, and younger than me. I want to practice with you. Lu Yan said truthfully. It's over. Senior sister Lu Yan has fallen. She actually wants to follow Zhang Yu. Senior sister Lu Yan, you must calm down. You once said that you don't like male chauvinism. It's over. After all, beauty can't resist a hero. I can't see senior sister Lu Yan every day anymore. The surrounding warriors were heartbroken. Lu Yan ignored it and looked straight at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't promise you. I'm a man and you're a woman. It's really inconvenient for you to follow me. Were you rejected? A hint of sadness flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Excuse me, I have to go to the virtual room for the competition. Zhang Yu smiled, stood up and walked towards the virtual room. It's begun. Do you think Jiang Yu can survive 100 moves from senior brother Zhao Li? I think it's uncertain. Jiang Yu's fighting ability is strong. If it were an ordinary mid-level general, he might be able to do it. But senior brother Zhao Li is not only a mid-level general, but also a spiritualist. It's almost impossible for Jiang Yu to last more than 100 moves. Brother Raymond, what do you think? A warrior asked Raymond. Although Raymond knew that Jiang Yu was very strong, he was not optimistic about Jiang Yu at this time and shook his head. The standards for junior officers are a strength of 10,000 kilograms and a speed of 250 ms. For intermediate officers, the standards are a strength of 30,000 kilograms and a speed of 500 ms. The difference in punching power is nearly 3 times and speed is twice as great. Furthermore, senior brother Zhao Li is a spiritualist, and his attack methods are strange and unexpected. Even if Jiang Yu is a monster, it would be difficult to break the disparity in strength. Virtual interior. Jiang Yu nodded to Zhang Ming and stepped into the virtual warehouse. Zhao Li had been waiting in the virtual warehouse for a long time. The same grassland map reappears. The two stood facing each other. This time, Jiang Yu did not choose the spear, but switched back to the long sword. Skilled swordsmanship can better demonstrate his strength than mastered gunmanship. On the opposite side, Zhao Li also held a long sword, and behind his head, there were 6 flying knives circling. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was on high alert, Zhao Li said calmly, "The difference between a junior general and an intermediate general may seem like only a small level, but the difference in strength and speed is huge. A year ago, I was just like you. With the strength of a junior general, I challenged a mid-level general, but in the end, I was defeated. Even though I used my mental power and tried every possible means, it was difficult to change the outcome of failure. The same goes for you today. I will show no mercy later and will defeat you as quickly as possible. You talk too much nonsense, come on." Jiang Yudao pointed at Zhao Li. "Oh." Zhao Li raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Jiang Yu only felt a flash before his eyes, and Zhao Li was already in front of him, slashing at him from above with a knife. In a hurry, he could only hold the sword across his chest and hurriedly block Zhao Li's attack. Clang! The two swords collided, and the huge impact force directly knocked Jiang Yu hundreds of meters away. What a fast speed! What a powerful force! Jiang Yu quickly stabilized his body, feeling the numbness in his arms. He was secretly frightened and did not dare to show any carelessness on his face. Zhao Li didn't give Jiang Yu any chance to breathe and attacked him again. The long sword, with a cold light, went straight to Jiang Yu's neck. Clang! Jiang Yu blocked Zhao Li's attack again, but was knocked away again in return. Chapter 42, Battle against Zhao Li. Pang, dang. Zhao Li's attack was as fast as the wind and as unstoppable as a shadow, not giving Jiang Yu any chance to breathe. Under Zhao Li's frequent attacks, Jiang Yu could not find a good way to counterattack and was forced to defend. Inside the virtual room, Lei Xiao looked at Jiang Yu, who was being beaten by Zhao Li the entire time, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, it looks like Jiang Yu can't last more than 100 moves. 10,000 years of Thunder Machine, you'd better take it out as soon as possible." Zhang Ming stared at the big screen with a serious expression and didn't say a word the whole time. He could see that Zhao Li hadn't used his full strength in the duel with Jiang Yu. At least, he hadn't used his mental power. During the entire confrontation, Zhao Li used his own strength and speed to suppress Jiang Yu. Senior brother Zhao Li is truly formidable. He's beaten Jiang Yu so hard he can only defend himself, without any ability to resist at all. The difference in strength between a mid-level general and a junior general is several times greater. This result was expected. If senior brother Zhao Li lost, that would be unexpected. I wish I had their strength. I wonder how these geniuses train on a daily basis. They're all about the same age, but their strengths differ so drastically. Look, Jiang Yu has been knocked away by senior brother Zhao Li again. This is the nth time he has been knocked away. Zhao Li is indeed strong. His strength is definitely over 30,000, perhaps even reaching 40,000. And his speed should be over 600 ms, more than twice my speed. But, so what? With his strength, he's barely able to defeat me. He didn't use his mental power, so how could I have used it? The test is over. Next, it's time to find an opportunity to strike back. In virtual space? Jiang Yu knelt on one knee on the ground, quickly analyzing Zhao Li's strength in his mind. In the dozens of collisions just now, his knuckles had already been cracked and bleeding. But he had no intention of giving up. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit and successfully found Zhao Li's weakness. Zhao Li's movement speed is fast, but his reaction speed is insufficient and his lower body is a bit unstable. This was his chance. An SS-grade True Dragon Blood Potion, worth tens of billions of Hansha coins. He wanted it, and no one could take it away from him. Jiang Yu noticed something in his mind. He held the long sword with one hand, slowly stood up from the ground, and looked straight at Zhao Li. "You're really tough. But, it's time to stop here." Zhao Li said expressionlessly, and rushed towards Jiang Yu with a knife. Jiang Yu stood still, and just as Zhao Li's blade was about to approach him, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was, vanishing under Zhao Li's blade. "Where are the people?" Zhao Li's pupils shrank and he looked around quickly, only to see a long knife coming towards the back of his head. Clang! Zhao Li quickly turned around and raised his knife to block, and Jiang Yu's pretty face came into his sight. "I underestimated you. How did you disappear just now? Based on your speed, it is impossible for you to suddenly disappear from my sight." Zhao Li asked expressionlessly. "You guess?" Jiang Yu smiled slightly, and dozens of ice spikes condensed around his body and stabbed towards Zhao Li's vital points, such as glasses, nose, and clouds. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground and spread out in all directions. "Asshole!" Zhao Li cursed angrily, and just as he was about to return to defend, he found that his legs had already been frozen by the ice. At this time, Jiang Yu's second knife also arrived. In desperation, he had to control the 6 flying knives to protect his vital parts. At the same time, he was furious with Jiang Yu. Why did he have to hit Yunchang when there were other options? Although his body was virtual and wouldn't be damaged, there were so many warriors watching outside. If his Yunchang was hit, where would his face be? Clang, clang, clang. The flying knife shattered the ice spikes and flew towards Jiang Yu with undiminished momentum. Jiang Yu leaped up and disappeared in front of Zhao Li again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhao Li. Call! A sound of breaking through the air was heard behind Zhao Li. Zhao Li quickly turned around, only to see Jiang Yu appear in front of him again. The magic of love. Whenever Zhao Li wanted to attack, Jiang Yu would appear behind him. On the ground, the area covered by ice is getting wider and wider. What kind of operation is this? The warriors looked at Jiang Yu on the screen, who was circling around Zhao Li, with surprised expressions on their faces. From a third-party perspective, they could clearly see the confrontation between the two. It was clearly seen that every time Zhao Li wanted to attack Jiang Yu would quickly dodge as if he could predict the direction of the attack in advance, and then appear behind Zhao Li. Moreover, as the ice on the ground became thicker and the ground became more slippery, Jiang Yu's movement speed became faster and faster. What a clever boy, and such agile movements. If I'm not mistaken, the movement technique Jiang Yu used should be the Spirit Cloud Step, right? And it's the Mastery Level Spirit Cloud Step. Mr. Zhang, you've really found a treasure this time. An 18-year-old junior general who not only possesses ice-related abilities, but also has a high level of talent. At the age of 18, he had already mastered the proficiency level swordsmanship, the mastery level spearmanship, and the mastery level body movement of the Spirit Cloud Step. He truly is a genius born in his youth. It's truly remarkable. Lei Xiao looked at Jiang Yu on the screen and praised him from the bottom of his heart, his words full of envy. If Zhou Yue had not already accepted Jiang Yu as his disciple, he would really want to poach Jiang Yu at this moment, at any cost. There are military generals who are 18 years old. But there is absolutely no general who can master 3 training methods above the mastery level at the age of 18. Unlike strength and speed, which can be increased through external objects, cultivation requires understanding and years of hard training. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "Just average. Jiang Yu is just average. He can't compare to the talented people in your martial arts school. They've exchanged 59 moves now. I'm afraid you're going to bleed a lot today." Having said that, Zhang Ming was both excited and shocked at this moment. Before coming here, he never imagined that Jiang Yu would give him so many surprises in just an ordinary challenge. Really? Lei Xiao sneered, "It's too early for you to be happy. Jiang Yu's agility is quite good, and combined with his ice-type abilities, the combination of the two can indeed narrow the gap in speed between him and Zhao Li. But don't forget Zhao Li's profession. He's a psychic, capable of flying. Furthermore, his flying speed is no less than his running speed on land, and may even be faster. Once Zhao Li takes off, Jiang Yu will be a sitting duck. In virtual space. As Jiang Yu chose to fight in a guerrilla mode instead of a direct confrontation, Zhao Li finally lost his patience. He stomped his foot on the ground, shattering the ice, and leaped into the air. He looked down at Jiang Yu and said, "Jiang Yu, your idea is great. Use the ice layer to slow me down. Use the ice spikes to contain my flying knives, leaving me no time to free my hands. But you forget that I'm a psychic. My greatest advantage is in the air. Once I'm airborne, all your attacks will be useless against me." "Really?" Jiang Yu smiled slightly, stretched out 5 fingers towards Zhao Li, and said with a smile, "I've already calculated it. Including the attack you just gave me, you've made a total of 95 moves. In other words, if I can take just 5 more of your moves, I'll win this bet." Zhao Li frowned. Has he already used 95 moves? How come he doesn't remember that many? Etc. Zhao Li looked at the shattered ice spikes on the ground, and suddenly an epiphany came to his mind. He was tricked. If each of Jiang Yu's ice spikes was considered an attack, then each time he used a flying knife to defend himself, it was also considered a move. By this calculation, he has indeed made quite a few moves. Routine. Full of routines. Chapter 43. 100 moves have passed. Spirit Cloud Step. A special body technique. It was originally a warrior, created to kill strange beasts. In the wilderness, some exotic beasts are powerful and have thick skin and flesh. To kill them, one must find their weaknesses. Thus, the Spirit Cloud Step was created. Its greatest advantage isn't increased speed, but rather its ability to wrap around the opponent. It feels like a fusion of the 18 falls and the light footsteps technique, focusing on the concept of wrapping around the opponent, seeking out weaknesses while doing so. However, Ling Yunbu also has one major shortcoming, which is that it requires absolute precision in combat. If there is even the slightest error, it would be like dancing on a knife's edge, and you would be torn into pieces by the opponent. This time, it was also Jiang Yu's first time to perform Ling Yun Step. High in the sky. Zhao Li looked down at Jiang Yu from above. He admitted it. He did underestimate Jiang Yu, but so what? No one can change the final outcome. As a psychic, he has absolute air superiority and confidence. At high altitude, he could fight even against a martial god. The worst that could happen was that he would just run away. "Jiang Yu, I admit that you have a good plan. But even if I only have the last 5 moves left to defeat you, that will be enough. Next, I will let you see the true power of a spiritualist." Zhao Li said expressionlessly. 6 flying knives gathered in front of him like awls. With a wave of his hand, they swooped down towards Jiang Yu. As we all know, a small stone does not have much lethality, but when it falls from a high altitude, it can cause great damage. The same went for the 6 flying knives, which headed straight for Jiang Yu with the force of a high-altitude dive and the friction of high-speed rotation. Facing the 6 flying knives, Jiang Yu remained fearless. He raised his long sword high to protect himself and condensed several ice walls in front of him. He would not have thought of dodging. But in front of a psychic, no matter how you dodge, it will be useless. It's like, under the aim of a sniper, whether to go in a straight line or in an S-shaped line. The end result is the same, it's useless. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Call. The 6 flying knives spun at high speed, penetrated the first ice wall, and went towards the second ice wall. Soon, he penetrated all the ice walls and headed straight for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised his knife to meet the flying knife. A sneer appeared on Zhao Li's lips. This move is his unique skill. Utilize the sharp tip of the flying knife, combined with the diving force under high-speed rotation, to form a powerful penetrating power. It was simply a pipe dream for Jiang Yu to want to block his 6 flying knives with just a long sword. Virtual interior. All the warriors were staring at the screen, watching the battle between these two geniuses. When they saw Jiang Yu using his long sword to block Zhao Li's 6 flying knives, all the warriors held their breath. Can Jiang Yu block it? This is senior brother Zhao Li's ultimate move. Hanging. The attack force from the high-altitude dive, plus the friction from the high-speed rotation. The resulting attack force is more than just 1 + 1. Jiang Yu's idea of blocking it with a long sword is nothing but a pipe dream. No, oh look. Jiang Yu not only blocked senior brother Zhao Li's flying knife, but also chopped it apart with his long sword. 0. Etc. What does Jiang Yu want to do? The warriors cried out in surprise, staring at the screen with disbelief in their eyes. Even Lei Xiao and Zhang Ming were no exception. The two stared at the screen in silence, shocked. On the screen, Jiang Yu chopped off Zhao Li's flying knife with one knife, then formed a layer of ice gloves on his right hand and quickly grasped the 6 flying knives in his hand. He held the flying knife tightly with powerful force, and no matter how Zhao Li controlled the flying knife, he would not let go. The flying knife was like a monkey in the palm of Buddha's hand, held tightly by him. What a decisive character! What keen observation skills! I'm afraid Zhao Li will lose this duel. Lei Xiao suddenly spoke, frowning. His words immediately attracted the attention of all the warriors. A warrior, puzzled, asked, President, senior brother Zhao Li still has 4 attacks left. He might not lose, right? Lei Xiao shook his head and said, Zhao Li's flying knife was caught by Jiang Yu with his bare hands, and it has lost its strongest fighting power. Throughout the entire duel, Zhao Li seemed to have the upper hand. In reality, he was being manipulated by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had already seen through his weaknesses. Now that the flying knife has been stolen, what advantages does a spiritualist without a flying knife have besides flying? In virtual space, Zhao Li released all his mental power and controlled the flying knife to escape from Jiang Yu's right hand. But no matter how he controlled the flying knife or released his mental power, the flying knife could not escape from Jiang Yu's right hand. Jiang Yu held the flying knife tightly, smiled at Zhao Li and said, It's useless. Your mental power is strong, but it's far from strong enough to allow the flying knife to ignore my restraints and fly out of my hand. You now have 4 more chances to attack. As a psychic, Jiang Yu knew very well what the weaknesses of psychics were. That's the weapon. The reason why psychics choose throwing knives as weapons is because they are light, flexible, and easy to control. However, once the flying knife is restrained by a powerful binding force, the psychic master has no other advantages except the advantage of controlling the air. This is why every spiritualist will increase the number of flying knives he controls. Because flying knives are their main means of attack. Having lost their flying knives, they could only choose close combat like ordinary warriors. Zhao Li obviously understood this principle. After trying to control the flying knife many times without success, he jumped down from the air and rushed towards Jiang Yu with the knife. Pang! The 2 knives collided. Jiang Yu, who was holding a knife in his left hand, was knocked hundreds of meters away, but his right hand, which was holding the flying knife, did not loosen. The powerful ice ability froze the flying knife and his right hand together. 3 more moves, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Zhao Li was speechless and rushed towards Jiang Yu with a knife. Jiang Yu blocked the first knife. With the second strike, the long sword broke, and Jiang Yu's knuckles were cracked again. Jiang Yu did not block the third blow, but dodged the vital points and used his body to directly resist Zhao Li's blade. After the 3 cuts, Jiang Yu smiled and gave Zhao Li a harmless smile. I won. Chapter 44, Staying in Crescent Base City. We won. Jiang Yu won, but senior brother Zhao Li actually lost. After seeing the final result, the warriors were all shocked. So far, they haven't figured it out. How did Jiang Yu, a junior general and a mid-level general, defeat Zhao Li? Especially when Zhao Li used his mental power. However, this does not affect the final result. Oh my god, Jiang Yu actually took on all 100 of Zhao Li's moves. I've been watching the big screen, but I still don't understand how he did it. 18 years old. The most terrifying thing is that Jiang Yu is only 18 years old now. If he were to reach our age, how strong would he be? Brother Lei Meng, if you were replaced by Jiang Yu, could you withstand Brother Zhao Li's 100 moves? The warriors exclaimed, and one of them asked Raymond. Raymond glared at the warrior who asked the question, shook his head and said, I'm not as good as him. Lu Yan looked at Jiang Yu with a strange look in her eyes and her heartbeat inexplicably began to accelerate. That's a heart-pounding feeling. She admitted that at this moment, her heart was moved. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties, and beauties naturally love heroes as well. Although she is 3 years older than Jiang Yu, in today's world, being 30 years older is not a problem. Once a warrior breaks through to the martial god level, his lifespan will reach 150 years. Breaking through and surpassing the martial god level will reach 200. SS grade 500. SSS level 1000. When you finally break through, even if you are 100 years older, it will only be a fraction of the age. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, you've won this bet. I'll pass the SS grade True Dragon Blood Potion to Jiang Yu for you. Lei Xiao said with a distressed look on his face. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Why did he make a bet with Zhang Ming in the first place? He only had this one bottle of SS True Dragon Blood Potion. It was a reward from his superiors, something he wasn't willing to give to his own son. Now, he actually output it. Bet. It's really not a good thing. From today on, he will quit gambling. He and gambling and drugs are incompatible. As for blaming Zhao Li, he never thought about it. Be willing to accept defeat. Thank you, thank you. I'll thank you on Zhang Yu's behalf for the True Dragon Blood Potion. Also, don't forget, you still have 15 million bets to pay. Zhang Ming smiled broadly, his heart filled with only one word: awesome. After 10 years of enduring humiliation, I finally feel proud at this moment. Especially seeing Lei De now being humiliated. Squeak. The virtual warehouse opens. Zhang Yu and Zhao Li walked out of the virtual warehouse. Zhao Li strode up to Lei Xiao, lowered his head slightly, and said with a look of self-blame. Master, I'm sorry, I lost. I made you lose an SS True Dragon Blood Potion. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the wilderness and kill exotic beasts in exchange for contribution points. I won't come back until I earn enough to buy a bottle of SS True Dragon Blood Potion. Hearing Zhao Li's words, Lei Xiao felt very relieved. His expression improved. He stepped forward, patted Zhao Li on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Zhao Li, victory and defeat are common in the military. Who in this world has never lost? You don't need to blame yourself. It's just a true dragon blood potion, not a valuable treasure. There's no need to go into the wilderness. But I hope that through what happened today, you can understand that there are always people better than you. Starting tomorrow, you will lead the other students in extra training. Strive to break through to the next level as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Zhao Li replied. Lei Xiao patted Zhao Li's shoulder again, his face darkening as he glanced at the other students in the virtual room and shouted. You are all geniuses in our martial arts school. However, your performance today has disappointed me. A mere Jiang Yu has already defeated you. It's Jiang Yu who came today. What if it was a strange beast? Would you also be like today, with no fighting spirit and waiting to die? Starting tomorrow, everyone must work overtime to train for me. We must strive to defeat Jiang Yu one day and avenge our previous humiliation. Jiang Yu listened to Lei Xiao's lecture and felt like he was being used as a negative example. Under Lei Xiao's instruction, the warriors lowered their heads and dared not utter a word. From now on, you will all live in the martial arts hall. You will eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the hall. I will personally supervise your training. Now, go back and pack your things. After a lecture, Lei Xiao looked at Jiang Yu and said, Come with me. Jiang Yu looked at Zhang Ming, and after getting Zhang Ming's instructions, followed Lei Xiao. The two walked out of the virtual room and walked along the corridor of the martial arts hall. Congratulations to the host, your strength is +2 +2 +2. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +2 +2. Congratulations to the host for his swordsmanship +1 +1. Congratulations. As he walked along, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Jiang Yu's mind. After walking through the hall and several corridors, Lei Xiao brought Jiang Yu to the door of a room. After identity verification, Lei Xiao took Jiang Yu into the room. The room was filled with boxes one after another. Jiang Yu didn't know what was in the box. Lei Xiao opened one of the boxes, took out a red potion, and handed it to Jiang Yu. This is the SS True Dragon Blood Potion. I admit defeat and give it to you. Jiang Yu took the blood test and looked at it carefully. The blood container was about 10 centimeters long and as thick as an index finger. It was filled with red liquid. Jiang Yu, the SS True Dragon Blood Potion is made from the blood of an SS grade dragon and hundreds of noble medicinal herbs. It can improve your physical fitness in all aspects. But the effect of this potion is strong and the process is extremely painful. Before taking it, you must adjust your own condition to the best. Only in this way can you fully absorb the energy in the blood potion. Lei Xiao reminded. Jiang Yu put away the potion and said, Thank you, President Lei, for your reminder. I will keep it in mind. Good. Lei Xiao nodded. The two walked out of the room and returned to the hall. By this time, all the warriors had already dispersed, leaving only Zhao Li, Lu Yan, and Zhang Ming in the hall. Lu Yan saw Jiang Yu and wanted to say something, but hesitated. Jiang Yu, did you get the stuff? If you get it, let's go back to the base city. Zhang Ming said, and stood up to walk out of the martial arts hall. Lei Xiao was furious. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Am I the kind of person who can't stand losing? Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, I want to go back in 2 days. This is my first time out, and I want to go shopping in Crescent Bay City. I heard that their roast suckling pig here is particularly delicious. Zhang Ming turned around, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Okay, you have to be careful. I'll come pick you up in 2 days. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Ming turned his head and looked at Lei Xiao. Lei Big Head, please take good care of Jiang Yu for me. If anything happens to him, I will blow your brains out. After saying that, Zhang Ming turned and left. Although Lei Xiao was angry, he rarely said anything in rebuttal this time. A talented warrior is worthy of their careful attention. Jiang Yu, you want to eat roast suckling pig? I know a place where roast suckling pig is especially delicious. Can I take you there? Lu Yan asked Jiang Yu in a low voice. Jiang Yu shook his head. Thank you, no thanks, I want to go around alone first. Oh. Lu Yan felt a little disappointed. After strolling around the martial arts gym and picking up all the bubbles in the gym, Jiang Yu said goodbye to Lei Xiao and left the gym alone, walking on the streets of Crescent Bay City. The reason why he wanted to stay in Crescent Bay City was to pick up a wave of bubbles, especially to go to the mental hospital. Congratulations to the host for your strength +1+1. Congratulations to the host for speed +1+1+. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength by +1. As Jiang Yu passed by, a large number of attribute bubbles were automatically picked up by the system. Jiang Yu's strength is also growing rapidly. By the time he arrived at the entrance of the mental hospital closest to the martial arts gym, his attribute value had reached. Chapter 45, Taking SS True Dragon Blood Potion. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Military Commander. Spiritual Master, Junior Military Commander. Superpower, Ice G level 8100. Strength, 34,000. Speed, 550 ms. Spiritual power, 12,000. Skill. Skilled Swordsmanship 1086 10,000. Skilled Boxing 1123 10,000. Skilled Spearmanship 188 10,000. Skilled Swordmanship 240 10,000. Exercise Method. Skilled Guidance 1999 10,000. Elementary Source Energy 180 1000. The bubbles in the entire martial arts hall, plus the bubbles he picked up along the way, nearly doubled his strength, and his various training methods also reached the proficient level. Only the progress of Source Energy method is slower. There is no way around this. Huadu Base City and Xinyue Base City are both small base cities, and there are very few warriors who can buy the origin energy. Even if there are, these warriors will not practice in martial arts gyms, but in their respective homes. This also resulted in him being unable to pick up a large number of bubbles related to the Source Energy method. TT. Crescent Base City Second Mental Hospital. Jiang Yu withdrew his thoughts and looked into the courtyard. Like the previous mental hospital, the ground was covered with dense bubbles of mental power. Among all the bubbles, Jiang Yu also saw dozens of +10 mental power bubbles. These bubbles, like glass balls, were waiting for him. Climb over the wall and pick up. Jiang Yu used the same trick again, directly climbed over the wall and ran quickly in the yard. Every time the monsters attacked the city, countless residents died. Many people could not accept the loss of their family members, or were stimulated by the brutality of the monsters and became mentally ill. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +10+10. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +2+1+1. Congratulations. As Jiang Yu ran wildly, his body was like a magnet, sucking in a large amount of mental energy bubbles. He is very fast. In just 1 minute, he ran through every corner of the mental hospital. Even the dormitories, cafeterias, treatment areas and toilets were not spared. After picking up all the mental bubbles, he jumped out from the top of the wall. At this time, his mental power had reached a level of 52,000. A mental hospital had increased his mental strength by 40,000 points. It was conceivable how many mentally ill people there were in the hospital. Now, I am capable of crushing Zhao Li in terms of mental power. Jiang Yu muttered to himself as he felt his own strength. Through the fight with Zhao Li, he could sense that Zhao Li's mental power should be around 30,000. Otherwise, with the strength he had at that time, it would be impossible for him to restrain Zhao Li's flying knife. Compared to mental strength, strength and speed are a bit lacking. The revolution still needs to work harder. Jiang Yu turned and left the mental hospital, wandering through the streets and alleys. Compared with Huadu Bay City, Xinhua Bay City does not have many attribute bubbles. It's unfortunate news that attribute bubbles will automatically disappear over time. 3 hours later. The sky was gradually getting dark. Jiang Yu glanced at his attribute panel and walked towards the martial arts hall. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Military Commander. Spiritual Master, Intermediate Level Military Commander. Superpower, Ice G Level 8100. Strength, 50,000. Speed, 800 ms. Spiritual Power, 52100. Skill. Kung Fu. 50,000 kilograms of force, a speed of 800 meters per second. This level of strength has already reached the level of a mid-level general, and is not far from being a high-level general. I am now absolutely confident that I can hang Zhao Li up and beat him. It's time to return to the martial arts gym and take the SS True Dragon Blood Potion. Otherwise, if my strength suddenly increases so much and someone notices it, I won't be able to explain it at all. Jiang Yu thought to himself and walked towards the martial arts hall. 10 minutes later. He came to a traffic light. While waiting for the green light, suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Jiang Yu, what a coincidence. A familiar female voice sounded. Jiang Yu turned around. It's Lu Yan. At this time, Lu Yan was dragging a white suitcase in her right hand and looking at him with a smile. It's you, what a coincidence. What are you doing? Jiang Yu smiled and looked at the suitcase in Lu Yan's hand and asked a question. You forgot, the president asked us to stay at the martial arts gym for a few days to practice. So, I went home and packed some clothes. Are you going back to the martial arts gym? Why don't we go together? We'll have someone to accompany us on the journey. Lu Yan said with a smile. All right. Jiang Yu looked at the martial arts hall a few hundred meters away and nodded slightly. The green light is on. The two of them walked towards the martial arts hall together. They were not moving very fast, just like they were taking a walk. Along the way, Lu Yan wanted to say something, but hesitated. After returning to the martial arts gym, the two parted ways. Jiang Yu went to the training room, while Lu Yan went to the girls' dormitory. As the world's #1 martial arts school, the dormitories of Longting Martial Arts School are all small villas. It is not only equipped with various home appliances, but also has various training equipment. After putting away her luggage, Lu Yan lay on the bed, thinking back on what happened today, and a silly smile appeared on her face. Oh carrot oh. She subconsciously took out her cell phone and made a video call. Beep. After a few sounds, the video was connected and a quiet face appeared on the screen. Lu Yan looked at Jing and asked, Sister In, I have something to ask you. I've fallen in love, but I don't know how to express my feelings. What do you think I should do? Who is it? Who captured the heart of our beautiful Lu? Who made our beautiful Lu fall in love? And Jing asked with a smile. Lu Yan blushed and hesitated before saying, Sister In, I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. His name is Jiang Yu, and he's one of your base city's special recruits this year. Jiang Yu? And Jing was stunned for a moment, and that figure appeared in his mind. Inside the practice room, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, took out the SS True Dragon blood potions, took a look at it, and then pulled out the cork. Suddenly, the scent of herbs filled the entire training room, with a fishy smell in the scent. Is this the SS Grey True Dragon blood potion? Jiang Yu muttered to himself, without any hesitation, opened his mouth, and poured the blood solution directly into his stomach. According to the information, the lower the strength of the person taking the SS True Dragon blood potion, the higher the strength improvement will be. On the contrary, the higher the strength, the lower the improved strength. His current strength is that of an intermediate general, and he doesn't know how much the SS level True Dragon blood agent can help improve his strength. However, no matter how much your strength is improved, it is secondary. The main thing is that he needs to use SS level True Dragon blood potion to cover up his sudden surge in strength. The real dragon blood medicine enters the stomach. A warm current flowed from his abdomen to his limbs and head. Jiang Yu felt like he was in a steam room. Fever all over the body. The pores on the skin gradually release sweat. Gradually, the heat flow became more and more, and the sweat on his body became more and more. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his limbs and head, causing Jiang Yu to fall to the ground in pain. Pain. It really hurts. Jiang Yu felt as if his whole body was being bitten by tens of thousands of ants. The pain made him tremble all over. Deep into the bone marrow. There is a tingling sensation in the pain. He had an illusion that even if he fainted, he would be awakened by the pain. Moreover, his head was swollen so much that it seemed like it was about to burst. Plop, plop. My heart was beating so fast, as if it was about to jump out. Jiang Yu lay on the ground, clenching his hands tightly, his whole body twitching in pain. Lei Xiao had said that the process of taking SS was extremely painful, but he hadn't expected it to be this painful. The pain is worse than death. Plop plop. As the pain continued, a large amount of black stains were discharged from all of Jiang Yu's pores. A foul odor filled the training room. Fortunately, the practice room has an automatic ventilation function. At this moment, Jiang Yu's eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. Chapter 46, Rapidly Increasing Strength. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Yu woke up from his coma and looked at his body. His skin was covered in a layer of black stains, and even his clothes were stained black. A pungent smell hit his nose, making him pinch his nose subconsciously. Oh my god, is it that exaggerated? Jiang Yu complained, pinched his nose and walked out of the training room, heading towards the bathroom of the martial arts hall. As a training ground, the martial arts hall naturally has bathrooms and a relaxation area. It is to allow warriors to combine work and rest. As he walked out of the training room, the stench emanating from Jiang Yu spread in the air wherever he passed by. Oh my god, what's that smell? Why is it so smelly? Who farted? Yeah. Why does it stink so bad? It stinks. All the warriors who smelled the stench subconsciously covered their noses and looked towards Jiang Yu following the smell. When they saw that Jiang Yu was covered in stains, as if he had not taken a bath for 800 years, all the warriors took a few steps back and stayed away from Jiang Yu. Where has this guy been? Why is he so dark? It's like he hasn't showered in hundreds of years. Who knows? Get away from it. I'm about to pass out from the stench. This stench is comparable to a mole's fart. A group of warriors pointed at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu ignored the gazes of the warriors, walked straight into the bathroom and cleaned the stains on his body. Stains are difficult to clean. It's like being covered in oil and needs to be rubbed vigorously with plenty of shower gel. During the scrubbing process, Jiang Yu discovered that his skin had become a little whiter. It's a bit like those young handsome guys, whose skin color has been made up, filtered and whitened. A total gigolo. However, he is much better than a gigolo, and ordinary rich women can't stand his harassment. Especially in some aspects, it is really heroic and full of vigor. It is only slightly inferior to the readers. Wash, 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 wash. As the stains were washed away, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. An hour later, Jiang Yu washed the stains off herself and her clothes as well. Only then did he remember that apart from the washed clothes, he had no other clothes to change into. In desperation, he had to put on his wet clothes. After turning off the shower and getting dressed, Jiang Yu walked out of the bathroom and came to the hall of the martial arts gym. At this time, the martial arts hall had already returned to its lively state. Apart from a group of talented warriors, there are still many ordinary warriors who are training in bragging. Lei Xiao was sitting on the sofa. Seeing Jiang Yu coming over, dripping wet, he said expressionlessly, "You used the SS True Dragon Blood Potion, how is it? How much has your strength improved?" Jiang Yu looked at his own attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, High-Level Military Commander. Spiritual Master, High-Level Military Commander. Superpower, ISF Level 100-300. Strength, 60,000. Speed, 1000 ms. Spiritual Power, 60,000. Skill. Skilled Swordsmanship 1086 10,000. Skilled Boxing 1123 10,000. Skilled Spearmanship 188 10,000. Skilled Swordmanship 240 10,000. Exercise Method. Skilled Guidance 1999 10,000. Elementary Source Energy 180 1000. An SS True Dragon Blood Potion allowed his ice ability to successfully break through to F level, increasing his strength by 10,000 points, his speed by 200 points, and his mental strength by 7,900 points. To be honest, Jiang Yu was not satisfied with the overall improvement in his strength brought by the SS True Dragon Blood agent. This amount is not even as much as what he got from picking up bubbles. However, he used the SS True Dragon Blood potion not to improve his strength, but to cover up the reason for his sudden increase in strength. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. I haven't tested it yet." Lei Xiao nodded, stood up and walked to an arm strength testing machine, and said to Jiang Yu, "Come here and test your arm strength." Good. Jiang Yu walked to the arm strength testing machine and punched it. With a bang. The numbers on the arm strength testing machine began to jump wildly. Not only Lei Xiao was watching this test, but also a group of talented warriors were watching. They all wanted to know how strong Jiang Yu would become after using the SS True Dragon Blood agent. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. The value on the arm strength testing machine kept jumping to 60,000 before it stopped. 60,000 kilograms of punching force. How is this possible? How old is he? He looks less than 20 years old. How could he possibly have a punching force of 60,000 kilograms? 60,000 kilograms of punching force, this is already the strength of a high-level general. No. Impossible. How is this possible? This level of punching power has completely surpassed senior brother Zhao Li. If they were to compete again, senior brother Zhao Li would definitely not be Jiang Yu's opponent. The warriors were stunned, their minds blank. Looking at the numbers on the arm strength tester, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lei Xiao was also a little dazed, and his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Jiang Yu. An 18-year-old high-ranking military commander, this was simply unheard of. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said, "Jiang Yu, tell me, before you used the SS True Dragon Blood potion, what was your punching strength?" Jiang Yu knew what the warriors were shocked about, and also understood the meaning of Lei Xiao's question. Without hesitation, he said, 20,000 kilograms. No matter who asks, it's 20,000 kilograms. As for why it suddenly became 60,000, it was all due to the improvement from the SS True Dragon Blood. This was an excuse he had thought of long ago. 20,000? Lei Xiao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Jiang Yu, you're truly a genius. A single SS True Dragon Blood potion actually tripled your strength. President, is there any problem?" Jiang Yu smiled innocently. Lei Xiao shook his head, "No problem, as we all know, even the best medicine will have different effects on different people. The highest improvement recorded by the SS True Dragon Blood potion is 4 times. It raised a high-level warrior with a punch strength of only 6,000 kilograms to a junior warrior with a punch strength of 24,000 kilograms. As for you, Jiang Yu, although your strength has only increased threefold, your punching power has increased by a full 40,000. This is simply shocking. Maybe I'm lucky." Jiang Yu smiled innocently. The warriors' eyes changed when they looked at Jiang Yu, as if they were looking at a monster. At the age of 18, they had only just passed the preliminary warrior assessment, but Jiang Yu had already become a high-level general at the age of 18. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. Even Zhao Li was no exception. He looked at Jiang Yu with horror in his eyes. He considered himself a genius, and in just 3 years, he went from a warrior to a mid-level general. But compared to Jiang Yu, what is he? He bet that an 18-year-old high-ranking general didn't even have a large base city. Jiang Yu's achievements have broken the record of Lu Mang, an outstanding graduate of Kyoto University, who became a senior military commander at the age of 21. Once the news about Jiang Yu gets to the outside world, it will definitely cause an uproar. I'm afraid that even those SS-level strongmen, and even the world's strongest dragon god, will be unable to sit still and will want to rush to accept Jiang Yu as his disciple. At this moment, Zhao Li felt a deep sense of frustration in his heart. Aha! Lei Xiao saw the shock of the warriors, chuckled lightly, and said seriously, "Everyone, I hope you can keep Jiang Yu's becoming a high-ranking general a secret. No one is allowed to tell anyone without the martial arts hall's permission. If anyone can't control their mouth and leaks this information, they will be severely punished for betraying the martial arts school. I hope everyone can keep their mouths shut and pretend that what happened today never happened. Don't make things difficult for yourselves. Did you all understand?" "I understand," the warriors shouted. Lei Xiao nodded in satisfaction, took Jiang Yu's hand, and walked towards his office. Inside the office, Lei Xiao drew up a contract on the spot, handed it to Jiang Yu, and said with a smile, "Jiang Yu, Have you ever thought about developing in Crescent Base City? Only if you're willing to come to our new Moon Base City to develop. I can give you the best treatment. In your first year, I'll give you 5 billion Hansha coins. In addition, I'll give you 200 million pocket money every month. In addition, I'll let you choose any cultivation resources first. Besides these, I can also recommend you to the elite training camp, which is something that even Jiang Ming doesn't have the authority to do. There, you can even receive guidance from the world's strongest being, the Dragon God. How about it? Join us in Crescent Base City. On behalf of Crescent Base City, I welcome you. Lei Xiao said this, opening his arms and looking at Jiang Yu expectantly. At this moment, he couldn't care less. What's the difference between autumn moon and no autumn moon? If he doesn't dig Jiang Yu this time, he might not have another chance later. I'm sorry, President Lei. I've been in Huadu Base City since I was born. I'm afraid I can't accept your invitation. Jiang Yu bowed slightly. Are the conditions proposed by Lei Xiao attractive? Very tempting. Just the first item, giving him 5 billion in funding in the first year, is enough to make any warrior excited. But he couldn't agree to Lei Xiao. Chapter 47 by New Weapons. One should not forget his roots. Jiang Ming treated him well, and he couldn't choose to change jobs just because Lei Xiao offered him a good salary. Besides, Jiang Ming gave him a lot, even a bottle of SS-level True Dragon Blood Potion. President Lei, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiang Yu bowed slightly and turned to leave. He had already rejected Lei Xiao's invitation, and staying any longer would only increase the awkwardness. Wait! Lei Xiao suddenly shouted, and casually threw an access card to Jiang Yu. This is the key to Villa 007 in the martial arts hall. I promised Jiang to take good care of you, and I will certainly keep my word. Thank you very much. Jiang Yu took the access card and left the office without looking back. Looking at Jiang Yu's back, Lei Xiao's eyes were half closed, and his heart was full of regret. What a good seedling, why didn't he appear in their Crescent Base City? Although he and Jiang Ming were both presidents of branches of the Longting Martial Arts School and were under the same jurisdiction, there was competition between the branches. At the end of every year, Longting Martial Arts School would hold a branch conference to assess the strength of the talented warriors cultivated by each branch. The more talented warriors a martial arts school cultivates, the stronger it becomes. The higher the martial arts school's ranking, the more resources it has, and the better the treatment it receives. And naturally, the status of these guild presidents will also rise with the tide. On the contrary, the worse. Since no talented warriors appeared in Huadu Base City 10 years ago, its ranking has become lower and lower until it dropped to last place. But this year may be different. Zhang Yuru has emerged as a dark horse and is likely to lead Huadu Base City to the first place in the branch library conference. At least, up to now, he had not heard of any base city having an 18-year-old high-level military commander. It's just a pity. Such a talented warrior does not belong in their Crescent Base City. Why? Lei Xiao sighed slowly. In the hall. With Jiang Yu's arrival, many warriors looked at Jiang Yu with envy. An 18-year-old senior military commander. Many of them are still just ordinary warriors. I really envy others. After leaving the martial arts hall, Jiang Yu came to the villa complex behind the hall. This villa is not prepared for the warriors' families, but a dormitory building inside the martial arts school. All the warriors who can live here are talented warriors. At the door of villa number 007, Jiang Yu swiped his card and pushed the door open. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a woman sitting in the living room in pajamas. It's her. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. Lu Yan also saw Jiang Yu at this time. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up and smiled at Jiang Yu. Hello, we meet again. Are you my new roommate? As she spoke, Lu Yan blushed and looked down at her pajamas with a shy look on her face. She never imagined that her roommate this time would be a boy, and a boy she liked. In the past, girls lived in one villa with girls, and boys lived in another villa with boys. That's why she habitually comes to the living room in her pajamas. Who would have thought that Lei Xiao would arrange a boy for her this time? Could it be that the president has already seen that I like Jiang Yu? Lu Yan thought to herself, her head almost buried in her chest. Jiang Yu nodded silently and looked at Lu Yan carefully. I have to say that Lu Yan in her pajamas is completely free of restraint, and her plump figure is breathtaking. Among warriors, there may be ugly women, but there are definitely no women with bad figures. Years of training have made the female warriors' figures better and better. There are also some burly lolas. Come in and sit down. Seeing Jiang Yu staring at her, Lu Yan blushed and said, then quickly ran to her room. She's not wearing any. The inside is empty. Jiang Yu walked to the sofa and sat down, a faint feminine fragrance wafting into his nose. On the coffee table, there was half an apple that the woman had eaten. Lu Yan is very fast. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to sit for a few minutes, he changed into casual clothes and went to the living room, then sat down next to Jiang Yu. At this moment, her face was still lightly painted with powder makeup, showing off her youthful beauty to the fullest. Jiang Yu, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. Our roommates have always been of the same sex. I didn't expect it to be you, so. Lu Yan began to explain. Jiang Yu smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If you must apologize, I should be the one to apologize. After all, I took advantage of you. I didn't expect that a beauty like you would be in the villa that President Lei arranged for me. Etc. Jiang Yu paused, and a bold guess suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that Lei Shao arranged this on purpose? This guy is not able to poach people, so he wants to learn from Wang Yun and use a beauty trap to seduce him? Of course, this guess only flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, and he was not narcissistic to that extent. There was no conversation in the living room. Lu Yan wanted to speak several times, but found that Jiang Yu was like a cultivation fanatic, devoting himself to cultivation. Either looking through the history of the past 100 years, or browsing martial arts schools and shopping malls. He seemed to have no interest in this beautiful woman and didn't even look at her. Could it be that this is the reason why Jiang Yu is so powerful? Jiang Yu had no idea what Lu Yan was thinking. He was browsing the internal mall, looking for a weapon that suited him. Initially, he had thought the red tassel spear and the panlong sword were sufficient for his journey into the wilderness, but now it seemed that these two weapons were a bit too light. Fortunately, the martial arts mall also has a weapon recycling function, so he didn't waste his money. Open the weapon store. D-rank obsidian spear, weighs 8,500 kilograms, suitable for high-ranking officers, price 8.5 million. D-rank white dragon spear, weighs 9,999 kilograms, suitable for high-ranking generals, price 9.99 million. D-rank Kunzan sword, weighs 9,500 kilograms, suitable for high-ranking generals, priced at 9.5 million. D-rank eagle cutting sword, weighs 7,500 kilograms, suitable for high-ranking generals, priced at 7.5 million. After flipping through the books, Jiang Yu finally chose the white dragon spear and the Zhan Kuan sword. As for the red tassel spear and panlong sword, he sold them to the martial arts school at a 10% discount, losing more than 500,000 yuan. Because it was a martial arts school, the weapons were delivered very quickly. Not long after Jiang Yu paid, the doorbell of the villa rang. A warrior handed two weapons to Jiang Yu. Chapter 48 Zhou Yui's contemplation and the white-haired young man's decision. In the blink of an eye. 2 days have passed. Virtual interior. Zhao Li walked out of the virtual warehouse dejectedly, glanced at Jiang Yu who was sitting in another virtual warehouse, and turned to walk outside the virtual room. Defeated. He was defeated again. In 2 days, he challenged Jiang Yu dozens of times, and ended in failure every time. Jiang Yu's strength seems to be getting stronger all the time. When he first challenged Jiang Yu, he could still take several of his moves. But now, he couldn't even take a single one of Jiang Yu's moves. Looking back, 2 days ago, Jiang Yu could only barely withstand 100 of his moves. But now, he has already become Jiang Yu's defeated opponent. In 2 days, the situation had completely changed. His talent, which he was so proud of, was nothing compared to Jiang Yu. He lost. Senior brother Zhao Li lost again. This is the 21st time senior brother Zhao Li has failed. Yes, at the beginning, senior brother Zhao Li could still withstand 2 of Jiang Yu's moves. But now, senior brother Zhao Li can't even withstand a single one of Jiang Yu's moves. It seems Jiang Yu has become stronger again. Ah! If I were senior brother Zhao Li, I would be in despair right now. Why would I encounter an unbeatable opponent in my life? If there is Yu, why is there Liang? If there is Zhao, why is there Jiang? I feel sorry for senior brother Zhao Li for a second. It's not that senior brother Zhao Li is not strong. It's that Jiang Yu is ridiculously strong. He is no longer a human being. He is a complete monster. Why? The warriors looked at Zhao Li's back, sighing and expressing regret. Zhao Li Qian? very strong. A 21-year-old mid-level military commander and also a psychic master. With this kind of talent, one can crush 90% of warriors of the same age around the world. Unfortunately, he met a talented warrior who was stronger than him. Zhang Yu walked out of the virtual warehouse, looked around, and walked out of the virtual room without looking back. Today was the day he would return to Huadu Base City. Zhang Ming had been waiting in the lobby for a long time. In the past 2 days, he has visited all the mental hospitals in Crescent Base City and also visited many streets and alleys. His personal attributes are: Host, Zhang Yu. Realm, high-level military commander. Spiritual master, primary martial god. Superpower, ISF level 13300. Strength, 85,000. Speed, 1300 ms. Spiritual power, 100,000. Skill. Skilled swordsmanship 2086 10,000. Skilled boxing 1623 10,000. Skilled spearmanship 754 10,000. Skilled swordmanship 450 10,000. Exercise method. Skilled guidance 2500 10,000. Elementary source energy 180 1000. His speed and strength have reached the pinnacle of high-level generals, and he is only one step away from becoming a martial god. As for the spiritual master, because of Zhang Yu's special care, he had already broken through to the primary level of martial god. Compared to when he first came to Crescent Base, he is now much stronger. It is no exaggeration to say that he can kill the person he was 2 days ago in seconds with just his mental power. Inside the martial arts hall, Zhang Ming, Lei Xiao, and others were there. After seeing Zhang Yu coming out, Zhang Ming touched Lei Xiao's big bald head, with an unstoppable smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Although you're a little ugly, Lei Dinayatu, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for your SS-level True Dragon Blood Potion, Zhang Yu wouldn't have broken through to the high-level general. You are such a good person, a very good person. I will give you a reader card. Roll." Lei Xiao snorted coldly and walked into the martial arts hall without looking back. It's infuriating. It's so infuriating. Every time he saw Zhang Ming, he couldn't help but want to transform into the King of Thunder and Lightning and strike Zhang Ming to death. With thunder. Brother Zhang. Zhang Yu walked up to Zhang Ming and called softly. Zhang Ming patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, his face full of joy, and said with a smile, "Good boy, I was right about you. Lei Debo told me about your situation. There aren't many high-ranking military commanders in the world who are only 18 years old. This time, our Huadu Base City will benefit from you. Brother Zhang, you're too kind." Zhang Yu smiled. "Let's go back to the base city. Xiuyue Wushan is waiting for you at the martial arts gym." Zhang Ming put his arm around Zhang Yu's shoulders and walked out of the martial arts hall with a big laugh. An 18-year-old senior general. When he received the news, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. How can he let others sleep comfortably if he can't sleep? So he told the news to Xiuyue warrior and the white-haired young man. In the end, Xiuyue martial god didn't sleep the entire night, and the white-haired young man was stunned for a long time. Good. Zhang Yu nodded and followed Zhang Ming out of the martial arts hall. Just walked out of the martial arts gym. Zhang Yu. Suddenly, a soft cry was heard. Zhang Yu looked back. Lu Yan was standing at the door of the martial arts hall, waving goodbye to him. Zhang Yu, take care. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you. Lu Yan shouted loudly. Zhang Yu smiled and waved, followed Zhang Ming onto the battleship, and flew towards Huadu Base City. At the same time, Huadu Base City. Xiuyue sat in the office of the martial arts hall, looking at the report about Zhang Yu's strength, and was shocked. 2 days. When she received the news from Zhang Ming that Zhang Yu had broken through to the rank of high-level general, she didn't sleep for 2 whole days. An 18-year-old senior warrior. Even in Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, there had never been one before. And now, she had encountered one, and she had accepted him as her apprentice. What qualifications does she have? She asked herself, is she really qualified to be Zhang Yu's master? I'm afraid not. When she was 18, she was only an intermediate warrior. Even so, she is still called by many a genius that is rarely seen in a century. But compared to Zhang Yu, is she still a genius? She can only be considered a natural fool. Is it really appropriate for her to be Zhang Yu's teacher? For a moment, Xiuyue fell into deep thought. The white-haired young man stood aside and saw Xiuyue lost in thought, and said with a smile. Xiao Yue, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about how to welcome this wave of wealth? In previous years, our base city had no talented warriors, and we were ridiculed by all the other base cities. Especially Lei Datu and Kyoto base city, they were constantly mocked. Now, a talented warrior has finally appeared in our base city. Didn't the Kyoto base city announce that their outstanding graduate, Lu Mang, broke through to the high-level general level at the age of 21? Is he the youngest high-level general in history? I want to see how they will respond if we use Zhongyu this time. In the past, the people of Kyoto considered themselves Kyoto people, residents of the large base city, and looked down on us. This time, I must show them that even our small base city has geniuses. I don't care. I personally propose that from today on, we devote all our efforts to cultivating Zhongyu. As long as Zhongyu can grow up, I will pay any price. Chapter 49 Relatives Who Suddenly Appeared. The white-haired young man continued chattering. Xiao Yue thought about her relationship with Zhongyu. She can teach a high-level general. But with Zhongyu's breakthrough speed, she couldn't teach him. The last time they met, Zhongyu was just a warrior, but this time he became a general. So next time they meet, will Zhongyu break through directly to the martial god level and be on the same level as her? Forget it, forget it. The last time I accepted Zhongyu as my apprentice, it was only to prevent Lei Xiao from taking the opportunity to poach him. After all, I am not qualified to teach him. Xiao Yue thought to herself and made a decision in her heart. Time passes by every second. Above the martial arts hall, a warship slowly landed. Zhang Ming took Zhang Yu out of the warship and walked into the martial arts hall. Zhang Yu felt particularly at home when he returned to Huadu Base City, even though he had only been away for less than 3 days. Congratulations to the host, strength +2 +2. Congratulations to the host, strength +2 +2. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the system, Zhang Yu followed Zhang Ming to the office. Xiao Yue and the other two had been waiting for a long time. Welcome, welcome home our genius. The white-haired young man shouted loudly and walked forward to give Zhang Yu a big hug. Zhang Yu smiled, then looked at Xiao Yue and nodded slightly. Teacher. Xiao Yue did not answer. She stood up and walked to Zhang Yu. She raised her hands to straighten Zhang Yu's collar and said slowly, Zhang Yu, you don't have to call me teacher anymore. I'm a generation older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Xiao Yue. Sister Xiao Yue. Zhang Yu called out softly. Xiao Yue nodded, helped Zhang Yu straighten his collar, and stood aside. Zhang Yu, Zhang Ming said, we're planning to recommend you to attend Kyoto Martial Arts College. What do you think? Don't worry, all your expenses during college will be paid by the martial arts school. Go to college? Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Brother Zhang, there's no need to go to college. Ever since I was expelled from number 3 middle school, I haven't wanted to go to school. Xiao Yue took over the conversation. Zhang Yu, I think you should think about it carefully. Kyoto Martial Arts Academy is one of the 2 top academies in the country. The instructors there are not only all martial gods, but also have beings that surpass the martial god level. You can even see SS level strongmen. Zhang Yu continued to shake her head. Sister Xiao Yue, I know you are doing this for my own good. But I really don't like going to college. I've already made an appointment with the Fire Dragon squad to head to the wilderness early tomorrow morning. Compared to the dullness of school, I prefer growing up through killing. ISNT Kyoto Martial Arts Academy good? Very good. One of the 2 top martial arts academies in the country, it not only has high teaching quality, but also has SS strongmen in charge. The warriors who can enter this academy are all talented warriors selected from thousands of people. Countless warriors tried their best to get in but couldn't. But what does this have to do with him? He becomes stronger by picking up attributes. Does he need to put the cart before the horse and go to the academy? Not necessary at all. However, he would go to Kyoto Base City sooner or later. Kyoto Base City, as one of the 4 most populous base cities in the country, is definitely full of bubbles. But, not now. Although Huadu Base City is small, there are enough bubbles dropped on the roadside for him to pick up for a while. There is no way to pick them all up. Look, I told you before that Zhang Yu wouldn't go to college. You didn't believe me, but now you believe me, right? The white-haired young man said with an exaggerated expression. Xiao Yue and Zhang Ming ignored him. Zhang Ming looked at Zhang Yu's determined eyes, nodded slightly and said, Zhang Yu, since you don't want to go to college, we respect your decision. But there is one thing I hope you can remember. On the path of martial arts, you must not rush. While improving your own strength, you must pay attention to your state of mind. Otherwise, you will just become a puppet controlled by powerful force, and forget your original intention. I understand, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu responded softly. He understood what Zhang Ming meant. The path of martial arts requires a cyclical progression. One cannot simply increase strength and imitate the nouveau riche, possessing wealth but lacking the ability to manage it. After chatting with Zhang Ming and others for a while, Jiang Yu left the martial arts hall. The weather in June changes suddenly. The originally clear sky suddenly becomes covered with dark clouds. Jiang Yu walked to the door of a high-end restaurant and stopped. Looking at the young men and women in the restaurant, he thought of the season of their breakup half a year ago. The girl told him that she wanted to live a life where she could eat high-end Western food every day and go to high-end places, rather than eating at street stalls and facing the daily necessities of life. He couldn't give it to me back then. So, they broke up. Now that I think about it, did that girl do anything wrong? No. That girl is right. Some people pursue a high-end life, while others prefer a comfortable life. Everyone has their own aspirations. Who can blame whom? It's just a different path. Jiang Yu looked at the restaurant and pushed the door open as if possessed. It just so happens that he is hungry. Hello, welcome. The lady who greeted us at the door was very welcoming and didn't look down on us at all. In this internet age, looking down on others will only get you scolded and become a hot topic. Hello, what can I do for you? The young lady took Jiang Yu to the dining table and sat down, and handed Jiang Yu a menu personally. Jiang Yu looked through the menu. The dishes on it were either expensive or very expensive, and most of the meat dishes were made from exotic beasts, such as grilled black rhino skewers, spicy crayfish. Hello, I'd like some goose egg fried rice. Jiang Yu pointed at the menu and then returned it to the young lady. Okay, wait a moment. The young lady smiled slightly and turned away. Jiang Yu, it's Jiang Yu, this year's special recruit, an 18-year-old intermediate warrior. Quickly take a picture, I actually ran into a living Jiang Yu. At this time, a group of customers also saw Jiang Yu and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Not far away, a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman saw Jiang Yu, looked at each other, stood up and walked towards Jiang Yu. Just while Jiang Yu was waiting for dinner. With a plop. The middle-aged couple came to Jiang Yu, knelt on the ground, and cried out. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. My dear nephew, I finally found you. I'm your uncle. Jiang Yu, I'm your aunt. We've been looking for you for more than 10 years, and now we've finally found you. We've been searching for you for so many years. We've tried so hard that we even sold our garage. Now we've finally found you. I think my sister's spirit in heaven can rest in peace now. The couple talked to each other and cried while hugging Jiang Yu's thighs. Uncle and aunt? Jiang Yu frowned. When did he get an uncle and an aunt? However, after seeing the diners around taking pictures of the scene with their mobile phones, Jiang Yu thought about it and finally decided to let the middle-aged couple get up first. You two should stand up and talk first. The middle-aged couple looked at each other, and after seeing the diners around them taking photos and videos, they hugged Jiang Yu's thighs tightly and continued to cry. My dear nephew, we've sold our garage and even run up a mountain of debt in order to find you these years. You must help us. Yes, in order to find you, your brother couldn't even afford the betrothal money. You must pay this money for your brother. You can't just stand by and watch him die. He is your brother. Yes, in order to find you, we suffered a lot. Now that you have made it big, you can't just ignore us. Chapter 50 Preparations before heading into the wilderness. Uncle and aunt? At another table, a thin man heard the middle-aged couple's words and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, he took out his cell phone, calmly took a picture of the middle-aged couple, paid the bill and left the restaurant. He was just worried that he had no relatives of Jiang Yu to kidnap, but now someone happened to come to his door. On the other hand, the middle-aged couple was unaware of the man's behavior. Facing the surrounding mobile phone cameras, they put on a miserable look, hugged Jiang Yu's thighs, and cried out. Xiao Yu, you don't know how hard we've been looking for you over the years. Your brother's been dating someone for 8 years. He spent all his money on you, and now he can't come up with the betrothal gift, so they're about to break up. The woman's family said they'll only agree to marry you if your brother gives them a betrothal gift of 6.88 million yuan and a sports car. But we've been searching for you and our family has run out of money. Now that you've made it big, you must help your brother. Yes, Xiaoyu, we are a family. You can't just watch your brother be single. It's only 6.88 million. It's nothing to you. You are a warrior now. You must take care of your brother. The middle-aged couple cried bitterly, with tears and snot streaming down their faces. Jiang Yu's eyes became increasingly indifferent. Looking at the middle-aged couple who were performing, a sneer rose in his heart. Do you really think he is an idiot? Just anyone who comes here can become his relative? Let us not talk about whether the couple in front of him are his uncle and aunt. Even if they are, so what? What does it have to do with him if their children can't afford the bride price? I can't afford it, so I'm single. Could it be that once their child gets married, he can be allowed to spend the wedding night? Of course, although Jiang Yu thought so in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. He looked at the middle-aged couple crying and said with a smile, "You two, could you please stand up and talk first? There are so many people watching here." The middle-aged woman looked around and saw that the people around her had formed a circle. Jiang Yu was so easy to talk to. She shook her head and cried, "I can't afford it. If you don't agree to our request and help your brother with the betrothal gift and buy a supercar, we will never afford it. Yes, if you don't agree, we won't get up." The middle-aged man also spoke up. The two men seemed to have Jiang Yu in their grasp, with one of them holding one of Jiang Yu's legs. Jiang Yu smiled. It is true that when you are poor, no one cares about you in a busy city, but when you are rich, you have distant relatives. His previous life had been an orphan for so many years, and no relatives had appeared. Now, just when he had achieved some success, an uncle and aunt appeared. In the future, will there be another second uncle, seventh uncle, eighth aunt, and third aunt? You two, can't you make up your mind? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. No, we can't afford it if you don't help your brother pay the bride price. I am your uncle. If you don't believe me, you can go home and look up the family tree, said the middle-aged man. Okay. Since you don't want to get up, then you can just kneel down. Jiang Yu's face turned cold and he no longer paid attention to the middle-aged couple. Layers of ice began to condense on his legs. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. A cold air spread out in all directions along with the air. The middle-aged couple shuddered suddenly, holding Jiang Yu's legs as if they were holding a piece of ice. They quickly let go of Jiang Yu's legs. Hey, come and see. He's forgotten his relatives after becoming successful. Jiang Yu wants to freeze his own uncle and aunt to death. We sold our cars and houses to find Jiang Yu. But in the end, this is the result. How unfilial. Jiang Yu is so unfilial. Come and see. Look at Jiang Yu, this unfilial descendant. Seeing that holding her legs didn't work, the middle-aged woman lay on the ground and started rolling around. Jiang Yu ignored them completely and calmly ate the goose egg fried rice brought by the young lady while facing the cameras of the mobile phones around him. Recognize relatives? Become a relative. The first thing you do when you get ashore is to kill your snobbish relatives. Soon. Jiang Yu finished a serving of goose egg fried rice. Jiang Yu stood up and walked out of the restaurant. He didn't even look at the middle-aged couple. The middle-aged couple wanted to catch up, but found that they could not keep up with Jiang Yu's pace at all. He could only sit and watch Jiang Yu leave, then roll around on the ground throwing a tantrum. This scene was also posted online by diners nearby. Shocked, is it the loss of humanity or the distortion of morality? The uncle kneels down to his nephew. On the relatives of an orphan. It's not that your relatives don't give much, but that your conditions are not good enough. Special admissions student Jiang Yu, for the first time, attracted his first wave of relatives. Shocked, my relative's bizarre statement. He's asking for 6.88 million yuan to give my brother a betrothal gift and buy him a supercar. One post after another instantly swept the hot searches of the entire Hoadu Bay city. Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention to this. After leaving the restaurant, go straight back to the Minghua Villa area. Tomorrow morning, he will follow the Fire Dragon squad into the wilderness. This was his first time heading into the wilderness, so he had to be well prepared. The wilderness is different from the base city. It is full of dangers. An inconspicuous place may very likely hide deadly dangers. Moreover, in the wilderness, warriors not only have to face strange beasts, but also have to be wary of other warrior teams. Killing and robbing is the theme song of the wilderness. If you are not careful, you will fall into the trap of other warrior teams and become prey on the iron plate. Not only that, there are also pairs of eyes hidden in the dark, warriors who have joined the dark organization. For money, they would do anything, and assassinating warriors was commonplace. Especially a talented warrior like him is an important target of the dark organization. At one time or another, the higher-ups had considered eliminating these dark organizations, but without exception, they all failed. Dark organizations emerge one after another, just like the corrupt officials in ancient times. After one wave is cleared out, another wave will appear. There were even many times when the people in the dark organization received the news and went into hiding before the higher-ups took action. As Zhang Ming said, spies are everywhere. You think they are inside, but in fact they have already climbed to the top. Fresh water bag, compressed meat jerky, throwing knife, emergency medical kit, S-class combat uniform. In the living room, Jiang Yu quietly sorted out the supplies needed for the trip to the wilderness according to the information he had searched online. You can't be careless when going into the wilderness. Every extra supply you prepare gives you more hope of survival. According to what the Fire Dragon team said on the phone 3 days ago, it seems they will be staying in the wilderness for a long time this time. Therefore, you need to bring more fresh water bags and compressed jerky. The source of water in the wilderness is full of uncertainty, and no one is sure whether it is drinkable. If you can drink it, that's fine. If you can't, you can only drink the fresh water bag you bring with you. As for compressed meat, it is also very important. In the wilderness, the biggest taboo is to light a fire and barbecue meat. The light of the fire and the smell of meat will attract attacks from strange beasts. After putting all the supplies into the combat bag, Jiang Yu hid 6 throwing knives in the combat bag. Everyone knows that he is an ice-type warrior with supernatural powers, but no one knows that he is a spiritual master. It's not that he wants to play the pig and eat the tiger, but he wants to hide a little strength so that he can save his life at the critical moment. The Dark Organization is not the villain in the novel who mindlessly sends people to give experience to the protagonist. If they don't take action, it's fine, but once they do, it will be a storm. There will never be a situation where the intermediate warriors are sent to kill the primary warriors, and they will be killed one by one. After putting away all the supplies and chatting with Ling Yu for a while, Jiang Yu stood up and wanted to walk out of the villa. Before leaving, he planned to pick up another wave of attribute bubbles. No way. It's because he has a fear of insufficient firepower, always feeling that it's just a little bit short, just a little bit short. Ding-a-ling. Jiang Yu had just walked to the door of the villa when the phone rang on his communication watch. The caller ID is Fire Dragon Squad. Jiang Yu, pack up your equipment and gather at the Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 51, Martial Arts Hall. Martial Arts Hall. It is an institution established specifically for warriors. It is located in Beiyang District and is a 33-story skyscraper. On its exterior wall, there are 4 big characters Martial Arts Hall. Around its first floor, there is a beautiful square and a huge fountain. Around the square, thousands of fully armed soldiers were standing guard and patrolling, prohibiting ordinary people from approaching. This is a forbidden area for ordinary people, but it is a must-visit place for warriors. Every warrior would come here before heading to the wilderness or after returning from the wilderness. This is because it is the only special organization that is open to all warriors and integrates the sale of weapons and equipment, the purchase of exotic beast materials, and the issuance of tasks. Unlike the internal shopping mall of a martial arts gym, the internal shopping mall of a martial arts gym is only open to its own martial artists and not to other martial artists. In the martial arts hall, warriors from any martial arts hall can buy weapons and equipment and sell exotic beast materials. The most important thing is to publish the task. Human needs are great. There are many things that cannot be accomplished by ordinary people and can only be done by warriors. For example, going to the wilderness to hunt a strange beast, or sending a wealthy man to another base city. Such dangerous matters will be entrusted to the martial arts hall by the parties involved, and the hall will then convey them to the warriors. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. After completing their missions, warriors will receive corresponding rewards. Poor in literature but rich in martial arts. Not all warriors are rich. Within their capabilities, warriors naturally don't mind earning some extra money. Drop. An electronic sound rang out. After showing his warrior certificate, Jiang Yu, carrying a combat bag, walked into the square and arrived at the door of the guild hall under the watchful eyes of a group of soldiers. "Sir, please come in." 2 doormen opened the door for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu walked into the guild hall, scanned the surroundings, looking for the fire dragon team, and looked inside the guild hall. This was his first time at the Budokan. Dark floor tiles, shiny enough to reflect your reflection, gorgeous lights, and rows of high-end sofas. Unknown light music brings a sense of relaxation to people's hearts. Even the receptionists were all handsome men and pretty women, each with a pair of long legs and a smile on their face. Jiang Yu, this way, this way. Just as Jiang Yu was looking around, a soft cry was heard. Jiang Yu looked over when he heard the sound. On a sofa not far in front of him on the right, a woman in a fiery red combat uniform was waving at him with a smile. He knew the woman. Luo Monli, a member of the Fire Dragon squad, was only 28 years old, but she had already broken through to the junior general level. Next to the woman were two men, one fat and one thin. The fat man wasn't very old, probably in his 30s, and his smile gave people a simple and honest feeling. Seeing Jiang Yu coming, he smiled and nodded to Jiang Yu. The thin man was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He was the captain of the Fire Dragon squad, named Luo Ying. At the same time, he is also Luo Monli's uncle and a medium-level military general. There is another young man who has not arrived yet, his name is Qingfeng. The above four people are all members of the Fire Dragon squad, one intermediate-level general and three junior-level generals. At first, after seeing the information about the Fire Dragon team members, Jiang Yu was very skeptical. Is this the team that Shoyue mentioned that has more than 10 years of wilderness experience? That's not too old. Finally, after reading all the information about the Fire Dragon team, he knew that Shoyue had not lied to him. They do have over a decade of wilderness experience. Take the youngest girl, Luo Monli, for example. She has followed Luo Ying to the wilderness since she was 18 years old. Sorry, I'm late. Jiang Yu nodded to the three of them, then sat down on the sofa. It's not too late. The breeze hasn't arrived yet. Would you like a cup of tea? Luo Ying handed Jiang Yu a teacup and said, Thanks. Jiang Yu picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Luo Ying and the other two before pouring some for himself. This action naturally attracted the favor of the three people. Jiang Yu, how did you do it? You've already broken through to the intermediate-level warrior at just 18 years old. You know what? When I heard the captain say that you were going to join our Fire Dragon squad, I was so excited. You're a talented warrior from the Longting Martial Arts School, and the dream lover of many girls. Jiang Yu, you may not know this yet. Many teams are vying to invite you to join them. There are also many girls searching for your contact information online. Luo Monli chattered on and on. Jiang Yu just smiled and said nothing. Luo Ying sat aside and said, Jiang Yu, you haven't accepted the mission yet, right? Before Qingfeng arrives, why not check the mission list to see if there is any mission you want to take? This time we're heading into the wilderness, we're just hunting some exotic beasts on the outskirts. We won't go too deep, so the danger isn't high. If there's a suitable mission, you can take it with confidence. Good. Jiang Yu nodded, found the task list of the martial arts hall on the communication watch, and clicked it casually. Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared in front of him. Task 1, acquire the carcasses of 10 primary beast soldier-level nadbulls. Task 2, my husband is not good enough, so I want a tiger whip from a mid-level beast general-level tiger. Mission 3, my son got lost in the wilderness a month ago. I hope someone can find his remains and bring them back. Task 4, purchase 3 ginseng plants that are over 20 years old. Mission 5, I urgently need a strong team to escort me to the wilderness. Mission 6. There are many missions, thousands of them, large and small. Most of them are related to hunting exotic beasts. After looking through it, Jiang Yu closed the task list and did not accept any task. It's not that he doesn't want to make money, but most of the tasks are not suitable. For example, looking for his son's body. So many people die in the wilderness every day. Who knows which body belongs to his son? Could it be that he just wanted to pick one at random and use it to make up the number? It's pitiful enough that someone lost their son. What? There is no suitable task? Luo Monli asked. Jiang Yu nodded, yes, most missions require going out of your way to find exotic beasts, which is a waste of time. Luo Monli smiled and said, Jiang Yu, have you ever thought that these missions are actually for you to take in the wilderness? For example, if you encounter a mid-level beast general, Daowu's tiger whip, and you have the ability to kill it, then you can take the mission and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Luo Ying took over and said, Monli is right. Most warriors do this. I see. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. No one spoke anymore, but waited quietly for the breeze to come. I'm sorry, I'm late. Didn't wait for a few minutes. A young man came up to Jiang Yu and others. It's the breeze. It's not too late, have some tea. Luo Ying handed Qingfeng a teacup. Qingfeng shook his head and shouted to the bar behind him, Waiter, give me 5 cups of jasmine milk tea. Chapter 52 Wei Wu's actions. Okay, wait a moment. Wei Wei, please help me serve these 5 cups of milk tea to the customers. Inside the bar, Su Weiwei looked at the milk tea in her hand and Jiang Yu sitting on the sofa, her expression a little unnatural. She had already seen Jiang Yu when he came in. It was hard not to notice his tall and straight figure. However, due to her female pride and the disparity in status, she didn't know how to face Jiang Yu. So, she didn't go up to greet him. In the past, they were classmates and sat at the same table. Today, he has become the youngest warrior in the base city and has a bright future. And she was just a waitress. The identity of this waiter was bought by her family. Being a waiter at a martial arts hall isn't for just anyone. It's a legitimate position with excellent benefits. Wei Wei, go ahead. Help me serve the milk tea to the customers. Another waitress urged. Oh, okay. Su Weiwei picked up the milk tea and walked towards Jiang Yu with gritted teeth. I'm not afraid that my old classmates have no money, I'm just afraid that they drive a Maserati. He is called Mr. Su, he is called Mr. Li, and you are called Lao Wang. Hello, your milk tea. Su Weiwei walked up to Qingfeng, lowered her head, and put down 5 cups of milk tea. She didn't go to see Jiang Yu, nor did she know what to say to Jiang Yu. Su Weiwei. Jiang Yu was also a little surprised to see Su Weiwei. He didn't expect that they would meet here since they parted at school. Jiang Yu, what a coincidence. Su Weiwei said with a somewhat unnatural expression. Yeah, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Jiang Yu responded with a smile. Waiter. Just when Su Weiwei was about to say something, a rough voice rang out. I'm going to get busy first. Su Weiwei glanced at Jiang Yu, then turned and walked towards the bar. Do you know each other? Looking at Su Weiwei's back, Luo Manli approached Jiang Yu and asked. High school classmate. Jiang Yu said. Is she really just a high school classmate, not an ex-girlfriend from high school? Luo Manli said with a smile, an expression on her face that said, I see through everything. Jiang Yu nodded and looked at Su Weiwei, who was wearing high heels and a tight black uniform, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. Who would have thought that the innocent schoolgirl would one day wear a sexy uniform? Maybe this is what fate does to us. 10 minutes rest. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Luo Ying began to preach. The 4 people, including Jiang Yu, nodded. Time passes by every second. Su Weiwei returned to the bar and looked at Jiang Yu sitting on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. She could clearly see that Jiang Yu was now more handsome than before, and had a more mature temperament. Thinking back on their past, she always had a question in her heart that she wanted to ask Jiang Yu. This question has been in her mind for more than 10 days. Let's go. On the sofa, as time passed, Luo Ying and others stood up and walked out of the hall. Seeing Jiang Yu was about to leave, Su Weiwei finally made up her mind, hurried out of the bar, and shouted at Jiang Yu's back. Jiang Yu, wait a moment. Jiang Yu stopped and looked back. Su Weiwei, what can I do for you? Su Weiwei's chest rose and fell slightly. She opened her mouth several times but didn't ask. But when she thought that if she didn't ask today, she might never have the chance to ask again in the future, she mustered up the courage to shout. Jiang Yu, I want to ask you, is there still a possibility between us? As soon as she said that, Su Weiwei felt relieved. She stared at Jiang Yu, waiting for his answer. For some reason, in recent days, whenever she closed her eyes, Jiang Yu's figure would appear in her mind. She asked herself, was she really wrong at the beginning? Between us? Jiang Yu's mind flashed back to a scene from the past. It was a rainy, helpless night. He smiled and shook his head. Su Weiwei, let the past be the past. Your decision is right, but unfortunately, my heart is already filled with someone else. Let the past go with the wind. After saying that, Jiang Yu walked out of the guild hall without looking back. Su Weiwei stood there with a pale face, looking at Jiang Yu's receding back. She could no longer control her inner emotions and squatted on the ground crying bitterly. At this moment, the hope in her heart was completely shattered. There is no possibility for her and Jian Yu anymore. As the saying goes, the past is like the wind. Who doesn't have regrets in high school? Perhaps, this is what it means when the wind stops and the heart is still lingering. The news that Jian Yu was going to the wilderness was quickly spread intentionally. In a basement in Donyang district. After Wei Wu received the news that Jian Yu was going to the wilderness, a sneer appeared on his face. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, he finally got the chance. Brother Wu, are we really going to attack Jian Yu? The team accompanying Jian Yu to the wilderness this time is the Fire Dragon team. We are no match for them. Yes. Brother Wu. Luoying, the captain of the Fire Dragon squad, is a notoriously ruthless man. Your strength as a junior general is not even enough for him to defeat him with one hand. Beside Wei Wu, two short warriors spoke in unison, seemingly not noticing Wei Wu's expression. They are twins named Lu Feng and Lu Neng. Snap. Snap. Wei Wu backhanded them both, giving each of them a big shove, and said unhappily, "Are you two pigs? Even though I'm no match for Luoying, can't you just leave Jian Yu alone?" As long as Jian Yu is alone, with the strength of the three of us, one junior warrior and two high-level warriors, killing him will be a piece of cake. But, Brother Wu, how can we leave Jian Yu alone? Lu Feng asked. Wei Wu raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "It's easy to leave Jian Yu alone. Doesn't he have an uncle and aunt? Go and tie them up. With these two in hand, we can force Jian Yu to be alone. I don't believe that Jian Yu can stand by and watch him die without helping. Brother Wu, what if Jian Yu really doesn't help?" Lu Neng asked immediately. Bang! Wei Wu swung his big fan again and said gloomily, "If he doesn't help, then we'll just kill these two. What else can we do? Tell me, besides kidnapping these two, who else can we kidnap? Could it be possible that we can sneak into the Minghua Villa district and kidnap Lin Yu?" Lu Neng covered his face and was speechless for a while. What a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. Wei Wu glanced at Lu Neng and Lu Feng with a look of disgust on his face. He also wants to kidnap Lin Yu. But Lin Yu has been staying in the Minghua Villa district and has never come out. How can he tie it up? Rush into the famous villa area and kidnap them? Stop being funny. The Minghua Villa district is home to the families of military commanders. Not only is the security system inside powerful, with thousands of soldiers standing guard, but there are also patrols led by powerful generals at the senior level. With his limited strength, he was beaten to death before he could even start kidnapping Lin Yu. Brother Wu, I have a better idea." Lu Neng's eyes suddenly lit up and he came forward. "What's the idea?" Wei Wu frowned. "Besides kidnapping Jian Yu's uncle and aunt, we can also kidnap his classmates. This way, we can do both. Even if Jian Yu doesn't save his uncle and aunt, he should at least save his classmates, right?" Chapter 53 Primary Martial God. Hundreds of kilometers to the east of Huadu Bay City, there is a military garrison. This place is not only the first line of defense for Huadu Bay City against the tide of strange beasts, but also a midway supply station for warriors heading to the wilderness. In front of the garrison, tens of thousands of soldiers were on high alert, and warriors carrying spears or swords were coming in and out. Some of them had smiling faces, while others had sad expressions. Rumble. A black SUV drove from a distance and stopped at the military station. Jian Yu and his group of 5 got out of the car. "We're finally here." Luo Monli stretched out her body, revealing the beautiful scenery. Even through her clothes, it was still a feast for the eyes. "Let's go in first," Luoying said with a serious expression and took the lead to walk towards the supply station. Jian Yu looked at the supply station curiously. Apart from the outer defenses, the interior of the supply station is composed of a series of 2-story buildings. The soldiers patrolling and standing guard exuded a stern and righteous aura. Even the warriors carried a murderous aura to a certain extent. "Let's go, Jian Yu, stop looking." Seeing that Jian Yu didn't move, Luo Monli took his hand and walked towards the supply station. As he walked into the supply station, Jian Yu's eyes suddenly lit up and glowed. Lots of bubbles. At a glance, the ground was covered with bubbles. Not only were there attribute bubbles, cultivation bubbles, but also supernatural bubbles. "Monli, go back to your room first. I'll contact the logistics department. Luo Ying handed Luo Manli a key and left alone. As a veteran team, the Fire Dragon team naturally has its own room at the supply station. The logistics department that Luo Ying mentioned was the one that contacted the military to help transport the corpses of the alien beasts. In the wilderness, the corpses of some exotic beasts are extremely valuable, but because of their large size, the team cannot carry them, and it would be a pity to abandon them. Therefore, the military set up a logistics department specifically responsible for helping the warrior team transport the corpses of the exotic beasts. In this way, the warrior team no longer has to worry about how to take away the corpse of the strange beast, and the military can also charge a certain fee, killing two birds with one stone. Come on, let's go back to the room first. Luo Manli shook the key in her hand and walked towards the room with Fatty and Qingfeng. Jian Yu didn't move. He smiled at Luo Manli and said, Sister Manli, you guys should go back to your room first. I want to take a look around the supply station. After riding in the car all the way, my butt is really tired. Okay then, let's contact each other via the communication watch later. Luo Manli did not doubt him and left with the fat man and the other two. Jian Yu looked in a direction and started walking quickly. Along the way, a large number of bubbles were automatically picked up by the system. Congratulations to the host for strength +5 +5. Speed +5 +10 +18. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +10 +5 +. Congratulations to the host for picking up sword skill +1 +5. Pick up the boxing technique. Congratulations to the host for picking up the fire attribute. Do you want to activate the fire ability? Congratulations to the host for picking up the electric attribute. Do you want to activate the electric ability? Congratulations to the host. The system sounds continued to ring. Jian Yu pretended to be taking a walk and wandered around the supply station. During his wanderings, he met many warriors. He sensed hostility from some of the warriors. That's right. It's hostility. As a martial god level spiritualist, his perception was far superior to that of ordinary people. He could clearly sense the hostility emanating from those warriors. But he did not make it public, instead he kept all these warriors in his mind without making any expression. He believed that he had always been kind to others and had never offended other warriors, except Wei Wu. And now, there are so many warriors who are hostile to him, which can only mean one thing: these warriors are members of the Dark Organization. He had no burden in his heart about killing people from the Dark Organization. On the contrary, he was eager to try. After all, there was a bonus to be won. 1-2. Jian Yu mentally counted the warriors who were hostile to him. He found a total of 35 warriors. This made him sigh at the penetration power of the Dark Organization. Of course, this was also inseparable from the inaction of some people. Congratulations to the host for speed +2 +23. Congratulations to the host. After picking up the bubbles at the supply station, Jian Yu returned to the Fire Dragon team's room. The room is not small, about 200 square meters, with 5 rooms. Jian Yu walked into one of the rooms, locked the door, and said silently in his heart, System, activate other abilities. Activating. As the system sounded, a flame and a blue electric light appeared on Jian Yu's surface. Jian Yu only felt that his body was extremely hot and numb. Crackling. Electric currents flowed through Jian Yu, and his entire body became numb. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. Host, Jian Yu. Realm, Primary Martial God. Spiritual Master, Primary Martial God. Superpowers, Ice F level 100-300, Fire F level 100-300, Electric G level 4100. Strength, 150,000. Speed, 2500 ms. Spiritual Power, 150,000. Skill. Skilled Swordsmanship 50-86 10,000. Skilled Boxing 80-23 10,000. Skilled Spearmanship 17-54 10,000. Skilled Swordmanship 14-50 10,000. Exercise Method. Skilled Guidance 5300 10,000. Elementary Source Energy 280-1000. His physical values have changed dramatically. The strength increased by 65,000 points and the speed increased by 1,200 points at once, breaking through to the primary level of Martial God in one fell swoop. It's a pity that in order to break through to the intermediate level of Martial God, the strength needs to reach 300,000 points and the speed needs to reach 5,000 ms. However, although he did not break through to the intermediate level of Martial God, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied. After all, only a few days had passed since he had obtained the system. People from the dark organization, come on. Feeling the surge in strength, Jiang Yu was filled with confidence. The combat power of a junior martial god, no matter which force it is placed in, belongs to the middle and high level. The dark organization would never have thought that he was not a mid-level warrior, but a junior martial god. Ding ding ding. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Luo Manli shouted from outside the door, Jiang Yu. Come out quickly, the captain is back. Okay, Sister Manli. Jiang Yu responded, collected his thoughts, and opened the door. In the living room, Luo Ying was sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. Team leader. Team leader. Several people sat down. Luo Ying slowly said, everyone, I've already discussed this with the military region's logistics department. This time, they'll dispatch 5 helicopters on standby around the clock to help us transport the alien beast's corpse. We still follow the old rules. We don't want the corpses of alien beasts below the primary beast general level. We will focus on hunting alien beasts at the primary beast general level. This time, I hope everyone can return with a full load. I hope we won't have to come to the wilderness again in the next 6 months. We understand, Captain. Luo Manli and the other two smiled without any worry on their faces. Obviously they were used to this rule. As for Jiang Yu, he had even less worries. Pack your things, we'll be leaving in half an hour. Luo Ying said without a doubt, and subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yu out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 54, Differences. Half an hour later. The 5 members of the Fire Dragon team packed up their equipment and left the supply station. The place they were going to was a ravine called Zayajayagu. Before the rise of the strange beasts, Zayajayagu was home to more than 10,000 residents who made a living by raising poultry. However, with the rise of strange beasts, a large number of poultry mutated, and tens of thousands of residents in Zayajayagu became food for the strange beasts, making it a paradise for the strange beasts. Although the number of strange beasts in Zayajayagu has been greatly reduced after years of cleaning, there are still many strange beasts alive. Because the wilderness was densely wooded and full of mountain roads, the Fire Dragon team did not drive but chose to walk. With their leg strength, they can move at a fast speed even without driving. In the blink of an eye, they were already dozens of meters away. While walking on the road, Luo Manli looked at Jiang Yu's combat uniform from time to time. Good-looking and domineering. She had never seen such a beautiful and domineering combat uniform. Just by looking at the style, you can tell it is very unusual. Finally, after walking a little further, Luo Manli couldn't help but wonder, so she deliberately fell behind and approached Jiang Yu and asked. Jiang Yu, if I'm not mistaken, this combat uniform you're wearing must be very expensive, right? What grade is it? It's really nice looking, much better than the uniforms worn by the captain and the other 3. The 3 of them had combat uniforms. One looked like an elephant, one looked like a rooster, and the other was even weirder, it was green. 4 head. Luo Ying and the other 2 who were walking in front heard Luo Manli's complaints, their mouths twitched, and they pretended not to hear and continued walking in front. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 of them. Indeed, compared with the S-level combat uniforms, the combat uniforms worn by Luo Ying and the other 2 are a bit ugly. Especially Qingfeng, I don't know what he was thinking, he actually wore a green combat uniform. Hurry, tell me. Luo Manli asked impatiently. Jiang Yu smiled and said, it's not an expensive combat uniform. It's just an S-grade one that cost 1 billion Hanxia coins. How much? 10 billion Hanxia coins. S-level. When Luo Manli heard Jiang Yu's words, she subconsciously shouted out. Luo Ying and the other 2 also stopped at this time, turned to look at Jiang Yu, their eyes full of surprise. Quick, let me feel the texture of the S-class combat uniform. How does it feel? This is the first time I've seen an S-class combat uniform. Luo Manli touched Jiang Yu all over her body, almost causing Jiang Yu to react. Luo Ying and the other 2 looked at Jiang Yu's dark blue combat uniform, then looked at their own, and indeed found it a little ugly. Oh my god. Brother Jiang Yu, please don't tell me you spent all the money from your last live broadcast on buying this combat uniform. The fat man said in surprise. The amount of money Jiang Yu earned from his last live broadcast had long been dug out, so they naturally had heard about it. 1 billion. A live broadcast brought in 1 billion yuan in revenue. I wonder how many internet celebrities would envy him. Jiang Yu nodded and smiled awkwardly, I'm quite afraid of death. So, I bought this combat uniform with stronger defense. Forehead? Fear death? The corners of Luo Ying's mouth twitched, and they turned around tacitly, no longer paying attention to Jiang Yu. There is no harm without comparison. The combat uniforms they wore were only of C level at best, but Jiang Yu was wearing an S level combat uniform. It's not that they don't want to buy S level combat uniforms, but they have no money. Who wants to wear an ugly combat uniform? Warriors make money quickly, but spend it even faster. Weapons, equipment, cultivation resources, and cultivation methods all require money to purchase. If you get injured in the wilderness, that would be another hefty expense. Luo Manli nudged Jiang Yu with her arm and whispered, "Don't worry, Jiang Yu. If you encounter any danger, I will protect you." "You protect me?" Jiang Yu looked Luo Manli up and down, smiled and shook his head. He could feel Romanli's concern. Among the entire Fire Dragon team, Romanli was the one who was closest to him. Qingfeng is a reserved man who usually has a stern face and rarely speaks. The fat man may seem silly, but in fact he is a person who looks honest on the surface but is very shrewd on the inside. As for Luo Ying, he has always maintained a mature and stable personality. The five continued on their way. After passing through the dense forest, we came to a national road that had long been abandoned. At a glance, both sides of the road are filled with abandoned vehicles, trucks, private cars, and everything in between. Most of the cars were already rusted, and their bodies were covered with large holes caused by collisions. There were several white corpses lying on the ground, and it was unclear whether they were human or alien beasts. Roar! From the dense forests on both sides of the road, the roars of strange beasts and the figures of strange beasts could be heard from time to time. The 4 members of the Fire Dragon team were very relaxed, obviously used to such scenes. Even if a strange beast passes by them, they will not choose to attack if it is not their target. Going around in circles. After walking several kilometers along the national highway, a black, long-haired pig appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Luo Ying pointed at the long-haired pig and smiled, "Jiang Yu, the prey has arrived. This long-haired pig in front is a high-level beast, soldier-level beast. Go and kill it." "Okay." Jiang Yu smiled, drew out the white dragon spear behind him, and threw it directly at the hairy pig. Luo Ying and the others were waiting to see Jiang Yu's performance when they saw a flash of white light. They looked at the hairy pig again, only to see it had been nailed to the ground. This. Luo Ying and the others' pupils shrank. Just now, they didn't even see how the spear killed the hairy pig. How is this possible? The fat man was shocked and turned to look at Jiang Yu with disbelief in his eyes. The hairy pig is a high-level beast soldier with thick skin and flesh and great strength. Even for him, it would take some effort to kill the hairy pig. But Jiang Yu just casually threw the spear and killed the hairy pig? Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 things are wrong. The 4 members of the Fire Dragon squad turned their gazes towards Jiang Yu at the same time. "You are not an intermediate warrior?" Luo Ying asked seriously. Jiang Yu nodded, without further explanation, walked up to the hairy pig and drew out the white dragon spear. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from the hairy pig's body. "I don't care what your strength is. I will teach you how to walk in the wilderness within 3 days. In 3 days, you will leave the team." Luo Ying's expression was extremely serious. He smelled a scent of conspiracy from Jiang Yu. He had promised Zhou Yue Martial God that he would take Jiang Yu to familiarize himself with the wilderness, but Zhou Yue Martial God only told him that Jiang Yu was only at the intermediate level of a warrior. Jiang Yu was hiding his strength. Did Zhou Yue Wuxian know about it? If so, why did he hide it from him? If I don't know, what is Jiang Yu planning? Whatever was hidden in this, it had nothing to do with him and his team. He would not bring his team into this. Good. Jiang Yu nodded and agreed. Even if Luo Ying didn't mention it, he would find an opportunity to leave the team. He came to the wilderness with only 2 purposes. First, kill strange beasts, see blood, temper your character, and exchange for money. The second one, attract Wei Wu and people from the Dark Organization. He is a person who never likes to be passive, he likes to fire the first shot and never give others the chance to shoot. Since the Dark Organization has set its sights on him, he doesn't mind killing a few people and seeing blood. Congratulations to the host for having a thicker skin plus 100. A bubble suddenly fell out of the hairy pig. Roar! The roars of other strange beasts could be heard from the surrounding jungles. Luo Ying no longer paid attention to Jiang Yu and said to Luo Manli, Manli, you sent powder to cover up the bloody smell of the long-haired pig, and notify the military district to come and remove the body.
Yes.
Luo Manli took out a porcelain bottle, walked in front of Jiang Yu, opened her mouth, seemed to be about to say something, then squatted on the ground and poured the powder in the porcelain bottle onto the wound of the hairy pig.
Chapter 55, Beast General Level Monster.
Fragrance powder is a special powder made from dozens of bone powders. It can cover the bloody smell of strange beasts and prevent them from being detected by other strange beasts. If you're heading into the wilderness just to kill exotic beasts and sell them for money, then before you leave, be sure to contact the military logistics department. Have them help you transport the exotic beast carcasses. This will save you a lot of effort. Their fee is 10% of the value of the beast you kill. For example, this long-haired pig is worth around 10 million in the base city, so the military district will charge 1 million. In addition, after you sell the long-haired pig, you'll also have to pay 10% personal income tax. Also, if possible, I suggest you sell the exotic beast to the martial arts gym. This way, although the money will be less, you can gain contribution points. Luoying spoke slowly, brushed past Jiang Yu, and walked forward.
After sprinkling the fragrance powder, Luo Manli looked at Jiang Yu deeply and left. Jiang Yu walked last. The atmosphere in the team became very delicate.
Along the way, everyone was silent. Luo Manli wanted to speak several times, but in the end she stopped herself. Only Luoying would occasionally speak up, telling Jiang Yu how to distinguish plants and animals, and how to identify the level of a beast by looking at its footprints on the ground. He explained in great detail and Jiang Yu listened attentively. 2 hours later, they came to the vicinity of Zhejiagu.
Zhejiagu is surrounded by mountains.
A straight path runs from the entrance to the end of the village. The entire village is shaped like a Chinese character. Jiang Yu and the other 4 stood on a small hill, looking down at the entire Zhejiagu in the moonlight. The former courtyard has long been dilapidated, and the road, which should have been flat, is now full of potholes and overgrown with weeds. From time to time, traces of strange beasts flashed by on the uneven streets.
Luoying glanced at Zhejiagu for a few times, then turned to look at Jiang Yu and said solemnly,
"The biggest difference between beast soldier level and beast general level beasts isn't strength, but intelligence. Beast general level beasts already possess a certain level of intelligence. They know how to use their environment to hide themselves. Although I don't know the true strength of yours, or how much of your power you've hidden, I hope you can remember that even a lion will use all its might to slay a rabbit. Deal with your enemies with swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness. Never play with them like a cat and mouse."
"I understand, Captain Luo." Jiang Yu nodded solemnly.
When fighting with people or animals, the most taboo thing is to look down on the opponent by relying on your strong strength.
"I understand."
Luoying didn't say anything more and jumped down the mountain. It was already late at night. Walking on the streets of Zhejiagu, the 4 members of the Fire Dragon team were obviously much more cautious than before. Their footsteps were light and made very little noise. Even if they encountered a strange beast, they would avoid it if possible. If they couldn't avoid it, they would kill it with one strike, without any hesitation. They walked carefully along the way, and after crossing several streets, they arrived near an abandoned 3-story building.
"Stop."
Luoying, who was walking in front, waved his hand, asked everyone to stop and look forward. In front of everyone, a strange dog-like beast that looked like a large yellow golden retriever was lying at the door of a small Western-style building.
"Primary beast general level alien beast dog for gold. Captain, this is troublesome. The dog-haired golden is blocking the entrance to the small Western-style building. If we want to get inside, we must find a way to get rid of it. And we have to kill it with one strike. Otherwise, the noise of the fight will definitely attract other strange beasts."
But the dog-haired golden has a keen sense of smell. It can smell us before we even get close.
"It's not easy to get rid of it."
The fat man frowned and whispered. Luoying also frowned at this time. Now, the situation he was most worried about happened. According to his plan, he took advantage of the moonlight to sneak into the small Western-style building in front, and from the height of the small Western-style building, he could observe the entire Zhejiagu and look for any trace of the beast general level. Because the roof of the small Western-style building is built high, as long as they are careful, they will not attract the attention of other strange beasts. But now, a dog-haired golden retriever was blocking the entrance of Xiaoyang building. Among the few people present, he was the only one who possessed the strength to completely defeat Inu Mao Jin. However, even he could not guarantee that he could kill Inu Mao Jin with one strike.
"Let me do it." Suddenly, a male voice sounded. Jiang Yu took a few steps forward. You. Luoying and others looked at Jiang Yu with suspicion in their eyes. They admitted that Jiang Yu had some strength, but if he wanted to kill Quan Meijin, he was probably still a little short of it. Luo Manli grabbed Jiang Yu's arm and whispered. Jiang Yu, don't be so stubborn. The dog-haired gold has an extremely keen sense of smell. If you can't kill it with one strike, its screams will instantly attract other strange beasts. Jiang Yu smiled. Without any explanation, he drew off the white dragon spear from behind with his right hand, aimed at the dog-haired gold and threw it directly. Inu Maojin seemed to sense danger and wanted to shout, but was restrained by a powerful pressure. Whoosh! The white dragon spear pierced through Quan Meijin's head, nailing him to death on the spot. This. Luoying and the others were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. The dog-haired gold that left them helpless was killed by Jiang Yu with just one blow? If they could still accept Jiang Yu killing the hairy pig with one strike, they couldn't accept it now. Inu Maojin is at the junior beast general level. The difference in strength between high-level beast soldiers and junior beast generals is not small. Jiang Yu was able to kill Quan Meijin with one strike, so his strength must be above that of a junior general. Intermediate general? No. As a mid-level general, Luoying thought that he could not kill Quan Meijin with one blow like Jiang Yu did. Then there is only one possibility: Jiang Yu is a high-level general. The more Luoying thought about it, the more shocked he became. Senior General. An 18-year-old senior military commander. Luo Manli looked at Jiang Yu, a strange light flashed in her eyes, and there was an incomprehensible emotion hidden in her eyes. Let's go in first. Jiang Yu interrupted the stunned state of Luoying and the others, walked to the body of Quan Meijin, drew out the white dragon spear, and casually used his ice power to freeze the body of Quan Meijin. He didn't have the fragrance powder, but he had the ice ability. Compared to the fragrance powder, the ice ability was undoubtedly more useful. Several people walked into the small Western-style building. The interior of the small Western-style building was a mess, with dog feces on the floor and a foul smell in the air. But none of them showed any disgust and they all went straight to the third floor. Standing at the window on the third floor and looking out, you can see most of Zhejiagu at a glance. Everyone, take a break. Luoying spoke, glancing at Jiang Yu meaningfully. Several people sat on the ground, opened their combat bags, and began to replenish their energy. Luo Manli sat next to Jiang Yu, thought about it several times, and finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jiang Yu, can you tell me what your strength is? How did you manage to kill Inu Maojin with one strike? Manli. Luoying suddenly shouted, don't ask about certain things. Curiosity kills the cat. Oh. Luo Manli stuck out her tongue playfully. Jiang Yu smiled and said, if I say I am the god of war, do you believe me? Chapter 56 Wujin was kidnapped? I said I am the god of war, do you believe me? Luoying and the others were silent. Luo Manli's eyes were full of disbelief. An 18-year-old martial god, who would believe this? In more than 100 years, there has not been an 18-year-old martial god. Jiang Yu didn't explain too much. No words were spoken that night. The next day, it was just dawn. Roar. A huge roar woke Jiang Yu and the others from their sleep. Jiang Yu and his companions quickly stood up and leaned over the window to look outside. On a street several blocks away from the small Western-style building where they were, a black bull the size of a tank was taking a leisurely stroll with several normal-sized black bulls. The black bull's eyes were red, and it had two huge sharp horns on its head. It knocked over wrecked cars as it passed by. OMG! This is a mid-level beast general-level black mountain iron bull. Its fur is as hard as steel. Its body is worth a whopping 500 million. It's full of treasures. If we can kill it and bring it back to the base city, we'll be rich. The fat man looked at the black mountain iron ox with shining eyes. Luoying shook his head gravely. Look at the fur on this black mountain iron bull. It's black with a hint of translucence. I'm afraid its strength has already surpassed that of a mid-level beast general. Plus, there are several junior beast general level black bulls around it. With our strength, we can't kill it at all. Unless. Luoying hesitated to speak, and glanced at Jiang Yu calmly. Black Mountain Iron Bull? Worth 500 million? When Jiang Yu heard the conversation between Luoying and the other person, the information about Black Mountain Iron Ox flashed through his mind. The Black Mountain Iron Ox is a mid-level beast general. Ranked second on the list of cattle-type beasts, it is a powerful and defensive beast. Its carcass is priceless. The shinier its fur is, the stronger it is and the higher its value is. He observed the fur of the Black Mountain Iron Bull, which showed a faint reflection in the sunlight, indicating that it was a large fish. He came to the wilderness to hunt exotic animals for money. Now that a big fish has appeared, how can he let it go? Done! Jiang Yu shouted softly, and without waiting for Luo Ying and the others to react, he jumped out of the third-floor window and rushed towards the Black Mountain Iron Ox. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. Hey, brother Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, come back first. Luo Manli and the fat man shouted hurriedly. Seeing Jiang Yu getting closer and closer to the Black Mountain Iron Bull, Luo Manli quickly looked at Luo Ying and asked, Captain, should we go up? Luo Ying's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he finally lowered his gaze and nodded. Superior. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu is a martial god or not, since he dares to go up, it means he is confident in his own strength. Even if we can't kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull in the end, killing a few calves will be enough for us to make a lot of money. Okay. Hearing Luo Ying's instructions, the fat man and his companions showed joy on their faces and jumped out of the window. On the street. With the appearance of the Black Mountain Iron Bull, there were no other strange beasts on the entire street. The other strange beasts seemed to be very afraid of the Black Mountain Iron Ox and hid themselves in fear, not daring to come out. Jiang Yu held the Zhankuan sword in his hand and ran to the vicinity of the Black Mountain Iron Ox in a few quick steps. Seeing that Jiang Yu, a tiny human, dared to rush towards him, the Black Mountain Iron Ox's eyes were suddenly filled with anger, 2 streams of white air spurted out of his nostrils, and he roared to the sky. Moo! The huge roar was deafening. Several little black cows rushed towards Jiang Yu first. With the sword rising and falling, Jiang Yu relied on the Ling Yun step to kill several little black cows in a few flashes. This made Luo Ying and the others in the back stunned for a moment. But they still ran towards the Black Mountain Iron Ox with undiminished momentum. Moo! Seeing his younger brother being killed, Black Mountain Iron Bull stomped its hind legs on the ground and rushed towards Jiang Yu with its huge horns. You're just in time. Jiang Yu did not retreat but advanced, with the Zhankuan sword in his hand ready to strike. The moment the Black Mountain Iron Bull approached, he dodged the charge and came to the side of the Black Mountain Iron Bull. He then stabbed the Kuan cutting sword in his hand into the body of the Black Mountain Iron Bull. The hard fur of the Black Mountain Iron Ox was like tofu in his hands, and it broke with a single poke. Moo! The Black Mountain Iron Ox roared in pain. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. With the help of the Zhankuan sword, he flipped over and jumped onto the back of the Black Mountain Iron Ox. He pulled out the Zhankuan sword and stabbed it directly into the Black Mountain Iron Ox's head from top to bottom. Moo! The light in Black Mountain Iron Ox's eyes faded. With a loud bang, the huge corpse fell to the ground. Black Mountain Iron Ox is dead. This. Luo Ying and the other 3 who were rushing over saw that Black Mountain Iron Ox died so quickly under Jiang Yu's knife. They couldn't help but stop running and stood there in a daze. How is this possible? Black Mountain Iron Bull just died like that? The fat man asked with a stunned look on his face. Luo Ying and the other 2 did not answer, their eyes full of disbelief. They had thought that Jiang Yu would fight Black Mountain Iron Bull for 300 rounds, but they had not expected that Jiang Yu would kill Black Mountain Iron Bull with just 2 moves. This is no longer incredible. It is too incredible. I believe it. This time I believe it. He is definitely a martial god. Xing Feng murmured to himself. Luo Manli and the fat man nodded at the same time. If this strength is not that of a god of war, it would be too unreasonable. The 18-year-old god of war. While others were still relying on their families for financial support at the age of 18, working hard to go to college and apply for the martial arts exam, Jiang Yu was already a martial arts god. Even the dragon god, the strongest being in the world, cannot have such talent. What kind of monster is this? With such strength, do we still need to take him to the wilderness to hone his skills? The fat man said in horror. Luo Ying and the other 2 shook their heads. In terms of the number of shocks they received in the past year was not as many as Jiang Yu gave them in one day. Captain Luo, Sister Manli, please help me call the military logistics department. Jiang Yu shouted softly, circled around the Black Mountain Iron Ox, and picked up several bubbles on the ground. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 500. Congratulations to the host for defense plus 500. Congratulations to the host for having thick skin plus 1000.
Congratulations to the host for achieving plus 1000 collision force.
Impact force? Is it that kind of impact force? Jiang Yu didn't know.
He only felt that the strength in his waist had increased a lot.
Not far away.
Luoying and the others quickly came to their senses after hearing Jiang Yu's call.
After sending their location to the military district's logistics department, the four of them approached Jiang Yu.
Looking at the huge Black Mountain Iron Bull, the shock in the four people's eyes did not diminish at all.
Killed in 2 moves. The fat man couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Jiang Yu, you are really amazing.
This Black Mountain Iron Bull was killed by you just like that.
This time I believe that you are indeed a martial god.
Luck. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and used his ice ability to freeze the body of the Black Mountain Iron Ox.
Because the Black Mountain Iron Ox is priceless. This time, the few people did not leave the body of the Black Mountain Iron Ox alone like they did last time when they killed the hairy pig. Instead, he hid in the surroundings, waiting for the arrival of the military district logistics department.
I don't know how much time has passed. In the distant sky, a warship slowly approached and stopped on the street where Jiang Yu and others were. Several men in military uniforms came down from the warship.
At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Zhejiagu, in an abandoned building in an abandoned town, Wei Wu and the Lu brothers reunited.
Looking at the dusty Lu brothers, Wei Wu said expressionlessly,
"How is it, did you successfully complete what I asked you to do?"
Lu Nang patted his chest and vowed,
"Don't worry, Brother Wu. Everything will be completed smoothly.
This time, we not only kidnapped Jiang Yu's uncle and aunt, but also a classmate of Jiang Yu named Wu Jin."
"Who?" Wei Wu asked in doubt. "Wu Jin." Lu Nang repeated. "Wu Jin. Why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere?" Wei Wu frowned, then ignored it. Wei Fong teaches so many students every year, how can he remember who is who?
It doesn't matter who it is, as long as they are Jiang Yu's classmate. This time, he must make sure Jiang Yu never returns. Wei Wu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and called Jiang Yu casually.
Chapter 57 1.12 billion. Lao Luo, I knew you could do it.
Only 1 day has passed, and you've already killed the Black Mountain Iron Bull. Your Fire Dragon squad is growing stronger.
In Zhejiagu, a man in military uniform walked up to Luo Ying and said with a smile.
Luo Ying's old face flushed, and he pointed at Jiang Yu beside him and said with a smile,
"Lao Gao, I think you misunderstood. We didn't kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull. Jiang Yu did." "Oh, really?"
The man surnamed Gao noticed Jiang Yu at this moment, walked forward, and extended his hand with a smile.
"Jiang Yu, I know you.
This year's special recruit of Longting Martial Arts School.
You are truly better than your teacher. You were able to kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull with the cooperation of the Fire Dragon team. You are so brave and have a bright future. The future is definitely promising."
Although Luo Ying had just said that Black Mountain Iron Ox was killed by Jiang Yu.
But in Gao's eyes, it must have been the Fire Dragon squad that held Black Mountain Iron Bull back, or had already severely injured Black Mountain Iron Bull, and it was Jiang Yu who dealt the fatal blow. That's why Luo Ying said that Black Mountain Iron Bull was killed by Jiang Yu. After all, Jiang Yu is too young. "Hello, Commander Gao."
Jiang Yu smiled and stretched out his right hand, shaking it gently.
Luo Ying became increasingly embarrassed. He took a few steps forward, dragged the man surnamed Gao aside, and whispered, "Lao Gao, you really misunderstood.
The death of this Black Mountain Iron Bull has nothing to do with our Fire Dragon squad.
We didn't do anything about it at all.
Jiang Yu killed it alone, and also killed those little iron bulls alone."
"He killed him alone?" The man surnamed Gao frowned and looked at Luo Ying with suspicion, his eyes full of disbelief.
Luo Ying nodded solemnly. "He really killed him alone. When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, you can check the wounds on the Black Mountain Iron Bull to see if they were done by the same person." The man surnamed Gao said nothing. He walked to the body of Black Mountain Iron Ox and examined it carefully. There were only 2 knife wounds on the body of Black Mountain Iron Ox.
1 cut in the side and 1 in the head.
Apart from that, there were no wounds and no signs of being beaten.
Could it be that?
The man surnamed Gao's pupils shrank and he turned to look at Luo Ying.
Luo Ying nodded slightly.
Hiss. The man surnamed Gao took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yu with shock in his eyes.
"Kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull with 2 sword strikes. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Yu was only 18 years old this year and had just passed the warrior assessment not long ago. During the assessment, he even gave Jiang Yu a rocket. Only a few days had passed, and Jiang Yu had the strength to kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull. What kind of martial arts genius is this? The man surnamed Gao was shocked. He had been at the supply station for more than 10 years and thought he had seen many geniuses, even geniuses from large base cities. But he had never seen a genius as monstrous as Jiang Yu, who was only 18 years old, and yet he was able to kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull with just 2 strikes. Genius. Unprecedented genius. The eyes of the man surnamed Gao became brighter and brighter, and he looked at Jiang Yu as if he was looking at a girl. Lu Oing chuckled at this moment and reminded, Lao Gao, don't just stand there. It's time to get down to business. Oh, okay. The man surnamed Gao suppressed his inner shock and ordered the soldiers behind him to use mechanized tools to load the Black Mountain Iron Ox's body into the warship. The Black Mountain Iron Ox's body was enormous, weighing no less than 10 tons, and ordinary soldiers simply couldn't lift it. But as strange beasts rise, technology is also developing. Dozens of small robots ran around the body of Black Mountain Iron Bull, lifted the body together and walked into the warship. The man surnamed Gao walked up to Jiang Yu and said, Comrade Jiang Yu, my surname is Gao, and I am a deputy director of the military region's logistics department. On behalf of the military region, I am willing to purchase the body of this Black Mountain Iron Bull at a high price. I wonder if you are willing. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, I want to know how much your military district will offer. If the price is acceptable, I can consider it. The man surnamed Gao said without hesitation, according to the market price, a mid-level general-level Black Mountain Iron Bull is worth about 500 million Hansha coins. But I just took a closer look at the Black Mountain Iron Bull you killed. Its fur is more translucent than the other Black Mountain Iron Bulls, which means it's stronger. Plus, there are only 2 knife wounds on its body, and its fur is intact. Therefore, our military district is willing to pay 700 million Hansha coins to purchase it. Also, we're willing to buy the 7 little iron bulls you killed at a price of 100 million Hansha coins each. You might want to consider it. Jiang Yu began to think. The market price of a full-grown Black Mountain Iron Bull was indeed around 500 million Hansha coins. The military district offered 700 million, which was not a low price and already exceeded the market price. Plus 7 little iron bulls, each for 1.4 billion Hansha coins, this price is acceptable. After confirming that the price was okay, Jiang Yu nodded and said, Minister Gao, I've thought about it. I'm willing to sell them to the military district. Very good. The man surnamed Gao smiled and nodded. He then took out an electronic contract and signed it with Jiang Yu. 1.12 billion yuan has been deposited into my bank account. The military transferred the money very quickly. Within a few minutes after the contract was signed, the money was transferred into Jiang Yu's account. After deducting military transportation costs and personal income tax from the 1.4 billion, only 1.12 billion is left. Jiang Yu, it's a pleasure working with you. If you want to sell the corpses of exotic beasts in the future, you can consider the military first. After shaking hands with Jiang Yu again, the man surnamed Gao took his soldiers, boarded the warship, and left with the body of the Black Mountain Iron Ox. After they leave, Luo Manli leaned in front of Jiang Yu and said with a smile, Jiang Yu, congratulations. You made a net profit of 1.1 billion on your first trip to the wilderness. You're so envious of others. Your daily income is more than what our Fire Dragon team earns in a month. Jiang Yu smiled, turned to look at Luo Ying, and said, Captain Luo, everyone has a share of this money. I'll transfer it to you, and you can share it with everyone. A share? Luo Manli was stunned for a moment. Fatty and Xingfeng were also slightly stunned. This is 1.1 billion, and Jiang Yu actually wants to share it with them? Luo Ying shook his head and refused. Jiang Yu, according to the team's distribution system, the spoils of killing monsters will be distributed according to individual contributions. However, you killed the Black Mountain Iron Bull alone this time. We didn't help at all. Therefore, you don't have to give us any distribution. We have no right to do so either. Keep the money for yourself. You're a genius, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future. But when Jiang Yu wanted to say something, Luo Ying turned around and left. Fatty and Xingfeng followed closely behind. None of them showed any sign of wanting to share the money. Jiang Yu, let's go. Luo Manli patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Chapter 58 Massacre. Everyone returned to the three-story villa where they had been before and took a short rest. Suddenly, Jiang Yu looked at his communication watch and found that there was a missed call from an unfamiliar number. He ignored it. Ever since the warrior assessment ended, he often received calls from unfamiliar numbers. Some people claimed to be his aunt, his relative, or his former neighbor. Someone also asked him if he needed a son. At first, he would answer the phone, but as the number of spam calls and calls from unfamiliar numbers increased, he no longer responded. It is worth mentioning that the communication watch is particularly intelligent and will not disturb the warrior's actions in the wilderness. It has normal mode and wilderness mode. Once a warrior leaves the base city, it automatically switches to wilderness mode and remains silent for a long time. Only when the warrior is watching it will they know if there is an incoming call. After resting for a while, Luoying and others observed the situation in Zhejiagu again. As the aura of the Black Mountain Iron Bull disappeared, some strange beasts came out of their hiding places and wandered on the streets of Zhejiagu. Looking down from the third-floor window, you can see several strange beasts on every street. Some strange beasts even attacked each other. Before the rise of exotic beasts, Zhejiagu was already a poultry breeding base. I never imagined that after all these years, there would still be so many exotic beasts in Zhejiagu. Fatty, get your stuff ready. We're about to start hunting the beasts. Luoying said with a serious expression. Clear. The fat man licked his lips, took off the combat pack behind him, took out a large number of parts, and assembled them quickly. Soon, a black heavy sniper rifle appeared in front of them. After loading the special bullets, the fat man carried the sniper rifle and placed it on the third-floor window. Although warriors are powerful, this does not mean that firearms are useless. In some aspects, thermal weapons are more effective, such as killing monsters from a distance. The bullets used by the fat man were all specially made bullets with extremely strong penetrating power. If they hit the vital point, one shot was enough to kill a primary beast general level monster. Of course, this requires extremely high marksmanship. It is said that there are even more powerful laser cannons in the army that can kill lord level monsters. After the fat man was ready, Luoying turned to look at Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, your strength far exceeds ours. After the death of the Black Mountain Iron Ox, the other beasts in Zhejiagu can hardly pose a threat to you anymore. If you want to hunt exotic beasts, you can leave on your own. You don't have to stay with us. Staying with us will only waste your time. You can hunt monsters much faster than us. I understand, Captain Luo. Jiang Yu nodded gently and jumped downstairs. Luoying was right. His original purpose in coming to the wilderness was to hunt exotic beasts. With his current strength, he was fully capable of rampaging through Zhejiagu. The first goal is to earn 50 small goals. Jiang Yu, carrying the white dragon spear and the Zhankuan sword, left the three-story villa, looked in a direction, and ran off into the distance. Luo Manli stood on the third floor, looking at Jiang Yu's receding figure. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly felt lost. Luoying stepped forward and patted her shoulder, advising her, Manli, I know what you are thinking. But it is impossible for you and him to be together. He is a special recruit of Longting Martial Arts School and will have a broader stage in the future. With his talent, it is not impossible for him to surpass the Dragon God in the future. You and I are just ordinary warriors. We don't know if we can ever break through to the martial god level in this lifetime. If you stay together, it will only hurt you and him in the end. The ambition of the Great Rock is to soar to the sky. One day he will spread his wings and fly high. On the street. Jiang Yu ran quickly, wandering through the streets. After crossing dozens of streets, he stopped in front of a farmyard. At this time, his position was exactly in a horizontal line with the position of Luoying and others. One is in the east of the ditch and the other is in the west of the ditch. A whoa! Inside the farmyard, a black dog-like beast roared at Jiang Yu and made an attacking gesture. It's time to start the hunt. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, drew out the white dragon spear, and nailed the canine monster to the ground with one shot. Then he used his ice power to freeze its body and ran out to the street. Roar! Roar! On the street, wandering strange beasts discovered Jiang Yu, roared, and pounced towards Jiang Yu. Different from the strange beasts in Jingtian town. The strength of the strange beasts in Zhejiagu is at least at the high-level beast soldier level, and each strange beast is extremely ferocious. The fierce aura they exude is enough to scare some timid warriors to the ground. But Jiang Yu showed no fear at all. Holding the Zhankuan sword, he he rushed towards the monsters to kill them. No matter how many strange beasts there were in front of him, he would kill them all with one sword. The high-level beast soldier level alien beast died. The primary beast general level monster died. The intermediate beast general level monster died. The high-level beast general level monster died. Along the way, strange beasts died under Jiang Yu's sword, and no strange beast could withstand Jiang Yu's sword. Their bodies were frozen into ice cubes by Jiang Yu. A large number of bubbles fell and were picked up by the system. Congratulations to the host for his bite force plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for achieving hardness plus 2000. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 1000 mental strength. Congratulations to the host for achieving ferocity plus 1000. Congratulations. Congratulations. The roar of the strange beast and the mechanical sound of the system echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yu was like a madman, wantonly harvesting the lives of strange beasts. In a 3-story Western-style building, the fat man had just severely injured a primary beast general level monster with a sniper rifle and was about to fire the final shot. Suddenly, he saw the scene on Goshi Street through the scope and was stunned on the spot. "Fatty, what's going on? Can you snipe the angry chicken?" Luoying asked from the side. The fat man shook his head blankly, took out a telescope and handed it to Luoying, pointing to the west of the ditch, and said in amazement, "Captain! Captain! Just look for yourself. That guy is not human at all. He's slaughtering monsters. Abnormal, too abnormal. This is a complete killer." Luoying took the telescope curiously, looked in the direction the fat man's finger pointed, and was slightly stunned. On a street in the west of the ditch, hundreds of strange beasts gathered and were besieging a dark blue figure. Yet, the figure showed no fear, swiftly weaving among the strange beasts. Every time he swung the long sword in his hand, a strange beast died, its corpse frozen into ice. Luo Ying's face was stunned. He and the fat man looked at each other and they could see the horror in each other's eyes. "Captain, what's wrong? Let me see." Xingfeng came forward, snatched the telescope from Luo Ying's hand, and looked in the direction of Jiang Yu. When he saw Jiang Yu slaughtering the beasts, he was stunned and muttered to himself subconsciously, "My goodness, is this still a human being? If he keeps killing at this rate, he'll have killed all the monsters in Zhejiagu before tomorrow." The other side. Jiang Yu didn't know that Luo Ying and the others were in a daze because of what he did. After killing the last strange beast, he put away his sword, stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, the street behind me was covered in ice. A rough count revealed hundreds of them. Within each of them lay the frozen corpse of a strange beast. Looking around, there was no living beast in sight. The total amount of these beast corpses should be enough for 5 billion, right? After Jiang Yu sent a message to the man surnamed Gao, he sat on the side of the road, resting and waiting. Chapter 59. A powerful enemy appears. Soon, the man surnamed Gao boarded a warship and arrived at the street where Jiang Yu was. After seeing the corpses of strange beasts scattered all over the ground, the man surnamed Gao showed disbelief in his eyes and said in shock, "Did you kill all these?" Jiang Yu nodded gently. Hiss. The man surnamed Gao took a breath of cold air. It had only been a short time, but Jiang Yu had already killed so many strange beasts. This had to shock him. After the shock, the man surnamed Gao ordered the soldiers to start moving the corpse of the strange beast. "Oh my god! This is a high-level beast, commander-level exotic beast, a golden-haired lion. This is just a mid-level beast, general-level exotic beast, Sukoan chicken. There's more here. This is the high-level beast general, the azure bull python. This is shocking. Is this really the achievement of an 18-year-old boy?" As the corpses of the strange beasts were carried onto the warship, the soldiers all showed expressions of shock. Because there were too many corpses of the strange beasts to fit on one warship, Gao had no choice but to call for 2 more warships to transport them. The entire moving process took more than 20 minutes. More than 20 minutes later, the 3 warships took off together and flew towards the supply station. In the 3-story Western-style building in the east of the ditch, the fat man still had a dazed look on his face. Luo Ying patted his shoulder and said, "Fatty, don't just stand there, hurry up and hunt the monster. If we don't act quickly, Jiang Yu will kill all the strange beasts in Zhejiagu." Oh, okay. The fat man came to his senses and aimed his sniper rifle at the strange beast on the street. On the other side, after a short rest,
Jiang Yu started hunting the strange beasts again. In his eyes, every exotic beast is a walking Hansha coin. What puzzled him was that the bubbles dropped by the monsters were a little different from those dropped by humans. Although exotic beasts will also drop attribute bubbles, most of them are strange and bizarre bubbles. For example, skin thickness plus 1000, what is this? Or hardness plus 1000. Also, what does wham 1 plus 1 mean? Congratulations to the host for speed plus 100. Congratulations to the host for achieving plus 1000 collision force. Congratulations to the host for his night vision ability plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for hearing plus 1000. As the strange beasts died, inexplicable bubbles were automatically picked up by the system. In the small Western-style building, the Fire Dragon team saw Jiang Yu hunting strange beasts again, and they couldn't help but speed up the hunting process. There are many strange beasts in Zhejiagu, but they cannot withstand Jiang Yu's killing of hundreds of them. It's late at night. In the farmyard, Jiang Yu was lying on the ground to rest. After a whole day of killing, even a martial god-level warrior like him felt a little tired. Fortunately, the rewards were huge. After the killing during the day, he basically cleared out all the strange beasts on Goshi Street. Even if there are a few fish that slip through the net, they are hiding and dare not come out. According to his statistics, he killed more than 1,200 strange beasts in one day, and all of them were pulled back to the supply station by the man named Gao. Lying on the ground, Jiang Yu was half dazed. At the same time, in an abandoned building hundreds of meters away, Wei Wu dialed Jiang Yu's number, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Can't get through. I can't get through at all. During the whole day, he called Jiang Yu hundreds of times, but none of the calls went through. The prompt tone for all calls is, "Hello, your call is currently unanswered, please call again later." At first, he thought it was because it was daytime. Jiang Yu was hunting strange beasts, so he didn't pay much attention. But it was nighttime and still no one answered the phone. Jiang Yu didn't answer the phone, so how could he threaten Jiang Yu? Beep. Sorry, the call you made is currently unavailable. Asshole, is it so hard to answer the phone? No one answered the call again, and Wei Wu was so angry that his teeth were itching. At this moment, Lu Ning suddenly came up to Wei Wu and said with a smile, "Brother Wu, have you not called Jiang Yu yet? It doesn't matter if you can't get through. You can send him a text message. That way, when he sees the message, he'll know his family has been kidnapped, right?" Bang. Wei Wu slapped Lu Ning on the head and said unhappily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wasted so much time." Lu Ning rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. As Wei Wu was editing the text message, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The night sky is dark. The entrance of Goshi village. A 5-member team walked cautiously into Zhejiagu with the help of moonlight. The team consists of 4 men and 1 woman. Like the other teams, this one also carried combat packs. Apparently, they were here to hunt exotic beasts, not just for sightseeing. Walking on the street, a big man in the lead whispered, "Everyone please be careful with your steps and don't make too much noise. The beasts at night are more violent than those during the day. If we make too much noise, it will easily alarm them and cause them to attack." As he was speaking, there was a sudden clang sound, and the sound of a can being kicked was heard. The big man quickly looked back. A young warrior said embarrassedly, "Captain, I'm sorry, there is a can on the ground, I didn't see it just now." The big man didn't say much. He drew his weapon, looked around, and whispered, "Everyone, be on alert to prevent any sneak attacks from strange beasts." "Yes." The other 4 warriors nodded, drew their weapons, and stood guard around them. "Call." A light breeze blew the leaves of trees through the streets. No strange beasts appeared on the streets. Seeing this, the big man breathed a sigh of relief, put away his weapon, and waved behind him. "Everyone watch your step, and let's keep moving forward." The group of 5 continued on their journey. After crossing 2 streets, the only female warrior in the team finally couldn't help but speak. "Captain, have you noticed that something is amiss in Zhejiagu today? Quiet, too quiet? Although it is nighttime now and the strange beasts are asleep, there are always some strange beasts that travel at night and roar. But look at Zhejiagu today. There's absolutely no movement. It's like a dead city. It's so quiet it's terrifying." The big man nodded solemnly, "Wheezy, you are right. Zhejiagu is indeed too quiet tonight. There's only one possibility for this to happen.
That's a powerful beast appearing in Zayajayaga, making the other beasts afraid to make a sound. So, we must be even more careful. We must not disturb this strange beast until we find Zhang Yu and kill him. Chapter 60 Wei Wu dies. The next morning, Zhang Yu woke up from his sleep, washed up simply, and prepared to leave the farmyard. When he raised his hand, he suddenly saw an unread text message on his communication watch. When Zhang Yu opened the text message, he couldn't help but frown, and a murderous look flashed across his face. Zhang Yu, your uncle, aunt, and classmate Wu Jin are in my hands. If you don't want them to die, come to Linquan County to find me. I'll give you 1 day. If you don't show up after 1 day, I'll kill them. Remember, you can only come alone, and you're not allowed to bring the Fire Dragon squad. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for them to collect their bodies. Wei Wuyo. Wei Wu. Threatening me? Zhang Yu looked at the text message, sneered disdainfully, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Appeared. Wei Wu finally appeared. It's time to settle some accounts. If Wei Wu wanted to kill him, he had to be prepared to be killed by him. With murderous intent in his heart, Zhang Yu ran towards Linquan County. In the 3-story Western-style building, the fat man observed Zhang Yu's whereabouts from time to time. After seeing Zhang Yu was about to leave Zayajayagu, he turned to Luoying in the house and asked, Captain, Zhang Yu is leaving Zayajayagu. Should we follow him? Luoying shook his head. No, he has his own things to do. If we follow him, we will only become a burden to him. Oh. The fat man said oh softly and continued to scan Zayajayagu. Suddenly, the fat man saw the 5-man team from last night on the street in Goshi. He frowned and muttered to himself. Why did they come to Zayajayagu? What's wrong, fatty? Luoying asked from the side. The fat man handed Luoying a telescope and said, Captain, I saw the Wolfang squad on the street west of the ditch. They also came to Zayajayagu. Wolfang squad? Their reputation is not very good. Luoying frowned, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The Wolfang squad is also a warrior team like them. But unlike them, the Wolfang squad had a bad reputation. They often committed murder and robbery. Now, the Wolfang squad has also appeared in Zayajayagu, which means that they are likely to run into the Wolfang squad. Captain, what do we do now? The Wolfang squad has a bad reputation and is even stronger than us. If we were to encounter them, we would likely suffer. Should we retreat first? Luo Manli stepped forward and asked. Luoying thought for a moment and nodded, let's retreat first. The leader of the Wolfang team is a mid-level general, and the woman in their team is also a mid-level general. I'm not confident of facing them alone against 2. Let's keep up with Zhang Yu. With Zhang Yu here, the Wolfang team won't be a problem. As Luoying spoke, his old face couldn't help but turn red. When did he need an 18-year-old boy to give him a sense of security? But there is really no way now, the reputation of the Wolfang squad is really bad. If they encounter other teams of warriors, at most they will fight, but no one will be killed. But the Wolfang squad is different, they kill when they attack. Once upon a time, a warrior sued the Wolfang squad for murder and robbery in the wilderness. However, the Wolfang squad had someone above them, so the case was ultimately dropped. Not only was the Wolfang squad safe, but the warrior who sued them died in the wilderness a few days later. As a result, an unspoken rule emerged among the various teams: they would immediately take a detour when they saw the Wolfang team. Unless, your strength is stronger than the Wolfang squad, so that the Wolfang squad dare not provoke you. Walk. After Luoying and the other 3 packed up their equipment, they left the 3-story building and walked in the direction Zhang Yu had left. Soon after they left, the woman in the Wolfang team seemed to sense something. She turned her head to look at the 3-story building and whispered something in the big man's ear. Linquan County is neither far nor near from Zayajayagu, about 200 kilometers away. In the wilderness, a blue figure flashed by, bringing up a breeze. Zhang Yu walked on the road in the wilderness, observing his surroundings. He was in no hurry to get going. At his current speed, if he goes at full speed, he can reach Linquan County in less than 2 minutes. But he didn't do that. Instead, he walked on the wilderness road at a very steady pace. 10 minutes later, he finally arrived in Linquan County. Linquan County. Before the rise of the alien beasts, it was also a well-developed small county with tall buildings and bright lights and nightlife. With the rise of strange beasts, Linquan County has become their paradise.
The bright lights of the past are no longer seen, replaced by a deserted scene.
There were collapsed buildings, abandoned cars everywhere, and aggressive beasts.
Jiang Yu walked around Linquan County and finally saw Wei Wu and his two companions in an abandoned building.
But he didn't rush over.
Instead, he released his mental power to sense the surroundings. After making sure there were no other warriors lying in ambush, he walked towards Wei Wu.
Brother Wu, Jiang Yu is here.
In the abandoned floor, Lu Nang pointed at Jiang Yu, who was walking downstairs, and shouted excitedly.
He's finally here.
This time, I will make sure he never returns. Wei Wu licked his lips and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth.
Tread. Tread.
There were footsteps on the stairwell. Wei Wu and the Lu brothers looked towards the stairwell.
The Lu brothers were holding long swords, ready to make a move.
They seemed to have seen Jiang Yu being killed by them.
Tread.
Another sound of footsteps was heard, and Jiang Yu appeared in front of the three people. Looking at the young man in front of him, Wei Wu smiled and sneered.
Jiang Yu, you're finally here.
I've waited several days to kill you.
Now, you finally appear before me.
I want to kill you and avenge my sister.
Jiang Yu said calmly, are you so sure you can kill me?
He. Wei Wu sneered twice and said nothing. The confident expression on his face betrayed his inner confidence. Looking at Jiang Yu in front of him, he waved to the Lu brothers behind him and said, go, kill him for me.
Yes.
The Lu brothers responded and stabbed Wei Wu's waist with their long swords.
Phew.
A stream of blood flowed out. Wei Wu's pupils shrank, and he turned back to look at the two of them, saying in disbelief, You guys?
Sorry, Brother Wu, we two brothers also want S-level Earth Dragon blood. So, we can only ask you to die first.
Lu Nang said with a smile, and stabbed Wei Wu in the waist several times in succession.
You.
Wei Wu pointed at the two Lu brothers with resentment in his eyes and slowly fell to the ground. Before he died, he glanced at Jiang Yu.
He is not willing to accept this. Wei Wu died. Lu Nang spat at Wei Wu's body, looked at Jiang Yu, and said with a sneer. Jiang Yu, it's your turn now. Don't blame us brothers.
Who said your head is valuable?
Jiang Yu shook his head. I still say the same thing. Are you sure you can kill me?
Certainly. Before Lu Nang could finish his words, he found that his neck was suddenly grabbed by someone and his whole body was lifted into the air. Also lifted up into the air was his brother Lu Feng. But Jiang Yu, who was not far away, disappeared without a trace.
Tell me, where are those three people?
Tell me, and I'll let you go. Jiang Yu pinched the two men's necks and said with murderous intent on his face.
Cowardly.
Feeling the breath of death, Lu Nang immediately became timid and said weakly.
In the base city.
We locked them up in the basement of Chaoyan community.
You're smart.
Jiang Yu released Lu Nang and the other man's necks and threw them to the ground.
Ha!
Breathing the fresh air, the Lu Nang brothers felt a sense of joy at escaping a disaster. Before the two could take a few more breaths, suddenly, two ice swords pierced their hearts. Before dying, Lu Nang stared at Jiang Yu with wide eyes, unable to understand why Jiang Yu would go back on his word and kill them.
I just said that I would let them go. I just gave you a break, so I didn't break your necks. Now it's the second break.
Chapter 61: The arrival of the Wolf Fall team.
After killing the two Lu brothers,
Jiang Yu looked at Wei Wu's body and silently took out his cell phone. He remembered that Wei Wu had long been wanted by the base city in the martial arts school, and there was a reward for killing Wei Wu. Although the bounty is not much, only more than 2 million, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Click. Wei Wu's death was photographed by Jiang Yu. The phone he used was a high-definition phone with 1 billion pixels and 8 cameras, so every photo was taken very clearly. Even the pores on Wei Wu's face can be seen clearly when magnified. After taking the photos, Jiang Yu disposed of the bodies of the three people, went to the balcony of the floor, and looked at the street below. The streets are full of traces of strange beasts, most of which are dogs and cats. Before the rise of the exotic beasts, ordinary residents liked to keep cats and dogs. Therefore, the number of cat and dog-like exotic beasts increased.
It's time to make some money.
Looking at the strange beasts on the street, Jiang Yu jumped down from the building. Gao estimated that the total value of the beasts he had killed in Zhejiagu was over 10 billion. But this amount of money was far from enough for him. His target is the Thunder Dragon armor.
Roar! On the street, 3 wandering dog-like beasts saw Jiang Yu, roared, and surrounded him in a triangle. They looked like hungry wolves, were 6 feet tall, and had sharp fangs in their mouths. They stared at Jiang Yu as if they saw food, with fishy saliva dripping from their mouths. Primary Beast General Level Alien Beast Steel Dog. I'll start with you. Jiang Yu licked his lips and quickly leaped in front of a steel dog. He swung the long knife in his hand, and a cold light appeared, and the head of the first steel dog rolled to the ground. Just as the other 2 steel dogs were about to take action, 2 more cold lights appeared. The 3 steel dogs were killed. Jiang Yu began to dissect their bodies. Unlike many exotic beasts, the meat of the iron dog turned sour and tasted bad. Aside from a few special parts, its carcass was not of much value. Pork skin is a valuable part of the body. It can be made into luxury bags, which are loved by many celebrities. The dog's penis is also a valuable part. It is said that a man who eats it will become as strong as steel. As for other parts, they are not of much value. Skinning and cleansing. After Jiang Yu collected the skins and whips of the 3 steel dogs, he walked forward along the street. Walked all the way. One by one, the strange beasts were killed, and one by one, the bubbles were picked up. Congratulations to the host for the length +1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for achieving +1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for the tooth hardness +1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for your flexibility +10+10. Congratulations. The death of a large number of strange beasts further enhanced Jiang Yu's physical fitness. At the same time, in Zhejiagu, 100 miles away, the 5 members of the Wolf Fang squad walked cautiously on the streets west of the ditch, keeping watch on their surroundings. Even though it was daytime, they did not dare to be careless at all and looked around every time they took a step. It was because Zhejiagu was too quiet, so quiet that it scared them. Something's wrong, Captain. Something's really wrong. It's daytime now, there's no way there isn't a single strange beast on the street? Even if there are powerful alien beasts, it is impossible for them to remain silent. Something must have happened in Zhejiagu that we don't know about. The only woman in the team, Keiko Ozawa, said. The big man nodded seriously. Wheezy, you're right. Something is amiss. Zhejiagu is indeed too quiet. Everyone, pay attention. Ever since last night, I've suddenly felt a little uneasy. It seems like something big is about to happen. Understood, Captain. The other warriors in the team responded. The 5 continued walking along the street. After crossing several streets, the big man suddenly stopped and looked at the communication watch on his wrist. Jiang Yu is in Linquan County. A text message with an invisible number appeared on the big man's communication watch. The big man frowned and showed the text message to the other 4 team members, saying solemnly, Everyone, we've got news from above. Jiang Yu has already gone to Linquan County. We're rushing to Linquan County now. Clear. The other 4 members of the Wolf Fang team nodded. Under the leadership of the big man, the Wolf Fang squad turned around and headed towards Linquan County. Their main purpose in coming to Zhejiagu was to kill Jiang Yu, and their second was to hunt exotic beasts. Since Jiang Yu is not in Zhejiagu, there is no point for them to stay any longer. The 5 people left Zhejiagu quietly, for fear of disturbing the mysterious beast. At the speed of the 5 of them, it would only take a dozen minutes to reach Linquan County. Along the way, the Wolf Fang team ran all the way. 10 minutes later, they came to Linquan County. Not long after entering the county, the 5 people saw 3 corpses of strange beasts under a tall building. The blood on the body had not yet dried. The big man took a few steps forward, squatted in front of the corpses of the 3 strange beasts, and observed the wounds on the corpses. When he saw that there was only 1 knife wound on the bodies of the 3 strange beasts, the big man looked solemn, stood up, and slowly said, They were junior beast soldier level steel dogs. They were killed in 1 blow, with the wounds to their heads. They must have died within 2 hours. Based on the wounds on their bodies, I can infer that they were killed with almost no resistance. The person who killed them was a powerful warrior with great swordsmanship, and his strength was at least at the level of a high-level general. As a mid-level warrior and a skilled swordsman, I don't think I can kill the iron dog with 1 strike like this guy. Senior General? The 4 members of the Wolf Fang squad couldn't help but frown when they heard this. 1 high-level general is enough to wipe them out. The big man nodded, his eyes swept over the faces of the team members, and said solemnly, Yes, it's a high-level general. Everyone, our target this time is Jiang Yu.
Before killing Jiang Yu, please remember not to cause any unnecessary trouble. If we encounter this powerful individual on the road, I have only one order: retreat.
We absolutely cannot let this powerful individual cause the mission to fail. Do you understand?
Clear. The 4 team members nodded in unison. After answering, Wheezy looked at the corpses of the 3 steel dogs, frowning and asking in confusion.
Captain, I don't understand one thing. Linquan County is just a small county, and the exotic beasts are generally not of high level. There are very few high-level generals coming here. But look at the bodies of these 3 iron dogs. Not only have their fur been stripped, but their undersides have also been cut. Logically, these 2 items are worthless and would never be of interest to a high-ranking general. Strange, really strange. Chapter 62, The Fire Dragon Team's Call for Help. Boom!
In Linquan County, on a street, a strange cow-like beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Jiang Yu put away his knife and stood in front of the monster's corpse with an expressionless face, freezing it skillfully. This was the 371st strange beast he had killed since coming to Linquan County. At this time, it was almost dusk. Before he knew it, he had been killing strange beasts in Linquan County all day. During the killing, he also encountered several teams of warriors. But every team of warriors would subconsciously move away from him after seeing him.
This is also the rule in the wilderness.
If 2 teams encounter strange beasts at the same time, if the latter does not retreat, the former will think that it is trying to rob. There is a high possibility that the 2 sides will engage in a violent fight, resulting in casualties. Whoosh! In the sky, a dark blue warship came from afar and landed not far in front of Jiang Yu. The man surnamed Gao walked down from the warship, looked at the corpse of the cattle-like beast lying on the ground, shook his head helplessly, and smiled at Jiang Yu. I say, Brother Jiang, can you slow down the speed at which you kill the monsters? In just one day, you've already killed over 1,650 exotic beasts. Not only am I running out of transportation, but even the supply station is almost full. Having said that, the man surnamed Gao did not forget his business and ordered the soldiers to carry the body of the cattle-like monster onto the warship. Jiang Yu walked up to the man surnamed Gao, took out a hard object and put it in his hand, saying, Brother Gao, I give you this gift to thank you for your hard work. With it, I believe you will become a man of great stature tonight. Hello, sister-in-law too. The man surnamed Gao looked down, and when he saw that it was the whip of the iron dog, his face showed an expression that all men understand. He patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, You still understand me. Unlike that guy Lao Zhao, I told him that you killed all these strange beasts by yourself, but he still didn't believe it. He said that he would rather believe that it was Mr. Tsong's first time than to believe that these beasts were killed by an 18-year-old boy. Jiang Yu smiled but said nothing. Although it was not the first time for Teacher Aoi, it was the first time for many people. Let's go, Brother Jiang. After chatting for a while, the man surnamed Gao boarded the battleship and flew towards the supply station. Jiang smiled and shook his head, then continued walking along the street. System, open my property panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, primary martial god. Spiritual master, primary martial god. Superpowers, IC level 300 600, Fire F level 150 300, Electric F level 100 400. Strength, 150500. Speed, 2600 ms. Spiritual power, 151000. Skill. Skilled swordsmanship 7086 10000, skilled boxing 8023 10000. Skilled spearmanship 1754 10000, skilled swordsmanship 1450 10000. Exercise method. Skilled guidance 5300 10000, elementary source energy 280 1000. There is not much change on the attribute panel, but the ice ability has broken through from F level to E level. In addition, there are some other changes that are not shown in the properties panel. For example, length. Although Jiang Yu was not small before, he can now look down on others. For example, thick skin, night vision, and hearing. Now, as long as he wants to, he can hear very far away and very subtle sounds. Even in the middle of the night, you can see clearly. The most amazing thing is that he has a thick skin. He has tried it. With the thickness of his skin now, even high-level warrior-level monsters cannot bite through it. It can be said to be extremely thick. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Jiang Yu was checking his own attributes, the communication watch on his wrist suddenly vibrated violently. A red SOS plus positioning takes up the entire watch screen.
This is the Fire Dragon Squad's distress signal.
When Jiang Yu saw the SOS, his pupils suddenly shrank. Without thinking about anything else, he jumped and ran towards the positioning point.
The distress signal is the warrior team's last resort for survival.
Once a team of warriors sends out a distress signal, it means that this team of warriors is facing a life and death crisis. Warriors in the surrounding area who have a good relationship with him will receive a reminder immediately.
Of course, as the party receiving the reminder, you can choose to save or not. If you don't want to help, just ignore the distress signal.
Jiang Yu thought he had a good relationship with the Fire Dragon team, even though they had only known each other for a little over a day. But whether it was Luo Ying, Luo Manli, Fatty, or Qingfeng, they all took good care of him along the way. He benefited greatly from the wilderness knowledge that Luo Ying explained along the way. Now that the Fire Dragon team is in danger, he can't just turn a blind eye. Just consider it as his repayment for the favor owed to the Fire Dragon Squad. Jiang Yu opened fire all the way and headed straight for the location of the Fire Dragon Squad. The other side.
In an abandoned park.
Luo Manli lay on the ground, looking at the gorilla fighting with Luo Ying not far ahead, with a look of despair on her face. The gorilla's fur was gray, and it stood over 3 meters tall, radiating a fierce aura. It was a high-level beast, commander-level exotic beast, a silver-haired giant ape renowned for its immense strength and defense.
In the morning, after Fatty discovered the Wolf Fong squad, they followed Jiang Yu's footsteps and came to Linquan County.
After arriving in Linquan County, they did not meet up with Jiang Yu immediately, but instead started hunting strange beasts in the county.
At first, everything went well.
They also killed nearly 100 exotic beasts in one day and reaped a great harvest. But just 3 minutes ago, after they killed a primary beast, general-level alien beast, the golden-haired monkey, the silver-haired giant ape appeared. At the first encounter, the fat man was seriously injured by the silver-haired giant ape and lay on the ground vomiting blood. They wanted to retreat with the fat man, but the silver-haired giant ape targeted them and chased them relentlessly. In desperation, she could only join forces with Qingfeng and Luo Ying to deal with the attack of the silver-haired giant ape. But even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for the silver-haired giant ape. 2 minutes ago, Qingfeng made a mistake and was kicked out of the battle by the silver-haired giant ape, and his life or death was unknown. A minute ago, she was punched in the abdomen by the silver-haired giant ape and lost her fighting ability. Now, only Luo Ying is still struggling to hold on. However, Luo Ying was only a mid-level general, while the silver-haired giant beast was a high-level beast general.
With Luo Ying's strength, how could he be a match for the silver-haired giant ape?
His defeat was inevitable.
Are we going to die here? Luo Manli's face was pale.
Looking at Luo Ying, who was covered in blood but still struggling, a figure emerged in her mind. It would be great if Jiang Yu were here. If Jiang Yu were here, he would definitely be able to kill the silver-haired giant ape.
Only.
Luo Manli looked at the distress signal she sent out, with a complicated look in her eyes.
Will he come to rescue them? Captain, retreat. Leave us alone.
As long as there's life, there's hope. We can't let our entire Fire Dragon squad be annihilated by a single beast. Not far away, the fat man, holding up his seriously injured body, screamed out, and while shouting, he spat out a large mouthful of blood.
Luo Ying did not answer.
Now he was covered in blood, and his tiger's mouth had been torn in the collision with the silver-haired giant ape, and the blood was flowing non-stop.
Arms tremble.
But he knew he couldn't fall. Once he falls, everyone in their Fire Dragon squad will die.
Roar.
The silver-haired giant ape looked at Luo Ying, hatred flashing in his eyes. He dodged Luo Ying and rushed straight towards Luo Manli. His huge fist smashed into Luo Manli's head.
If this punch hit, Luo Manli's head would definitely explode.
Luo Ying wanted to stop it, but it was too late.
Going to die?
Looking at the huge fist coming at her, Luo Manli subconsciously closed her eyes.
Chapter 63 Rescue the Fire Dragon Squad. Pang.
There was a loud crash. The death that Luo Manli had been waiting for a long time did not come. She slowly opened her eyes. She saw a tall but not burly figure standing in front of her, ready to punch.
The silver-haired giant ape was blasted several meters away. Jiang Yu.
Luo Manli cried tears of joy, tears of survival. At this moment, Jiang Yu's figure, which was not tall at all, became extremely majestic in her heart.
It was like she suddenly had an extra backbone. Jiang Yu. When the fat man and the other two saw Jiang Yu coming, they breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. The savior is here. They are saved. Are you okay, Sister Monli? Jiang Yu turned his head and glanced at Luo Monli, his eyes fixed on the silver-haired giant ape, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Luo Monli almost died at the hands of the silver-haired giant ape. If he had arrived a little later, he would probably have seen Luo Monli's corpse. I'm fine, you must be more careful. Luo Monli said softly, with a blush on her cheeks. Although the hero saving the beauty is old-fashioned, it is indeed easier to make people feel touched. Roar! The silver-haired giant ape stared at Jiang Yu, roared, and lunged towards him on its hind legs. Its clenched fists were filled with powerful strength. It wanted to kill Jiang Yu with one punch. Beat this troublesome guy to death and turn him into a meat patty. Jiang Yu, be careful. The silver-haired giant ape is extremely powerful. To some extent, it is not weaker than a primary martial god-level warrior. When fighting it, you must never choose to engage it head-on. Otherwise, even if you are a martial god, you will easily suffer a loss. Seeing Jiang Yu raise his right hand, ready to fight the silver-haired giant ape, Luo Ying quickly reminded him. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. The silver-haired giant ape, with a body more than 3 meters tall, was blown away more than 10 meters in the battle with Jiang Yu. This. Luo Ying felt incredible, and Fatty and Luo Monli also felt incredible. The silver-haired giant ape was actually blown away. There was horror in the fat man's eyes. You know, as a high-level beast general known for its strength, the silver-haired giant ape is not weak in strength, and is even comparable to a junior martial god. Coupled with its sturdy limbs and powerful explosive power, even many junior martial gods dare not compete with it in terms of strength. But now, Jiang Yu not only chose to fight with strength, but also knocked the silver-haired giant ape away with one punch. This had to shock him. Could it be that Jiang Yu is not a primary martial god but an intermediate martial god? Hiss. The fat man couldn't help but take a deep breath at his own thoughts. An 18-year-old intermediate martial god, this is a bit too monstrous. Roar! In the open space more than 10 meters away, the silver-haired giant ape steadied its body and looked at Jiang Yu's figure with fear in its eyes. This was the first time it was blown away by someone. But it refused to accept. Possessing great power, it does not feel that it will be defeated by a tiny human in terms of strength. It wants to kill the human in front of it to avenge its previous humiliation. Bang bang bang. The silver-haired giant ape raised his fists, pounded his chest several times, and rushed towards Jiang Yu again. Just in time. Jiang Yu did not retreat but advanced and rushed towards the silver-haired giant ape. This time, he did not use the Zhankuan sword. Compared with his swordsmanship, his boxing skills are also not weak. The silver-haired giant ape is very powerful and is just right as a sparring partner for his boxing skills. Bang bang bang. The man and the ape collided, punch after punch, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds passed. Under Jiang Yu's tremendous strength, the silver-haired giant ape retreated again and again. This. Luo Ying and the other two looked at the duel on the field, and subconsciously glanced at each other, and they could see shock in each other's eyes. This is the silver-haired giant ape. Since ancient times, any beast that can be called an ape is extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary beasts. But now, the silver-haired giant ape, which has always been famous for its strength, was actually beaten by Jiang Yu. Freak, Jiang Yu is really a freak. Even if Jiang Yu told them now that he was the son of the dragon god, they would still believe it. Bang, bang. Jiang Yu and the silver-haired giant ape were still fighting. Every time they clashed, the silver-haired giant ape would retreat several steps. Gradually, the silver-haired giant ape felt like retreating. But Jiang Yu was not going to let it go. As each punch landed on Jiang Yu's flesh, his fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. His heart was filled with a surge of blood. His punching power is getting stronger and stronger. On the ground, he picked up the power bubble dropped by the silver-haired giant ape. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 500. Congratulations to the host. Roar. After dozens of rounds of fighting, the silver-haired giant ape finally couldn't hold on any longer. It roared and turned around and ran away. Want to run? Jiang Yu chased after him in a flash, drew out the Zhankuan sword from behind him, and slashed at the neck of the silver-haired giant ape. Due to his extremely fast speed, the silver-haired giant ape didn't even have time to react before its head was chopped off by Jiang Yu. A large amount of blood spurted out. dead, it's finally dead.
The fat man collapsed on the ground, his heart hanging in his stomach. Luoying struggled to walk to Qingfeng and looked at the seriously injured and unconscious Qingfeng with a guilty look on his face. Fortunately, Qingfeng is still alive and breathing.
Luo Manli looked at Jiang Yu's back, with a strange light in her eyes that could not be turned away.
Looking at the dead silver-haired giant ape, Jiang Yu turned on his communication watch and checked its valuable parts. When Jiang Yu saw that the silver-haired giant ape was worthless, he suddenly felt like he had been cheated.
A body over 3 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 pounds is actually worthless?
Fortunately, although the silver-haired giant ape's body was worthless, its heart and blood were valuable.
It could be made into something called a violin potion. The meat of the silver-haired giant ape cannot be eaten.
Not only can the old lady not bite it, even a dog can't bite it.
As for the fur, we can't take it either.
According to the information, Jiang Yu used the Zhankuan knife to cut an incision in the heart of the silver-haired giant ape, took out a straw and inserted it into it.
Soon,
a stream of red blood from the heart was sucked out by the straw and flowed into the medicine bottle that Jiang Yu had already prepared. After putting away the medicine bottle, Jiang Yu came to Luoying. Looking at the unconscious Qingfeng, he said with a sad face,
"Captain Luo, how is Qingfeng? Is he okay?"
Luoying shook his head. His vital signs are stable, but he has several broken ribs. He'll probably have to stay in the hospital for a few months after returning home.
I'm glad you're okay.
Jiang Yu nodded and turned to look at the fat man and Luo Manli. The two struggled to stand up from the ground.
Why?
Looking at the two people who were seriously injured, Luoying sighed helplessly. Only 2 days had passed since their trip to the wilderness, and all members of their fire dragon team were injured. It could be said that they had started off badly. But fortunately, they are all still alive.
Chapter 64: The Wolf Fawn Squad Attacks.
After a short break, the fire dragon squad rested in an abandoned building. Luoying called the supply station for help. Now, all 4 members of their fire dragon team were seriously injured and could no longer walk back to the supply station on their own.
Although requesting assistance from a supply station requires a fee, compared to one's life and property, what is a little money? They had a pretty good harvest this time.
Jiang Yu stayed with the fire dragon team and did not leave immediately. Given the current situation of the fire dragon squad, a mid-level beast general level monster is enough to wipe out their entire army.
Sends someone to the west.
He planned to wait for the rescue team to arrive before leaving.
Time passes by every second. With this, on a deserted street,
the Wolf Fawn team wandered around aimlessly.
A male team member couldn't help but complain, "Captain, where on earth is this Jiang Yu hiding? We've searched all over Linquan County, but we can't find him. Do you think he's left Linquan County?"
The big man frowned, thought for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be the case. With Jiang Yu's strength as an intermediate warrior, Linquan County is the most suitable place for him to train.
Where else can he go after leaving Linquan County?"
Rather than worrying that he has already left Linquan County, I'm more worried that warriors from other forces will find Jiang Yu before we do. If that happens, our trip will be in vain.
Yes.
The other 4 team members all looked worried. Each of them knew that as Jiang Yu was a special recruit from Huadu Base City, there were definitely more forces targeting him than just them.
Privately, there are not necessarily many forces that are eyeing Jiang Yu and want to kill him.
After all, the heads of specially recruited students are too valuable.
Who wouldn't want to get a piece of this enormous wealth? Keep looking. The big man sighed.
The group of 5 continued on their journey. I just walked out a short distance. Suddenly, a warship flew low over their heads. One of the team members looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "Captain, this is so strange.
Why are there so many warships today?"
The big man frowned and said, "There must be some powerful people hunting strange beasts in Linquan County, so the warships come here so frequently.
However, these have nothing to do with us.
Our most important goal is to find Jiang Yu and kill him."
"Wait a minute, Captain." Huizi suddenly spoke, pointing in the direction the warship was heading. "Captain, look, who is that?" The big man looked in the direction of Huizi's finger.
The warship was slowly landing and a familiar team came into his sight.
It's the fire dragon team and Jiang Yu.
It seems they were seriously injured. "This is the rescue team," he called.
It really is effortless. "Captain, let's go."
Everyone in the Wolf Fall team's eyes lit up, and they were ready to fight. They looked at Jiang Yu's figure as if they were seeing a beautiful woman.
Wait a minute.
The big man stopped several team members from moving and said, looking at the falling warship.
We'll get on board after the battleship lands.
Otherwise, if we let it get away, we'll be in big trouble.
Good.
Several team members nodded and hid quietly aside.
The rescue team is from the military district.
Once they attack Jiangyu, they must clear out everyone and not let anyone escape. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, they will be in big trouble.
Buzz.
Battleships landed in the streets. A rescue team walked out of the warship and carried Qingfeng into the warship.
Fatty and Romanli supported each other as they walked into the battleship.
Luoying walked up to Jiangyu, nodded, and said, Jiangyu, thank you for saving our Fire Dragon squad today. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. As long as our Fire Dragon team can do it, we will definitely do it.
You're welcome, Captain Luo.
Jiangyu said with a smile.
Jiangyu, take care of yourself.
Luoying patted Jiangyu's shoulder and walked towards the warship without looking back.
Jiangyu, are you really not going back with us?
Luo Manli shouted from inside the battleship.
Jiangyu shook his head.
He also wanted to spend some time in the wilderness.
Take care. The fat man waved towards Jiangyu. Boom.
The battleship's engines roared. Captain, Jiangyu didn't leave with the Fire Dragon squad.
Should we take action now, or wait until the Fire Dragon squad leaves? In secret, a member of the Wolffang team asked the big man.
The big man thought for a moment, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Huizi beside him and said,
Keiko, I remember the Fire Dragon team has a grudge against you, right?
Huizi nodded. Yes, the Fire Dragon squad once reported a spy, my own brother. Because of their report, my brother was exposed early and had to commit seppuku to apologize. If that's the case, then we'll leave the Fire Dragon squad behind as well. The big man sneered and turned to a male team member and said, Second brother, you and Xiaowu, aim at the battleship's pilot and Jiangyu. Kill them both. Huizi, fourth brother, wait until second brother and fifth brother succeed, then you rush out with me and kill everyone. Remember, don't let any of them escape.
We understand, Captain.
The 4 team members nodded in unison, sneering on their faces. This was not the first time they had committed murder and robbery, so they naturally knew how to do it. 2 sniper rifles were set up, one aimed at Jiangyu and the other at the driver.
Get started. Following the big man's order,
2 sniper rifles fired bullets at the same time. A yellow bullet flew out, cutting through the wind and shooting towards Jiangyu at supersonic speed.
Plop plop.
Jiangyu, who was waving goodbye to the Fire Dragon squad, suddenly felt his heart beating rapidly and a sense of crisis surged into his heart.
Danger.
There is danger. Jiangyu didn't have time to think about it, and his body subconsciously disappeared from the spot.
Pang.
A bullet hit him where he was.
Pang.
Another bullet passed through the driver's head.
Enemy attack, enemy attack.
More than a dozen fully armed soldiers, using the warship as cover, quickly became alert.
Damn, this is such a lucky kid. He actually managed to dodge it.
In the dark, the second brother muttered something in dissatisfaction and was about to fire a second shot at Jiangyu's figure, but he found that the previous gunshot had already exposed their position.
Follow the plan. Second brother, you provide remote support.
Old 4, Old 5, you take care of the soldiers from the military district.
Huizi, you take care of Jiangyu.
I'll take out the Fire Dragon squad. The big man quickly assigned the tasks, jumped up, and rushed out from his hiding place.
Day. A dozen soldiers aimed at the large man and quickly pulled the trigger. Bullets poured out one after another.
The big man seemed to be wearing special armor and was not afraid of the bullets.
Chapter 65, Team Wiped Out. As a mid-level general, the big man is very fast.
Before the soldiers could pull the trigger a second time, they had already rushed into the battleship.
It's the Wolffang squad. Damn it, why are they here?
The fat man and Romanli showed hatred on their faces, but there was not a trace of worry in their hearts.
Wolffang squad, how dare you attack the military district's rescue team? Aren't you really afraid that the military district will settle accounts with you?
Luoying stood between the 2 men and the big man and shouted sternly.
The big man sneered, are you looking for me to settle the score?
I'll just kill all of you.
How could anyone know it was our Wolffang squad who did it? Besides, even if they knew, what would it matter? As long as Jiang Yu died, someone above would naturally clean up our mess.
Yeah?
Suddenly, a sneer sounded behind the big man. The three fat men looked at the big man with playful expressions on their faces. The big man quickly looked back. Behind him, Jiang Yu was holding Huizi's neck like a chicken, looking at him calmly. Huizi's face was filled with pain. She could be killed at any time in Jiang Yu's hands. How is this possible? The big man's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. He knew Huizi's strength. Like him, he is a mid-level general with a ghostly figure and even faster speed than him. But such a strong man was actually picked up by Jiang Yu casually, without any power to resist. Doesn't that mean? The big man's pupils trembled. He looked at the playful expressions on the faces of Luoying and the other two, and a bold guess flashed through his mind. If you want to capture Huizi in a short period of time, you must be much stronger than Huizi. In other words, Jiang Yu is not the intermediate warrior as rumored by the outside world. His strength is at least at the intermediate level of a general. Otherwise, how could Jiang Yu capture Huizi? This also explains why Luo Ying and the other two, despite being seriously injured, were not afraid when they saw him, but instead looked playful. Because they knew he couldn't do anything to them. However, an 18-year-old mid-level military commander, this is simply shocking. In an instant, the big man thought a lot. Let me go, I am willing to serve you as my lord, and do anything for you. Huizi struggled in Jiang Yu's hands. She was no less shocked than the big man, and even more shocked. She didn't even see how Jiang Yu made his move before he captured her. You know, she is a mid-level speed-type general. Let you go, okay? Jiang Yu smiled, and in Huizi's desperate eyes, he twisted her neck and threw the body towards the big man. As for being gentle and considerate to women? Feel sorry. Kill the chicken in the basin and open the family tree separately. Rather than being gentle with women, he prefers to open the family tree and enjoy the temptation of the first incense. Don't talk about just Huizi. Even if Zhangzi and Bozi dared to attack him, he would kill them without hesitation. You. Looking at the corpses of his former teammates, the big man was furious. He glared at Jiang Yu, but he didn't dare to act rashly. You what? Jiang Yu moved, his figure flashed, and he came in front of the big man, slashing at him with the long sword in his hand. The big man felt his scalp tingle instantly. He wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't see Jiang Yu's movements at all. He could only subconsciously raise his knife hand to protect himself. Clang! With one slash of the knife, the big man's knuckles were cracked on the spot, blood flowed out, and the long knife in his hand flew out of his hand. What a great power! This kind of power is definitely not something a general can possess. You are not a warrior, or a general, but... The big man looked shocked, and before he could finish his words, a flash of knife flashed across his neck. As he was dying, the big man's pupils shrank slightly and he felt unbelievable. He never imagined that he, who had been killing and robbing people for years, would one day be killed. They never expected that the prey they thought of would actually be a war god. The general kills the god of war. You're hiding that. The big man didn't finish his words before he fell to the ground with his hands covering his neck, his eyes wide open. It's your turn. Jiang Yu looked at the fourth and fifth brothers outside the warship. Run! The fourth and fifth brothers had witnessed Jiang Yu killing the big man. Now, seeing Jiang Yu looking towards them, they turned and ran away. Can you run away? Jiang Yu took a quick step and came behind the two men. Two cold rays of light flashed past, and two heads fell to the ground. The second one in the dark was shocked to see his teammate die, and he rolled and crawled away. After running a few steps, he was blocked by a figure in front of him. Let me go. They made me do it. I don't want to kill you. The second brother said with a trembling voice. Yeah? Jiang Yu smiled lightly and approached the second brother step by step, the long knife in his hand still dripping with blood. You can't kill me, my brother is the son-in-law of the Cheng family. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. The second one trembled and made a sound. When Jiang Yu wasn't paying attention, he suddenly pulled out a dagger and rushed towards Jiang Yu. Phew! A stream of blood spurted out and the second brother fell in a pool of blood. Jiang Yu pulled out the long knife from Lauer's abdomen, wiped the blood off the knife with Lauer's clothes, and jumped towards the warship. After killing 5 people in a row, he felt no wavering in his heart, not even a ripple. Just the brother in the second brother's mouth. Back on the warship, the soldiers were cleaning the bodies of Dahan and Wheezy.
There is a special person in charge who reports what happens here to the higher authorities truthfully.
Jiang Yu came up to Luoying and asked, "How are you, Luogo? Are you all right?"
Luoying smiled and shook his head. "We are fine, but I am afraid that I can no longer hide the fact that you are the god of war. Once the higher-ups find out, all the major forces, martial arts schools, and even the government will send people to look for you. By then, you'll be in trouble."
"Trouble?"
Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said expressionlessly, "If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. If they speak politely, I will naturally cooperate. If they use their power to coerce me, play those unspoken rules, use righteousness and morality to hold me hostage, and play with my attitude, I wouldn't mind living somewhere else."
"Why?" Luoying took a long breath.
He saw the actions of some of the people above more clearly than Jiang Yu. However, when Luoying thought of Jiang Yu's support of Longting Martial Arts School, he felt relieved. An 18-year-old martial god was enough to alarm the dragon god.
With the dragon god around, I'm afraid the major forces wouldn't dare to go too far.
After chatting for a while and saying goodbye to Luoying and others, Jiang Yu left Lingquan County alone and embarked on a journey to kill strange beasts. As for exposing his own strength, he had already made preparations before leaving the Crescent base. Although Lei Xiao issued a gag order to the warriors in his martial arts school, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be gossipy warriors. Besides, he had killed thousands of strange beasts in the past day, including several high-level beast generals.
How could he not attract other people's attention? Chapter 66: The Actions of the Dark Organization.
Just as Jiang Yu thought, with the death of the Wolfang Squad, his own strength was also heard by various major organizations.
Huidu Base City. In a secret base underground in the martial arts hall,
dozens of mysterious people in black robes sat around a round table.
A mysterious man in the lead said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, have you all received the news from the supply station? The Wolfang team failed. The entire team was killed by Jiang Yu alone."
Jiang Yu's strength is not as announced by the Longting Martial Arts School.
He is only an intermediate martial artist. We have all been deceived. According to Maya's deduction, Jiang Yu was able to completely annihilate the Wolfang Squad.
His own strength is at least at the high-level general level.
Let's talk about it. What should we do next?
An 18-year-old high-ranking general, once he grows up, will definitely be a serious threat to our major organizations.
Everyone, you don't want to see another dragon god appear in Hanxia country, right?
All the mysterious people present were silent. An 18-year-old high-ranking military commander, this is simply horrifying. Another mysterious person stood up, bowed to the mysterious person in the lead, and said, "Your Excellency, Ansho, although the Wolfang team failed, number 72 is still carrying out the mission of hunting Jiang Yu in the wilderness.
Number 72 is a junior martial god level warrior. With him around, I believe Jiang Yu will never be able to return to the base city alive."
The mysterious leader shook his head. Although number 72 is powerful, it is still not safe for him to kill Jiang Yu alone. We can't be sure yet whether Longting Martial Arts School knew Jiang Yu's true strength before this.
If they knew, why haven't we received any information? What are they planning? I suggest we take a risky move.
Use number 18 directly and have him accompany number 72 to kill Jiang Yu.
Use number 18?
When the mysterious people present heard this, they all frowned.
Number 18 is their secret weapon.
Not only is he powerful, but he also broke through to the intermediate martial god levels several years ago.
Once number 18 is used, it will be a heavy price for them. Sir Ansho. Another mysterious man stood up. Using Unit 18 is a safe option, but if we do that, wouldn't our decades of planning in Huadu Base City be in vain, completely exposed to the eyes of Longting Martial Arts School? Not only that, but our major organizations will also suffer a heavy blow.
We will be forced to abandon our plans to hunt down other geniuses from Hanxia country.
Abandoning the entire plan for Jiang Yu? Isn't this too much of a loss for us?
Superficial. The mysterious leader growled, expressionless. Jiang Yu's talent has long surpassed any genius in Hanxia country, and even surpassed all geniuses in the world.
Even the dragon god of that time couldn't compare to him. As long as we can kill Jiang Yu, what does it matter if we give up our plans to hunt other geniuses and suffer some losses?
Don't forget the fear you felt during these years of being dominated by the dragon god.
Do you still want a second dragon god to appear in Hanxia country?
The mysterious people were silent.
Thinking back on the dragon god's domination over them over the years, they felt a sense of suffocation in their hearts. Before the rise of the dragon god, they could plunder the land of weak countries at will, seize oil and other materials to strengthen themselves, and station troops on the territories of other countries. However, since the rise of the dragon god, he has been promoting love and peace, prohibiting any country from inciting war at will. He has also established long-term martial arts schools in major base cities to recruit warriors. This action invisibly caused huge losses to the countries behind them. Everyone, time is limited. We must race against time with Longting Martial Arts School and kill Jiang Yu as soon as possible. Let number 18 take action. Who is against it and who is in favor of it? The mysterious man in the lead raised his hand and voted. Second. I second that. Dozens of mysterious people raised their hands. Okay, since everyone agrees, I will immediately send number 18 to the wilderness to hunt Jiang Yu. Also, you must inform the warriors of your major organizations to kill Jiang Yu at all costs. Even if it means taking action within the base city and causing massive casualties, we will not hesitate. This time, we can only succeed and not fail. If we fail, Longting Martial Arts School will never give us a second chance. Do you understand? The mysterious man in the lead shouted. We understand. All the mysterious people responded in unison. They all knew in their hearts that this was a gamble. Like them, the Longting Martial Arts School had just learned of Jiang Yu's true strength. Although the chances of winning are slim, they have no better way. There cannot be a second dragon god in Hanxia country. Who would have thought that the 18-year-old boy who had just completed the warrior assessment not long ago would be a high-level military commander? This is the first case of an 18-year-old high-ranking military commander in the world. Inside the Longting Martial Arts School, Zhou Yue, Zhang Ming, and the white-haired young man also gathered together at this time. Looking at Zhang Ming and the other two, Zhou Yue said seriously. Gentlemen, Jiang Yu is a high-ranking military commander. This time, we can no longer hide this from the public. News just came from the supply station. Someone has already passed on the fact that Jiang Yu is a high-ranking general to all the major organizations through special channels. After receiving the news, the Dark Organization will definitely use all means to assassinate Jiang Yu. They may even start a riot in the base city. For the next period of time, I need you to cooperate with me and strictly control the entire base city. We must not let the Dark Organization succeed in its conspiracy and allow them to harm ordinary residents. Clear. Zhang Ming and the white-haired young man nodded. Also, regarding Jiang Yu being a high-ranking general, I had already quietly informed my teacher long before he left for the wilderness. And my teacher takes Jiang Yu very seriously. He set out yesterday to escort Jiang Yu. Therefore, Jiang Yu's safety is guaranteed. When talking about her teacher, Zhou Yue's face showed a hint of pride. The white-haired young man was surprised and asked, Martial God Zhou Yue, is the teacher you are talking about Senior Wen Tianxiang? Zhou Yue nodded. Hiss. The white-haired young man gasped on the spot. Many people may not have heard of the name Wen Tianxiang, but he has another name that most residents have heard of, Xiao Wenzhong. He is one of the 3 SS-level strongmen in Hanxia country. He is extremely powerful. When he gets angry, even the dragon god will be afraid of him. It is said that when Tianxiang fought against the 3-headed beast king alone and successfully killed it, making him famous. With him following Jiang Yu secretly, it was not difficult for the white-haired young man to guess what would happen to the warriors sent by the Dark Organization. Not enough to kill. There is simply not enough to kill. Senior Wen Tianxiang actually followed Jiang Yu personally. Zhang Ming was also surprised. Chapter 67, Picking Up Vitality. Ping. On the dilapidated street, a big pink rabbit fell to the ground and died. The intermediate beast general level monster, the soft bone rabbit, dies. Jiang Yu put away his knife and stood up. After freezing the soft bone rabbit's body, he sent a location to the man surnamed Gao and walked towards the next street. This was the 20th beast general level monster he killed after separating from the Fire Dragon squad. Every time he killed a strange beast, he would notify the man surnamed Gao. Unlike before, he would no longer stay where he was and wait for the man surnamed Gao to arrive. He knew in his heart that with the death of the Wolf Fong squad, the Dark Organization would definitely increase its efforts to assassinate him, but he was not afraid. As long as it is not an SS-level strongman, no one can kill him, not even a strongman beyond the martial god level. Besides their strange attacks and ability to kill without being seen, the greatest advantage of a psychic is their ability to fly. This is one of the reasons why psychics are envied by ordinary warriors. At his current flying speed, if he were determined to escape, even a warrior beyond the martial god level would not be able to catch up. This was his confidence. Of course, except for the strong SS ones. However, Jiang Yu was not worried that the Dark Organization would send an SS level expert to kill him. There are only dozens of SS strongmen in the world, all of whom are national level figures and well known. How can the Dark Organization mobilize them at will? What's more, he had the Dragon Soaring Martial Arts School at his back, with the Dragon God standing behind him. If an SS level expert took action, would the Dragon God really sit idly by? Running on the abandoned road, Jiang Yu specifically killed beasts at the beast general level. Along the way, strange beasts fell to the ground one after another, and a large number of bubbles were picked up by the system. Congratulations to the host for increasing your jumping ability to plus 100. Congratulations to the host for increasing his alertness by plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 1000 dominance. The bubbles dropped by each kind of monster are different. For example, agile monsters will mostly drop bubbles related to their speed. Defensive monsters will drop bubbles such as strength, thick skin, and impact force. Of course, there is a more special kind of bubble, such as length and hardness. Congratulations to the host, your vitality is plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Congratulations to the host, your vitality is plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Sudden. A system mechanical sound different from the previous one was heard. Jiang Yu only felt that his body was suddenly full of vitality and a clear stream flowed through it. Look around. At some point, he walked into a lush forest. The forest is not big, and the leafy poplar trees are lined up in rows, bathed in the sun. At the bottom of the poplar tree, green bubbles were falling. Trees can also drop bubbles? Jiang Yu walked towards the nearest poplar tree with curiosity on his face. The mechanical sound of the system sounded truthfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 1 vitality. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 1 vitality. Note, each point of vitality is equivalent to 1 day of life. Being killed by someone else doesn't count, that would be a pure accident. Each point of vitality is equivalent to 1 day of life? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, his heart was moved, and he quickly walked under every poplar tree. No one despises his long life. Congratulations. Congratulations. After all the bubbles at the bottom of the poplar tree were picked up, Jiang Yu's lifespan increased by 365 days. It is different from the lifespan increase gained by breaking through the warrior level. Jiang Yu felt an indescribable sense of relief all over his body. Although warriors will gain a higher level after breaking through a certain level, that level will be increased based on their original age. Even after increasing the lifespan of a 50-year-old body, it is still a 50-year-old body. If it has injuries, it will still have them. The lifespan increased by vitality is similar to rejuvenation, allowing the warrior's body to return to the peak of youth. Jiang Yu believed that if he picked up more vitality bubbles, his body would remain at the age of 18 forever. After leaving the woods, Jiang Yu continued to wander the dilapidated streets, hunting beast general level monsters. Behind him, a white-haired old man followed him slowly, keeping track of his every move. Hey, have you heard? I just heard that the Wolf Fong squad was wiped out in the wilderness. The person who killed them was actually an 18-year-old boy. Inside the supply station, 2 warriors were squatting in a corner smoking. One of them suddenly spoke in a low voice. That's impossible. The Wolf Fong squad is a veteran squad with many years of wilderness experience. They even have 2 mid-level generals. How could they be wiped out by an 18-year-old boy? Even if you want to brag, you have to be realistic. Another warrior disagreed. It's true. Whoever lied to you is your son. The warrior who wiped out the Wolf Fong team is called Jiang Yu. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is only 18 years old, but his strength is that of a high-level general. Many warriors know about this. If you don't believe it, you can ask other warriors, or you can go to the registration office to ask if the Wolf Fong team was wiped out. If it really doesn't work, go ask the Fire Dragon squad. They were at the scene when the Wolf Fong squad was wiped out. The warrior who spoke first said sincerely. Are you serious? Did the Wolf Fong squad really get wiped out? The other warriors still had some doubts. Believe it or not. The warrior who had spoken stamped out the cigarette butt on the ground, stood up, and left the corner. This scene is not happening in just one corner.
As time went on, the news of the Wolf Fong Squad's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout the supply station, becoming the talk of countless warriors. Hey, have you heard? The Wolf Fong Squad was wiped out. The warrior who killed them is called Jiang Yu. Not only is he a special recruit this year, he's also an 18-year-old high-ranking general. Who doesn't know about this? It's almost spread throughout the entire base city. An 18-year-old high-ranking general, what kind of talent is this? There's no such thing as this anywhere else in the world. Hiss. 18-year-old high-ranking general, has this guy been practicing martial arts since he was in his mother's womb? The warriors gathered together and discussed. Among the crowd, a middle-aged warrior in his 40s listened to the discussions of the surrounding warriors, his eyes flashing with strong hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Yu, is that so? If you dare to kill my brother, I, Lin Dong, will never let you go. I will definitely kill you to avenge my brother. After saying this, the middle-aged warrior left the supply station without looking back and walked towards the wilderness. In the medical room, the Fire Dragon team sat on their chairs, looking at Qingfeng, who was lying on the bed receiving treatment, with worried expressions on their faces. Captain, why are you all so sad? I'm fine, right? Qingfeng grinned while lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, except for his face exposed to the air, his entire body was wrapped in sandpaper like a mummy. Luoying shook her head. We are not worried about you, but about Jiang Yu. The news of Jiang Yu killing the Wolf Fong team has spread even further than we expected. It hasn't been long, but it's already spread throughout the entire supply station. I have a hunch that there must be someone behind this, pushing Jiang Yu to the brink of separation. Chapter 68, Shadows are Coming. Hey! Brother Jiang Yu's strength has been exposed this time. The Dark Organization will definitely not let him go. They will do their utmost to send people to assassinate him. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. An 18-year-old martial god-level expert would have been a dazzling presence in that era. It's a pity that we don't have the ability to help him. Otherwise, I would definitely stand together with Brother Jiang Yu. The fat man sat aside and sighed. Luo Manli remained silent. Looking back on this period of time, although she had only known Jiang Yu for 2.5 days, Jiang Yu's every move was imprinted in her mind and could not be erased. Kill a hairy pig for the first time. Killed Black Mountain Iron Bull for the first time. In the park, he sacrificed his life to save them. Why? Seeing that Luo Manli was silent, Luo Ying sighed helplessly. What is the most painful thing in the world? Only lovesickness. Rumble. Just as the Fire Dragon squad was in collective silence, the ground of the supply station suddenly shook. Dozens of tanks and hundreds of trucks drove into the supply station from outside. Fully armed soldiers got off the vehicles and blocked the entire supply station. This is? The 4 members of the Fire Dragon team looked at each other and looked at the fully armed soldiers outside with confusion. Not only them, all the warriors at the supply station were puzzled. Kill Jiang Yu. On the streets of Linquan County, 5 warriors attacked Jiang Yu with weapons in hand. Facing the attacks of 5 warriors, Jiang Yu remained calm. He charged the white dragon spear in his hand, and with a single swing, he killed a warrior. In just a few tens of seconds, all 5 warriors fell in a pool of blood. Looking at the 5 corpses, Jiang Yu's face showed no discomfort or pity. This was the second wave of warrior attacks he encountered after leaving the woods. Without exception, all these people are dead. It is not difficult to see from their actions that these warriors who attacked him had already been bribed by the Dark Organization. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone, pointed it at the faces of the 5 warriors, took a few photos of each, and turned away. Perhaps we can find some clues about the Dark Organization from these warriors. There is no need to touch the corpse. These warriors don't have space rings, so what can they touch? Let us see whose cloud is bigger. Walking on the street, Jiang Yu found a relatively intact room and moved in. At this time, it was already evening. Before he knew it, he had been killing strange beasts in Linquan County all day. Summer nights are hot. After releasing 2 ice cubes to cool down, Jiang Yu turned on his communication watch and checked what he had gained in the wilderness over the past 2 days. For the sake of fairness and justice, every warrior who hires the military district to help transport the corpses of exotic beasts will receive a list of transported beasts compiled by the military district. The list shows the number of exotic animal corpses that the military region has transported and the total value of the goods.
Opening the list and looking at what he had gained in the past 2 days, even Jiang Yu himself was slightly shocked. Advanced Beast Soldier level, 1,160 heads. Primary Beast General level, 583 heads. Intermediate Beast General level, 287 heads. Advanced Beast General level, 127 heads. A total of 2,157 heads. The total value is 43.6 billion Hanxia coins. Jiang Yu was stunned when he saw the long string of numbers. He had never seen so much money in his life. Sure enough, warriors make money the fastest. However, when he thought that a set of Thunder Dragon armor was worth 99.9 billion, his shock faded a little. According to Luoying, he needs to pay 10% transportation fee and 10% personal income tax on his personal gains. In other words, after he pays 8.72 billion in fees, the remaining amount will be his. 436.87.2 is equal to 34.88 billion, and a set of Thunder Flame armor costs 99.9 billion. In other words, I'm still 2/3 short of the amount to get the Thunder Flame armor. Let's go to bed early today. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue hunting exotic beasts. We'll strive to earn 99.9 billion by now. Jiang Yu thought to himself and slowly closed his eyes. Of course, he wasn't asleep, but rather just pretending to doze off, using his mental energy to keep an eye on his surroundings. The Dark Organization wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he really fell asleep, he would really want to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time passes by every second. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and seemed to have really fallen asleep, snoring from time to time. Outside the room, a figure was lying on the window, looking at the sleeping Jiang Yu. Then he drew out a long sword and rushed towards Jiang Yu. The sword blade flashed a cold light under the moonlight. It happened in the blink of an eye. As the sword blade got closer and closer to Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, dodged the incoming sword, and punched the figure in the abdomen. Aha! A woman's cry of pain was heard, and a figure flew backward out of the room. Bang bang bang! The solid wall was knocked down by the figure, and a large amount of dust and bricks fell. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate at all. The moment the figure flew backwards, he rushed out of the room. As soon as I left the room, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Disappeared. The figure disappeared into the darkness, as if it had merged with the darkness, making it impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. Even if he had the ability of night vision, it would be difficult for him to find the hiding place of the figure at this time. A shadow-type psychic warrior? Jiang Yu muttered to himself and used his mental power to sense the surrounding environment. Like the psychic, shadow power is also a rare power that can kill people without being seen, causing headaches for many warriors. But unlike a psychic can attack, defend, and run, and has huge potential. The shadow system has a huge disadvantage: it cannot be exposed to light. Once exposed to light, the shadow ability will immediately become ineffective. Moreover, most warriors with shadow abilities are not even as powerful as ordinary warriors. If they fight head-on, even an ordinary warrior can kill it. Their biggest role is to assassinate warriors. With his mental power activated, Jiang Yu soon spotted a figure near a building. Without saying a word, he opened fire with full force and slashed at the figure with the Zhankuan sword. No matter whether it is a man or a woman, kill him first. At worst, kill him while he is still hot. Pang! Before the figure could react, Jiang Yu came in front of her and slashed at her with a knife. In a moment of haste, the figure could only raise his sword to respond. His entire body flew backwards dozens of meters again, collapsing several abandoned buildings. You're not going to die? Jiang Yu frowned when he noticed that the figure was still breathing. He knew exactly how strong he was. Even a high-ranking general wouldn't be able to withstand 2 full-strength attacks from him without dying. But the figure was still alive, which could only mean one thing. She was also a martial god level martial god, a martial god whose strength was inferior to his. If I kill a martial god from a dark organization, how much reward should the martial arts school give me? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked at the figures in the ruins as if he was looking at stacks of Hanxia currency. Chapter 69, The Former Star. Pang! The figure pushed away the rubble that fell on him and emerged from the rubble. This time, before Jiang Yu could make a move, the figure transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the spot. It was so fast that even Jiang Yu could only see a shadow. Although shadow warriors are relatively weak in strength, their speed is not slow and far exceeds that of warriors of the same level.
Especially in the dark, with their special abilities, few warriors of the same level can escape their attacks.
Are you trying to do the same thing again?
When Jiang Yu saw the figure disappear again, he immediately released his mental power to sense the surroundings. The surrounding environment appeared in his mind like a grid of wires.
Spiritual Master. Good boy, you've hidden your secrets well. No wonder you have such fighting power at the age of 18.
An 18-year-old martial god, a warrior with both ice and spiritual abilities, Longting Martial Arts School has found a treasure this time. Hundreds of meters away, when Tianxiang stood on the rooftop of a tall building, looking at Jiang Yu's figure with a frightened heart.
Even he was shocked by Jiang Yu's talent at this moment.
As an SS-level expert, he had already seen Jiang Yu's true strength when Jiang Yu took action. He had seen an 18-year-old warrior.
He has also seen warriors with special abilities.
But he had never seen an 18-year-old martial god, who was also a dual-element mutant with ice and spiritual abilities.
Such talent is absolutely unprecedented in the past 100 years since the rise of exotic beasts.
No, we must find a way to get this kid to the academy.
When Tianxiang was thinking in his heart. On the street. Jiang Yu didn't know that his every move was seen by Wen Tianxiang.
With the help of his mental power, he quickly found the location of the figure and slashed at it with a knife. A cold light flashed.
Phew!
3 meters away from his right hand, a stream of red blood spurted out. The figure was forced to reveal his true form, covering his injured right arm, his eyes full of disbelief.
3 times.
She had 3 times, and was successfully found by Jiang Yu every time, which was simply unbelievable to her. It was as if a positioning system was installed on her body. As a shadow warrior, she has absolute confidence in her abilities and can kill any martial god-level warrior in the dark of night. This is not groundless, but her record over the years. 16 years ago, Lei Gang was killed by her in a sneak attack while resisting the attack of alien beasts. At that time, she was just a mid-level military general. But now, she is a junior martial god, and her strength is many times greater than before. But even so, she, who had many years of experience in assassination, failed when trying to assassinate an 18-year-old boy and was discovered 3 times.
I can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
The figure stared at Jiang Yu closely, not daring to have any contempt in his heart anymore. Her great figure was thus exposed to Jiang Yu's eyes. Jiang Yu stood opposite the figure, looking at the figure with blood dripping from his right arm, with no emotion in his black pupils. Even though the figure had a good figure. Swish! The Zhankuan sword flashed a cold light in the night sky and headed straight for the figure, the blade carrying a strong murderous intent.
The figure didn't dare to be careless and was about to fight back. Phew!
A thin willow leaf flying knife pierced through her neck from behind her head and floated in front of Jiang Yu.
Bright red blood flowed out instantly. No. This is impossible.
You are sperm. The figure looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes full of unwillingness, and his body fell to the ground weakly.
Bang!
The figure's body fell down, splashing up a cloud of dust.
Jiang Yu was not careless.
He released several ice knives and stabbed the figure's body a few more times. Only then did he let down his guard and squatted down beside the figure's body. The figure is a woman wearing a tight black combat uniform that perfectly shows off her great figure. She was wearing a black mask, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Jiang Yu reached out and pulled off the mask on the figure's face, and a mature and sexy face suddenly came into his sight.
It's her.
When Jiang Yu saw the true face of the figure, his pupils shrank instantly and he felt a little shocked. He recognized the figure. Not only he knew him, but most of the boys in Huadu Base City knew him.
Jiang Yusen. A major star in Huadu Base City, known for her mature and sexy demeanor. She is honest and kind, and is considered a goddess by countless boys. Tickets for every concert are hard to come by.
There was even a period of time when his predecessor was obsessed with Jiang Yusen and almost couldn't extricate himself. But who could have thought that Jiang Yusen, who was always honest and kind and praised by countless people, would actually be a member of the dark organization and come to kill him? It is true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart.
After expressing his feelings, Jiang Yu took out his cell phone, took a few photos of Jiang Yusen's body, and called Zhang Ming. Beep beep beep.
The phone was connected after a few rings, and Zhang Ming's avatar appeared in front of Jiang Yu on the virtual screen.
Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? Zhang Ming asked in a nonchalant manner.
The trace of worry between his brows proved that he was worried. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, I remember that there are bonuses for killing dark warriors from the dark organization.
The martial arts hall in the base city will receive bonuses. I'd like to ask, how much is the bounty for a junior martial god level dark warrior? Elementary martial god level?
Zhang Ming thought for a moment and said, about 2 billion.
Why are you asking that? Etc. Zhang Ming seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Zhang Yu, don't tell me that you killed a junior martial god level dark warrior?
Zhang Yu nodded, pointed the camera at Zhang Yusen lying on the ground, and said,
it was just luck.
I never thought that Zhang Yusen, a star, would actually be an assassin for the dark organization. And she's also a shadow warrior at the junior martial god level. She just tried to sneak attack me while I was sleeping, but I accidentally killed her.
Look, her body is still warm. This. Looking at Zhang Yusen's body on the ground, Zhang Ming's face showed shock. He was not shocked by Zhang Yusen's identity, but was shocked by Zhang Yu's strength. A junior martial god level warrior was actually killed by Zhang Yu?
And he was the most formidable shadow type.
Judging from Zhang Yu's words, it didn't seem to take much effort to kill Zhang Yusen.
That's a junior martial god of the shadow system. As a martial god himself, Zhang Ming knew very well how difficult the shadow system was. Even if he encountered a shadow-type junior martial god, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he could successfully kill it.
But Zhang Yu did it.
This had to shock him.
Genius.
This is not only a genius with a talent for cultivation, but also a genius with a talent for fighting.
Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment.
Brother Zhang.
Zhang Yu called softly. Chapter 70 returned to the supply station. Zhang Ming quickly came to his senses.
He knew he had lost his composure a little, and said with a serious expression.
Zhang Yu, we still need to further confirm Zhang Yusen's identity. Once confirmed, the bounty will be immediately transferred to your account. Zhang Yu nodded gently. I understand, Brother Zhang. By the way, Brother Zhang, do you want Zhang Yusen's body? It's still warm. Forehead.
The corner of Zhang Ming's mouth twitched.
He is not a necrophiliac, so why does he want Zhang Yusen's body?
He immediately shook his head and said, no, just find a random place to bury it.
Oh, okay.
Zhang Yu responded lightly, hung up the phone, dug a hole, and buried Zhang Yusen's body in it.
The other side.
After Zhang Yu hung up the phone, Zhang Ming hurriedly found Shou Yuan and the white-haired young man and told them the truth about Zhang Yu killing Zhang Yusen.
What did you say? You mean, Zhang Yu killed a junior martial god, and a shadow martial god?
The white-haired young man exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. That's a junior martial god, on the same level as him.
If Zhang Yu can kill Zhang Yusen, then can he also kill him? How long has it been since Zhang Yu defeated a junior martial god?
How old is Zhang Yu this year?
18 years old.
Other boys were still licking their beloved goddesses at the age of 18.
Zhang Yu actually killed the goddess of so many men.
This is really a cruel act, without any emotion.
Zhang Ming nodded. That's right.
I saw Zhang Yusen's body with my own eyes.
The most important thing for us now is to quickly verify Zhang Yusen's identity.
Once Zhang Yusen's identity is confirmed, we must immediately follow the clues she provides to find more members of the Dark Organization.
We must apprehend them all in one fell swoop.
Shou Yuan sat aside and said, I have ordered the entire supply station and all entrances and exits of the base city to be sealed off.
No warriors are allowed to go to the wilderness.
For the Dark Organization, what they need most right now is time. They must race against time and send people to the wilderness to kill Zhang Yu before we can.
With this blockade, those dark warriors who want to kill Zhang Yu will probably become restless soon and will try to find ways to go to the wilderness.
This way, we can lure the snakes out of their holes and catch these warriors in one fell swoop.
Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, this is indeed a good idea.
In addition, Zhang Yu's situation has also been learned by the Dragon God.
The Dragon God attaches great importance to Zhang Yu and has now dispatched Commander Suzaku, one of the 4 great commanders, to our Huadu base city.
I think we can spread the news that Commander Suzaku is coming and force those dark organizations to take desperate measures.
I agree.
The white-haired young man raised his hand.
Shou Yuan thought about it and nodded slightly.
After burying Zhang Yusen's body, Zhang Yu returned to the room and pretended to close his eyes again. The appearance of Zhang Yusen also gave him a more intuitive understanding of the Dark Organization.
The Dark Organization is indeed just as rumored, acting decisively and emphasizing one-hit kills. His publicly announced strength was that of an intermediate warrior, but the Dark Organization sent a junior martial god to kill him. If his strength hadn't grown so quickly, he would probably have been the one who died just now. Now, with the death of the Wolffang squad, the Dark Organization must have guessed that I'm not a mid-level warrior and will send stronger warriors to kill me? As a spiritualist, I'm not afraid of any warrior below the SS rank, but running away is not what I want. Tomorrow morning, let's go back to the base city to pick up some attributes and strengthen our strength before going back to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Although 30 billion isn't enough to buy the Thunder Flame armor, it's enough for me to spend for a while now. Besides, I don't know how Sister Lin Yu is doing lately. Jiang Yu thought to himself, then slowly closed his eyes. It was a very quiet night. Just when Jiang Yu closed his eyes to rest, in a corner of Zhejiagu, a young man appeared quietly with a bulging combat bag on his back. The young man looked around in the corner to make sure there were no strange beasts around. Then he pulled out a huge egg from his combat bag and smashed it on the ground without even looking at it. Then, the young man quickly disappeared into the corner, as if he had never appeared. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Jiang Yu got up early and started washing up. He used his ice and fire abilities to melt a basin of water and began to wash his face and brush his teeth. After washing up, Jiang Yu carried the white dragon spear and the Zhan Kuan sword and rushed towards the supply station. Walking down the street, it seemed that the number of exotic beasts had decreased. Or perhaps it was because it was too early and the exotic beasts had not yet woken up. Jiang Yu walked through several streets in a row without seeing a single exotic beast. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. His mission today was to return to the base city. According to the map, Linquan County is more than 700 kilometers away from the supply station. When he came, he and the Fire Dragon team went to Zhejiagu, and it took them 2 hours on the road. Of course, that was also because they did not try their best to travel. If we travel at full speed, it won't take more than 2 hours. Now that he was alone and the Fire Dragon squad was not around, he didn't need to suppress his speed. At his current speed, it would only take a few minutes to get back to the supply station. In the wilderness, a black rhino was grazing on the ground when suddenly a gust of wind blew past it. Looking down again, I saw that its bullwhip was gone. Moo! The black rhino roared. The morning sunshine is always so comfortable. The supply station, once bustling with warriors coming in and out, was unusually quiet today. There was no more quarreling between warriors, nor were there any more warriors coming and going. Instead, fully armed soldiers stood guard at the supply station entrance. Heavy weapons were mounted on the surrounding walls, and dozens of tanks were parked in the open space of the supply station. What the hell is going on? I was planning to go to the wilderness to earn some money for my child's tuition. Now, I can't go to the wilderness, and I can't even go home. I'm stuck in this supply station. Come on, stop complaining. The higher-ups must have their reasons for doing this. Didn't you see they even sent the army here? Do you know why they sent so many troops? I just received a message that the Dark Organization has sent a large number of assassins to the wilderness to kill Jiang Yu. I guess the arrival of these troops must be related to Jiang Yu. Speaking of Jiang Yu, this guy is truly a freak. He's already reached the high-level martial arts level at the age of 18. Unlike the rest of us, who are already middle-aged and still only high-level martial artists. I heard from the fat guy from the Fire Dragon squad that Jiang Yu killed all the strange beasts west of Zhejiagu. The transport plane made several trips back and forth before it finally pulled up all the corpses of the strange beasts. That's nothing. You all know about the Black Mountain Iron Bull, right? I heard from Fatty that Jiang Yu killed it with just one strike. It was a high-level beast, commander-level beast. Hiss. Doesn't that mean Jiang Yu's strength far exceeds that of high-level generals? Inside the supply station, a group of warriors were chatting idly. Wait, look, what is that? Is that a blue shooting star? Suddenly, a warrior pointed outside the supply station and exclaimed as a quick stream of light appeared. What streamer? Where does the light come from in broad daylight? When the warriors heard the sound, they looked and saw a deep blue light rushing towards them. Oh my god, there's really a stream of light. Quick, get out of the way, don't get hit. The warriors quickly dodged. With a bang, a flash of light broke through the iron gate of the supply station, and a tall and straight young man in dark blue combat uniform appeared in the open space of the supply station. The soldiers around were about to raise their guns, but when they saw the young man's appearance, they quickly put their guns down. It's Jiang Yu. Why did he come back from the wilderness? Didn't the dark organization send people to kill him in the wilderness?
The situation has changed, hurry up and inform the higher-ups.
Chapter 71, Selling Corpses of Exotic Animals. Call. Finally back.
Jiang Yu took a long breath and looked at the many warriors in the supply station. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. In contrast to the desolate, dilapidated, and deserted wilderness, teeming with exotic beasts and filled with danger, the steel buildings of the supply station seemed quite lively. Especially when there were a group of warriors drinking and playing, it was extremely lively and made people feel at ease.
Only.
Jiang Yu looked around and found that all the warriors were staring at him with strange eyes.
Why are you all looking at me? Jiang Yu asked in confusion.
A warrior pointed behind him and said in amazement.
Comrade Jiang Yu, you broke the gate of the supply station? Jiang Yu was puzzled and looked back.
At the main gate of the supply station, only one of the two iron gates that were originally used to prevent the entry of strange beasts remained closed. The other one had flown several meters away and lay on the ground.
Comrade Jiang Yu, please compensate us for the gate. A non-commissioned officer stepped forward and said.
The sergeant was also puzzled at this time. The gates of their supply stations are made of special materials, strong enough to withstand the impact of monsters below the primary beast general level.
But how come Jiang Yu broke the door with just one collision? Could it be that someone cut corners? Did I really break the door?
Jiang Yu looked at the warriors around him.
Aha! All the warriors nodded slightly. Forehead. Does he have such a strong impact that he can even break the door? What if this happened to an ordinary woman? I dare not think about it. I dare not even think about it.
Seeing the sergeant's serious expression, Jiang Yu had no choice but to transfer money to compensate for the gate of the supply station.
Another million is gone. Oh.
After receiving the money, the sergeant whispered a few words to the ears of several soldiers, who then began to weld the gate shut. Weld the door shut to prevent readers from escaping. After paying, Jiang Yu went directly to the restaurant on the second floor of the supply station.
He was greedy. After 2.5 days in the wilderness, I couldn't make a fire or roast meat.
All I did every day was chew on dried meat.
My mouth was so dry that it was almost dry.
The food in the supply station restaurant is very expensive, at least 100 times more expensive than in the base city. For example, a serving of braised pork would cost only a few dozen yuan in the base city, no more than 100 yuan, but at the supply station, it would cost 1,888 yuan. Of course, being expensive has its advantages.
The meat used in all dishes at the supply station comes from exotic beasts.
Jiang Yu, who was about to receive nearly 40 billion, did not care about these details. He ordered more than a dozen dishes and started to eat them voraciously. I have to say that the chefs at the supply station restaurant are very skilled and every dish they make is delicious and flavorful.
Tap tap tap.
Just when Jiang Yu was halfway through his meal, a steady sound of footsteps was heard.
The man surnamed Gao walked into the restaurant with 2 soldiers and looked around.
When he saw Jiang Yu sitting in a corner of the restaurant, swallowing his food with big mouthfuls, Gao's eyes lit up and he hurried over to Jiang Yu, saying with a smile,
"Brother Jiang, you're finally back. Do you know how much I missed you?"
Jiang Yu put down the chopsticks in his hand, raised his head, looked at the smiling man named Gao, and said, "Brother Gao, you don't come to me for no reason.
I just got back, and you're so anxious to come to me. Tell me, is there something wrong? Could it be, you want to?"
As he spoke, Jiang Yu paused and a smirk appeared on his face.
The man surnamed Gao nodded, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Jiang Yu, and whispered,
"Brother Jiang, I came here in a hurry this time because I really have something important to discuss with you.
You should have seen the shipping list we sent you, right? I want to ask you, are you willing to sell the corpses of those strange beasts to our military?"
As you know, the military needs a large number of exotic beast corpses, so your batch of exotic beast corpses is very important to us.
However, you can rest assured. We will definitely not treat you unfairly when it comes to price. As long as you agree, we can waive your transportation fees this time.
Besides this, our military district can also reach a long-term cooperation agreement with you. From now on, whenever you go into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, we can give you a discount on transportation, or even waive the transportation fees outright.
Brother Jiang, what do you think? Consider selling the beast's corpse to us.
The military district has always attached great importance to powerful warriors. Every time they killed a strange beast, the pressure on the military zone's defense line was reduced. Especially for a warrior like Jiang Yu, who is young, powerful, and hunts exotic beasts, he has a bright future. Making friends with a warrior like Jiang Yu means an endless supply of exotic beast corpses. Exotic beast carcasses are extremely important and are in very short supply in both martial arts schools and military regions. It has a wide range of uses. It can not only improve the physical fitness of warriors, but also cultivate more warriors. For example, the military district. The number of soldiers in each military region is more than tens of thousands. Most of them are ordinary people. Their physical fitness was already at a disadvantage when facing alien beasts. If they were forced to eat only plain food every day, how could they withstand the attacks of alien beasts? Therefore, the effect of exotic beast meat is reflected. The supernatural beasts not only improve the physical fitness of soldiers, but also can make some soldiers become warriors after long-term use. Although he is only a warrior of the lowest level, he can still fight against strange beasts and reduce unnecessary casualties. Only. Jiang Yu looked at the man named Gao with an expectant look on his face, and began to think. This time, he hunted 1,160 high-level beast soldiers, 583 primary beast generals, 287 intermediate beast generals, and 127 high-level beast generals. If he sells it to a martial arts school, he can obtain a large amount of contribution points according to the different levels of the exotic beasts. Advanced beast soldiers 6199. Primary beast generals are 100-300. Intermediate beast general 301-600. Advanced beast generals 601-999. Calculating at the lowest contribution value, he could earn nearly 300,000 points, becoming a 2-star contributor in one fell swoop. Calculating at the highest contribution value, it would be nearly 800,000. But if he sells it to the military district, he can save more than 4 billion in transportation costs. For a moment, Jiang Yu hesitated. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Yu decided to sell the beast's corpse to the military district. Chapter 72, The Warrior of the Past. He has his considerations. First, the price was right. Second, it was to give the military region a good impression. Third, it was a way for him to do his bit for the soldiers. It's not easy for the soldiers either. They are always at the front line in every earthquake relief and disaster relief or crisis. You don't have to love, but please don't hurt. Furthermore, he has absolute confidence in his own abilities. He was able to kill more than 2,000 strange beasts this time, and he will definitely be able to kill more next time. But Jiang Yu looked at the man named Gao and said, "Brother Gao, I can sell all the corpses of the exotic beasts to the military district, but I have a favor to ask. Can you take me on a tour of the military area? Of course, I'll only go to where the soldiers usually train. I won't go to any secret places like that." Well. The man surnamed Gao hesitated and thought for a moment before saying, "Brother Jiang, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions." Good. Jiang Yu nodded. The reason why he wanted to visit the military area was that he just thought that the soldiers were training in the military area every day, so there must be a lot of attribute bubbles dropped inside the military area. The man surnamed Gao turned and left, walked to a deserted place and started making a phone call. A few minutes later, he returned to Jiang Yu and nodded towards her. "Brother Jiang, your request has been approved. But there is one thing, you must follow our soldiers and not act on your own. The military zone is different from other places. It involves many important secrets. I hope you can understand." "I see." Jiang Bai nodded, stood up, and, led by the man surnamed Gao, walked towards the military area. As a military base, not everyone can enter the military district. Although the military district is far less powerful than warriors in terms of individual strength, it concerns the safety of many civilians and the secrets of a country. Once the secrets of a military base are stolen, it will be a fatal blow to a country. The place where Gao was going to take Jiang Yu was inside the military district, behind the supply station. It was built by the military district to resist the tide of strange beasts. The soldiers who can enter this military zone are all iron-blooded soldiers who have survived the battlefield. Once a wave of alien beasts appears, they will immediately form the first line of defense. If there were no waves of strange beasts, they would usually stay inside the military area for training. While walking on the road, Jiang Yu learned the real name of the man surnamed Gao. High awareness.
a name similar to Schunfanger.
After crossing several greystone roads and passing several checkpoints, Jiang Yu arrived inside the military area. This is an area surrounded by 4 steel walls.
On the city wall,
there was an anti-aircraft gun every few meters. Tanks and armored vehicles can be seen everywhere on the ground.
On the building in the front, there are 8 big red characters hanging.
With the rise of strange beasts, all countries began to develop their military madly. Walking inside the military area and watching the soldiers' daily training, Jiang Yu could only use 8 words to describe them:
strict discipline and strong martial spirit.
The mechanical sounds of the system kept ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength by +1. Congratulations to the host for speed +1. Congratulations to the host for the +1 marksmanship. As bubbles were picked up one by one, Jiang Yu's strength increased rapidly.
Gao Ju acted like a guide, explaining every area to Jiang Yu along the way. Of course, Gao Ju did not mention a word about topics involving military secrets.
Under Gao Ju's guidance, Jiang Yu visited the training ground, the canteen, and the soldiers' dormitories. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Yu also saw several exotic beasts he had hunted in the cafeteria, which were being processed by the cooks and prepared to be made into food for the soldiers.
An hour passed after the tour.
At the gate inside the military zone, Gao Ju accompanied Jiang Yu to the supply station, sighing as he walked.
Brother Jiang, sometimes I really envy warriors like you.
At least, when faced with alien beasts, you still have the ability to resist.
But we soldiers can't. Most of them are just ordinary people.
When faced with powerful alien beasts, they have no choice but to risk their lives to resist.
There is no other way. Every time we face a beast tide, we always think about it.
We knew that sending our soldiers forward would mean their deaths, but we still let them charge forward.
Was that the right thing to do? But we have no choice. We can't retreat. Once we retreat, what will happen to the residents of the base city behind us?
We must advance. Only by advancing can we ensure the safety of those living in the rear. There's a saying circulating in our military district: I'd rather take a step forward and die in battle than take a step back and live.
This is such a fucked up world. As Gao Ju spoke, his eyes turned red and an indignant look appeared on his face.
Jiang Yu remained silent. He had never been a soldier and didn't know how to respond to Gao Ju's question. But he had heard of the heroic deeds of soldiers in this life and in past lives. Those 4 words are not a privilege, but a responsibility.
Come on, I'll take you somewhere.
Gao Ju wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, turned around and walked towards a small path on the side of the road.
Jiang Yu followed closely behind. The path is very remote, a muddy road trampled out by people's feet. After walking for 10 minutes,
the two came to the foot of a mountain. Looking around, gray tombstones are neatly arranged at the foot of the mountain.
Gao Ju walked to one of the tombstones, slowly squatted down, and wiped the dust off the tombstone with his hands, muttering,
"This is the cemetery for the soldiers who died in the beast tide 16 years ago. They sacrificed their lives to block most of the beast tide, allowing Huadu Base City to survive and saving its residents from the mouths of the strange beasts.
But they can never come back." Gao Ju was wiping the tombstone when he accidentally touched the tomb owner's portrait.
He said with a sad look on his face. The owner of this tombstone was named Wang Rongshu. He was only 18 years old when he died, the same age as you. He died on his 7th day at the military command. I remember clearly that he couldn't even fold his blanket properly, and I even laughed at him for it. But when the monster wave arrived, he was the first to charge forward. At that time, tens of thousands of strange beasts frantically attacked the supply depot and military area. Even the warriors who came to support them were unable to resist and were in great danger. Just as the supply station and military district were about to fall, Wang Rongshu, holding a pack of explosives, jumped into the beast tide, using himself as bait to trick the beasts into opening their mouths and swallowing the pack. He was 18 years old when he died. Gao Ju stood up from Wang Rongshu's tombstone, stared at Wang Rongshu's portrait, and saluted solemnly. Jiang Yu still didn't say anything. Looking at the rows of tombstones in front of him, he suddenly felt extremely heavy and depressed in his heart.
Look around.
On a flagpole not far away, a faded and damaged 5-star red flag was fluttering in the wind, as if telling the tragic situation of that year. He wanted to step forward and replace him, but was stopped by Gao Ju.
Let it hang. This is the red flag they raised back then.
We promised them that one day, when the strange beasts retreated, we would bring them back home and restore peace and prosperity to them.
Returning home in glory? Jiang Yu looked up at the red flag, as if he saw many young faces in it. They were about his age and greeted him with a smile. It was as if he saw the tragic battle of that year, when countless warriors jumped into the sea of beasts just to fight for a chance of survival. For some reason, Jiang Yu's eyes turned red. He took off the white dragon spear from his back, walked to the bottom of the flagpole, and inserted the white dragon spear deep into the ground. "What are you doing?" Gao Ju was puzzled. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "I share this wish. When the monsters retreat, I will collect the guns and take them home." Thank you, thank you." Gao Ju bowed deeply to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu did not stop him. He turned around and walked out of the cemetery with his back to Gao Ju, shouting loudly, "I will accept your bow today, and I will repay your wish tomorrow." One left and the other bowed. The sun shines just at this moment, as if to freeze this scene. Chapter 73, Pickup Range Increased. Jiang Yu left. Walking on the muddy path, he felt particularly heavy-hearted. He thought he had seen many injustices, and his heart had long been frozen and unmoved by others. But after hearing about Wang Rongshu's deeds, his heart was finally broken. There are evil spirits and monsters in the world, and everything is tattered, but there are always some lovely people patching things up. He couldn't be as selfless as Wang Rongshu and sacrifice his life to save the country. But that didn't mean he didn't have admiration for martyrs like Wang Rongshu. Rumble. The weather in June changes suddenly. As if sensing Jiang Yu's mood, the originally sunny sky suddenly became gloomy. Tick tick. Cool raindrops fell on the muddy road, soaking Jiang Yu's combat uniform. Accompanied by raindrops, Jiang Yu came to the door of the Fire Dragon team's room and rang the doorbell. It was Luo Manli who opened the door. Seeing Jiang Yu standing at the door of the room, Luo Manli couldn't help but said, "Jiang Yu, you're back." Jiang Yu hummed lightly and walked towards his own room. "Jiang Yu, why do you look unhappy?" Luo Manli asked, frowning. "I'm fine, Sister Manli. I'm just a little depressed. Just let me be alone for a while." Jiang Yu forced a smile on his face and returned to his room. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu lay directly on the bed, Gao Ju's words echoing in his mind again and again. Countless people dream of becoming a warrior, but what is the purpose of becoming a warrior? Save the world? Achieve immortality? Become a powerful being? Or is it for power and status? Jiang Yu didn't understand, so he stood up and walked to the window, looking in the direction of the base city, and gradually he understood something. Why does the base city give privileges to warriors? Why can the rights of warriors override all kinds of clauses? Because of responsibility. While enjoying the privileges of the base city, every warrior must also assume the responsibility of maintaining the security of the base city. The dragon god is like this. Xiu Yue is like this. Every warrior is like this. So does he. Jiang Yu's thinking became clearer and clearer. After figuring everything out, Jiang Yu returned to bed, only to feel sleepy. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. After not sleeping for 2.5 days, even he felt a little sleepy. Outside the house, the fat man came close to Luo Manli and asked in a low voice, "Lao Luo, what's wrong with brother Jiang Yu? Why does he look so unhappy? Tell me, does he miss his girlfriend? Why don't you take this opportunity to have a deeper conversation with him, just in case it works out? If we can have another baby, with brother Jiang Yu's talent, the child will definitely be very successful in the future." Roll. Luo Manli said with a gloomy expression. "Okay." The fat man grinned and returned to his room. After he left, Luo Manli looked towards Jiang Yu's room and her face turned red. She also wants to have a baby. However, with her talent, even if she gave birth to a baby, the baby's talent would not be that strong. A child's talent depends on his parents. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yu woke up from his sleep. This time, he slept particularly soundly and comfortably. At this moment, he has recovered to his best condition, full of energy and having endless energy. System, open my property panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, primary martial god. Spiritual master, intermediate martial god. Superpowers, Icy level 400-600, Fire F level 250-300, Electric F level 100-400. Strength, 380,000. Speed, 3000 ms. Spiritual power, 350,000. Skill. Skilled swordsmanship 80-86 10,000. Skilled boxing 90-23 10,000. Skilled spearmanship 17-54 10,000. Skilled swordmanship 14-50 10,000. Exercise method. Skilled guidance 5300 10,000. Elementary source energy 280-1000. The military district team allowed his strength to directly break through to the 380,000 mark, reaching the level of an intermediate martial god. However, due to his lack of speed, he was still not up to the standard of an intermediate martial god, so his realm was still that of a primary martial god. However, a speed of 3000 ms is already fast enough. Especially in terms of men and women. I can do 3000 beats per second. How would you deal with this? No wonder many warriors don't want to find girlfriends at the end of their lives. It turns out they can't bear it. Jiang Yu pondered to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 300,000 spiritual power mark. Do you want to unlock system version 2.0? The appearance of the system sound made Jiang Yu stunned. Is there a 2.0 version? Unlock now. Congratulations to the host, the pickup system 2.0 has been officially unlocked, and the automatic pickup range has been increased to 5 meters. The next unlock requires the host's mental strength to reach 1 million. The pickup range has been increased? When Jiang Yu heard this, his eyes lit up and a surge of joy surged in his heart. The expansion of the picking range, doesn't this mean that his strength will increase faster, and some bubbles that were previously impossible to pick up can now be picked up by him? Who could understand his frustration before? He clearly saw a large number of bubbles in certain places, but because the range was more than 1 meter, he could only watch helplessly as the bubbles disappeared. Frustrated. It's really frustrating. That's more than 10 billion that was missed. After secretly rejoicing for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Yu couldn't wait to try the 5-meter picking method. He jumped out of the window of the room and landed on the ground outside. Congratulations to the host for strength plus 12 plus 10. Congratulations to the host, strength plus 12 plus 13. Congratulations to the host for strength plus 12 plus 15. Before Jiang Yu could see the attribute bubbles, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in his mind. Some bubbles that he had been unable to pick up before and that had fallen in other warriors' rooms now flowed into his body. His picking speed was much faster than before. Congratulations to the host for his strength. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. As Jiang Yu wandered around the supply station, with him as the center, all the bubbles within a 5-meter radius were picked up by him. At the same time, he also sensed a strong murderous intent from many warriors. Chapter 74 action takes place at the supply station. After sensing the murderous intent of the warriors, Jiang Yu calmly walked towards a hidden corner. He wanted to see how many warriors were willing to risk their lives and dare to fight at the supply station. The supply station has clear regulations prohibiting violence within the station. If anyone violates the rules, and repeated persuasion fails, the law enforcement team has the right to shoot them directly. As Jiang Yu walked, several warriors followed him silently. They pretended to be taking a walk, but invisibly blocked all of Jiang Yu's escape routes. There are still many people who are not afraid of death. Jiang Yu used his mental power to sense the number of warriors behind him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He pretended to know nothing, deliberately turned his back to these warriors, and walked into the corner. Sure enough, after seeing Jiang Yu walk into the corner, several warriors followed in. They pretended to urinate, and when they were very close to Jiang Yu, they suddenly drew out the long knives behind their backs and slashed at Jiang Yu at the same time. The speed was so fast that the long sword turned into a cold light, and an ordinary person would not be able to react at all. Jiang Yu remained calm, turned his back to the warriors, and slowly drew out the Zhankuan sword from behind. Getting closer. The long swords of several warriors were getting closer and closer to Jiang Yu, and were about to fall on Jiang Yu's head. Suddenly, Jiang Yu disappeared from the spot. Several flashes of blood flashed in the corner. The smell of blood spread in the corner. When Jiang Yu reappeared, several warriors were already lying on the ground, breathless. Only a bald man remained, kneeling on the ground, clutching his severed right arm, barely surviving. Tell me, who is the master behind you? Didn't they tell you that I am a high-ranking general? Are you sending yourself to die in vain? Jiang Yu looked down at the big man. The Zhankuan sword in his right hand was still dripping with blood. Ha! The big man sneered disdainfully. So what if you tell us? Do you think we'll be afraid? I'm telling you, Jiang Yu, don't think you're great just because you're a high-ranking general. If you offend our organization, even if you're an SS level warrior, you'll die. You're dreaming if you want me to betray the organization. Even if one of us dies, there are still thousands and thousands of us left. They will avenge us. Pang! The big man slapped himself on the top of his head, and he instantly lost all life. Commit suicide? Jiang Yu frowned. With a wave of his hand, he released an ice spear, which pierced the big man's heart to prevent him from faking his death. Don't move, put your hands up. Not far away, more than a dozen law enforcement officers rushed forward with laser guns, aiming at Jiang Yu. I want to say this is a misunderstanding. They were the first to start. Do you believe it? Jiang Yu said calmly, raising his hands obediently. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll naturally investigate. Please come with me. The captain of the law enforcement team recognized Jiang Yu's identity and shouted loudly. Two team members came forward and handcuffed Jiang Yu, then walked out of the corner, while the rest of the team members stared at Jiang Yu vigilantly. If Jiang Yu shows any sign of resistance, they will shoot immediately. Leaving the corner and walking along the way, the warriors at the supply station saw Jiang Yu being tortured and immediately started talking about it. What did Jiang Yu do? Why was he handcuffed by the law enforcement team? I don't know either. But judging by the strictness of the law enforcement team, Jiang Yu must have committed a serious crime this time. Why are we guessing here? They're coming from the east. Why don't we go over and take a look? Yes. A group of warriors were talking among themselves and walking towards the corner where Jiang Yu was before. When they arrived at the corner and saw the bodies of the big man and others, the warriors were stunned on the spot, their faces shocked. Oh my god, this guy Jiang Yu is really cruel. He actually dared to kill warriors in the supply station. Look carefully, these are members of the Panlong Squad. The Panlong Squad is a team of high-level warriors. In the team, there are not only 2 mid-level generals, but also 1 high-level general. They were all killed by Jiang Yu. Wait, look at how they died. They were all killed with a single cut to the neck. In other words, Jiang Yu only used 1 blow to kill each of them. Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the warriors present looked towards the necks of the Panlong Squad. When they saw that every member of the Panlong team had a blood mark on the neck, all the warriors gasped. As warriors, they knew very well how difficult it was to kill the opponent with 1 blow. Killing is easy. It's hard to kill with 1 blow. In order to kill with 1 blow, you must make it impossible for the opponent to react or to resist. This requires overwhelming force to achieve this. But the Panlong team is not weak either. There are 2 intermediate generals and 1 senior general in the team. Even with this kind of strength, he was killed by Jiang Yu with 1 sword even when he was outnumbered. So how strong is Jiang Yu? The warriors were shocked. What do you think? Is it possible that Jiang Yu's strength is more than just a high-level general? Is it possible that he is even stronger? A warrior suddenly spoke. Higher? The warriors were all stunned for a moment, the shock on their faces growing instead of diminishing. The level higher than the general is. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Yu be a martial god level expert? How old is he this year? This is absolutely impossible. Another warrior shook his head and was the first to break the shock among the warriors. Yeah, that's totally impossible. An 18-year-old junior martial god, that's simply not logical. If Jiang Yu is a martial god, then we, the older generation, are living like dogs, aren't we? Yeah. The other side. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, Jiang Yu was locked up in a detention room by law enforcement officers. The detention room at the supply station was exactly the same as the one Jiang Yu had seen on TV. The only difference is that the detention room here is made of special materials, and it is impossible for ordinary warriors to leave the detention room by force. Of course, beware of gentlemen rather than villains. The existence of the detention room is just a symbol. If a strong person wants to break out, he can do it easily. For example, Jiang Yu was absolutely confident that he could break out of the detention room. But what happens after you get out? He is being hunted by both the military and the martial arts school. Sitting in the detention room, Jiang Yu felt bored. He was not worried about his situation at all. It was those warriors who attacked first and wanted to kill him. He was just defending himself. Besides, he has someone above him. With nothing to do, he studied his own martial arts.
Although his ice ability was only E level, he could condense various weapons within a 3-meter radius around him to defend against enemies, and even freeze an area of dozens of meters in radius. If he condensed countless ice knives and combined them with his mental power, what would the effect be? Sneak attack. He is definitely a master of sneak attacks. Tap tap tap. I don't know how much time passed before footsteps were heard at the door of the detention room. A familiar face came into Jiang Yu's sight. Brother Zhang, why are you here? Jiang Yu stood up and asked. Zhang Ming signaled the law enforcement officers to open the door of the detention room, walked into the detention room, patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "How could I not come? The news that you killed all the members of the Panlong team at the supply station has already reached the ears of the people above the military district. If I don't come, who will get you out? Not only am I here, but Zhou Yue Wuxian is here too. She's currently discussing important matters at the military headquarters." They were the first to start. Jiang Yu shrugged. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "Follow me." Under Zhang Ming's guidance, Jiang Yu walked into a special passage. Walking along the passage, he came to a small elevator and pressed the elevator button. The two got on the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator stops. Jiang Yu walked out of the elevator. As soon as he came out, he was stunned. He actually came to the military area. Let's go. Zhou Yue Wuxian is still waiting for us. There is something that needs your help. Zhang Ming walked towards the military district headquarters with a smile. Jiang Yu followed closely behind. Soon, the two reached their destination. In the headquarters, besides Zhou Yue, there were 3 middle-aged generals with serious expressions. Chapter 75 2.5 days. Jiang Yu, you're here, please sit down. Zhou Yue greeted Jiang Yu when he saw him come in, then pointed at the 3 middle-aged generals and introduced them to Jiang Yu one by one. Jiang Yu, let me introduce you. These 3 are high-ranking officials from the military region. The one in the middle is the Commander-in-Chief, Commander Lu Zhen. The 2 next to him are Political Commissar Zhao Gang and Deputy Commander Wang Yang. Hello, Commander Lu, hello, Political Commissar Zhao, hello, Deputy Commander Wang. Jiang Yu called out one by one without being humble or arrogant. The 3 of them nodded in unison. Jiang Yu, do you know why we called you here this time? Zhao Gang asked, looking at Jiang Yu with a playful look, as if testing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, because of the dark organization. Political Commissar Zhao, am I right? What a smart kid. Zhao Gang nodded with satisfaction, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. If it were an ordinary person, their first reaction would probably be to think of the killing of the warrior at the supply station. Jiang Yu. Zhou Yue took over and said, since you have already guessed why we called you here, then we won't hide it from you. We want you to help us lure out the members of the Dark Organization and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Jiang Yu pointed at himself, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Yue nodded. Yes, it's you. The Dark Organization has been hiding in Huadu Bay City for over a decade. We've long wanted to eradicate them, but we've been unable to lure them out. Now that your talent has been exposed, the Dark Organization will definitely stop at nothing to strangle you in the cradle. This is a great opportunity for us. What should I do? Jiang Yu asked. We need you to go to the wilderness again and lure out all the members of the Dark Organization who have been hiding for many years, and lure them to kill you. Let them reveal their identities. As soon as they take any action, we will eradicate them immediately. Zhou Yue said, staring straight at Jiang Yu. This. Jiang Yu frowned and thought about it. After a moment, he nodded and said, okay, I can cooperate with your actions. But I have a question. How can you ensure that the members of the Dark Organization will choose to expose themselves instead of continuing to hide? After all, although this plan is good, anyone with a discerning eye can see that it's a trap. The people in the Dark Organization are not stupid. Would they be so foolish as to fall into it? He naturally had his considerations for choosing to cooperate with the military's actions. Since the Dark Organization dared to send people to assassinate him, he naturally would not let the Dark Organization go. Furthermore, most of the people in the Dark Organization are pro-Japanese elements, sheepdogs, and traitors. They eat the food of Hansha country, but they are always thinking about how to harm the people. This is something he cannot tolerate. It's the same old saying. You don't have to love, but please don't hurt. Zhou Yue smiled and said, Jiang Yu, you are right.
Although this plan is full of loopholes, you have overlooked the most important point.
You are a genius whose potential far surpasses that of the dragon god. If the Dark Organization does not want to see another dragon god appear in our country, they must eliminate you while you are weak. Even if they know this is a trap, they must fall into it.
This is an open conspiracy. Unless they can watch you rise to prominence.
However, even if other countries can sit back and watch you rise, the Eagle Sauce and Chicken Foot Basin will not allow you to rise.
Thinking of a certain dirty country, Jiang Yu felt a surge of murderous intent in his heart and said, "Sister Chou Yue, when do we start the action?"
Chou Yue shook her head and looked at Commander Lu. Commander Lu stood up and said seriously, "Jiang Yu, before we take action, we need to verify something with you. You must tell us truthfully about your strength, speed, and combat power.
This also concerns your life safety."
With a punch force of 380,000 and a speed of 3000 ms, he can easily kill anyone at the junior martial god level.
Jiang Yu said truthfully. A punching force of 380,000 and a speed of 3000 ms.
This is the level of a primary martial god, and is about to approach the intermediate level.
Are you a primary martial god? Commander Lu was stunned. Jiang Yu nodded slightly.
Hiss. The eyes of everyone present suddenly changed, becoming dull and unbelievable. Especially Chou Yue, she clearly remembered that 2.5 days ago, Jiang Yu was just a high-ranking general.
How come Jiang Yu became a junior martial god in just 2.5 days? 2.5 days, is it really that magical? That's not right, Jiang Yu.
I clearly remember that before heading to the wilderness, you were only a high-level general.
How come you became a junior martial god in the blink of an eye?
Zhang Ming exclaimed.
Jiang Yu scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Luck, I just broke through not long ago. Lucky? Luck? Zhang Ming is numb.
Commander Lu and the other two were stunned on the spot. What did they just hear?
2.5 days ago, Jiang Yu was only a high-level general. 2.5 days later, he broke through to the primary level of martial god, and was only one step away from becoming an intermediate martial god? What a talent!
Hiss. Commander Lu and the other two gasped, their eyes filled with horror. Even though they have been in high positions for many years and have long developed a calm mindset, they could not hide their shock at this moment. The 18-year-old god of war. To have leapt a whole level in just 2.5 days, this couldn't be described as genius anymore.
It should be described as a monster.
They could already imagine that once Jiang Yu's breakthrough speed spread to the outside world, 2.5 days would probably become a new term.
Did you make a breakthrough in 2.5 days? Chapter 76 Intermediate Martial God. Okay.
Jiang Yu is a junior martial god, which is more beneficial to our plan.
I don't believe that the Dark Organization will not take the bait.
Commander Lu was the first to come to his senses and laughed 3 times in a row. Afterwards, several people discussed the detailed plan to lure the members of the Dark Organization. The plan is called luring the snake out of its hole.
According to Commander Lu and his men's previous plan, they wanted Jiang Yu to appear alone in the wilderness. In secret, Lei Xiao quietly followed Jiang Yu, escorting him and killing the martial god-level strongmen sent by the Dark Organization.
But since Jiang Yu has broken through to the primary level of martial god, they plan to slightly change the plan. Not only do they want Jiang Yu to go to the wilderness in a swaggering manner, but they also want to shoot a promotional video for Jiang Yu to publicize his own strength in Huadu Base City. In this way, although it is a bit ostentatious, it can attract more people from the Dark Organization and make the Dark Organization even more crazy.
They just don't believe that the Dark Organization can remain calm after seeing an 18-year-old martial god? Come, arrange it like this, do it like this.
Under the guidance of a group of staff members, Jiang Yu performed various handsome moves.
These actions will be made into a promotional video by specialized personnel. Soon.
After all the action shots were completed, Zhang Ming took Jiang Yu away from the military area.
Chou Yue did not go with them.
Some details of the plan still needed to be discussed between her and Commander Lu and others.
On the way. Zhang Ming slowly said, Jiang Yu, this plan is extremely dangerous.
Once the dark forces know that you are a junior martial god, they will kill you at all costs. They may even send out warriors beyond the martial god level, or even SS level warriors.
But don't worry too much.
You have the entire country and Longting Martial Arts School behind you.
We have already arranged everything for you. Besides Lei Xiao, there are even more powerful people secretly protecting you.
Just hunt the strange beasts in the wilderness, and leave the rest to them.
I understand, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu nodded gently. Why?
Zhang Ming suddenly sighed and looked at Jiang Yu with a complicated expression. More than half a month ago was the first time he met Jiang Yu, and he was also the one who personally presided over the preparatory warrior assessment for Jiang Yu. Now, half a month has passed, and Jiang Yu has become a junior martial god, and his strength is only 2 levels lower than his. Looking back, I don't know when the young boy has become a powerful man.
Time really is merciless. Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu suddenly stopped and said, I'm heading to the wilderness tomorrow. I want to go back to the base tonight. I miss my sister.
Good.
Zhang Ming responded. The two boarded Zhang Ming's battleship and set off for Huadu Base City.
Inside the battleship, the two remained silent. Not long after, the warship landed on the playground of Longteng Martial Arts School. Jiang Yu and the other person walked into the martial arts hall. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Zhang Ming, and said,
Brother Zhang, there's one thing I forgot to tell you.
Wei Wu is dead, killed by his companions. His companions were killed by me. To force me to show up, they kidnapped 3 people and imprisoned them in the basement of Chaoyang community before heading into the wilderness. If you have time, please arrange for someone to rescue them. Also, although Wei Wu was not killed by me, he died because of me. You must give me the reward for killing him.
Zhang Ming was amused by Jiang Yu. Okay, you won't lose any bonus.
You really are a greedy guy.
Brother Zhang, if there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Jiang Yu said goodbye.
Go, go.
Zhang Ming waved his hand casually. Jiang Yu walked out of Longting Martial Arts School. When he reached the gate, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly stepped to Zhang Ming's side and said with a smile,
Brother Zhang, can you help me apply to the base city? I want to meet Wei Fong. Why are you meeting her?
Zhang Ming looked puzzled. When he saw Jiang Yu smirk, he suddenly understood.
He gently kicked Jiang Yu and said unhappily, Get out of here.
I'll make arrangements for you later.
Okay.
Whoosh. A shadow disappeared in the martial arts hall.
Seeing Jiang Yu leave, Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. What a vindictive brat.
He had also done some special research on Jiang Yu's past experiences and knew a thing or two about them. Half a year ago, Jiang Yu's academic performance was not among the top students in the grade, but he was still among the top 3 in the class. But with the fight half a year ago, Jiang Yu was completely ruined. Under Wei Fong's deliberate suppression, Jiang Yu gradually became listless and his academic performance declined, to the point where he fell to the bottom of the class. When others were late, he made them stand in the corner as punishment. While other students were participating in activities, he stayed in the classroom to clean up, and was deducted points because he did not clean up well. Others were fine if they were distracted in class, but he was punished by being kicked out and standing in the corner. Until just before the college entrance examination, he was expelled from school. All these incidents were done by Wei Fong, just because Jiang Yu had a fight with her nephew.
As for reporting?
Zhang Ming laughed at himself.
First day reporting.
The next day, the report letter will appear in the school teacher's office.
If things were really as good as they sound, why would there be so many injustices in this world?
In fact, he also had to thank Wei Fong. If it weren't for Wei Fong, he wouldn't have discovered Jiang Yu, such a good seedling. After leaving the martial arts gym, Jiang Yu ran quickly on the street. Along the way, all attribute bubbles within a 5-meter radius centered on him were picked up by the system. Congratulations to the host for strength +1 +2 +1 +. Congratulations to the host for strength +1 +2 +1 +. Congratulations to the host for speed +1 +1.
Junior martial god?
Jiang Yu sneered. That was his previous level, not his current level. As long as he ran fast enough, his strength would increase faster. He said, System, pick it up.
How would you respond? An hour later.
Jiang Yu returned to the Minghua Villa district. At this point, his physical attributes have reached.
Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Martial God. Spiritual Master, Intermediate Martial God.
Superpowers, Ice-D level 600-1000, Fire F level 250-300, Electric F level 100-400.
Power, 500,000. Speed, 5,000 ms. Spiritual Power, 450,000. Skill. Skilled swordsmanship 80-86 10,000. Skilled boxing 90-23 10,000. Skilled spearmanship 1754 10,000. Skilled swordsmanship 1450 10,000. Exercise method. Skilled guidance 5300 10,000. Elementary source energy 280-1000. Strength increased by 120,000, speed increased by 2,000, and strength broke through to the intermediate level of martial god. Welcome home, master. The gate of the villa opened automatically. Jiang Yu walked into the villa and glanced around, but did not see Lin Yu in the living room. Crackle. In the kitchen, there was the sound of pots and pans. With a quick glance of his mind, Jiang Yu knew that Lin Yu was cooking. He did not interrupt her immediately, but took off his backpack and walked towards the bathroom. He hasn't taken a bath for 2.5 days, and he's almost become a little blackhead. Crash. Soaking in the bathtub, Jiang Yu felt indescribably relaxed. So comfortable. It was a pity that he couldn't enjoy this comfort every day. Tomorrow morning, he had to head into the wilderness again. I don't know how long it will take for me to come back after this trip. After taking a bath, Jiang Yu dressed neatly, walked out of the bathroom refreshed, and came to the living room. As soon as I came out, I saw Lin Yu, who had just finished cooking. Seeing Jiang Yu suddenly appear, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down the food, threw herself into Jiang Yu's arms, and cried with joy. During these 2.5 days, she lived in fear every day. She was scared. Afraid that Jiang Yu would go to the wilderness and never come back. She had met many families of warriors whose loved ones died in the wilderness and they cried every day. So, she was afraid. Sister Lin Yu, why are you crying? Jiang Yu said with a smile, stretching out his hands to wipe the tears from Lin Yu's face. Nothing? Lin Yu didn't want Jiang Yu to see her worry, so she quickly wiped the tears from her face and asked. Jiang Yu, are you going out again after you come back this time? Jiang Yu nodded gently, hugged Lin Yu tightly, and said. Sister Lin Yu, I can only stay for 2 hours this time. After 2 hours, I have to leave. Where are you going? Lin Yu raised her head and looked at Jiang Yu. Wilderness. Hunting the dark organization. Jiang Yu said with murderous intent on his face. Leaving again. A hint of sadness flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 77, Troubles on All Sides. After having dinner with Lin Yu, Jiang Yu left the villa 2 hours later. He knew that Lin Yu was reluctant to leave, but some things had to be done by someone. Before leaving, he transferred 100 million Hanxia coins to Lin Yu as living expenses. At the same time, the military district also produced a promotional video about Jiang Yu, which was broadcast on the big screens in every square in the base city and sent to the mobile phones of every resident. Shock. Jiang Yu broke through to the primary martial god level yesterday. He became the youngest martial god in history at only 18 years old. In the promotional video, there is also a handsome close-up of Jiang Yu's profile. Xinyang Martial Arts School. And Jing pushed the door open and saw many students exercising, so she went straight to the owner's office. Just when he was halfway there, he was stopped by a male student. Senior Sister Anjing, are you going to look for the gym leader? He's not at the gym. I heard he's in seclusion and hasn't appeared for a whole day. Yeah? And Jing smiled, glanced at the closed door of the owner's office, and prepared to return the same way. Oh my god. An 18-year-old martial god appeared in our base city. This is unbelievable. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. And Jing looked over when she heard the sound and saw several male students who had been exercising just now gathered together for some reason, with shocked expressions on their faces. Oh my god. Oh my god. The 18-year-old martial god, could Jiang Yu be the reincarnation of a pervert? Why is he so perverted? 18 years old. He's only 18, and he's already become a martial god. When I was 18, I was still masturbating to a picture of Goddess Jiang. It's really abnormal. Jiang Yu's current strength and age are enough to break the world record. Break Lu Hui's record. 18 years old? God of War? Jiang Yu? And Jing heard these three terms and subconsciously walked up to several male students and asked. My fellow students, what are you discussing? Hearing in Jing's question, one of the male students shook his phone and said in surprise. Seniorin, you might not know this yet, but Longting Martial Arts School just released some explosive news. They said in the news that Jiang Yu broke through to the junior martial god level yesterday, making him the youngest martial god in history. Yeah?
And Jing smiled slightly and quickly took out her cell phone. As soon as she unlocked the screen, the latest news caught her eyes.
Click on the news.
When Jing saw the content in the news, she was stunned on the spot, with disbelief in her eyes. 18 years old, martial god, Zhang Yu. She couldn't believe her eyes.
Zhang Yu actually became the god of war? She vaguely remembered the last warrior assessment.
Zhang Yu was a student taking the assessment just like her.
It's only been a few days. How come Zhang Yu became a martial god in the blink of an eye? Unbelievable. It's incredible. Ding-a-ling.
A phone ring sounded from the silent phone. And Jing looked down and saw that it was Lu Yan calling.
Answer the phone. Lu Yan's excited voice rang out from her hands. Sisterin, have you seen the news? My idol has become a martial god. Wait for me in Huadu Bay City. I'll submit an application and head to Huadu Bay City. Good.
And Jing just responded lightly, hung up the phone, and hurried out of the martial arts hall.
High-rise residential area.
After finishing a busy day at work, Su Weiwei just returned home and took off her black stockings when her cell phone started ringing non-stop.
It's a class chat group. At everyone, did you see the news that Lonting Martial Arts School just released? Zhang Yu has become a martial god. This is simply unbelievable, even more amazing than Koen Z playing basketball. I see. I'm completely stunned now. Is this still the Zhang Yu from our class? Isn't this my godfather? It's incredible. Who would have thought that Zhang Yu, who had always been targeted by Wei Lao Mo, would actually become a martial god? Wei Lao Mo must be regretting this. If you ask me, it was old Demon Wei who deserved it.
Everyone knows that the fault lies not with Zhang Yu but with Zhang Hao. But old Demon Wei is biased towards Zhang Hao and puts all the blame on Zhang Yu.
Didn't you tell the teacher if you have any problems? If you tell the teacher, can Wei Lao Mo buy Zhang Yu a meal out of his own pocket?
She actually just saw that Zhang Yu's family was not well connected and didn't give her a gift on Teacher's Day, deliberately making things difficult for Zhang Yu. Speaking of which, with Zhang Yu's rise, I heard that all the negative information about Wang Nan, Wu Zhen, and Zhang Hao's past has been dug up by netizens. Now, all major universities across the country have refused to admit the three of them.
Zhang Yu,
the 18-year-old god of war. Su Weiwei looked at the message in the class group, and her mind couldn't help but think of the figure she saw in the martial arts hall that night, who was not very tall but full of security. The figure flashed by and was thrown out of Su Weiwei's mind. She put down her phone and walked towards the bathroom. On the road of life, everyone will make different choices at different stages. But once this choice is made, it cannot be changed. She has already paid the price for her choice, so let the past go with the wind.
After all, they were not destined to be together. Zhang Yu, the 18-year-old martial god.
At the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, a young man looked at the news with a cold light in his eyes.
Chapter 78 Goodbye Wei Feng. In the basement of the Budokan, a dozen mysterious people gathered again. They watched Zhang Yu's promotional video in silence.
The mysterious man at the head swept his sharp eyes over everyone present and spoke first.
Everyone, tell me. What should we do next?
According to my intelligence, number 72 has died in the wilderness, and number 18 is still there, but Zhang Yu suddenly returned to the supply station. And Long Tang exposed Zhang Yu's strength at this time.
What are their intentions? Your Excellency, Ansho.
A mysterious man stood up and said, in my opinion, this is a trap. Longting Martial Arts School is using Zhang Yu as bait, waiting for us to expose ourselves. Once we are exposed, they can follow the clues and catch us all in one fell swoop.
The mysterious leader nodded. I know everything you said. But we have no choice now. We have to jump into it even though we know it's a trap. Zhang Yu's talent is truly terrifying.
At only 18 years old, he has already broken through to the primary martial god level. His talent far surpasses that of the dragon god. If he continues to grow like this, sooner or later, Yuanqing will become the property of Hansha Nation and Zhang Yu's private property.
But how can we kill him?
He is already a junior martial god now, and there must be strong men from Longting Martial Arts School protecting him. With our strength, we can't kill him at all. Another mysterious man stood up and said. The mysterious leader's face darkened.
We have to kill him even if we can't. I've already reported this to the higher-ups.
They'll send strong men to support us.
Also, the higher-ups' attitude is very clear.
They've ordered us to use all means to nip Jiang Yu in the bud and never let him grow up. Even if it means poisoning or a surprise attack, as long as Jiang Yu can be killed, we can pay any price, including our lives.
Do you understand? Clear?
The other mysterious people replied in unison.
Okay, let's go down and get ready.
The mysterious man in the lead waved his hand, and after all the mysterious people left, he took off the mask on his face. It was a square face that was well known to everyone, upright and full of righteousness.
He is a good leader in the eyes of countless people. Mayor of Huadu Base City, Du Tao.
Congratulations to the host for strength +1+1+. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +1+.
Congratulations.
Walking on the street, Jiang Yu was like a vacuum cleaner, sucking a lot of bubbles into his body. This time, he must give the Dark Organization a big surprise.
Dark Organization? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed.
Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned around to return the same way.
He forgot one thing. That is Lin Yu's safety.
Although the Minghua Villa district is safe, it is no longer safe as the Dark Organization intensifies its efforts to assassinate him. The Dark Organization will definitely find ways to sneak into the villa, capture Lin Yu, and use Lin Yu to threaten him. Therefore, he had to find a safer place for Lin Yu.
Inside the villa,
Lin Yu was washing dishes. Seeing Jiang Yu coming back, she looked puzzled and said,
Xiao Yu, aren't you busy? Why are you back again?
Sister Lin Yu, quickly pack up your daily necessities and follow me.
Jiang Yu said bluntly. Oh. Lin Yu didn't ask any more questions.
She put down her dishes and went back to the bedroom, packed her daily necessities and put them in her suitcase.
Soon,
she packed up all her daily necessities.
Come with me.
Jiang Yu didn't say much, he just carried Lin Yu on his shoulders and ran towards Longting Martial Arts School.
Longting Martial Arts School.
Zhang Ming was sitting in the office thinking. When he saw Jiang Yu carrying Lin Yu over with a suitcase in his hand, he asked with a puzzled look.
Jiang Yu, what are you doing?
Jiang Yu put Lin Yu on the ground and said, Brother Zhang, I'm going to the wilderness early tomorrow morning.
I'm worried about leaving my sister alone in the villa. I'm afraid the Dark Organization will take action against her.
So, I want you to help me take care of my sister and find a safer place for her.
Is that so?
Zhang Ming thought for a moment and said, Jiang Yu, I actually have a safe place for your sister to stay.
How about letting your sister stay with Zhou Yue Martial God?
As a high-level martial god, Zhou Yue Martial God naturally has the strength to protect your sister. Besides, they are both women, so it will be more convenient for them in daily life.
Okay, then I'll trouble Sister Zhou Yue. Jiang Yu nodded. Well, I'll call Zhou Yue Wushan right now.
Zhang Ming said this and made a call in front of Jiang Yu.
After the call, Zhang Ming nodded towards Jiang Yu. Zhou Yue Martial God has agreed. She will definitely take good care of your sister for you in the coming days.
Okay. Jiang Yu nodded and turned to look at Lin Yu.
Sister. You can live with Sister Zhou Yue for the next few days.
Sister Zhou Yue is easy to talk to, so you don't have to be too restrained. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, I won't cause any more trouble for Zhou Yue Martial God. Just be sure to pay attention to your own safety while you're in the wilderness.
I'll always be waiting for you to come back.
Lin Yu said gently, her eyes full of worry and reluctance.
Don't worry, sister.
Jiang Yu gave Lin Yu a big hug and turned to leave.
Wait, Jiang Yu.
Zhang Ming called out to Jiang Yu and said, I've already arranged for you to see Wei Feng.
Just go directly to the detention center. Thanks, Brother Zhang.
Jiang Yu looked at Lin Yu deeply and left the office without looking back.
Let's go too.
After watching Jiang Yu leave, Zhang Ming stood up and said to Lin Yu. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the system, Jiang Yu jogged all the way to the detention center. After showing his ID, he was led by a law enforcement officer into the detention center and into the detention room where Wei Feng was detained.
This is a room of about 10 square meters. In addition to a bed, there is also a toilet. Wei Feng is lying on the bed and sleeping. Ding ding ding.
The law enforcement officer knocked on the iron railing and shouted, Wei Feng, get up.
Someone is here to see you.
Hearing the shout, Wei Feng slowly opened her eyes and got up from the bed. At this moment, she no longer had the glamorous look she had in the classroom. Her face was haggard, and her hands and feet were burning with chains.
It's you. When she saw Jiang Yu, Wei Fang's face was suddenly filled with hatred, and she stared at Jiang Yu fiercely. It's me. Teacher, long time no see, I'm here to see you. Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. Before coming, he still harbored hatred towards Wei Fang in his heart. But when he saw Wei Fang like this, that trace of hatred completely disappeared. She paid the price for what she had done before. Look at me? Wei Fang sneered, can you be so kind? Are you here to see a joke? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? I'm in this state now because of you. At the end, Wei Fang almost shouted out. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head. Teacher, you are wrong. You brought this upon yourself. If you hadn't been corrupt and bribed, using students to coerce parents into giving you gifts, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if I wanted to harm you, it would have taken some time. All of this is your own fault. You brought this upon yourself? Wei Fang sneered disdainfully, staring intently at Jiang Yu, and said with a smile. Jiang Yu, don't be too proud. My brother is a junior general, he will definitely not let you go. Sooner or later, you will go down to accompany me. Really? Jiang Yu smiled, took out his cell phone, opened the photo of Wei Wu after his death, handed it to Wei Fang, and said with a smile. Teacher, are you talking about this person? He is dead. Wei Fang was stunned for a moment, then quickly took a few steps forward, snatched Jiang Yu's phone in her hand, and enlarged the photo. Impossible. This photo is fake, how could my brother be dead? Wei Fang looked at the photo with disbelief in her eyes. Nothing is impossible. After your brother died, he let me collect the 3 million yuan bonus. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Clang. The cell phone slipped from Wei Fang's hand. Wei Fang took 3 steps back, sat down on the ground, and became dazed. Impossible. How could her brother die? Her brother is dead, who will avenge her? Teacher, you can enjoy the scenery inside slowly. I'm leaving first. Jiang Yu picked up the phone on the ground, waved to Wei Fang, and turned to leave. It's you who killed my brother. Wei Fang rushed to the iron railings and started shouting like a madman. Chapter 79, God Number 1 Suit. After leaving the detention center, Jiang Yu did not return to Minghua Villa, but strolled casually on the streets of the base city. The attribute bubbles on the roadside are automatically picked up by the system. Congratulations to the host for strength +1 +2 +. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +1 +2. Although he is now a mid-level martial god, he still feels a little unsafe. Every time he picks up an attribute, his strength increases. It would be best if he could improve his strength to that of a high-level martial god, or even an invincible martial god, before tomorrow morning. The invincible martial god is a level between the high-level martial god and the transcendent martial god. This level is not within the regular level range and was set up by some veteran martial gods themselves. These veteran martial god level warriors have been stuck at the martial god level for a long time and can be said to be invincible at the martial god level. However, due to various reasons, they have been unable to break through to the level beyond the martial god level. Therefore, the level of invincible martial god was born. In order to become an invincible god of war, one's speed must at least reach 8,000 ms and the punching force must reach 900,000 kilograms. Congratulations to the host for increasing his strength by +1. Congratulations to the host for his licking ability +10+. Etc. What strange thing got in? Jiang Yu was stunned, and felt that his tongue suddenly became much more flexible. But he didn't think much of it, just thinking that he had developed some skills from licking lollipops too much. No words were spoken that night. That night, Jiang Yu wandered through the streets and alleys, frantically picking up attribute bubbles that fell on the ground. The next morning, the familiar sunshine once again shines on the earth, dressing the earth in gold. Inside the Longting Martial Arts School, Jiang Yu found Zhang Ming carrying the Zhankuan sword. Before heading into the wilderness, they had one last thing to do, which was to notify the Dark Organization. The Dark Organization must be made aware that he has gone to the wilderness again. Jiang Yu, you've come at the right time. The martial arts hall has 2 gifts for you. In the office, Zhang Ming said mysteriously. Under Jiang Yu's curious gaze, he took Jiang Yu to a room with layers of encryption. As soon as he came in, Jiang Yu saw a set of blue and white armor floating in the air in the center of the room. This is the Thunder Flame armor. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but be curious, so he stepped forward to look at the armor. With perfect curves and gorgeous looks, she is simply every man's favorite. Zhang Ming saw that Zhang Yu was interested in the armor and smiled.
Zhang Yu, this isn't the Thunderflame armor, it's the Heavenly God #1.
It was specially sent to you by headquarters yesterday to save your life.
The Thunderflame armor you mentioned is actually just a castrated version of it. Compared to it, the Thunderflame armor is nothing special.
God #1?
Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Ming in confusion.
Zhang Ming nodded. Yes, it's the Tianqian #1. It comes from an ancient alien ruin. Its defense and mobility are far beyond the reach of the Thunderflame armor. It's no exaggeration to say that after you put it on, even an SS-level expert won't be able to kill you in a short time. Not only that, Tianqian #1 also has an automatic repair function.
Even if it is damaged, it will be repaired in the shortest possible time.
And its price is priceless. What I can tell you is that there are definitely no more than 30 Tianqian #1 units in the world. The one in front of you is one of them. Automatic repair, no more than 30 sets worldwide?
Zhang Yu looked surprised and looked at Tianqian #1 with fiery eyes. He had always wanted a set of armor of his own to fulfill his dream of owning a mecha. That was why he worked so hard to earn money, just so that he could one day buy a set of Thunderflame armor. And now, Longting Martial Arts School actually gave him a set of Tianqian #1 armor, which is far superior to Lei Yan armor. There are no more than 30 sets worldwide.
What does this mean? This means that among the hundreds of billions of people in the world, there is only one Tianqian 1 satellite for every 3 billion people. More than 3 billion to 1. What a terrifying proportion. More importantly, the defense of Tianqian #1 was so strong that even SS strongmen could not kill him in a short time. That's a SS strongman, a strongman who can leave the source star and go to the universe. This is simply a turtle shell, and a turtle shell with automatic repair capabilities. Zhang Yu, don't just stand there. Put on Tianqian #1 and let me take a look.
Zhang Ming urged impatiently, with a look of envy on his face.
Good. Following Zhang Ming's instructions, Zhang Yu entered his iris, fingerprint and other information into Tianqian #1.
As soon as the information was entered, Tianqian #1 turned into a stream of light, condensed on Zhang Yu's right arm, and turned into an arm guard. As Zhang Yu's mind moved, God #1 instantly spread to his entire body, forming armor to protect him. Feeling the feeling of trying on Tianqian #1, Zhang Yu couldn't help but show joy on his face. Wearing Tianqian #1, he didn't feel the cumbersome feeling of wearing other armor. On the contrary, Tianqian #1 made him feel as if he was wielding his own arm. It was as if he was commanding his own body.
Not bad, now you look even more handsome.
Zhang Ming looked at Zhang Yu and nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked to a secret compartment, took out a combat backpack and handed it to Zhang Yu, saying, Zhang Yu, this is the second gift from the martial arts school. This backpack contains 10 life potions. Whenever you are seriously injured or exhausted, take one. It can instantly restore your injuries and strength.
Thanks.
Zhang Yu released Tianqian #1, took over the combat backpack, and expressed his sincere gratitude. He could sense the kindness from Zhang Ming and others. Whether it is God #1 or the life potion, they are both priceless.
Its value far exceeds his contribution. Chapter 80, The Southern Wilderness. Let's go. Don't let the Dark Organization wait too long. Zhang Ming patted Zhang Yu's shoulder and walked out of the room first. Zhang Yu followed closely behind. On the way.
Zhang Ming opened his mouth and said, Zhang Yu, this time we're trying to lure the snake out of its hole.
It's quite dangerous. You must be extra careful.
Also, if possible, you can act a little more brazenly, or even provoke the Dark Organization.
The more brazen you are, the more the Dark Organization will want to kill you. The more they want to kill you, the more members they will expose. I understand, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yu nodded with a smile.
The two walked out of the martial arts hall. A black warship had already been parked in front of the martial arts hall's gate. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ming, Zhang Yu boarded the warship and left alone. Looking at Zhang Yu, who was gradually walking away, Zhang Ming's face showed a complicated expression. This time, luring the snake out of its hole seemed to be helping Huadu Base City clean up the Dark Organization.
But wasn't it also a game between the East and the West?
After the rise of the alien beasts, the countries seemed united on the surface, but in fact they were still scheming against each other behind the scenes. Western countries, led by the United States, have been trying every possible means to sneak into the country and steal various information. There have also been counter-investigations in China. Jiang Yu's appearance is a trigger, a fuse. Zhang Ming, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded. A woman in a black cloak appeared beside Zhang Ming as if by teleportation. The woman seemed to have teleported here, but Zhang Ming knew in his heart that it was just that the woman moved too fast.
Greetings, Commander Suzaku.
Zhang Ming bowed slightly.
Are you worried about Jiang Yu's safety?
The woman asked calmly as she looked at the warship departing in the distance.
Yes. Zhang Ming speaks frankly.
The woman raised her lips slightly, patted Zhang Ming's shoulder and said with a smile.
Don't worry.
Jiang Yu is followed not only by Wen Tianxiang but also by the White Tiger commander. With the two of them, Jiang Yu will be safe along the way. Also, the Dragon God has heard about Jiang Yu's situation and has attached great importance to her. He is currently rushing back from Zhalong Star.
He is expected to return to Yuan Star in another week. The Dragon God is coming back.
When Zhang Ming heard this, he was stunned. Dragon God, a legendary figure and the idol of countless warriors. It's a pity that the Dragon God is elusive and has not appeared in public for several years.
Call.
The battleship was flying high in the sky. Jiang Yu sat in the battleship and checked his own attribute panel.
Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Martial God. Spiritual Master, High-Level Martial God. Power, 700,000. Speed, 8,000 ms. Spiritual power, 700,000.
After last night's hard work, his strength and mental power have both broken through to the advanced martial god level. Only his speed is slightly lacking, and he still needs 2,000 points to become a high-level martial god. However, even so, he, with the god number 1, is enough to deal with the attack of the Dark Organization. I just don't know what kind of expression the Dark Organization will have when they find out that he is not a junior martial god but a senior martial god.
Would you be shocked?
Jiang Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, closed his eyes, and took the opportunity to rest while the warship had no place to land. The place he was going to this time was a wild land 13,000 kilometers away from Huadu Base City. There are few people there, many exotic beasts, and it is close to the ocean. Once a fight breaks out, it is not easy to accidentally hurt civilians. With this, it is unknown who leaked the news that Jiang Yu was going to the southern wilderness.
In Huadu Base City, dozens of warrior teams secretly flew to the southern wilderness under the pretext of hunting exotic beasts. Not only that, warrior teams also set out from other base cities.
Even warriors from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and from Foot Basin Island headed to the southern wilderness. All of this was seen by Chou Yue and others, but they just sat there and watched as if they didn't see anything.
All organizations know that this is a trap, but all organizations have to jump into it.
From the moment Jiang Yu's strength was exposed, this situation was formed invisibly. The Dark Organization does not want to see a second dragon god appear, so it has no choice but to burn its boats and eliminate Jiang Yu at all costs. If Hanxia Kingdom and Longting Martial Arts School want to save Jiang Yu, they have no choice but to lure out all the members of the Dark Organization and kill them. The entire situation was invisibly expanded with the tacit consent of both parties.
As for negotiations?
Only after the fight can we calm down and sit down to negotiate.
Don't bother yourself with mediocre people.
The growth of a genius is always accompanied by blood and rain. The battleship was flying very slowly in the air, as if it was deliberately delaying time.
3 hours later,
the battleship came over the wilderness and docked above an abandoned high-rise building. Jiang Yu opened the hatch, jumped off the warship, landed on the roof of the building, and looked around.
This was a county town as dilapidated as Linquan County.
The streets were filled with abandoned vehicles, and the surrounding high-rise buildings were in ruins, threatening to collapse at any moment. The road was overgrown with weeds, and from time to time one could see the rotting corpses of strange beasts. According to Jiang Yu's understanding, the southern wilderness was a tourist destination a long time ago, and the tourism industry was extremely developed. Bounded by the ocean to the south and forests to the north, this place attracts countless tourists every summer to enjoy seafood and beer. But after the virus appeared, the seafood in the ocean also began to evolve. They were powerful and numerous, and the scale of the beast tide far exceeded that of the land beasts. In desperation, the residents of the entire southern wasteland had no choice but to migrate to the land.
Over time, the entire southern wasteland became empty.
The showdown with the Dark Organization begins here. Jiangyu stroked the Tianqian number 1 suit on his right arm, took out a drone from the combat backpack behind him, aimed it at himself, and started the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, thousands of viewers flocked into the live broadcast room.
It's Jiangyu.
Jiangyu finally started live streaming for the second time.
Where is he? In the wilderness? Why does it look so dilapidated? Jiangyu, are you in the wilderness? Can you let me see what the wilderness looks like? I've never been to the wilderness before.
Hubby, I'm so itchy, I can't take it anymore. Seeing you makes me even more itchy. I want you to tickle me. The male god is invincible and his lifespan is as long as the sky. Countless comments popped up, but Jiangyu ignored them all and stared directly at the live broadcast room, pretending to be arrogant and said, I know that there are many members of the dark organization in the live broadcast room who want to get rid of me as soon as possible.
I, Jiangyu, will be waiting for you in the southern wilderness.
You guys, come here. As he spoke, Jiangyu made a Shin-style gesture. With a wave of his hand, he killed a cat-like monster that was trying to attack him from behind.
The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence.
Then, it became even more popular.
My idol is so handsome.
I love him so much.
Meow 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 meow. Mrs. Wang gave me 10 rockets as a reward.
Brother Jiangyu, as long as you agree to be my best male friend, I will use the money my husband earns from moving bricks to support you.
The little girl gave me 20 rockets as a reward.
Jiangyu, be sure to pay attention to safety.
The quiet little beauty gave me 50 rockets.
Rockets took off continuously in the live broadcast room, but this was not what Jiangyu wanted. Jiangyu casually turned off the reward function and stared at the live broadcast room. He believed that there must be people from the dark organization watching his live broadcast room.
Sure enough, within a few minutes, a red barrage full of murderous intent dominated the screen.
Jiangyu, don't be so complacent.
If you're on our organization's must-kill list, you'll definitely die. I'm waiting for you.
Jiangyu smiled contemptuously, put the Zhankuan sword on his neck and gestured, full of provocation.
Okay, wait.
The barrage disappeared. Jiangyu no longer paid attention to the live broadcast room. He looked at the rooftop of another high-rise building and raised his brows slightly.
Dong, dong. Silent footsteps were heard from inside another tall building.
A figure slowly walked onto the rooftop.
This is a foreign man with a sturdy build but not tall, and a long brown beard.
The man was wearing silver armor and holding a huge axe in his right hand.
He walked onto the rooftop and stared at Jiangyu with a pair of blue eyes. Are you here to kill me? Jiangyu asked calmly.
Yes, the dark organization offered me a large sum of money to kill you.
I had no choice, they offered me too much. The man said indifferently.
Oh. Jiangyu smiled contemptuously. Without saying much, he walked straight towards the man with the Zhankuan sword. At this time, the man also moved.
Chapter 81 Death.
The two leaped towards each other at the same time. The audience in the live broadcast room only saw a fleeting shadow. Looking closer, Jiangyu had already arrived behind the man, the Zhankuan sword in his hand dripping with blood.
You are so strong.
It's me, Hackru, who lost. I shouldn't have come. The man covered the bloodstain on his neck, the light in his eyes gradually faded, and his body fell backwards weakly.
What's going on? How come I only saw an afterimage and the big guy opposite me died?
I didn't see it clearly either.
Is this a fight between warriors? So cruel, a fight to the death? Ah, someone's dead. I really can't bear to look. Jiangyu killed someone. Should we call the police? Dead people. This is the first time I've seen dead people. It's so bloody.
The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments, leaving the audience stunned.
Jiangyu looked at the man's body without any emotion or pity on his face.
He who kills others will be killed. Since the man is here to kill him, he must be prepared to be killed by him. After jumping over the man's body, Jiangyu returned to the rooftop where he had been before. He glanced at the live broadcast room filled with constant barrage of comments and closed it casually. He opened the live broadcast room just to tell the dark organization that he, Jiangyu, had arrived in the southern wilderness. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need to open a live broadcast room anymore. After closing the live broadcast room, Jiangyu jumped onto the street below the rooftop. There are also many bubbles on the streets. What Jiangyu didn't know was his confrontation with the man had already been recorded by netizens and posted online.
The man's true identity was also revealed by a group of netizens. I know who the man is. The man's name is Hercule Doug, a bounty hunter from the Atlantic Ocean. He makes a living by hunting warriors and exotic beasts all year round. His strength is that of a junior martial god. Hercule Doug holds the record for the highest success rate among bounty hunters. Over the past decade, he's completed 376 bounty missions, with no record of failure. Although he is only a junior martial god, he has been born with divine power since childhood, and his divine power is not inferior to that of an intermediate martial god. Even an intermediate martial god would not be willing to provoke Hercule Doug easily. An intermediate martial god, is this his level? He couldn't even block Jiang Yu's sword strike? He was killed instantly by Jiang Yu's sword strike? Upstairs, is it possible that it's not that Hercule was too weak, but that Jiang Yu is too strong? I once heard from the older generation of warriors that some warriors may seem weak, but their combat power is actually very strong. They can leapfrog levels and defeat the strong with the weak. There is constant discussion on the internet. The warriors who knew Hercule Doug's true fighting power watched the video of his duel with Jiang Yu with frowns on their faces. Is Hercule strong? Very strong. If you are not strong, it is impossible to set the record of 376 missions without failure. But even such a powerful veteran bounty hunter couldn't even take Jiang Yu's sword. For a moment, some warrior teams who wanted to kill Jiang Yu began to back down. They have joined the Dark Organization, but that doesn't mean they are willing to die. Congratulations to the host for achieving plus 10,000 resistance. Congratulations to the host for having thick skin plus 10,000. Congratulations to the host for endurance plus 10. Congratulations to the host for your recovery ability plus 1,500. As you walk around the streets, some attribute bubbles are picked up. After several days of observation, Jiang Yu also discovered a dropping pattern. Most of the bubbles dropped by humans are active attributes, such as strength, speed, and mental strength. The bubbles dropped by strange beasts are all passive attributes, such as thick skin, sense of smell, sensitivity, and resistance to impact. What flowers, plants, and trees drop are bubbles related to life, such as vitality and recovery ability. The bubbles dropped by the three are different, but no matter which one, it can make him stronger. Each has its own advantages. The bubbles dropped by the strange beasts can allow him to break the human body signs in some aspects. For example, in the battle with the man just now, the reason why he was able to kill the man in one blow was not because he used the power of a high-level martial god, but because of his intuition. His intuition told him that he should strike with the knife that way. Roar! On the street, a strange canine-like beast roared and flew through the tall buildings. When passing by Jiang Yu, this dog-like beast seemed not to see Jiang Yu and walked straight past him. This is the second benefit of picking up exotic beast bubbles. The fierce aura that Jiang Yu exudes will be mistaken for one of his own kind by many strange beasts, so they will simply ignore him and not attack him. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Some exotic beasts with a strong sense of territory would still attack Jiang Yu. It's just that some weak and intelligent beasts often mistake him for one of their own kind. But this is enough to save Jiang Yu a lot of trouble. He came to the southern wilderness this time to hunt members of the Dark Organization, and hunting exotic beasts was secondary. Not being attacked by strange beasts would undoubtedly save him a lot of energy and effort. Walking on the street, Jiang Yu picked up bubbles while memorizing the surrounding environment. With this, in the east of the southern wilderness, a warship heading for Lido College came from the horizon and landed on an open space. From the battleship came down 7 men and 3 women, a total of 10 young students. The leader was a male student. He had a proud expression and an upright figure, dressed in an S-rank white combat uniform. His every move exuded an aristocratic air and a disdain for the other young students. Chapter 82: A Powerful Enemy Attacks. Master Hao, we have arrived in the southern wasteland. According to our intelligence, blue-silver grass grows here. As long as you can find the blue-silver grass, you will surely win Chu Jiajiao's heart and bring her home. A young student walked up to the leading student and showed great courtesy with a flattering smile on his face. The leading young student said nothing and looked at one of the 3 female students. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, tall, and wearing a tight pink combat uniform. Under the outline of the combat uniform, her great figure is perfectly displayed, with a protruding front and a curved back, a full chest curve, and a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. She has a rosy oval face, a pair of expressive eyes beneath her eyebrows, and long, glossy black hair that makes her look even more pitiful when you look at her closely. The most eye-catching thing is her face.
When she smiles, 2 dimples appear, adding a bit of playfulness to her. Xu Jiajiu. A freshman at Lunu Martial Arts College, she is called La Shanghua because of her cuteness and playfulness. Jiajiao, look, Senior Lu Hao is looking at you. A female student noticed Lu Hao's gaze, gently nudged Xu Jiajiao, and joked. Xu Jiajiao turned her head to look at Lu Hao, and saw that Lu Hao was staring at her. Her face suddenly turned red and she turned away shyly. Seeing this, Lu Hao took his weapon, a silver spear, from a student, walked up to Xu Jiajiao, and said with a smile. Jiajiao, don't worry. This time when we come to the southern wasteland, I will definitely help you find the blue silver grass and cure your grandfather's illness. You don't have to worry too much, I'm here. Yes, Goddess Chu, young Master Hao is a high-ranking general. With him here, he will definitely be able to help you find the blue silver grass. Another male student took over. The female student next to her also complimented, that's right, Jiajiao, you can rest assured with Senior Lu Hao here. Senior Lu Hao's strength is evident to the entire academy. If Senior Lu Hao hadn't been busy a few days ago, how could the title of the world's youngest senior general have fallen to Lu Hui? In my opinion, a mere Lu Hui isn't even qualified to be compared with Senior Lu Hao. Senior Lu Hao is a gifted warrior who can defeat foes above his level. He once killed a junior lord-level beast with the strength of a high-level general. With Senior Lu Hao here, what are you worried about? When Lu Hao heard the compliments from several students, he raised his head slightly, with a hint of arrogance in his expression. Xu Jiajiao blushed and whispered, then I'll have to trouble Senior Lu. Lu Hao patted his chest, took the opportunity to step forward and hold Xu Jiajiao's hand, and said with a solemn oath. Jiajiao, don't worry. I'm here, and I'll definitely help you find the blue silver grass. Don't even mention a piece of blue silver grass. Even if you want the head of the Lord's beast, I will help you get it back. Xu Jiajiao did not resist and leaned towards Lu Hao calmly. This made Lu Hao feel uneasy. Pang. In an abandoned county town. A tiger-shaped monster fell on the street. Jiang Yu held a long knife, cut off the tiger whip, and continued walking forward along the street. This was the 12th beast general-level monster he had killed. Unfortunately, he couldn't transport the monster's body back like he did last time. Invisibly, he lost a lot of money. But he didn't feel sorry at all. His brows were furrowed, with a look of confusion. 7 hours have passed since Hercule Dug appeared, but he has yet to encounter any members of the Dark Organization. The members of the Dark Organization seem to have disappeared. Jiang Yu had no idea whether there was a traffic jam or the Dark Organization was plotting something. He only knew that his battle bag was full of various beast whips. Forget it, let's do it first. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, a gleam in his eyes. Since the members of the Dark Organization refused to come out, he would force them to come out. He walked into a fairly nice room, found a complete cauldron, and used his ice and fire abilities to stew the beast whip. The reason why he dared to light a fire and stew meat was because he had walked around the county and had not found any monsters that were too powerful. Therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Furthermore, the aroma of stewed meat can attract strange beasts in the county. Under the crazy gathering of strange beasts, no matter how deep the members of the Dark Organization hid, they had to reveal their identities. Heat oil in a pan and add ice cubes. Soon, Jiang Yu cooked up a pot of pungent beast food, the aroma wafting through the air towards the surrounding areas of the county. Roar! The strange beast smelled the aroma of meat and went crazy, running towards it. On a street several thousand meters away from Jiang Yu's room, a team of 5 warriors was wandering aimlessly. In addition to 4 middle-aged warriors, there is also an old man in the team. 5 people were walking on the street. Suddenly, the aroma of stewed meat filled the air and wafted into the noses of the 5 people. The 5 people paused, and a tall warrior sniffed hard and said, "Boss, it smells like stewed meat. Someone is stewing meat nearby. There's a fishy smell in the smell. It's probably organs like kidneys." The old man frowned and said, "A warrior who dares to stew meat in the wilderness is either a fool or a powerful warrior. Right now, the entire savage land is full of warrior teams that want to kill Jiang Yu. We can follow the scent and see if they are allies. If they are, we can join forces with them and kill Jiang Yu together." Join forces? The 4 middle-aged warriors frowned, with some reluctance on their faces. The old man nodded solemnly. "That's right, it's a joint effort. You've all seen the video of Jiang Yu killing Hekla Dog. It can be said that it was a clean and efficient kill with one strike. Although we have 2 mid-level martial gods and 3 high-level generals in our team, we cannot underestimate Jiang Yu. Joining forces is our safest approach. To be honest, I still don't understand how Jiang Yu defeated Hekradug with just one blow. That blow was so fast and fierce, it was as if Jiang Yu knew the angle of Hekradug's attack in advance. If I were in Hekradug's shoes, I wouldn't be able to safely catch Jiang Yu's knife.
Boss, even you can't guarantee it?
A short man said with a look of shock on his face. The old man shook his head in shame.
This.
The 4 middle-aged warriors looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They knew the old man's strength. Not only is he a mid-level martial god-level warrior, but he is also a powerful wind-type mutant. With the blessing of wind power, the old man's attack speed far exceeded that of other warriors of the same level. With his swift sword, he once killed several warriors of the same level in one fell swoop, earning the name Fast Wind Sword. But even so, the old man actually said that he was not sure he could catch Jiang Yu's knife.
How could they not be shocked?
Boss, according to what you said,
there is no way Jiang Yu's strength is more than just a junior martial god?
If you and I work together, and with the help of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers, can we successfully kill Jiang Yu?
Another middle-aged warrior asked.
The old man shook his head. I don't know that either, but I'm sure that if we rely on our small team to encircle and suppress Jiang Yu might die, but the 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers will definitely not survive.
The
3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers looked at each other, with blushes on their foreheads.
Roar!
At this time, a strange beast similar to an armored dragon came running from a distance and ran past the 5 old men. The old man subconsciously drew the long sword from his waist. A cold light flashed. Plop! The iron-armored dragon fell to the ground. The old man looked at the wound on the body of the iron ankylosaur and his brows suddenly frowned.
Boss, what's wrong? The 2nd brother stepped forward and asked.
The old man frowned and said, it was just a little short. The iron-armored dragon was only a high-level beast, general-level beast. I swung my sword and successfully killed it, but the wound was on the neck, a little bit towards the shoulder.
And Jiang Yu's knife actually cut Hekradug's neck. Come on, let's go see who's stewing this.
The old man walked towards the stew.
4 middle-aged warriors followed closely behind. The 5 of them walked along the way. Someone's coming.
Inside the room, Jiang Yu was stewing meat. Suddenly, his brows raised, and he stood up and looked in the direction of the 5-member team.
Chapter 83 Three-Headed Silver Dragon.
5 figures came into his sight. At the same time, the 5 old men also saw Jiang Yu in the room, and the 2 sides looked at each other across the street.
Boss, it's Jiang Yu. Should we kill him?
The 2nd brother stepped forward and asked, looking at Jiang Yu's figure, with a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As an intermediate martial god, he did not think Jiang Yu was as powerful as the old man said. In the martial arts world, every level difference means a several-fold difference in strength. The strength of an intermediate martial god is above 300,000 kilograms and below 600,000 kilograms, and the speed is between 5000 ms and 10,000 ms. The strength of a junior martial god is 100,000 300,000 kilograms, and the speed is 2500 ms to 4999 ms.
From a numerical point of view, the difference between the two is only twice, which is not much.
You should know that the competition among warriors is not just about strength and speed, but an all-round competition. A slight difference in strength can mean life or death. The old man frowned, looked at the group of strange beasts on the streets around him that were gathering towards Jiang Yu, and shook his head.
Let's retreat. Now is not the right time to take action. Jiang Yu is quite powerful. I'm not sure I can completely defeat him.
Besides, there are too many alien beasts around, including some high-level beast generals.
If we start fighting, it is very likely that the alien beasts will attack in groups.
By then, even if we capture Jiang Yu, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape unscathed.
But the 2nd brother's face was full of reluctance.
The old man's eyes narrowed, and he turned his head to look at the 3rd brother behind him. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a smile,
although we are retreating, this does not mean that we will let Jiang Yu go.
3rd brother, do you see the group of strange beasts ahead? When we retreat later, use your cannon to fire at them.
We are behind the herd of alien beasts. By the time the shells start to fall, we will have already retreated far away from here.
When the attacked herd of alien beasts can't find the attackers, they will unleash all their anger on the humans closest to them. By then, the herd of strange beasts will riot and attack Jiang Yu frantically.
Even if Jiang Yu isn't seriously injured, he'll at least be exhausted. Then, it'll be time for us to take action. A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. When the third and fourth brothers heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. What a good idea! First, let the group of strange beasts consume Jiang Yu's physical strength. When Jiang Yu is exhausted, they will appear and kill Jiang Yu in one fell swoop. Doing so will not only reduce their risks, but also increase their success rate. This trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife is really brilliant. The third brother licked his lips, untied the cannon barrel behind him, loaded the cannonball, and aimed at the group of strange beasts in front. 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom! With a loud bang, the shells fired and flew towards the group of strange beasts. Accompanied by the sound of artillery shells, an abandoned high-rise building behind the five old men suddenly collapsed. A huge black shadow appeared behind them. That's. Jiang Yu looked at the huge figure, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly fled into the distance. This is a giant python with a waist as thick as a water tank and a body length that is definitely over 30 meters. The python's entire body was silver, its skin covered in dragon-like scales. The scales grew thicker towards the head, and in the sunlight, they reflected a silvery glow. At the front end of the giant python, 3 triangular snake heads split out, and at the top of each snake head, there was a large white bulge. The group of strange beasts that were originally gathering here, when the giant python appeared, fled in panic like mice seeing a cat. 3 silver pythons. How? Why are there 3 silver pythons here? The third brother looked back at the giant python, fear in his pupils, his throat swallowed saliva wildly, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Run! This isn't a 3-headed silver python, but a 3-headed silver dragon that's about to break through to the Beast King level. The old man roared angrily and ran away in a hurry. The second, fourth, and fifth brothers were horrified when they heard the old man's words. They didn't care about the third brother and quickly followed the old man to escape. A Beast King level beast is equivalent to a strong man who surpasses the level of a martial god. Just as the third brother was about to take action, a bloody mouth swallowed him up. After devouring the third elder, the 3 heads of the 3-headed silver dragon glanced in the direction Jiang Yu had left. A flash of humanistic thought flashed through their eyes, and they turned their bodies and chased in the direction the 4 old men had fled. Rumble! As the 3-headed silver dragon passed by, unfinished buildings were destroyed on the spot. The fourth and fifth brothers, who were running at the end, looked back and saw the 3-headed silver dragon chasing them. They were immediately terrified and ran forward as fast as they could. Damn it! Why is it chasing us? The old man glanced back and saw the 3-headed silver dragon chasing him relentlessly. He cursed angrily and ran for his life again. The second one followed closely behind. Getting closer. The 3-headed silver dragon was getting closer and closer to the fifth and fourth brothers. A huge black shadow loomed over their heads. Help! Boss, save us! The fourth and fifth brothers shouted loudly, and a bloody mouth swallowed them both. Run! Run! Jiang Yu ran wildly on the buildings. After running thousands of kilometers and making sure that the 3-headed silver dragon did not catch up with him, he stopped on the rooftop of a building and breathed a sigh of relief. The 3-headed silver dragon, also known as the 3-headed white lady, is originally a 3-headed silver python. However, as its strength increases, a white bump will grow on each of its 3 heads, thus evolving into a 3-headed silver dragon. The bigger the bulge, the stronger it is. He looked at the bulge on the forehead of the 3-headed silver dragon and thought it might break at any time and grow horns. Once it grows horns, it will break through to the Beast King level and become a king-level beast. Boom! Just as Jiang Yu was catching his breath, the ground suddenly trembled. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Dust was rising in an area dozens of miles away. In the distance, he could vaguely see a massive creature chasing 2 small black dots. Oh my god, why are they coming here? Chapter 84 Assassination. Run! Just as Jiang Yu was about to continue running, he saw a small black dot running towards him at an extremely fast speed. It's that old man. The old man was extremely fast, as if he was stepping on the breeze. In just a few breaths, he ran to a place not far from Jiang Yu. It's Jiang Yu. When the old man saw Jiang Yu, he recalled the deaths of the third and fourth brothers. Hatred flashed in his eyes, and he ran towards Jiang Yu. Want to divert the blame? Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with coldness, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of ice spikes floated around his body and pierced into the old man. He even jumped down from the rooftop,
holding the Kuan cutting sword and running straight towards the old man.
Jiang Yu, you're crazy.
When the old man saw that Jiang Yu not only did not run away but instead rushed towards him, he immediately cursed angrily and raised his sword to meet Jiang Yu.
Clang! A knife and a sword collided.
The old man only felt a huge force coming from his arms, forcing his body to retreat uncontrollably, and his palms became numb.
You're not.
Just as the old man was about to speak, Jiang Yu's second knife arrived. The blade shone with a cold light, like a piece of silver scattered between heaven and earth, heading straight for the old man's door.
Boss, let me help you.
Not far away, the second brother saw Jiang Yu fighting with the old man, and jumped up and ran towards them. As he moved, the huge body of the three-headed silver dragon followed suit.
Fuck, you want to kill me, don't you?
The old man took Jiang Yu's knife with great difficulty, turned around and saw the second brother leading the three-headed silver dragon towards him, and cursed angrily. The second brother seemed not to hear the old man's angry curse and ran straight towards the two of them.
You dare to be distracted when fighting with me.
Jiang Yu smiled coldly, and his powerful mental power instantly broke into the old man's sea of consciousness. The old man felt his head go blank, and when he came to his senses, he saw a flash of blood before his eyes, and a headless corpse came into his sight.
Boss! Jiang Yu, you dare to kill my boss? I must fight you to the death today.
The second brother shouted angrily and rushed towards Jiang Yu. When he rushed to Jiang Yu's side, he suddenly turned around and ran away. Jiang Yu, you play with the three-headed silver dragon, I'm leaving first, the second brother shouted loudly.
Hiss! A three-headed silver dragon appeared behind Jiang Yu. Want to run?
Jiang Yu looked at the direction where the second brother was running away, wrapped his mental power under his feet, and flew straight towards the second brother.
Whoosh!
The second brother was running wildly on the street when he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes.
Looking back,
the three-headed silver dragon was following behind him, but Jiang Yu was nowhere to be found.
Damn it! Where did that guy go? The second brother showed resentment on his face.
There were 5 people in their team, and 4 of them died before they could even accomplish their mission, leaving him the only one still busy trying to escape. The reason for all this was because they accepted the mission to hunt down Jiang Yu.
Damn Jiang Yu! Don't let me touch you again, or I will kill you, the second brother said viciously.
Suddenly, a black light flashed by. The second brother stopped running and fell to the ground helplessly. In secret, Jiang Yu controlled the willow leaf flying knife to fly back to the combat backpack, his body hidden in the darkness, and he disappeared silently.
Hiss!
When the three-headed silver dragon saw its prey being snatched away, its originally playful eyes were suddenly filled with anger. It swallowed the second brother's body in one gulp, twisted its body and swam away into the distance.
It didn't chase Jiang Yu.
As a beast about to break through to the Beast King level, its intelligence is not low.
It can sense a deadly crisis from Jiang Yu.
That human might not be as strong as it, but he definitely has the ability to severely injure it. It is not worthwhile to offend a strong human being for a few praise.
The three-headed silver dragon left. Its huge body leaves wasteland wherever it goes.
On that day, the entire southern wasteland was in turmoil, with countless warrior teams killed by the three-headed silver dragon.
It's late at night.
The southern wilderness, which was originally full of murderous intentions, suddenly became extremely quiet. Perhaps because of the three-headed silver dragon, even some nocturnal beasts stayed obediently in their own territories and refused to go out to look for food. A figure as agile as a monkey shuttled through the concrete ruins of the city.
The figure was sometimes running wildly on the street, sometimes jumping between buildings, but there was no sound of footsteps.
Finally, in front of a 3-story residential building with a plaque that read Zhezhel, a supermarket, the figure stopped and used his mental power to explore the entire building.
There is no one on the first and second floors. On the third floor, there are 7 warriors.
Among them, 3 women and 2 men were lying on the ground to rest, and 2 male warriors were standing on the balcony, holding binoculars and keeping watch on the surroundings. Jiang Yu squatted in the corner of the first floor. After checking the situation of the warriors in the room, he turned on his communication watch and clicked on a list. This list came from the military district, and it listed the information of every warrior team that arrived in the southern wilderness and wanted to kill him.
7 people.
Jiang Yu quickly scanned the list based on the situation in the room. Soon, he found the information of the 7 people in the room.
The fighting and killing squad. 4 men and 3 women, 3 couples.
There are 3 junior martial gods and 4 senior generals.
The leader is named Luo San, a wood-type mutant who is good at using poison. His strength is at the junior martial god level. Besides Luo-san, there are 2 other male warriors who are junior martial gods. The 3 female warriors are all high-level warriors. The most troublesome thing is that there is a special ability person in the fighting team who can heal injured members. Jiang Yu looked at the information of the fighting team, frowned, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. The fighting and killing squad was nothing to worry about. With his current strength, he was fully capable of annihilating the fighting and killing squad. However, there is one thing to be careful of, and that is Luo-san's poison. In order to avoid a fatal accident, Luo-san and the special ability user must die first. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes a few times, thinking about something. He left the first floor, came to the back of the residential building, and flew quietly to the rooftop. 6 willow leaf throwing knives were shot out, followed the exhaust duct of the building into the room, and flew towards the 7 people close to the ground. This method of operation requires extremely high control skills. If one person is not careful, it will alert the 7 people in the room. The flying knife was getting closer and closer to the 7 people. On the balcony, the fat warrior who was taking a walk suddenly shuddered, turned his head to look at the thin warrior next to him, frowned and said, "Old Ao, have you noticed anything is wrong? Do you have a weird feeling?" The thin warrior shook his head, patted the fat warrior on the shoulder, and said with a mean smile, "What's that weird feeling? Fatty, are you having a nocturnal emission? If you really can't hold it in, you can ask your second sister to help you. If that doesn't work, you can ask your third sister. Anyway, I don't mind. It's not like we haven't been together before." The fat warrior shook his head. "No, it's not that feeling. It's just that I feel inexplicably panicked inside, as if someone is staring at me." "Really?" The thin warrior looked around and saw that nothing was happening inside the house. He then glanced at the deserted street outside and asked in confusion, "Nothing's going on? It's so quiet inside and outside the house. If there are any strange beasts or other warrior teams nearby, with the strength of the 2 of us, we will definitely be able to discover them in advance. But look at it now, nothing is happening. Fatty, are you worrying too much?" "Maybe," the fat warrior whispered, frowning. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. As a warrior who has been wandering between life and death for many years, he trusts his intuition. His intuition has helped him escape danger many times. Just now, his intuition told him that there was danger. But he had looked all around and didn't find any danger. Could it be? The fat warrior subconsciously looked up at the roof. Phew! There was a sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh. Just as the thin warrior was about to speak, he felt a pain in his neck and a stream of red blood flowed down his neck. "Fatty! Fatty, little boy, be careful, there's a psychic master, trying to attack." The thin warrior spoke intermittently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, his body falling backwards weakly, his eyes full of unwillingness. "Old Ao!" The fat warrior roared and quickly became alert all around. "Fatty, what happened?" At this moment, a burly figure suddenly sat up from the ground. Chapter 85, Dark Night Attack. "Boss Bai, there's a psychic attack nearby, and Lao Ao has been killed," the fat warrior said in grief. "What?" Boss Bai exclaimed, looked around vigilantly, and stepped in front of the body of the thin warrior. When he saw the thin warrior lying on the ground, lifeless, Boss Bai's heart trembled, and then a surge of rage surged in his heart, and he shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who did it?" The fat warrior shook his head and turned to look at the man and 3 women still sleeping on the ground. A bad thought flashed through his mind. Boss Bai, third brother, and the others. Whoosh! Boss Bai's figure flashed and he came to the side of a man and 3 women and took a closer look. There was a blood mark on the neck of 1 man and 3 women. No, impossible. Xiao San. How could Xiao San and the others die? Boss Bai was stunned and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Third brother and the others are dead. How is this possible? The fat warrior shuddered all over as he looked at the corpses of 1 man and 3 women. His mind was suddenly in a mess, and his eyes were filled with grief and disbelief. Dead. All dead. How is this possible? In just a moment, he killed 5 members of their team. How strong was the enemy? The fat warrior couldn't imagine it. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two black lights suddenly flashed before the fat warrior's eyes. The fat warrior's hair stood on end. Just as he was about to resist, a beam of black light passed through his neck and cut his throat. In vain. The fat warrior opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but with his throat cut and the air leaking from his neck, he couldn't utter a word. I can only watch my vitality slip away. Fatty. At this time, Boss Bai also noticed something strange about the fat warrior. But before he could react, with a bang, an ice spear pierced his heart, and a mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a flowery mask appeared in front of him. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Boss Bai held the ice spear in his right hand and asked while enduring the pain. The bad guys, basketball Kuan. The mysterious man spoke in a cold tone, and his spear pierced through Boss Bai's heart, nailing him to the wall behind him. Not good Kuan. Boss Bai said with a look of resignation, trying to press the button on his communication watch. However, his life was already gone. He raised his hands several times, but his head finally tilted and he died. 7 members of the fighting team died. Looking at the corpses of the 7 people, Jiang Yu slowly took off the mask on his face and looked at the corpses of the 3 women. He had prepared the cloak and mask before setting off. His purpose is to assassinate the warrior and cover up his identity as a psychic. When it comes to assassination, who can compare to him who possesses shadow powers and is a psychic? The 3 girls all have good looks and figures, and in Jiang Yu's opinion, they would get at least 95 points. Especially a woman in black combat uniform, with a great figure and breasts that were only comparable to Romanli's. It's a pity that they are all dead. Anyone want to take advantage of the heat? Jiang Yu took a photo of the 3 women's bodies and sent it to Zhou Yue, then left. That night. Very dark. Jiang Yu shuttled through the ruins of the city like a ghost, reaping the lives of teams of warriors. Countless teams of warriors were assassinated by him in their sleep and never woke up. On the list in his hand, more and more warrior teams were removed. The assassination took place all night. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, Jiang Yu finally stopped the assassination plan. He came to a small hill, controlled the willow leaf flying knife to create a cave in the mountain, and crawled in. Afterwards, he manipulated pieces of rock to block the entrance of the cave and began to rest with his eyes closed. As the sun shines, the strange beasts that have not moved all night gradually appear on the abandoned streets. The bodies of the assassinated warriors were also found by some strange beasts or warriors. Over the South China Sea. When Tian Xian, holding a long whip, floated in the air, looking at the 3 men in black opposite him, and said calmly, 3 of you, this road is blocked. You should all go back to your homes. We have Jiang Yu in our custody. When Tian Xian, said the leading man in black, you are very strong, but you are still far from being able to defeat the 3 of us alone. Get out of the way. I promise you, we will only kill Jiang Yu. We will never harm you civilians. Only kill Jiang Yu? When Tianxiang sneered, pointing at the leading black-clad man, and said with a cold laugh, Xiaolus, don't forget that you were also a genius back then, and were hunted by various forces. It was the powerful men of our Hanxia country who saved you from the clutches of these various forces. Now, you've become even stronger. Far from being grateful, you've turned against us, colluding with the forces that hunted you back then, attempting to kill our nation's genius. You are so ungrateful that we cannot trust your assurances. Besides, the Dragon God is already on his way back to Origin Star. You want to kill Jiang Yu, aren't you afraid that the Dragon God will kill you? When Tianxiang shouted angrily. Xiaolus shook his head. Although the Dragon God is powerful, killing Jiang Yu was a decision made jointly by more than a dozen SS-level experts and various major forces. If the Dragon God wants to blame, then let him blame us. Unless he can kill all of us. Otherwise, we will continue with our decision to kill Jiang Yu. Okay. Since there's nothing to talk about, let's do it. When Tianxiang's face turned cold, and he waved the long whip in his hand towards the 3 people. Chapter 86. The killing continues. Ah! So comfortable. At noon, Jiang Yu woke up in the cave and stretched lazily. Well, is there a call from Sister Lin Yu? Jiang Yu looked down at the reminder on his watch and called back. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, the call was connected and Lin Yu's face appeared on the virtual screen. Sister, why did you think of calling me? Jiang Yu asked with a smile on his face. Compared to the loneliness he felt after traveling through time, Lin Yu's existence was his only concern. Especially in this wilderness full of dangers,
Being able to chat with the person he cares about and having someone worry about him warms his lonely heart.
Nothing, I just missed you and was a little worried about you.
Compared to Jiang Yu's relaxed look, Lin Yu's face was full of worry, and the dark circles at the corners of her eyes proved that she did not sleep well last night.
Sister, you don't have to worry about me. These warriors from the Dark Organization can't do anything to me. Just put your mind at ease. Once I've dealt with these dark warriors, I'll return to the base city.
Jiang Yu said with a smile, and after chatting with Lin Yu for a few minutes, he hung up the phone.
Buzz.
As soon as I hung up the phone, another call came in.
It's Qiu Yu's. After answering the phone, Qiu Yu's mature face appeared in front of Jiang Yu. Sister Qiu Yu, what can I do for you? Jiang Yu asked.
Jiang Yu, I have 2 good news and 1 bad news.
Which one do you want to hear first? Qiu Yu was obviously in a good mood, with a smile between her eyebrows. Good news. Jiang Yu thought about it.
The first good news is that after this operation, we have successfully discovered the bases of hundreds of dark organizations and obtained the names of thousands of dark organization members.
It won't be long before we can destroy them all and bring them to justice. The second good news is that we've received notice that the Dragon God will return to Origin Star in 6 days.
Once he returns, he will definitely uphold justice for you and prevent the dark organization from acting rashly.
Qiu Yu said with a smile. What's the bad news? Jiang Yu asked. When mentioning the bad news, Qiu Yu's face showed a trace of sadness, and said,
The bad news is, we just received news that a dark warrior beyond the martial god level is heading towards the southern wasteland. Jiang Yu, you must pay attention to your safety for the next period of time.
Surpassing the martial god level? Jiang Yu frowned. This is really not good news.
But he is not afraid.
He has the celestial one.
Besides, he can fly, and even those who are stronger than the god of war cannot catch up with him.
Summarize it in 1 sentence.
No horse can run faster than the one that surpasses the god of war.
Jiang Yu, you must be careful. Qiu Yu warned and then hung up the phone.
Jiang Yu sat in the cave, gnawing on the dried meat in his hand. After eating and drinking his fill, he got up and left the cave. The abandoned city was as deserted as ever, filled with a chilling atmosphere. From time to time, the terrifying roars of strange beasts could be heard from the city. If this abandoned city was a vibrant city 100 years ago, it is now a paradise for exotic animals.
Dried blood and eaten corpses were scattered everywhere on the ground.
On the rooftop of an 8-story building that was already unfinished and covered in dust. Jiang Yu, dressed in a dark blue combat uniform, was looking at a 5-man team on the street below with a telescope, and opened the list sent to him by the military district. After comparing the 5 people's appearances with the list and confirming that they were correct, Jiang Yu drew the Kuan slaying sword from his back, jumped down from the 8th floor rooftop, and headed straight for the 5 people.
It's Jiang Yu.
When the 5-member team saw Jiang Yu rushing towards them and were about to take action, they saw a blue figure leap past them.
Plop! Plop!
5 bodies fell to the ground, each with a thin blood mark on the neck. Jiang Yu appeared behind the 5 people, wiped the blood off the blade, and walked forward without looking back. Today is the 2.5 day since he hung up the phone with Qiu Yu, and also the 3.5 day since he came to the southern wilderness. For the past 2.5 days, he had been showing his true form during the day, killing teams of warriors.
At night, he assassinated the warrior team as basketball Kuan.
In just 2.5 days, he didn't know how many warrior teams he had wiped out, whether it was 10 or 20, he couldn't remember. He only knew that the number of warrior teams in the southern wilderness was decreasing, while his strength was growing stronger. What made him even more puzzled was that the transcendent martial god that Qiu Yu mentioned had not appeared yet, which made him feel uneasy.
A martial god level warrior would be considered an upper middle class warrior in any base city.
In some small base cities, he would be a top-tier warrior. They were supposed to stay in the base city, help humans resist the invasion of alien beasts, and become heroes of mankind. But now, dozens of martial god-level warriors have died at Jiang Yu's hands. Jiang Yu didn't want to know whether these people were heroes or villains. He only knew that he would kill anyone who wanted to kill him, no matter who they were. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for speed plus 1000.
Congratulations.
Property bubbles on the roadside are picked up.
On the abandoned streets, a team of 10 warriors is moving forward.
Compared with other warrior teams, this warrior team has more people but is less powerful.
The strongest was only a high-level general. The remaining 9 were not even high-level generals, but only had the strength of mid-level generals. Master Hao, let's go back. This southern wilderness is too dangerous. In the past 2 days, we've seen several teams of warriors being killed. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid we'll be in danger too. In the team, a male student looked at the corpses on the roadside and said terrifiedly, "Yes, Senior Lu Hao, we've been sneaking out for 2 days and still haven't found the blue-silver grass. If we don't go back, our family will be really worried about us." A female student also said this. Lu Hao was walking in the middle of the crowd, and when he heard the two's proposal, he was very excited. In the past 2.5 days, they did encounter a lot of dangers. Although they escaped danger in the end, no one can guarantee that they will not encounter greater dangers in the future. Only. Lu Hao looked at Chu Jiaojiao beside him with hesitation. After Kuntian's efforts, he successfully improved his relationship with Chu Jiaojiao and was just one step away from confirming the relationship. If he backs down now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Seeing the hesitation on Lu Hao's face, Chu Jiaojiao suddenly stopped moving forward, held Lu Hao's right hand, turned around to face Lu Hao, stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the face, and said with sincerity, "Senior Lu Hao, I'm already very grateful that you can accompany me to the southern wasteland. I'm deeply moved. But you and your senior are right. The southern wasteland is too dangerous. You should all go back. If I put you in danger and cause an accident because of me, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Listen to the seniors, Senior Lu Hao, you should go back. Jiaojiao, what about you? Aren't you going back with us?" Lu Hao asked hurriedly. Chu Jiaojiao shook her head and said sadly, "My grandfather is bedridden and urgently needs blue-silver grass for treatment. As my grandfather's granddaughter, how can I bear to see him lying in bed every day? I won't go back until I find the blue-silver grass. Senior Lu Hao, you guys go back first. I'll come back to find you after I find the blue-silver grass." As she spoke, Chu Jiaojiao's eyes showed disappointment and she lowered her head in frustration. Lu Hao was hesitant at first, but when he saw Chu Jiaojiao's disappointment, he softened his heart and made a decision. He held Chu Jiaojiao's hands and said with a firm face, "Jiaojiao, if they want to go back, let them go. I'll go with you. I promised you that I would help you find the blue-silver grass, so I must keep my word." "Really? Senior Lu Hao, you are so kind." Chu Jiaojiao immediately smiled, put her arms around Lu Hao's neck, kissed him hard, and pulled out a thread. Forehead. The other 8 students were so angry when they saw Lu Hao's dog-licking behavior. If you want to be a bootlicker, don't bring them along. The southern wilderness is full of dangers, who among them doesn't want to go home? But the question is, how will they respond? The battleship belongs to Lu Hao, and no one can start it without his order. Could it be possible that they were asked to walk back to Ludu from the southern wasteland? That was a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. "Everyone, I've decided to continue accompanying Jiaojiao in her search for the blue-silver grass. Anyone who wants to go home can leave on their own," Lu Hao said righteously. "We will naturally follow Hao Xiao." The other 8 students nodded in agreement. Chapter 87, 10 billion. "Then let's keep going," Lu Hao said. "Walk? Where else do you want to go?" Suddenly, a sneer sounded in the ears of the 10 people. A one-eyed man, accompanied by 4 male warriors, walked out from the street ahead, blocking the way of the 10 people. When they saw the combat uniforms of Lu Hao and his 10 men, the eyes of several people, including the one-eyed man, suddenly lit up. The combat uniforms worn by Lu Hao and his 10 men were at least A level, and Lu Hao's combat uniform was even S level. "Boss, that kid looks like he's wearing an S-class combat uniform. He's a real fat sheep." A warrior spoke in the ear of the one-eyed man, looking at Lu Hao and others with greed in his eyes. The one-eyed man narrowed his right eye, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Killing and robbing is not a big deal for a team of warriors like them who often roam the wilderness. No one will complain about having too much money. What's more, they are dark warriors. As dark warriors, they couldn't hunt exotic beasts and sell them to military districts or martial arts schools in exchange for money like ordinary warriors. Their only channel is the black market. Black market, black market. As the name suggests, it is a shady organization. Most of the items and resources it sells are of unknown origin. On the black market, an S-class combat uniform could fetch at least 600-700 million yuan, while an A-class combat uniform could fetch 60-70 million yuan. The combined value of Lu Hao and the others' combat uniforms was worth at least 1 billion yuan.
In the eyes of the one-eyed man and the others, this was undoubtedly a considerable sum of money.
Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Do you know who I am?
Seeing that the 5 one-eyed men had unfriendly expressions and were staring at them like they were prey, Lu Hao immediately stepped forward and shouted at them.
Who are you? The one-eyed man asked jokingly.
I am Lu Hao from the Lu family. Lu Hao shouted with confidence, and a look of arrogance appeared on his face when he mentioned his family. He was not a fool, but he knew in his heart that if he encountered other warriors in the wilderness, the Lu family behind him would be his only support. A powerful family will often make other warriors feel cautious and afraid to act rashly. After all, attacking him would mean offending the Lu family behind him. Naturally, some warrior teams wouldn't hesitate when they heard their prey came from a powerful force.
Lu family?
The one-eyed man frowned, looking hesitant. He had heard of the Lu family. He is known as the Emperor of Ludu by many warriors, and he is said to have absolute power in Ludu. Within his family, he even has more than a dozen warriors who are beyond the level of martial gods. Don't think that warriors who surpass the martial god level are weak. You know, out of the hundreds of billions of people in the world, there are only 2 SSS level masters, the Dragon God and the Fire God. The next level below is the SS level Strongman, who is a national level existence, and there are only 21 of them in the world so far. In such a comparison, existence beyond the level of martial god is definitely the ceiling for some warriors.
Only. The one-eyed man looked hesitant. Rob? Or not to grab?
Before the one-eyed man could make a decision, a female student behind Lu Hao jumped out and shouted. That's right, Senior Lu Hao is the sole heir of the Lu family. Not only that, he is also the president of the student union of our Ludu Martial Arts Academy, a top martial arts genius, and already a high-ranking general at the age of 20.
The only heir of the Lu family, the #1 martial arts genius?
Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's greed finally gave way. A determined look appeared on his face. He turned to look at the 4 warriors behind him and said with a smile. Brothers, it looks like we caught a big fish today. Tell me, if we kidnap this guy and let his family pay the ransom, how much money can we make? The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. A warrior laughed and said, Boss, after we get the ransom, we can kill him and hand him over to the dark organization. The head of a 20-year-old high-ranking general must be worth hundreds of millions. The other 3 warriors nodded in agreement, staring at Lu Hao and his group like hungry wolves, with gleams in their eyes. After hearing the conversation between the one-eyed man and several others, Lu Hao glared fiercely at the female student who had just spoken, feeling extremely angry.
Terrible teammates. It's such a rip-off.
When the effort is not proportional to the reward, no one will take the risk. But when the reward is greater than the effort, even people like the son of the dragon god dare to kidnap.
Brothers, what are you waiting for? Take them down now.
The one-eyed man smiled and waved. At this moment, he no longer had any concerns. Billions of dollars are in front of you. He no longer cared about whether it was the Lu family or not. Okay. The 4 warriors sneered, drew their weapons, and attacked Lu Hao and the others. Lu Hao and his group were about to resist, but they found that with their strength, they could not keep up with the opponent's attack speed.
Bang! Bang! Puff! Puff! Ah!
In just a few tens of seconds, 7 male students, including Lu Hao, had their limbs broken and were lying on the ground. Only Chu Jiaojiu and 3 other girls were left, gathered together in panic. Boss, these 3 girls are pretty. Why don't you let us have some fun with them? We can kill them after we're done. A warrior looked at Chu Jiaojiu and the other 2 girls, licked his lips subconsciously, his eyes full of lust. The one-eyed man looked at the 3 women for a few times. When he saw Chu Jiaojiu's figure, he smiled and nodded. Leave the one with the good figure to me, and you can have fun with the other 2 women. Remember, don't play around. Judging from the combat uniforms they're wearing, their families must be quite wealthy. I'm counting on them to ask for money. Clear. The 4 warriors laughed and walked towards Chu Jiaojiu and the other 2 with ill intentions. Don't come over here. What are you going to do? A female student shouted, trembling. With a plop. Chu Jiaojiu knelt down and begged, please, as long as you don't kill me, I will do anything for you. Oh, really? The one-eyed man immediately became interested. He walked up to Chu Jiaojiu, lifted her chin with his right hand, and carefully examined her face before nodding with satisfaction.
She's a beauty. But I wonder if you would be willing if I asked you to swallow Kuan Kuan? I'm willing. I'm willing. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. I can do a lot of things and I guarantee that I can satisfy you. Xu Jiaojiao nodded quickly. Okay, let me see your performance. The one-eyed man patted Xu Jiaojiao's head.
Xu Jiaojiao quickly lowered her head and pulled up the one-eyed man's belt.
Jiao Yu.
Lu Hao lay on the ground, looking at Xu Jiaojiao's behavior, his eyes bloodshot and full of anger.
In his mind, Xu Jiaojiao has always been a sweet goddess. Sweet, kind, gentle, considerate, and knows the big picture.
But no one expected that Xu Jiaojiao would be so lowly as to do that kind of thing for the robbers.
Hey, is it really okay for you to do a live broadcast in broad daylight?
Suddenly, a light laugh was heard. When the one-eyed man and the other 5 heard this, their hearts suddenly tightened and they quickly looked around. A handsome boy was sitting on the roof of an abandoned car, looking at them with a teasing look.
Jiang Yu. It's Jiang Yu.
The 5 men, including the one-eyed man, were startled. They immediately stopped caring about Xu Jiaojiao and the other 2 girls and drew their weapons in a hurry, becoming wary with serious expressions. They had also heard about what Jiang Yu had done in the past day.
Killer god, butcher. Kill any warrior squad you see. The cruelty of their methods is not much stronger than those of these dark warriors. Jiang Yu. He is Jiang Yu.
A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of Lu Hao and the other 10 people. They had naturally heard of the name Jiang Yu before.
The world's #1 genius.
The youngest martial god in the world. Jiang Yu ignored the one-eyed man and the other 5, turned his head to look at Lu Hao lying on the ground, and chuckled.
Mr. Lu, I heard that you are the only heir of the Lu family. How about we do a deal? You give me 10 billion, and I will save your life? 100 million.
Lu Hao raised his eyebrows a few times, and a look of pain flashed across his face, but when he thought about his current situation, he gritted his teeth and nodded, shouting.
Okay, as long as you can save us, I will give you 10 billion. Make a deal.
Jiang Yu smiled, jumped off the roof of the car, and walked straight towards the one-eyed man and his 5 companions.
Jiang Yu, we don't interfere with each other. You take your sunny path, and I take mine. Why do you have to wade into this mess and act like a hero?
The one-eyed man shouted sternly, his eyes filled with seriousness.
Jiang Yu said nothing.
He took a step forward and his body turned into a shadow and ran towards the one-eyed man and the other 5.
Come on, all of you.
Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, the one-eyed man waved his hand and 4 warriors rushed towards Jiang Yu.
Pang!
The speed of the martial god level was extremely fast.
In just a moment, the 4 warriors were thrown into the air.
Then, a huge icy palm condensed in mid-air and grabbed the 4 warriors in its palm. As Jiang Yu gently clenched his right hand, the icy palm began to shrink, and the 4 warriors were crushed to death in mid-air.
Bang! Bang!
Corpses fell to the ground one after another. Lu Hao and others were stunned.
Xu Jiaojiao and the other 2 girls were stunned.
The one-eyed man was also stunned. They knew exactly how powerful the 4 warriors were. Especially Lu Hao and the other 7 male students, when they fought with 4 warriors just now, they didn't even last a single round before their limbs were broken. And now, Jiang Yu killed 4 people in 1 round.
What kind of strength is this? This is the strength of the world's #1 genius?
A male student muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief.
Lu Hao was even more shocked, deeply hurt, and felt a deep sense of frustration.
He prided himself on being the foremost of Luda's younger generation, having already become a high-ranking military commander at the tender age of 20. His talents surpassed Lu Hui's, and he was a global leader, a rare sight.
But compared with Jiang Yu now, what kind of genius is he?
Lu Hao was deeply shocked. The one-eyed man saw that the 4 warriors were killed in 1 round, his face suddenly darkened and he shouted.
Jiang Yu, you forced me to do this. Boom! There was only a roar in the air. A powerful aura burst out from the one-eyed man. This momentum is full of oppression.
The 3 girls, Xu Jiaojiao and others, who were closest to the big man, felt a little breathless under the pressure of this momentum.
Is your soul burning?
Jiang Yu frowned slightly, and his face became more serious. Burning the soul is a method only possessed by martial god-level warriors.
It can instantly increase a warrior's strength several times.
However, the disadvantages of burning the soul are very serious.
The trauma to the soul cannot be repaired.
Once the soul is overdrawn, one will fall into a deep sleep or die directly.
Moreover, the soul also represents the potential of a warrior.
Without a strong soul to support it, even the strongest body is just a shell.
Jiang Yu, die.
The one-eyed man roared and slashed directly at Jiang Yu with the five-ring sword in his hand.
Jiang Yu dodged it. Rumble.
The big knife hit the ground, causing the entire street to shake violently and the ground to crack.
Chapter 88 Untitled Draft.
Although the one-eyed man was very powerful, Jiang Yu had no intention of retreating. Just as the one-eyed man launched an attack and before he could retract his attack, Jiang Yu rushed forward and the Zhangkuan sword in his hand went straight to the one-eyed man's neck.
The one-eyed man was about to draw his sword to block.
Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his head, which made him hesitate in his blocking action. At this time, Jiang Yu's knife arrived.
Phew!
A cold light flashed, and a fine human head flew into the sky. The one-eyed man was killed instantly.
The whole process is completed in an instant.
What? Lu Hao and others exclaimed, the shock on their faces obvious.
Quick! It all happened so fast.
They didn't even see how Jiang Yu made his move before the one-eyed man was killed. If their hands and feet had not been broken, they really wanted to rub their eyes to confirm whether they had just been hallucinating.
As bystanders, they could tell from the four warriors' respectful attitude towards the one-eyed man that the one-eyed man's strength was far superior to that of the four warriors. Otherwise, why would the four warriors obey the one-eyed man's orders?
And through their fights with the four warriors, it can be seen that the strength of the four warriors is definitely greater than that of high-level generals.
Otherwise, how could he break Lu Hao's limbs in one round?
From this, it can be inferred that the strength of the four warriors is around that of a primary martial god. According to the composition of the warrior team, the team leader will basically be one small level higher than the team members, that is, the intermediate martial god.
A mid-level martial god was defeated by Jiang Yu in a single round?
And that was while his soul was burning.
How strong was Jiang Yu?
Lu Hao and 10 others were shocked. Jiang Yu retracted the Kuan slaying blade, walked up to Lu Hao, opened the QR code, and chuckled.
Mr. Lu, I've killed all the people. It's time to settle the bill.
Lu Hao looked at the communication watch on his right wrist and gestured.
My hands and feet are broken now. If you help me take off the watch, I will pay you.
Although he has a lot of money, at least he is still alive.
As for refusing to pay?
He had never thought about it, nor did he dare. Now that his limbs were amputated, he had no ability to resist. If he ever refused to pay or regretted his debt, Jiang Yu would kill him with a single blow. Jiang Yu took off the watch on Lu Hao's wrist and, with Lu Hao's help, transferred 10 billion to himself. He had to admit that the children of big families were rich and carried hundreds of millions with them.
Ding, 1 billion yuan has arrived in my bank account.
The money arrived, and Jiang Yu turned around to leave, but Lu Hao suddenly stopped him.
Jiang Yu, could you please call my family for help? And wait until my family's strong men arrive before you leave?
If you leave now, if another group of warriors or a wave of strange beasts come, we will still be doomed in our current state.
Don't worry, I won't keep you too long. I'll pay you. Give me money. That's easy.
Jiang Yu smiled, helped Lu Hao call for help from the Lu family, and then sat aside.
Senior Lu Hao, let me help you up.
At this time, Chu Jiaoji walked to Lu Hao's side and said she was going to help Lu Hao sit up. In the past, Lu Hao would have been ecstatic, thinking that Chu Jiaoji was gentle, beautiful, and caring. But now, when Lu Hao thought of what Chu Jiaoji had just done, his brows were filled with disgust and his eyes were filled with coldness.
No, the ground is cooler. I just like lying on the ground. Chu Jiaoji's expression darkened.
She noticed Lu Hao's alienation towards her and suddenly burst into tears as if she had suffered a great injustice. Senior Lu Hao, I know you're blaming me for what I did just now, but I can't do anything about it.
Even you are a match for them, let alone a weak woman like me. I'm not afraid of death. I also want to fight them. But I can't do that.
I still have my grandfather to take care of at home.
If I die, what will happen to my grandfather?
My grandfather worked day and night picking tea leaves to help me become a warrior.
He eventually became ill.
I couldn't bear to see him suffer from the virus. I just wanted to show my filial piety.
Woo-woo. Chu Jiaojiao cried loudly.
There was a flash of pity in Lu Hao's eyes,
but he finally turned his head away and didn't look at Chu Jiaojiao. After crying for a few minutes, Chu Jiaojiao saw that Lu Hao ignored her, so she walked up to Zhang Yu and cried. "Thank you. Thank you for saving Senior Lu Hao and the others just now. I have no way to repay you, so I can only work like a slave for you in my next life to repay your kindness. But my grandfather has had a really hard time. He's only in his early 60s, but he's already sick and has a head full of white hair. He looks like he's 80. I really can't bear to make him sad any further. Can I ask you for a favor? Can you help me find the blue silver grass? If you can help me, I will be so grateful. I am willing to be your slave in the next life. Please help me just this once. You are so powerful, you will definitely be able to help me find the blue silver grass. I kneel down for you." As she spoke, Chu Jiaojiao knelt down in front of Zhang Yu and looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Zhang Yu looked at Chu Jiaojiao coldly, expressionless, and said, "Let me ask you, was it me who caused your grandfather's hardship?" Chu Jiaojiao shook her head. "What does your grandfather's life or death have to do with me? I'm not his father." Zhang Yu said something, walked up to Lu Hao, and helped him up from the ground. As his major financial backer, how could Lu Hao just lie there? "You have to sit." Of course, there is also a fee for helping Lu Hao sit up. He didn't ask for much, so taking 100 million from Lu Hao wouldn't be too much, right? Lu Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Zhang Yu's greed for money. He found that Zhang Yu seemed to be obsessed with money. But he didn't say much. Just 100 million, he has it. As a second-generation rich kid, he is proud, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. An 18-year-old martial god was enough for him to humble himself and make friends with him. Although the lone wolf is arrogant, it is because he has not met the King of Kings. Whoosh! Half an hour later, 3 small black dots appeared in the distant sky. The black spot got closer and closer until it flew over Zhang Yu and others, revealing its true appearance. It's the Lu family's warship. Seeing his own warship arrive, Lu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Squeak! Accompanied by a roar, the warship landed on the street in front of Zhang Yu and others. The hatch opened, and dozens of warriors in combat uniforms, led by a middle-aged man, ran out of the warship. Master, how are you? Are you seriously injured?" The middle-aged man ran up to Lu Hao and said anxiously. Lu Hao shook his head. Hurry, medical staff," the middle-aged man shouted anxiously. At this time, Zhang Yu looked at the warriors brought by the middle-aged man, and his eyes narrowed. A total of 38 warriors. The aura of each warrior is extremely powerful, not weaker than that of a martial god. There were also the auras of 2 warriors, and even Zhang Yu subconsciously felt a sense of threat. The 2 warriors noticed Zhang Yu's gaze, frowned, and looked at Zhang Yu. What a talented kid. The medical team acted quickly. Within a few minutes, all the students were given simple bandages and pushed into wheelchairs. Lu Hao couldn't bear it after all, so he turned to look at Chu Jiaojiao and said, "Chu Jiaojiao, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you go back with us, or stay in the southern wilderness by yourself?" Chu Jiaojiao glanced at Zhang Yu, and seeing that Zhang Yu ignored her the whole time, she walked towards the warship unwillingly. "Zhang Yu, if you have any problems in the future, you can come to Ludu to find me. I'm determined to be your friend," Lu Hao said with a smile as he passed by Zhang Yu. Afterwards, he was pushed into the battleship by medical staff. Chapter 89. A powerful being beyond the martial god level is coming. Friends? Zhang Yu smiled, turned and walked towards another street. Just across 2 streets. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his hair stood on end, and a feeling of palpitations surged in his heart. Crisis. Huge crisis. Zhang Yu turned around quickly. On the street not far from him, a middle-aged male warrior wearing a black kimono, a samurai sword on his waist, and flip-flops was standing there. The male warrior had a sanitary napkin on his head, and even if he just stood there, he still put a huge pressure on Zhang Yu. Foot basin chicken man? A warrior who can make me feel pressured must at least be a transcendent martial god. Is this chicken-footed man in front of me the transcendent martial god who came to kill me? Zhang Yu thought to himself, narrowed his eyes slightly, and held the Zhankuan sword tightly in his right hand, alert to the fullest. Sir Zhang Yu, my name is Geely Little Wolf, and I have been ordered to kill you. Now, in the name of Amaterasu, I beg you to die. The male warrior spoke in broken Chinese, drew the samurai sword from his waist, and rushed towards Zhang Yu in one swift step. The speed was so fast as lightning, and before Jiang Yu could react, it had already arrived in front of Jiang Yu. In a hurry, Jiang Yu quickly raised his knife to block. Pang! A huge impact force came, and the asphalt road under Jiang Yu's feet broke directly. What a great strength! Open it for me! Jiang Yu used force to block the little wolf's samurai sword and quickly retreated, trying to create some distance between himself and the little wolf. The little wolf didn't give him the chance at all. He flashed and rushed forward, attacking Jiang Yu's vital points one after another, and every blow was fatal. If it were an ordinary war god, he would have died under the little wolf's knife long ago. But Jiang Yu is different. Although his physical fitness is not as strong as the little wolf, he has picked up many passive attribute bubbles dropped by strange beasts, and can always avoid the little wolf's fatal attack at the critical moment. But even so, he can only passively defend himself under the fierce attack of the little wolf. Rumble! The two fought faster and faster, their figures swiftly shuttling through the streets. The abandoned, unfinished buildings around them, like tofu, collapsed under their attacks. With a bang, the little wolf kicked Jiang Yu in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away and smashing the heavy walls and stone pillars of an unfinished building. Boom! An entire unfinished building collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! The little wolf was like a breeze, and in a flash, it rushed towards Jiang Yu again. His figure was very graceful, like the wind, carrying a melody as he moved. Little wolf is too strong. Is this the strength that surpasses the martial god level? If I can't take a few more of his attacks head on and I'm still at a disadvantage, I'll have no choice but to activate God of War number 1 and completely abandon my defense to fight him. Jiang Yu thought to himself, and when he saw the little wolf rushing towards him again, he raised his knife and went to meet him. As he fought against the little wolf, he felt that the power of his bloodline was awakening. My mind was filled with anger. There was an indescribable feeling in my heart, both excited, and also with a strong murderous intent. Even his strength and speed were invisibly improved, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Kill the devils! Jiang Yu shouted subconsciously. Pang! The two collided again. This time, Jiang Yu did not fly backwards again, but steadily caught the little wolf's knife, and even showed some tendency to counterattack. How is this possible? The little wolf was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of his daze, Jiang Yu kicked him out. On another street, the Liu family's worship is about to take off. Suddenly, the ground shook and there was a loud noise of houses collapsing. What happened? Everyone in the battleship was puzzled and looked through the windows in the direction of the loud noise. I saw tall buildings collapsing rapidly on the street ahead. Uncle San, what's going on? Is there a wave of strange beasts? Lu Hao asked in confusion, turning his head to look at a super martial god beside him. The man called Third Uncle shook his head. It shouldn't be. The movement of the beast tide is not so small. It should be a battle between strong people. Fight? Lu Hao frowned as he looked at the street ahead. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. It's Jiang Yu. That's the direction Jiang Yu left from. Jiang Yu is fighting with someone. Who is it that could fight Jiang Yu like this? Uncle San shook his head. No matter who they are, it has nothing to do with us. We should set off for home. Wait, Third Uncle. Lu Hao suddenly said, Third Uncle, Jiang Yu saved my life. We can't just walk away like this. If he really encounters a strong enemy, you guys can help him. But Uncle San opened his mouth and was about to say something when Lu Hao interrupted him. Uncle San, I know what you want to say. You mean to say that Jiang Yu is considered a thorn in the side of the Dark Organization? If we rashly help him, we will most likely be targeted by the Dark Organization. But have you ever considered that Jiang Yu is a genius, and behind him stands the Dragon God? When he was weak, we helped him once. This will also be good for the future of our Liu family. From what I've seen of Jiang Yu, although he's a bit greedy, he's not someone who would repay kindness with enmity. If we help him now, we're actually helping our Liu family. It's up to you to decide. Uncle San sighed and looked at Lu Hao with a look of relief in his eyes. Although Lu Hao's hands and feet were broken, he had grown up compared to before. There was a moment of silence inside the battleship. Rumble. Outside, tall buildings collapsed and a large amount of dust drifted towards the direction of the warship. Bang! 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 In the dust, two figures were crossing each other quickly. They're coming! Someone shouted.
The dust gradually settled, and the figures of Jiang Yu and the little wolf appeared in the eyes of Lu Hao and his group of warriors. The two of them fought fiercely.
It's him!
When Uncle San saw the little wolf, his eyes narrowed instantly.
Uncle San, who is he? Do you know the warrior who fought with Jiang Yu?
Lu Hao turned his head and asked. Uncle San nodded solemnly. The warrior who fought Jiang Yu is called Geely Little Wolf. He is a veteran warrior who has surpassed the martial god level. He has been famous for his foot basin chicken for several years. I didn't expect that he would come to assassinate Jiang Yu.
A warrior beyond the martial god level? Lu Hao's pupils shrank as he watched the two men fighting. Third uncle, are you saying that the martial god is a warrior beyond the martial god level? But when I saw his situation, why did it feel like he was being beaten by Jiang Yu?
Uncle San nodded slightly. Lu Hao, you are not mistaken, he is indeed being beaten by Jiang Yu.
What? Being beaten by Jiang Yu?
When the students heard this, they exclaimed in surprise and looked shocked. Their strength was not enough, so naturally they could not see clearly the fight between Jiang Yu and the other person, and could only get a general idea. But since Lu Hao's third uncle said that Jiang Yu was suppressing the little wolf, he naturally wouldn't be talking nonsense. How could they not be shocked when a warrior who surpassed the martial god level was suppressed and beaten by Jiang Yu?
Chapter 90 Kill the Little Wolf.
How is this possible? How could Jiang Yu possibly defeat someone who's beyond the martial god level? He's only 18 years old.
Jiang Yu can defeat Little Wild Wolf. Doesn't this mean that he also possesses strength beyond the martial god level?
18 years old, surpassing the god of war.
Hiss.
The students present gasped, shock evident on their faces. An 18-year-old who surpassed the god of war, this completely subverted their cognition. You know, there's a huge gap between the martial god level and the beyond martial god level. Many warriors, in their entire lives, have never been able to break through to the beyond martial god level. Among them, there are many old men who have remained as invincible martial gods for decades. And now, they actually saw an 18-year-old who had surpassed the god of war.
If this gets out, won't those old men who have been invincible martial gods for many years die of shame?
This is no longer the case of the back wave pushing the front wave, but the front wave is directly beaten to death on the shore. 18 years old and beyond the martial god, compared to Jiang Yu, the rest of us are really living like dogs. Suddenly, a soft murmur was heard.
Suddenly, all the students in the battleship looked gloomy and began to doubt their lives.
Yes. Compared to Jiang Yu's talent, these people are really living like dogs. At the age of 18, Jiang Yu was already able to suppress a warrior beyond the martial god. However, these people were all several years older than Jiang Yu, and their current strength was only at the martial general level.
Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. They are all from the younger generation, so why are they so much worse than Jiang Yu? How can they compare?
Not only were the students shocked, but even the Lu family's martial gods were collectively stunned. An 18-year-old who surpasses the god of war. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. According to the rules and regulations of the martial arts school, students can only officially become martial artists after they reach the age of 18.
In other words, it took Jiang Yu less than a year to go from becoming a warrior to surpassing the god of war.
The warriors looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes.
Horrible. What a terrifying talent.
In just 1 year, he crossed several realms and became a martial god.
This kind of talent is truly unprecedented. If this boy hadn't died prematurely, the next 100 years would have been his stage.
All talented warriors would have paled in comparison to him. Uncle San said with a serious expression, his deep pupils shimmering faintly. At this moment, he felt more and more pleased with Lu Hao's actions. The Lu family had no shortage of warriors beyond the martial god level, having several. But they lacked an 18-year-old who had surpassed the martial god level.
Not only their family is short of it, but every force is short of it.
Once Jiang Yu grows up, his strength will surely surpass the dragon god and he will become the new leader of all the warriors on Yuanqing.
By then, their Lu family will naturally rise with the tide. Everyone, get ready.
Once Jiang Yu falls into a disadvantageous position, we will immediately attack and help him kill the little wolf.
Uncle San said slowly. On the street.
Jiang Yu and the little wolf fought faster and faster.
Neither of them paid any attention to the Lu family's warships.
They both wanted to kill the other.
Throughout the duel, Jiang Yu had been suppressing Little Wolf. However, as a warrior beyond the martial god level, Little Wolf was no pushover. With a swing of the samurai sword in his hand, he was able to block all of Jiang Yu's attacks, making his defense impenetrable. He is waiting. Wait until Jiang Yu is exhausted, or his momentum weakens. And that moment was the moment Jiang Yu died. This guy's defense is well organized. Killing him head-on won't be easy. Looks like a sneak attack is the only option. Jiang Yu used a knife to distance himself from the little wolf, and looked at the little wolf opposite him with his eyes slightly dazed. Iku. The little wolf took a quick step, drew a crescent-shaped slash with the samurai sword in his hand, and rushed straight towards Jiang Yu. Look at the hidden weapons. Suddenly, Jiang Yu shouted loudly and threw dozens of ice knives towards the little wolf. Whoosh! 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 Ding ding ding! The little wolf swung his knife and knocked down the flying knives one after another. Seeing this, Jiang Yu turned around and ran. Want to run? The little wolf burst into speed instantly and chased after Jiang Yu. At this moment, the two ice knives that had just been shot down by the little wolf suddenly moved and shot towards the back of his head almost at the same time. Because the little wolf was facing away from the ice skates, he didn't notice them at first. Moreover, the speed controlled by Jiang Yu's mental power exceeded the speed of sound. Before the sound arrived, the ice knife had already reached the back of the wolf's head. Now! In order to prevent the little wolf from sensing danger, Jiang Yu suddenly turned around and slashed at the little wolf with his sword. Clang! The little wolf, who had been prepared, took Jiang Yu's attack with one knife. Just as he was about to fight back, he saw a smile of success on Jiang Yu's face. Not good. The little wolf suddenly became alert and was about to turn back. Phew! Two ice blades transformed into streams of light and instantly pierced through his head from the back of his head. With a bang, his entire head exploded. The little wolf dies. Killed instantly. It all happened so fast that the little wolf didn't even have time to react. Even Third Uncle and others in the battleship did not see how Jiang Yu killed the little wolf. They only saw the little wolf's body falling weakly to the ground. The warriors were so surprised that they were speechless. Let's go. From the current situation, it seems that he does not need our help. Uncle San shook his head and looked at the body of the little wolf, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He asked himself, if he were Jiang Yu, would he be able to kill the little wolf so quickly? The answer is no. As a being beyond the level of a martial god, he could fight the big bad wolf for 3 days and 3 nights, but he could not kill the opponent easily. The same is true for the little wolf. Boom! The battleship took off from where it stood. Why? Lu Hao sighed deeply. After all, their Lu family was not destined to be with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention to the departure of the Lu family and others. He took out his cell phone, took a few photos of the wolf cub's body, sent them to Chou Yue, and then called her. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, the phone was connected and Chou Yue's face appeared. Looking at that mature face, Jiang Yu smiled and said hello. Sister Chou Yue, I have killed the powerful warrior who surpassed the martial god level you said. I just don't know if there is a bonus for killing him. Also, I've almost killed all the dark team members on the list you gave me. Do you have a new list? Remember to give me the bonus. Oh, and... Listening to Jiang Yu's chatter, Chou Yue was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief. Jiang Yu. What did you say? Are you saying that you killed someone who was beyond the martial god level? And they've almost killed all the warrior teams on the list? Incredible. It's unbelievable. They were powerful warriors beyond the martial god level, and more than 40 warrior teams with martial god level warriors. Were they all killed by Jiang Yu just like that? Oh my god. Who knew that they had given Jiang Yu the list just to let him understand the other party's strength, and they had no intention of letting him actually hunt? 2.5 days. More than 40 warrior teams, this is much stronger than Kuan. Chapter 91, all parties are surging. Sister Chou Yue, are you listening? Seeing Chou Yue in a daze, Jiang Yu called out softly. Chou Yue quickly came back to her senses, looked at the pretty Jiang Yu in front of her, and forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart, and said, Jiang Yu, you truly astonish me. You've managed to kill a warrior beyond the martial god level. Wait, I'll report your situation to the higher-ups and help you apply for a bonus. After saying that, Chou Yue hung up the phone in a hurry without waiting for Jiang Yu to answer. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. When did Qiu Yue become so anxious? System, open my property panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Invincible Martial God. Spiritual Master, Invincible Martial God. Superpowers, Icy level 1000 3000, Fiery level 300 600, Electric F level 300 600. Power, 900,000. Speed, 12,000 ms. Spiritual power, 900,000. Skill. Mastery level swordsmanship 100,000, skilled level boxing 9023 10,000. Skilled spearmanship 1754 10,000, skilled swordmanship 1450 10,000. Exercise method. Skilled guidance 8,000 10,000, elementary source energy 280 1000. In the past 2.5 days, both warriors and spiritualists have broken through to the level of invincible martial gods. Attribute bubbles are not only found in the base city, but there are also many in the wilderness. And his swordsmanship has even broken through to the mastery level. Between life and death lies both great terror and great opportunity. The other side. After hanging up the phone with Jiang Yu, Qiu Yue sat alone on the edge of the bed in the bedroom, took a few deep breaths, and forced herself to calm down from the shock. It's incredible. A powerful man who surpassed the level of martial god was actually killed by Jiang Yu. This level of strength is far beyond hers. Looking down at the photos on her phone, Qiu Yue did not doubt the truth of Jiang Yu's words. She had also heard of Geely Little Wolf, a talented warrior from 20 years ago in Jaya Abenji. His half-moon slash had severed the corpses of countless exotic beasts. But now, he actually died at Jiang Yu's hands. You know, Jiang Yu is only 18 years old this year, and he is just a sunny and cheerful boy. An 18-year-old who surpasses the god of war. It's unimaginable. Qiu Yue's eyes flickered. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly made one call after another. Only after she finished her last call did she breathe a sigh of relief. She opened Jiang Yu's photo and suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. Why did she feel that Jiang Yu had become handsome again, making her heart beat faster? Could this be the legendary love that an older sister gives to her younger brother? Longting Martial Arts School. After Zhang Ming finished talking to Qiu Yue, he just stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time. The white-haired young man sat on the sofa. Seeing Zhang Ming's surprised face, he smiled and joked. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? Could it be that the martial god Qiu Yue confessed his love to you? Why are you so surprised? Zhang Ming came back to his senses, glanced at the white-haired young man, and said expressionlessly. Old Bai, I have a question for you. Don't you think that since you're in your 30s and just broke through to the intermediate martial god level, your talent is a bit rubbish? I'm trash? The white-haired young man got anxious when he heard Zhang Ming's words. He stood up quickly and shouted. I became a warrior at the age of 19, and I'm 36 this year. In just 17 years, I've become a mid-level warrior. My talent is quite good. Many students my age are still stuck at the warrior level. You call me trash, but what's wrong with me? If I tell you that Jiang Yu can kill a strong man beyond the level of martial god at the age of 18, would you believe it? Zhang Ming changed the subject. Of course I don't believe it. The white-haired young man was about to refute, but suddenly realized what was happening. He rushed to Zhang Ming and exclaimed. Old Zhang, what did you just say? You said Jiang Yu killed a transcendent martial god? Zhang Ming nodded and handed the photo sent by Qiu Yue to the white-haired young man. This. The white-haired young man looked at the body of the little wolf in the photo, his whole body numb, and his eyes widened in an instant. This is impossible. It's only been a few days, how could Jiang Yu kill someone beyond the martial god? This is unscientific and makes no sense at all. The white-haired young man was stunned. Seeing this, Zhang Ming stood up, patted the white-haired young man on the shoulder, and said with a smile. That's why I said your talent is rubbish. Jiang Yu was able to kill a transcendent martial god. You're still stuck at the intermediate martial god level. I don't know when you'll be able to break through. The white-haired young man opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute Zhang Ming. Compared with Jiang Yu, his talent was indeed rubbish. At the same time, just when Zhang Ming and others were shocked by Jiang Yu's actions. On the internet, a netizen with the ID ChooseIoxian posted a video online. Shocked. Jiang Yu, a talented warrior, actually killed international friends at will, deliberately destroying Sino-Japanese friendship. This is truly brutal.
His strength is not that of a junior martial god, but rather one that transcends martial god.
We have all been deceived by Longting Martial Arts School.
The content of the video is the confrontation between Jiang Yu and the little wolf. However, the entire process was deliberately slowed down countless times using slow motion. As soon as the video was released, countless netizens were attracted by the title and the content of the video. In just a few minutes, the video has been viewed over 10,000 times and continues to increase. Oh my god, Jiang Yu is actually a powerful being that surpasses the god of war.
Does this really make sense?
Upstairs, is it possible that the video is fake?
Was it deliberately released by someone?
An 18-year-old who transcends martial arts. Not only do I not believe it, even my wife doesn't believe it. My wife said she's always wanted to know how powerful the martial god's impact is.
How could he even knock down a building? On the second floor, you'd better say it's the building that's going to collapse, not the people who are going to be crippled. When did the Chicken Foot Basin people become international friends? We will never be friendly with the Chicken Foot Basin people. If you want us to be friendly, all the Chicken Foot Basin people must die.
That's right.
There are so many people here. What's wrong with some familiar people coming? Will it affect my ability to see the teacher?
That's right, the person who posted this has ulterior motives.
I think she's a walking 500,000.
Report her, everyone report her together. Inside the Lu family's worship, Chu Jiaojiu hid in a corner, looking at the comments on the internet, and was furious. During the trip to the southern wilderness, she not only lost her position in Lu Hao's heart, but also made all the students avoid her.
The most outrageous thing was Jiang Yu.
She even knelt down in front of Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu didn't even help her find the blue-silver grass.
Where is the gentlemanly demeanor you promised? Can't a grown man help a girl like her?
Pooh.
Xin male. Really humble.
So, she wanted to cyberbully Jiang Yu, to bring this so-called genius down from his pedestal. She wanted everyone to know that Jiang Yu was a cold and heartless person.
However, it was Jiang Yu who clearly killed the person, so why did netizens think she was the one? Do you still want to report her?
Ding. Because the video you posted is suspected of violating regulations, we will permanently ban your account and delete the video you posted.
A prompt popped up, almost driving Chu Jiaojiu crazy. Chapter 92, suddenly heard the bad news. It's late at night.
Summer nights are always accompanied by a cool breeze, which makes people feel refreshed. Jiang Yu sat on the side of a street, eating the barbecue in his hand. Around him, dozens of strange beasts that looked like wolves but were several times larger than wolves, with saliva dripping from their mouths, were staring at him with pairs of red eyes.
The aroma of barbecue is everywhere.
But even so, no strange beast dared to approach Jiang Yu.
They were afraid because of the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Yu.
As the killing continued for a long time, the murderous aura on Jiang Yu became more and more intense. Some low-level beasts did not even have the courage to approach Jiang Yu.
Even if he ran into Jiang Yu on the way, he would run away, even lying on the ground, not daring to make a sound.
At first, Jiang Yu didn't understand why many strange beasts ran away when they saw him.
It wasn't until he searched online that he understood. This is called aura.
The same two people, one has been in a high position for many years, and the other has been at the bottom for many years. When two people meet, even if the person in a higher position does nothing but sits there quietly, the person at the lower level will subconsciously become restrained. And that's what he is now. The murderous aura he had accumulated over a long period of killing might not be noticeable to ordinary people, but these extremely sensitive beasts could easily detect it.
Awu.
Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the group of strange beasts. Although dozens of strange beasts were drooling over the barbecue in front of Jiang Yu, they could only watch helplessly.
Forget it, I'll give it all to you.
After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Yu threw the barbecue in his hand to the group of strange beasts, then stood up and walked towards the street in the distance.
Awu!
Roar!
A group of strange beasts immediately started fighting for it.
Of course, all this has nothing to do with Jiang Yu. Walking on the abandoned streets, Jiang Yu felt as leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in the back garden. He did not hunt down the warrior team again.
After 2.5 days of hunting day and night, the number of warrior teams in the wilderness has been reduced to a handful.
In the past, he would encounter more than a dozen warrior teams a day, but today, he only encountered 3 waves in total. These teams of warriors seemed to be afraid of being killed, or they were plotting some conspiracy. In any case, it was difficult to find them.
But no matter what, he only needs to stay in the southern wilderness until the dragon god returns to the Source Star, and then he can return to the base city. There are only 3 days left, and they will be gone in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Just as Jiang Yu was thinking, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant sky. A dazzling white light shot up into the sky. That's. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank as he looked at the white light. He felt a fatal sense of crisis from this white light. That's the sunshine of Xiaolus. It seems that in order to kill you, Xiaolus doesn't even care about his own life. Suddenly, a calm male voice sounded behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart suddenly tightened. He turned around instantly, drew out the Zhankuan sword from behind with his right hand, and his whole body tensed up. This is a man over 2 meters tall, wrapped in a black robe. The man exuded a powerful aura. Even from hundreds of meters away, Jiang Yu could feel the immense pressure from it. Expert. This is a master who is far superior to the little wolf. Jiang Yu did not dare to be careless, and the god number 1 on his right arm was ready to start at any time. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died a few days ago. She spoke calmly in front of the man, took a step forward, and came in front of Jiang Yu. Who are you? Is he also from the Dark Organization? Jiang Yu questioned in a deep voice, without any slackness in his heart. As if facing a formidable enemy. The man smiled, took off his hat, took out a token and handed it to Jiang Yu, saying, My name is Baihu, and I'm one of the 4 commanders under the dragon god of Longting Martial Arts School. I have no ill will towards you. Even before you came to the southern wasteland, I had already been following behind you, protecting you. Otherwise, do you really think that the Dark Organization really sent some martial god level trash to give you a head? White Tiger, one of the 4 great commanders? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed, and his face was full of disbelief. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, his communication watch suddenly rang, and before he could answer it, Zhou Yue's face appeared in the void. Zhou Yue's face was heavy at this moment, and she said anxiously, Jiang Yu, the situation has changed. Hurry and follow the White Tiger commander back to the base city. It has to be fast. Sister Zhou Yue, what happened? Jiang Yu asked quickly. I'll talk to you when I get back. Zhou Yue said this and hung up the phone. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang again, this time it was the communication watch on the man's hand. The man listened to a few words and his expression suddenly changed. His smiling face was instantly filled with anger, and a strong murderous intent emanated from him. Baihu, you must bring Jiang Yu back to the base safely. A female voice came from the communication watch. I see. The man nodded and hung up the phone. Without saying a word, he grabbed Jiang Yu's shoulders and ran towards Huadu Base City. He was very fast, like a gust of wind, and appeared dozens of kilometers away. Jiang Yu did not resist when the man grabbed his shoulders. From Zhou Yue's anxious attitude and the man's sudden change in expression, he knew that something big must have happened. And this major event is very likely related to the white light just now. Call. The sound of wind blew past my ears. It only took the man half an hour to return to the Longting Martial Arts School in Huadu Base City. At this moment, there was no one in the martial arts gym. 3 men and 2 women were sitting in Zhang Ming's office. In addition to Zhang Ming, the white-haired young man, Zhao Gang and Zhou Yue, there was also a woman Jiang Yu had never seen before. Each of them had a look of sorrow on their face. The white-haired young man's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Sister Zhou Yue, brother Zhang, what are you doing? Jiang Yu hesitated to speak. Jiang Yu, Senior Wen Tianxiang died in battle. Zhang Ming said in great sorrow. Senior Wen Tianxiang? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Zhang Ming nodded heavily. Jiang Yu, there is actually one thing we have been hiding from you. As early as when you left for Linquan County, we reported your situation to the higher-ups. After hearing about your situation, Senior Wen Tianxiang even went out in person, secretly following behind you to protect you. And just as you were heading to the southern wasteland, he went to the South Sea alone and fended off 3 powerful SS warriors from the west for you. At first, everything was fine. Although Senior Wen Tianxiang was outnumbered, he wasn't at a disadvantage. But who would have thought that just a short while ago, the only SS-level warrior in Jia Benji took advantage of the battle between Wen Tianxiang and 3 Western SS-level warriors to launch a surprise attack. Senior Wen Tianxiang was careless for a moment and died in battle. Chapter 93 The Overall Situation? Pang. The white-haired young man punched the wall, creating a hole, and said indignantly, The foot basin chicken is going too far, actually attacking Senior Wen Tianxiang from behind. If I weren't so weak, I would really want to destroy that island nation of its. Humanitarianism. That's the humanitarianism the higher-ups talk about every day. But with a bunch of beasts, why should we even talk about humanitarianism? Why are the higher-ups pretending to be good people every day? You treat them like humans, but what do the residents of Foot Basin Chicken treat us like? Could it be that we can only suffer heavy casualties, but we can't harm a single person on the other side?
Zhang Yu said nothing, and his hatred for the Foot Basin Chicken grew even stronger. National hatred, family feuds, and now personal grudges. This hatred will never end.
Although he had never met Wen Tianxiang died because of him.
He would naturally remember this debt.
Sooner or later, he would get even with Jai Abenji. Commander Suzaku, what should we do next? Does the Dragon God have any new instructions?
Zhang Ming suddenly asked.
Everyone turned their eyes to the woman.
The woman nodded expressionlessly, and without hesitation, I've already reported Senior Wen Tianxiang's death in battle to the Dragon God. He told us to hold our ground, calm down, and wait for his return. Also, the God of Fire has already learned about this matter, and he is currently seeking an explanation from the Western countries.
I knew this would be the result. Zhao Gang sighed slowly. He's seen this happen too many times.
Every time something goes wrong, the higher-ups only condemn, protest, and demand explanations. If it were up to him, he should have sent troops to kill the chicken in the foot basin directly. After all, the radicals are too conservative.
Why? Zhao Gang shook his head helplessly.
Although Zhang Ming and his companions were also very angry, they were powerless in the face of the decision from above and could only sigh. The office was filled with sadness. Zhu Kei and Bai Hu also noticed the anger on Zhang Ming and his men's faces, but there was nothing they could do, as they were only small commanders. All power lies in the hands of the Dragon God.
Time passes by every second. A few minutes later. Zhou Yue suddenly looked at the woman. Commander Suzaku, can you please leave for a moment? I want to talk to Jiang Yu alone. Good. Commander Suzaku knew what a heavy blow Wen Tianxiang's death in battle was to Zhou Yue.
He nodded slightly and turned to walk out of the office.
Come on, let's go out first.
Zhang Ming and others followed closely behind.
After everyone left, only Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu were left in the office.
Jiang Yu looked at Zhou Yue, who was sitting on the sofa with a sad face, and felt sorry for her. He walked up to her and sat next to her.
Woo woo.
At this moment, Zhou Yue finally couldn't bear the grief in her heart and threw herself into Jiang Yu's arms and cried out loud. Tears wet Jiang Yu's clothes.
Jiang Yu, do you know? Wen Tianxiang is not only my teacher.
In many cases, he is also my father. Like you, I was an orphan since childhood. It was my teacher who brought me up and led me on the path of martial arts. In the eyes of others, I always call him teacher. But in my heart, he has always been my father. But, before I could even utter these two words, he died.
I.
As she spoke, Zhou Yue burst into tears.
Jiang Yu reached out and gently patted Zhou Yue's back to comfort her. He didn't know how to comfort Zhou Yue.
The best way to comfort her now was to remain silent.
Woo woo. Gradually, Xiao Yue seemed tired of crying and fell asleep in Jiang Yu's arms. Wen Tianxiang's death in battle was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Zhou Yue. Sister Zhou Yue, don't worry, I will definitely avenge Senior Wen Tianxiang.
Jiang Yu looked down at Zhou Yue's cheek and swore to himself.
Outside the office, Zhang Ming and others stood in the corridor.
The white-haired young man looked at the Suzaku commander, opened his mouth several times, and finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart.
Commander Suzaku, tell us the truth. After the Dragon God returns, will he personally kill Xialis and his men to avenge Senior Wen Tianxiang?
Xialis and his men not only attempted to wipe out our nation's genius, but also ambushed and killed Senior Wen Tianxiang. They have violated the Dragon God Temple's treaty. The charges in the treaty are sufficient to sentence them to death. Zhu Kei frowned, thought for a moment, shook his head, and said seriously. That being said, based on my understanding of the Dragon God, he probably won't personally sentence Xialis and his men to death. He is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration and will not easily interfere in conflicts between countries or disrupt the balance between them. If he intervenes, it will likely cause dissatisfaction among Western people and lead to a split between the East and the West. This is what the Dragon God least wants to see.
In some cases, the dragon god might even stop us from avenging Senior Wen Tianxiang. Is that really the case?
After hearing the answer, the white-haired young man laughed at himself and felt disappointed. Looking around the inside of the martial arts gym, this was the first time he felt unfamiliar.
Wen Tianxiang is one of the pillars of mankind and a national figure in the country.
His death in battle is not only a great loss to mankind, but also a loss to the country. The most infuriating thing is that he didn't die at the hands of a monster, but at the hands of a human, killed by a sneak attack.
The overall situation? What is the overall situation? Is it true that Wen Tianxiang's death is in the best interests of the country, and their revenge is disregarding the overall interests of the country?
The white-haired young man didn't know. He only knew that this was the first time he had doubts about Longting Martial Arts School and the Dragon God.
With a creak.
At this time, the door of the office was opened. Zhang Ming and his companions quickly turned around to look. Jiang Yu slowly walked out of the office holding the sleeping Qiu Yue.
Jiang Yu, Qiu Yue martial goddess.
Zhang Ming hesitated to speak, his face showing worry. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, Sister Qiu Yue is asleep.
Can you find me a room?
I'll take her back."
Good.
Zhang Ming answered and led the way. The two of them turned left and right and came to a small villa.
Jiang Yu gently put Qiu Yue on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Jiang Yu.
Zhang Ming hesitated to speak. "Brother Zhang, you ought to tell me that revenge has to rely on ourselves, and the dragon god will not interfere too much in this matter, right?" Jiang Yu asked without raising his head, his eyes fixed on Qiu Yue's pretty face.
Zhang Ming nodded, a look of helplessness on his face. Jiang Yu, some things are more complicated than we thought. The SS-level masters in the West actually dared to unite and attack Senior Wen Tianxiang.
This shows that they have already planned how to deal with the dragon god. And the dragon god is someone who considers the overall situation. If this matter is not handled properly, it might really lead to a split between the East and the West. After all, some people only see profit, not the overall situation.
So, the dragon god will most likely only give a slight punishment to the SS-level powerhouses in the West, and will not hold them accountable too much, right?
Jiang Yu took over the conversation, looking at Zhang Ming with cold eyes.
Zhang Ming nodded in agreement.
In the dragon god's heart, he has always been concerned about all of humanity. He will not allow the entire human alliance to split or cause major conflicts between countries for the sake of any one person. Jiang Yu, I'm telling you this just to prepare you mentally. I'm afraid the final outcome of this matter will be hard for you to accept.
Why?
Zhang Ming sighed slowly, turned around and left the villa. Looking at his back, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed coldly. If the dragon god was unwilling to take action, then he would do it himself. He would kill all of the dozen or so SS-level warriors sooner or later.
Chapter 94: The correct way to use the system. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Looking at Qiu Yue's sleeping face, Jiang Yu suddenly couldn't help but secretly kiss Qiu Yue on the right cheek. Sure enough, he likes mature women. Of course, lowly is also fine.
After making sure Qiu Yue didn't wake up, Jiang Yu put on his combat uniform, quietly left the villa, and came to the street outside the martial arts hall. He did not alarm anyone during this action, nor did he want Zhang Ming and others to know. Congratulations to the host for strength +1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for his mental strength +1+1+1. Congratulations to the host. As soon as he came up, several attribute bubbles were picked up.
Jiang Yu looked at the street ahead.
He immediately started running at full speed, turning into a streak of blue light.
Wen Tianxiang's death made his desire for power reach its peak.
He is not a magnanimous person, he likes to take revenge.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
A large number of attribute bubbles were picked up, and Jiang Yu's personal attributes increased rapidly.
He was very fast, covering a distance of 12 kilometers in 1 second. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 1 million spiritual power mark.
Do you want to unlock system version 3.0? Unlocking.
Congratulations to the host, the pickup system 3.0 has been officially unlocked, and the automatic pickup range has been increased to 10 meters. The next unlock requires the host's mental strength to reach 5 million. As the mental power exceeded 1 million, the system sounded and the system's picking range increased again. The 10-meter pickup range is not just a simple 10-meter range. It is a 10-meter radius with Jiang Yu as the center. A 10-meter radius converted to an area of 314 square meters.
Multiplying this by Jiang Yu's speed is 12 kilometers per second. What about the pickup range? Holy crap! I dare not calculate it, I can't calculate it clearly at all. 3,768 square kilometers.
Jiang Yu calculated it secretly, not knowing whether it was correct or not, and was immediately shocked.
3,768 square kilometers of picking up area in 1 second, this picking up speed.
If he can only pick up a little attribute value within 1 kilometer, then he can pick up 3,768 attribute values in 1 second.
But the question is, does 1 kilometer really only have a little attribute value? No.
Within a 1 kilometer radius, there are at least dozens of attribute values, or even hundreds. In other words, he can pick up 10 or 100 times the number of attribute bubbles of 3,768 in 1 second.
Holy crap! Jiang Yu was shocked.
He seemed to have discovered the correct way to open the system.
3 minutes later, he returned to the villa. At this point, his personal attributes have reached. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, SS level. Psychic Master, SS level. Superpowers, IC level 1000 3000, Fiery level 300 600, Electric F level 300 600. Strength, 7,001,500 stars of strength. Speed, 60,000 ms. Spiritual power, 6.5 million. Skill.
Mastery level swordsmanship 100,000, skilled level boxing 9,023 10,000. Skilled spearmanship 1754 10,000, skilled swordmanship 1450 10,000.
Exercise method.
Skilled guidance 8,000 10,000, elementary source energy 280 1000.
Note, 1 star represents 5 million kilograms, and half a star represents 2.5 million kilograms.
This. Jiang Yu looked at his attribute panel and was completely stunned.
It turns out that improving your strength is such a simple thing. With such strength, why don't you go and kill the chicken in the basin? How can you tolerate this? Jiang Yu was ready to make a move. However, when he thought of the dragon god, Jiang Yu's restless heart calmed down again. He opened the dragon god's profile.
According to the martial arts school, when the dragon god left Yuanqing a year ago, his strength had already reached 10 stars. A year has passed, and no one knows how powerful the dragon god is. The revolution has not yet succeeded, so we still have to go out for a stroll.
Whoosh!
A blue shadow flashed by, and Jiang Yu disappeared in the villa. 10 minutes later, he came back again. At this time, his strength has reached 5 star power.
And all the attribute bubbles in Huada Bay City were also picked up completely by him. It's time.
Jiang Yu looked towards the Foot Basin Island, with a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He came to Qiu Yue's bed, took a look at Qiu Yue, who was still sleeping soundly, and was about to turn around and leave when suddenly, a hand grabbed him.
Hot, I'm so hot.
Qiu Yue muttered unconsciously in her sleep, unbuttoning her chest with her other hand.
Hot.
Jiang Yu glanced at the weather outside, then looked at the air conditioner in the room, looking puzzled. There is a cool breeze outside and the air conditioner in the house is turned on to 18 degrees.
How can it be hot? It's hot. It's really hot. Qiu Yue started to move around on the bed.
She had unbuttoned the 2 buttons on her chest, revealing a place that readers were not allowed to see. Jiang Yu frowned, reached out and touched Qiu Yue's forehead, and it was indeed a little hot.
Hot, easy. He condensed an ice bed and carried Qiu Yue on it. Then he condensed an ice shield and covered Qiu Yue in it.
After doing all this, he jumped out of the villa, stepped on the willow leaf flying knife, jumped into the air, and flew towards the Foot Basin chicken.
It's time to settle some accounts. In mid-air, Jiang Yu's face showed murderous intent. Shocked.
2 willow leaf flying knives floated behind him, flashing 2 cold rays of light, representing his mood at the moment. The starry sky, above him. There was also a white cloud under his feet.
The moonlight shone on Jiang Yu, illuminating a handsome yet murderous face.
Flying in the air, Jiang Yu turned into a blue light.
And at this time,
in the villa, Qiu Yue woke up from her sleep and looked at the ice cover on her body, wanting to cry but unable to.
Is this the way to cool down?
Chapter 95. I want to suppress martial arts for 100 years with my own strength. Flying in the air, Jiang Yu's heart was filled with murderous intent. The murderous intent was not only because of Wen Tianxian's death, but also because of previous new and old grudges.
If they were to face off head-on and when Tianxiang died at the hands of a SS-level expert like Jia Benji, he would definitely not have such great hatred. Since I am not as skilled as others, I can only blame myself. But now, when Tianxiang's death was caused by the sneak attack of the Japanese devils, which he could not bear. He has never been a generous person. What does condemnation or protest have to do with him? He only knew that blood debts must be repaid with blood. If protests were effective, what would be the point of using force? The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned on his communication watch, opened the live broadcast room, and said bluntly to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Dear netizens, please do me a small favor. I want to challenge the younger generation of chicken lovers to a battle of life and death. I hope everyone can help me forward this to the entire internet and tell the Foot Basin chicken people. I, Jiang Yu, am not talented, but I want to suppress the Foot Basin chicken martial arts for 100 years with my own strength. I will never retreat unless I die. This battle isn't about winning or losing, it's about life or death. If the Foot Basin chicken warriors come, then let them come. I, Jiang Yu, have no fear." After saying that, Jiang Yu ended the live broadcast. Killing the SS-level strongman who killed the chicken in the basin could not relieve him of the hatred in his heart. Even if he killed the SS-level strongman of Jia Benji today, there will still be SS-level strongmen in Jia Benji in the future. Only by eradicating it completely from the root can we avoid the emergence of SS-level strongmen among the chickens in the Foot Basin. He wanted to completely ruin Jia Benji's martial arts path. Jiang Yu flew quickly in the air. However, his words caused a huge uproar on the internet. Many netizens forwarded his words on the live broadcast to major media outlets. In just a few seconds, Jiang Yu became a hot topic. When a group of netizens heard Jiang Yu's words, they became upset and posted their own comments on the internet. "Oh my god, this is awesome. Brother Jiang Yu actually wants to single-handedly overpower the Foot Basin chicken martial arts for 100 years. If this succeeds, Brother Jiang Yu will be a national hero. There are many masters of the younger generation of Foot Basin chicken. Can Brother Jiang Yu really succeed? I want to know now, will Brother Jiang Yu broadcast such a major event live? Why watch a live broadcast? It's better to go to Jia Benji to watch it live. I hope Brother Jiang Yu can win." Baga, a mere person who has surpassed the god of war, dares to think that he can suppress the martial arts of our great chicken empire. He is simply foolish and ignorant of his own life. Jiang Yu, just wait and see. In this battle, we, the Foot Basin chicken warriors, will definitely keep you on Foot Basin Island. Comments were everywhere. But Jiang Yu ignored it and sent a text message to Zhou Yue. Then he flew straight to Jiaban Island. His only thought was to kill Jiaban chickens. At the same time, inside the Longting Martial Arts School, Zhang Ming and others also saw Jiang Yu's live broadcast, and everyone was shocked. "Old Zhang, think of a solution quickly. Zhang Kid is going to challenge the Foot Basin chicken alone, isn't he just going to die? Given the despicable behavior of the Foot Basin chicken, they will definitely not fight Zhang Kid fairly. They will definitely kill him in secret." The white-haired young man paced back and forth in the office, his face full of anxiety. Zhang Ming also had a worried look on his face. He also wanted to stop Jiang Yu, but his strength was not as good as Jiang Yu's, so how could he stop Jiang Yu? Impulse. He could only say that Jiang Yu was impulsive this time. If Jiang Yu were given a few more years, perhaps even the Dragon God would not be his opponent, let alone a mere Foot Basin Island. But now. Why? Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. "I'll call him and ask him to come back quickly," Zhou Yue said as she was about to call Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Commander Suzaku stopped her, pointed at the large screen in front of him that was showing Jiang Yu's image, and frowned. "No need to fight. Perhaps we have all been deceived by Jiang Yu's strength. His current movement speed has already surpassed the martial god level." Jingle. Just then, Zhou Yue's communication watch suddenly rang. After seeing the data on the communication watch, Zhou Yue was shocked and hurriedly looked at Jiang Yu on the screen. "What's wrong? Zhou Yue martial god?" The white-haired young man asked curiously. "Jiang Yu, he is not an invincible martial god nor a transcendent martial god. He is an SS-level expert. His strength is the same as that of the teacher," Zhou Yue said in shock. How is this possible?" Zhang Ming and others exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. An 18-year-old SS-level expert is a unique existence that has never appeared before. This has completely surpassed the Dragon God and the Fire God, and surpassed the talent of 100% of the warriors in the world. Yes, it's true. He is still hiding his abilities. Shoyue pointed at the data on the communication watch and said in shock. SS level warrior. This person is on the same level as her teacher. She didn't ask for anything else now, she only hoped that Jiangyu could avenge her teacher and return to her safely. As long as Jiangyu can come back safely, she is willing to give up everything she has now and live the most ordinary life with Jiangyu. An 18-year-old SS level expert. Commanders Suzaku and White Tiger were also shocked. The other side. As netizens forwarded the message, the martial artists of Jayapenji also received the news that Jiangyu wanted to suppress Jayapenji's martial arts for 100 years with his own strength. All the Foot Basin Chicken warriors were extremely angry, looking at the distant sky, waiting for Jiangyu's arrival. In a high-end tea room, 2 men and 1 woman knelt together, drinking tea quietly. Mr. Tian, what do you think about Jiangyu trying to suppress our Jayapenji 100-year martial arts? One of the men asked. The other man smiled and said, I think this is a good thing. Jiangyu is known as the world's #1 genius. He became an invincible martial god at the age of 18. He is definitely a serious concern for us. Before this, he had been staying on Xia country's land, making it difficult for us to take action. Now, he has come to Foot Basin Island to die. I will arrange the strongest opponent and use all means to make him die in the duel. Isn't he trying to overpower our Foot Basin Island's century-old martial arts? I want to see how a dead man can overpower them. Yoshi, I think so too. Lord Liu also said that at the critical moment, he will fight against the 3 SS-level masters from the west. No matter what, this time, we must keep Jiangyu in our territory. Hi! Jiangyu was unaware of the actions of all parties. After he flew out of the territory of Xia State, he opened the live broadcast room again. Of course, he opened the live broadcast room not for anything else, but to broadcast the killing live. As soon as the live broadcast started, countless netizens rushed in. But when netizens wanted to speak, they found that the live broadcast room was muted. Chapter 96, The Response of the Chicken in the Basin. I am Prime Minister Yamamoto. We have just received a challenge from Jiangyu, the #1 genius of Hanxia country. We accept his challenge. I want to state here that his delusion of single-handedly overpowering our Foot Basin Chicken martial arts for 100 years is simply wishful thinking. We will set up a fighting arena in Sakurajing and await the arrival of Hanxia Nation's #1 talent. This battle concerns the reputation of our Juban chicken. We will give it our all, regardless of life or death. Not long after Jiangyu issued the statement, the official website of Jayapenji also issued a statement. After seeing the statement issued by Jayapenji, many netizens rushed to Jiangyu's live broadcast room. It's a pity that Jiangyu's live broadcast room has already banned everyone from speaking. Ding-a-ling. Jiangyu, who was broadcasting live, suddenly received a video call from Shoyue. He silently closed the live broadcast and answered the phone. Jiangyu, the official Jayapenji has issued a statement. They will set up a ring in Sakurajing to wait for you. You must be careful. Are you really sure of this battle? Shoyue's worried face appeared in front of Jiangyu. Even though she already knew that Jiangyu was an SS-level expert, she couldn't help but feel worried. Her teacher was also an SS-level strongman, and a veteran strongman, but he also died at the hands of Jayapenji. She is afraid. Afraid of playing dirty tricks, Jiangyu repeated the mistakes of her teacher. I am not afraid of a strong enemy, I am afraid of an enemy that is both strong and cunning. Facing Shoyue's worry, Jiangyu smiled slightly. Sister Shoyue, don't worry, we will win this battle. Just wait. I'll carry the head of the SS-level expert and the heads of the 3 Xialis back to pay tribute to Senior Wen Tianxiang. Jiangyu said confidently and hung up the video call. He has confidence in himself. Since the chickens have set up the ring, let them do it. But he doesn't go. Why should he go? He went there to kill people, not to fight. In his hands, he had the younger generation of Foot Basin chicken, which he had found on the internet and was recorded by various martial arts schools. He will go to Sakura-kyo only after killing all these people. By that time, the attributes he picked up along the way would probably allow him to surpass SS level and break through to SSS level. Then, he will have nothing to worry about. Even if the Dragon God appeared, he would still dare to make a few threats. Jiangyu was flying high in the sky. Target, Foot Basin Island. The other side. After issuing the statement,
Juban Island began to actively prepare in Securiging. Warships landed one after another, and a famous and powerful warrior came to Securiging. There are many who are beyond the god of war. Troops were secretly mobilized. They have only one goal, which is to keep Jiangyu on Juban Island. And in the Prime Minister's residence in Sakarakyo, Xiaolus and 3 SS-level warriors gathered together. They were the 4 people who besieged Wen Tianxiang, coming from different countries and forces. One of them, clad in ice blue armor, exuded a chilling aura with every movement. He was from the Bear Country. He was the Ice Emperor Willis, one of the 2 strongest SS-rank warriors of the Bear Country. The second person was wrapped in a black robe, making it difficult to see his features. However, his aura was no less impressive than that of the 3 Xiaolus. The last one, a dwarf-like figure, barely 1.5 meters tall, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, was the only SS-rank expert in the Foot Basin Chicken. 3 of you, Jiangyu wants to challenge Foot Basin Chicken. What are your thoughts on this matter? Willis asked calmly while drinking hot tea. Mind your own business. Jiangyu was challenging the chicken, not the Bear Country. So, he was not in a hurry. Furthermore, when Tianxiang died at the hands of Jing Tianyakong, which had little to do with him. Of course I kept him. Jiangyu is too talented. He has already threatened the status of our major forces, and even the status of the Dragon God. We absolutely cannot let him leave Foot Basin Island alive. I will strike at the critical moment and kill Jiangyu with one strike. I don't believe that he, a mere invincible martial god, can be stronger than Wen Tianxiang and can dodge a sneak attack from an SS-level expert like me. What do you think, Xiaolus? Jing Tianyakong laughed cruelly and looked at Xiaolus, who was standing beside him. The person who proposed to kill Jiangyu and launch a surprise attack on Wen Tianxiang was Xiaolus. Xiaolus has a high voice in the West, so they will focus on Xiaolus in this operation. Xiaolus nodded. Jing Tianyakong is right. Jiangyu must not leave Juban Island alive. To prevent the God of Fire and the 4 commanders from taking action, we have notified the SS masters of other major forces to come and surround and kill Jiangyu. At critical moments, they will also lend a hand. Also, according to the latest news I received, the Dragon God has actually returned to Origin Star a long time ago. Do you know why the Dragon God has not shown up until now? Could it be that the Dragon God also meant? Willis's pupils shrank and he looked at Xiaolus in disbelief. Xiaolus nodded slightly. This. Willis looked incredulous, while Jing Tianyakong looked delighted. The Dragon God returned to the Source Star but never showed up. They knew exactly what this meant. With the Dragon God's tacit approval, Jiangyu must die this time. Jing Tianyakong couldn't help but say with joy. Xiaolus said nothing. High in the sky, Jiangyu maintained a speed that surpassed that of the God of War and quickly approached the Foot Basin Island. Gradually, Foot Basin Island came into his sight. Looking at the Foot Basin Island below, Jiangyu's eyes showed a strong murderous intent, and he opened the live broadcast room again. This time, he did not ban the conversation, but pointed the live sword at the live broadcast room. Here it comes, a battle that makes people's blood boil is here. If Jiangyu can really suppress the 100-year-old martial arts master of the Foot Basin Chicken by himself, it will be a feat unprecedented in history. One person suppresses an entire country. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Even the Dragon God didn't dare to do that. Instead, he resolved the issue between the 2 countries peacefully. Wait. Jiangyu isn't flying in the direction of Sakura Kyo. Where is he going? No way, no way. Jiangyu, you're flying in the wrong direction. Sakura Jing is on your left, why are you flying to the right? Many netizens were puzzled. Under their puzzled gazes, Jiangyu quickly flew away from Sakura Jing. Baga, Jiangyu. Are you scared? Don't dare to come to our Sakura Jing? If you are scared, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to our Foot Basin Chicken, and we will consider letting you go. I knew it. With Jiangyu's strength, how could he dare to challenge the Foot Basin Empire? Turns out he was just directing and acting in his own drama. Jiangyu, Sakura Jing is on your left, why are you flying to the right? Not only domestic netizens were puzzled, but even those who watched Jiangyu's live broadcast were puzzled. Chapter 97, Tooth for Tooth. Why did Jiangyu fly to the right? What does he want to do? Xiaolus frowned as he watched Jiangyu's live broadcast. Willis acted as if it had nothing to do with him. What on earth does this guy want to do?
Jing Tianyakong also frowned. Not good.
Jing Tianyakong suddenly thought of something, exclaimed, and quickly stood up.
There are 3 base cities for Juban chicken. They are Sakura-kyo, Osaka-kyo, and Amaterasu-kyo.
The 3 major bases are arranged in a row from left to right.
Sakura-kyo is on the far left, followed by Osaka-kyo and Amaterasu-kyo. Over Amaterasu-kyo. Jiang Yu swooped down.
He said that if he wanted to break the 100-year-old martial arts of Jaya Benji, he would naturally do what he said.
The playground of Amaterasu First Martial Arts Academy. More than 20 young warriors were listening to a middle-aged warrior explaining martial arts knowledge.
Suddenly, a thin green flying knife appeared and slashed across the neck of a young warrior.
Jiang Yu appeared above the Martial Arts Academy's playground.
Looking at the young warrior who was killed by a slit in the throat, there was no expression on his face. He turned on the communication watch and called up the identity of the young warrior.
Yamamoto Tsuyoshi, 18 years old, Junior General.
Oh.
Jiang Yu chuckled and deleted the young warrior's message.
Baka.
Who are you?
Why did you kill my students?
The middle-aged warrior questioned angrily. Jiang Yu ignored him and turned away.
Asshole. Stay here. The middle-aged warrior attacked in anger.
Pang.
Before the middle-aged warrior could get close to Jiang Yu, his entire body was frozen into an ice sculpture.
Jiang Yu walked out of the martial arts academy without looking back.
The netizens who were watching Jiang Yu's live broadcast were stunned and extremely puzzled.
They didn't understand why Jiang Yu came here to kill a junior general. Wasn't he going to suppress Jaya Benji's martial arts for 100 years? I understand. I understand what Jiang Yu means. He is seeking revenge for the assassination attempt by Jaya Benji.
Jaya Benji has been sending people to assassinate Jiang Yu, trying to wipe out Jiang Yu, the genius. So, Jiang Yu chose to fight back and personally wipe out Jaya Benji's genius.
Awesome. This is the real deal. You want to kill a genius like me, then I will kill all your geniuses.
The appearance of a comment made all netizens suddenly understand.
If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. No wonder Jiang Yu didn't go to Sakurajing.
So this is his purpose.
If I kill all your geniuses, won't your martial arts path be broken? Awesome. I love tit for tat. Why can a chicken assassinate our country's genius, but we can't assassinate theirs? Wait. Have you ever considered the possibility that Jiang Yu is deliberately provoking Jaya Benji?
He's telling Jaya Benji with his most authentic actions, if you can't assassinate me, then I'll kill your genius openly.
Brother Jiang Yu 9999. There are constant comments in the live broadcast room.
Jiang Yu didn't care about it because he had already found his second target.
This is a young man with yellow hair.
Kimura Ichiro, 22 years old, a high-ranking military commander.
Known as the greatest genius in Amaterasu-kyo.
Oh. Jiang Yu looked at Huang Mao's information, sneered, cut off Huang Mao's head with a flying knife, and turned away.
Baka. Baga, the road is rolling. With the death of Kimura Ichiro, the warriors of Jaya Benji also completely understood Jiang Yu's intentions and were all very angry. This bastard. I'm going to kill him right now.
Jing Tianyakong looked at Jiang Yu's live broadcast room, stood up and was about to go out, but was stopped by Xiaolus on the spot. Xiaolus said calmly, Brother Jing Tian, now is not the time for you to take action. If you act now, it is very likely to alert the enemy and make us lose the chance to kill Jiang Yu.
I advise you to calm down. Willis followed suit, saying, that's right. We can't let Jiang Yu continue to grow.
Brother Jing Tian, don't lose the big picture for the sake of the small.
You.
Jing Tianyakong looked at Xiaolus and the other man, and suddenly a surge of anger rose in his heart. He knew what Xiaolus and the other two meant. They were not afraid of alerting the enemy, but clearly wanted to use Jiang Yu to eliminate the talented warrior who was their foot base and chicken.
He wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife.
However, when Jing Tianyakong thought that he was no match for the two of them, he could only sit back in indignation.
In Amaterasu-kyo, Jiang Yu's killing continues.
He did not let go of any talented warriors he could find in Longting Martial Arts School or on the internet. An 18-year-old high-level warrior died. A 20-year-old mid-level general died. 23 high-ranking generals died. As Jiang Yu killed his way through, a talented warrior named Penji died. His strength was also rapidly increasing, and the attributes dropped on the streets of Amaterasu were automatically picked up by the system. Phew! Under a cherry tree, a young warrior was beheaded to death. Jiang Yu stood in front of the young warrior's body, casually wrote a 21, and said softly, 21st. Who will be next? In front of all the netizens in the live broadcast room, he opened the information of all the geniuses in Jaya Benji and selected them randomly. This made the warrior of Foot Basin Chicken even angrier. They could not bear the fact that a great country was being bullied by an 18-year-old boy. Baga, quickly send an expert to kill Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu killed our country's genius. What are those people above you doing? Send strong men to kill him. Kill him quickly. Dead or dead? Send out strong men quickly. The warriors of Jayapenji went crazy and started leaving messages on all the major Jayapenji platforms. Compared with the chicken in the basin, domestic netizens are relatively calm, and even secretly happy. It's you! Jiang Yu ignored the comments and fixed his gaze on the portrait of a warrior holding a katana. Yagyu Ichiro, 19 years old, mid-level military commander, the eldest son of the Yagyu family. He's from a big family, interesting. Jiang Yu smiled, stood up and was about to fly towards the Yagyu family. He had just flown a short distance. Suddenly, several figures surrounded him. The leader was an old man wearing white armor, and his aura had reached the level beyond that of a martial god. Around Jiang Yu, there were 4 burly men in black armor, and none of them had an aura lower than that of a high-level martial god. They are the directors of the 5 major martial arts schools in Amaterasu Kyo. With them taking action, Jiang Yu is definitely dead this time. That's right, the leader is Gangfu, the martial god. His strength has long surpassed the martial god level. He once fought against 3 beast kings alone and killed a beast queen, escaping unscathed. With him around, Jiang Yu will definitely not be able to escape. The other 4 gym masters are also quite powerful. They are all invincible martial gods. Even if they face someone beyond the martial god level, they are still capable of fighting. This time, Jiang Yu is finally going to die. That's right. That's right. We in the Bigfoot Basin Chicken Empire are filled with powerful warriors. How can we allow a young boy to bully us at will? The appearance of the 5 warriors gave the Foot Basin Chicken warrior great hope. They seem to have already seen the scene of Jiang Yu dying at the hands of 5 people. Chapter 98 Jiang Yu hides his shortcomings. Call. On the other side of the live broadcast room, Jing Tianyukan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gangfu and his 4 companions appear. Gangfu and the other 5 are the long-established invincible martial gods and transcendent martial gods. With them around, there will naturally be no problem in dealing with Jiang Yu, a mere invincible martial god. No matter how talented Jiang Yu is, the gap in years of experience in fighting enemies and the number of people cannot be made up by talent. For a moment, Jing Tianyukan was no longer as anxious as before, but sat in his seat steadily. One transcendental martial god, for invincible martial gods, can Jiang Yu be their opponent? I think it's doomed. Jiang Yu is really going to fail this time. His mistake is that he's too arrogant. He actually thought he could single-handedly overpower the 100-year-old martial arts master of the Foot Basin Chicken. Even the dragon god couldn't do it back then. If he had challenged the younger generation, it would have been fine, but Jiang Yu has killed 21 of the younger generation of the Foot Basin Chicken in succession, bullying the weak with his strength. This is clearly a violation of the Federation's rules. Even if the Federation wanted to protect Jiang Yu, it can't. Wait. I suddenly remembered something. Isn't Jiang Yu 18 years old this year? At the age of 18, is there any problem for him to challenge warriors who are older than him? Which of those Chicken Foot Basin warriors he killed was not older than Jiang Yu? Fuck, the above guy said that, it really is true. What's wrong with Jiang Yu killing warriors who are stronger than him? It's just the Foot Basin Chicken bullying the weak. There was a lot of discussion and comments in the live broadcast room. What? You 5 want to stop me? After beating the younger ones, here comes the older ones? You want to stand up for them? Around cherry blossom trees. Jiang Yu was fearless in the face of Gangfu and his 5 companions, and smiled calmly. Gangfu's face was serious. Jiang Yu, give me a reason, why did you invade our Foot Basin Island? Why did you want to kill a group of young people? Could it be that you really think that no one from us at Foot Basin Chicken can stop you and kill you? Invasion? Reason? Jiang Yu chuckled and looked directly at Gangfu. I have a reason.
Not long ago, one of my dogs got lost on Footbasin Island, and I suspect someone hit it. So, I need to come to your place to investigate. Unfortunately, after my investigation, I found out that my dog was killed by those youngsters you mentioned. Is it wrong for me to avenge my dog? That's nonsense. Gangfu's face turned cold. He drew out the samurai sword behind him and attacked Jiang Yu. The 4 invincible martial gods he brought with him also reacted quickly and attacked Jiang Yu from 4 angles. So, you guys also know how to make excuses. The smile on Jiang Yu's face disappeared, and 6 willow leaf flying knives flew out at the same time, heading towards Gangfu and his 5 companions. He did not use all his strength, but instead suppressed his strength to surpass the god of war. Although he could easily take out Gangfu and his 5 companions by using all his strength, it did not fit in with his plan. Once he reveals his SS level strength, SS level masters like Xyolus will definitely not be able to sit still and will work together to surround and kill him. Retaining a certain level of strength would only make Xyolus and others think that he was at most a transcendent god of war and did not pose much of a threat. In this way, he can take the opportunity to pick up the attribute bubbles and kill the talented warrior of the Footbasin chicken. After he picked up all the attribute bubbles of Amaterasu, Osaka, and Sakura, he would not be afraid even if the dragon god came. Bang! 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 The 6 people fought in a group. Faced with Jiang Yu's willow leaf flying knife, Gangfu and the other 4 did not dare to take it lightly. Clang! Gangfu had just knocked away a flying knife and was about to return it when he saw Jiang Yu attacking with the knife raised. In a hurry, he had to take it head on. With a bang. The huge force made Gangfu's arm numb. An invincible martial god wanted to attack Jiang Yu, and 2 flying knives came towards his head, one in front and one behind. He had no choice but to give up attacking Jiang Yu and quickly dodge the flying knife. The same goes for the other 3 invincible war gods. Whenever they tried to attack Jiang Yu, a flying knife would sneak attack them. The angle of the flying knife's attack was extremely tricky and the speed was extremely fast. If they were not experienced in fighting, they might not have been able to dodge it. This is the benefit of being a spiritual practitioner. You can never predict from which angle the flying knife controlled by the psychic will attack you. It would be fine if the gap in strength was huge. If the difference in strength is not big, or if the strength is equal, an ordinary warrior will not be able to do anything to the psychic master. A psychic master is someone who can kill enemies above his level. There was once a case where several high-level martial gods were killed by a sneak attack by the psychic master of a junior general. Therefore, when facing Jiang Yu's flying knives, the 4 invincible martial gods did not dare to be careless at all. It seems that the people you brought with you can't help you, Jiang Yu said to Gangfu with a smile. As the Zhankuan sword rose and fell, the blade was wrapped in lightning and slashed towards Gangfu from high in the air. I alone am enough to kill you, Gangfu shouted sternly. He faced Jiang Yu with the big knife in his hand. Pang! The 2 collided in mid-air, and the huge impact force caused the cherry tree hundreds of meters away to be cut in half. Bang! Bang! The 2 fought faster and faster. The sparks from the friction of the weapons made it difficult for the audience in the live broadcast room to see clearly what was happening. All they saw were 2 beams of light colliding in the air, and no one could see the outcome. Who do you think will win this battle? Who knows? However, the fact that Jiang Yu can fight 5 masters of the same level by himself is enough to show how powerful he is. Oh, what a shame, what a shame. Jiang Yu is just a little too impulsive. If he had practiced in seclusion for a few years, with his talent, who would be his opponent? He's too impatient. Who says it's not? If I were Jiang Yu, I would hide away and practice for a few years, and then go to Footbasin Island when I'm strong enough. Jiang Yu ignored the comments from netizens. In a short period of time, he had fought Gangfu hundreds of times. He already knew Gangfu's strength. Next, I'm going to get serious. Jiang Yu chuckled. Suddenly, a large amount of snowflakes floated around his body. Snowflakes gathered around him and turned into sharp blades. Go! Jiang Yu waved his hand casually, and a large number of snowflakes with coldness flew towards Gangfu, like snow flying all over the sky. Gangfu did not dare to be careless. He swung his sword and shattered the snowflakes. And more snowflakes hit his body and his armor, making a clang 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 sound. Congeal. Jiang Yu clenched his left hand slightly, and the snowflakes that hit Gangfu's armor spread rapidly, freezing Gangfu. At this moment, Jiang Yu's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from Gangfu's sight. When he reappeared, he had already come behind an invincible martial god.
The invincible martial god was just about to react. Phew! A scimitar pierced his throat. Damn it! Gangfu wanted to fight for the ice, but found that the ice was stronger than he thought. Chapter 99 Breakthrough again. Phew! Another invincible martial god's head was cut off by a flying knife. The remaining two invincible martial gods saw this and realized that two invincible martial gods had died in just a short moment, so they turned around and ran away. How could Zhang Yu let them go? One of them rushed towards the other invincible martial god at high speed and slashed at him with the Zhankuan sword. The invincible martial god was about to resist, but he found that he could not see the speed of Zhang Yu's sword at all. Puff! Another invincible martial god dies. The other invincible war god ran even faster. But no matter how fast he was not as fast as the willow leaf flying knife. 6 willow leaf flying knives surrounded the invincible god of war from 6 directions and attacked him from 6 directions. Bang! 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 The invincible god of war brandished his katana and quickly chopped off the 6 flying knives. Suddenly, one of the 6 flying knives split into 2, and a brand new flying knife appeared and pierced the neck of the invincible martial god. No, not 6, but 7. The invincible god of war fell to the ground unwillingly. When did I say I could only control 6 flying knives? Zhang Yu chuckled. Baka! Damn it! You damn bastard! When Gangfu saw that the 4 invincible martial gods he brought with him died in just a short moment, he was immediately filled with anger and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Pang! The ice layer on his body shattered. Gangfu, with extreme anger, gripped the long sword tightly and slashed at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his knife to block. Bang! The shockwave generated by the two men caused the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters to collapse, and all the buildings were destroyed. It's time to end it. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, and powerful mental power surged into Gangfu's spiritual sea of consciousness. Boom! Gangfu felt a buzzing in his head and lost consciousness. Right now, Zhang Yu moved. The Zhankuan sword turned into a stream of light, quickly slashed across Gangfu's neck, and cut off his head. He won. Zhang Yu actually won. 4 invincible martial gods and 1 transcendent martial god were no match for Zhang Yu and were all wiped out by him. Impossible. How is this possible? Gangfu Wuxian and the other 5 are renowned martial arts masters. How could they possibly die under Zhang Yu's sword? Baga! Even the 5 Gangfu martial gods are no match for Zhang Yu, so who else could be Zhang Yu's opponent? Could it be that the martial arts of our Jaya Benji Empire are really going to be destroyed by Zhang Yu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the 5 Gofu warriors lose? All the netizens watching the live broadcast, whether they were from Xiaogui or Zhaopanji, looked at the live broadcast in disbelief. They were 5 well-known martial arts masters. How could they possibly die at Zhang Yu's hands? They thought of many endings, but they never expected that these 5 people would lose. You know, Gangfu and his 5 men have a very good record and are well-known veteran strongmen. Baka! Gangfu, these 5 losers, none of them could capture even a single child of Zhang Yu. They are simply losers, huge losers. When Jing Tianyukong saw Gangfu and 4 others die, he was furious. Looking at the entire Jaya Benji, there are several strong people who surpass the level of martial god. Can't stay. Zhang Yu must not be allowed to stay. Zhang Yu is now able to kill those who surpass the god of war. If Zhang Yu is given more room to grow, I am afraid that even he will not be Zhang Yu's opponent. Zhang Yu must be eliminated. There was a strong murderous intent flashing in Jing Tianyukong's eyes. He stood up and walked out. Willis wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Xialis's eyes. Let him go. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Xialis spoke calmly, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. It would be best if Jing Tianyukong could kill Zhang Yu. The hatred of Xia country netizens would all be transferred to Jing Tianyukong, and it would have little to do with them. If not, it won't be too late for them to kill again. After leaving the room, Jing Tianyukong boarded the battleship and flew towards Amaterasu Kyo at the fastest speed. And the other side. After killing Gangfu and his 5 men, Zhang Yu pretended to be very tired, took a few deep breaths, and ran quickly on the road to Amaterasu Kyo. He picked up a tribute bubbles along the way. Any warrior who surpassed the martial god level was killed by him without mercy. The gate of the Yagyu clan. Hundreds of martial god level warriors blocked the way,
but Jiang Yu rushed in as if there was no one around, accompanied by one martial god after another. 1 minute later. Ichiro Yagyu is dead. Next. 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 Along with Jiang Yu's extreme killing, one talented warrior after another of Jaya Benji died, and the Jaya Benji netizens in the live broadcast room completely collapsed. It's over. Our foot basin chicken empire is over. Asshole. Is there no one in our entire foot basin chicken empire who can stop Jiang Yu? This is a massacre, a naked massacre. Where are our SS level experts? Why haven't they come out to stop Jiang Yu? Dead. For a moment, all the warriors fell into despair. Talented warriors represent the fresh blood of a country and are the backbone of a country's future. Once there is a large-scale death of talented warriors, the martial arts of their entire nation will face a break in the next few decades, and they will not be able to hold their heads up in front of other countries. The last one. Finally, I've picked up all the attribute bubbles in Amaterasu Kyo. After Jiang Yu checked all the attribute bubbles in Amaterasu Kyo, he looked at the many warships coming from afar and headed straight for Osaka Kyo. He felt a strong murderous intent and momentum from those warships. If he guessed correctly, there must be SS-level strongmen like Jaya Benji among those warships. But now is the time for him to confront it head-on. Whoosh! The willow leaf flying knife appeared under Jiang Yu's feet, and Jiang Yu flew towards Banjing at a faster speed. At this time, his warrior level and spiritual master level have both broken through to SSS level. The power reaches an astonishing 15-star power. Even if the dragon god comes, he is still able to fight. But this is far from enough. No one can be sure how strong the dragon god is now. What if he is stronger than him? Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 10 million spiritual power mark. Do you want to unlock system version 5.0? Unlocking. Congratulations to the host, the pickup system version 5.0 has been officially unlocked, and the automatic pickup range has been increased to 100 meters. The next unlock requires the host's mental strength to reach 50 million. The system sounded. Jiang Yu ignored him and headed straight for Banjing. Jiang Yu, where are you running to? When Jing Tianyakong saw Jiang Yu leaving Amaterasu Kyo and flying towards Osaka Kyo, he hurriedly left the warship and followed Jiang Yu. No! We must not let Jiang Yu continue killing. If this continues, all the geniuses in their chicken feet basin group will be killed. Chapter 118 SS Strongmen gathered together. Banjing. Jiang Yu's figure was running quickly on the street. He was like a magnet, absorbing the attribute bubbles that fell on the roadside into his body one by one. Along the way, all the young warriors or warriors above the martial god level could not escape Jiang Yu's clutches. The 6 willow leaf flying knives turned into meat grinders, harvesting the lives of the chicken foot basin warriors one after another. Damn it! Jiang Yu, you deserve to die. Jing Tianyakong followed Jiang Yu and saw Jiang Yu ruthlessly plundering the warriors of their country. He hated Jiang Yu so much that his teeth were itching. He wanted to stop Jiang Yu, but found that despite his speed, he couldn't catch up with Jiang Yu. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. With his speed as an SS-level warrior, how could he not catch up with Jiang Yu? Could it be? A bold idea came to Jing Tiany's mind. With his SS-level speed, there is no way he can't catch up with Jiang Yu, the invincible god of war. Even if Jiang Yu is a spiritual master, it is impossible. There is only one possibility for Jiang Yu to make him, an SS-level strongman, unable to catch up. Jiang Yu is also an SS-level strongman. An 18-year-old SS-level expert. Jing Tianyakong's pupils shrank instantly, and the murderous intent in his heart reached its peak. No. Jiang Yu must not be allowed to continue growing. He has completely offended Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu continues to live, it will not be good for him or the entire Jaya Benji. It is very likely that the foot basin chicken will be destroyed because of Jiang Yu's existence. Kill Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu must be killed. Looking at Jiang Yu's back, Jing Tianyakong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He hurriedly called Xiaolus and others and shouted, Xiaolus, come here quickly and attack with me. Jiang Yu is not an invincible martial god, but an SS-level warrior. The sound of the well and the sky being empty was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire street. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room heard it. What? What did I just hear? Jiang Yu is not the invincible god of war, but an SS-level warrior? An 18-year-old SS warrior. This How is this possible? Could this be a mistake? Impossible. The person shouting is Jing Tianyukong, the only SS level expert in Jai Abenji. There's no way he could be wrong. That's right, didn't you notice?
Jing Tianyukong chased Jiang Yu for a long distance, but he never caught up with Jiang Yu.
Only an SS level expert could fail to catch up with him. Hiss. An SS warrior at the age of 18, this is simply shocking and unprecedented. Even the Dragon God cannot be compared with Jiang Yu.
If Jiang Yu is given a few more years, the position of the strongest person in Yuanqing will probably change hands.
Great. Another SS level expert has appeared in our country.
I want to see which country dares to look down on us this time.
Netizens were shocked, but also showed joy on their faces.
In this world of catastrophe, the more powerful people a country has, the safer it is and the more say it has. Jiang Yu's rise has only benefits and no harm for domestic netizens. If there is a gap in strength, others will feel jealous and envious. But when there is a huge gap in strength, people will only admire each other and be afraid of them.
This is what Jiang Yu is like now.
When he revealed that he was just an invincible martial god, many talented martial artists in the country would feel dissatisfied and jealous. But when Jing Tianyukong revealed that Jiang Yu was an SS level expert, all the jealousy instantly turned into admiration.
Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Yu has deceived us all.
Jing Tianyukong said indignantly.
Without Jing Tianyukong's reminder, Xiaolus and others also discovered that something was wrong. 3 of you, we can't wait any longer. Jiang Yu is an SS level expert. We have to take action. We have all been deceived by this guy. Xiaolus stood up and said. That's right. Jiang Yu must be eliminated.
Also, this matter shouldn't be handled by just the 4 of us.
All the SS level experts should be mobilized together.
Excluding the deceased Wen Tianxiang, plus Baihu and Zhu Ke, if the 18 of us SS level experts attack together, I believe we can't kill Jiang Yu.
Willis nodded in agreement. I'll contact other SS level experts right away.
As Xiaolus said this, he was about to contact other SS level strongmen. The mysterious man shook his head. No need, they are already here.
Let's hurry to Debanjing and meet up with them.
Xiaolus nodded, and the 3 of them left the room and boarded the battleship to fly towards Osakakyo.
Over time. Above Debanjing. Mysterious warships are suspended in the air.
From the warships, powerful and imposing figures descended one after another.
They looked down at Debanjing with unreserved aura.
Each of them is a well-known and powerful person, wearing the God number 1 suit. Seeing these strong men, the netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly lost their composure.
Oh my God! Look!
That's the strongest man in India, the white elephant of Indonesia.
And the one next to him is the high priest of ancient Egypt, Gunnar.
Williams, the strongest man in the Western William family.
Bruce Hewen, the strongest man in Gaul.
Kim Soo-won, the strongest man in the Korean country. Carl Hughes, the strongest man in John Bull. There's also Xiaolus from the West and Willis from the Big Mao family.
The one in the black robe, if I'm not mistaken, should be Captain America from Eagle Sauce. SS level, all SS level, 18 SS level experts appearing together, this has never happened before. Wait. Why are they suddenly gathering above Debanjing? Could it be? Oh no. They're all here for Jiang Yu. They want to kill this genius Jiang Yu. What? He actually wants to join forces to kill Jiang Yu. Does he really think that our Xia country has no strong people? Where is the Dragon God? Where is the Fire God? Come out and protect Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu is the number 1 genius in our country.
We must not let them succeed. That's impossible. Jiang Yu didn't defend them.
There's no need for them to kill Jiang Yu. Netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing the matter.
Are they all here?
Jiang Yu looked at the 17 figures in the air, suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the empty sky.
Swish. Swish. Swish.
As Jiang Yu stopped, 18 SS level experts, including Jing Tianyukong, surrounded Jiang Yu in an instant.
You all, are all going to kill me?
Jiang Yu scanned the faces of the 18 people and asked seriously, without any fear in his eyes.
Why should he be afraid of just 18 SS level warriors? Jiang Yu, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame the heavy slaughter you suffered.
We had no choice but to kill you and give justice to those warriors who died. Xialis spoke out. The other 17 people did not speak, obviously agreeing with Xialis's words. He. Jiang Yu sneered, and faced the 18 strong men with a sneer on his face. You're not blaming me for causing so much slaughter, but you're afraid that when I grow up, I'll affect your status? Affect the status of your country, right? If it's for your own selfish reasons, then just say it's for your own selfish reasons. Why bother with the chess game? Are you trying to find an excuse for your selfish desires? Chapter 101: The Rescue of the Two Commanders. The 18 Xialis did not reply. No way. They really came here to surround and kill Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't offend them, why would they do this? Excuses, all excuses. What about the heavy slaughter? Was the slaughter of the Foot Basin chicken light? Why didn't anyone try them? They were just afraid of Jiang Yu's talent, afraid that Jiang Yu would grow up and become a threat to them. Protest. We protest. We will never allow them to stifle our country's genius. Where's the dragon god? Where's the fire god? Where are the masters of our country? Come out, all of you. Are you going to watch our geniuses being surrounded and slaughtered? At Dragon God. You are the strongest person in our country, the strongest person in the world. You must stop the 18 Xialis. At Dragon God, at Fire God, where are you? Hurry and protect Jiang Yu. He is our country's #1 genius. If he dies, it will be a huge loss to our country. How despicable. 18 SS-level warriors joined forces to surround and kill an 18-year-old boy. They even labeled themselves as righteous. They are so shameless. With the tacit approval of the Xialis 18, many netizens in China were outraged. Although Jiang Yu was only 18 years old and had never met them before, she did what they wanted to do but could not do. Success at a young age. An 18-year-old SS-level expert. He went to Jayapenji alone, and single-handedly overwhelmed the entire Jayapenji martial arts world and killed all the Jayapenji warriors. Each of these things is worthy of their admiration. Different from the opinions of netizens in China, the netizens of Jayapenji were delighted when they saw the 18 Xialis people taking action. Yoshi, there are 18 SS-level experts attacking. Jiang Yu will definitely not be able to escape this time. Dead. Jiang Yu dared to kill so many geniuses from our country. He should pay the price. This is what happens when you underestimate our country. Kill Jiang Yu and avenge my dead brother. Jiang Yu must be killed. Genius. Only those who are alive are called geniuses. Those who are dead are not called geniuses. Thousands of miles in the sky away from Jiaban Island. A black warship docked. A young man with long white hair sat on the sofa in the battleship, quietly watching Jiang Yu's live broadcast room. Next to the young man, a tall and slender exotic beauty bowed her head slightly. Lord Dragon God, 18 SS-level warriors from various countries have surrounded Jiang Yu to kill him. Do you think they can succeed? The Dragon God didn't say anything, but looked at Jiang Yu's live broadcast room, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yu, even if you are very talented, what does it matter? Now, 18 of us SS-level warriors are surrounding you. Do you think you can still escape? Jing Tianyukon looked at Jiang Yu with a smug look. This operation is the only time since the cataclysm that SS masters from various countries have united together. After this action, they will definitely strengthen their relationship with each other, form an alliance, and isolate the Hanxia Kingdom. By then, it might not be impossible for them to annex the land of Hanxia Kingdom again. As for the Dragon God? Jing Tianyukon looked at the other 17 people and already had some guesses in his mind. The SS-level warriors from other countries have all arrived, but the Dragon God has not appeared yet. What does this mean? This means that the Dragon God approved of their actions. Do you really think you can keep me here? Do you think you will have the last laugh? Jiang Yu looked at the empty sky and sneered. Do you think anyone will come to help you? Jing Tianyukon retorted sarcastically. Who said no? A loud shout was heard. Two figures appeared in front of Jiang Yu out of thin air. Commander White Tiger, Commander Suzaku? Jiang Yu looked at the two figures and suddenly felt moved. Today's situation, in the eyes of everyone, is his death zone. Unless the Dragon God and the Fire God come forward. But he didn't wait for the Dragon God and the Fire God, but waited for the White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird.
They only met once. There's hope. Jiang Yu is saved.
Finally, a strong man from our country has stepped forward.
What's the chance of saving them?
There are 18 SS level warriors on the other side, while Jiang Yu and his team only have 3.
How can we possibly win against 18? Alas! God is truly jealous of talent. Our country has finally produced an unprecedented genius. Is he going to die at the hands of a foreign power? Where's the Dragon God? Why hasn't the Dragon God appeared yet? Does he really want to see Jiang Yu being surrounded and killed? Don't count on the Dragon God.
Longting Martial Arts School just announced that the Dragon God is currently on another planet.
It will take at least a few days for him to return.
In my opinion, Jiang Yu is doomed this time.
Blame it on him for showing off too much. Why?
The netizens in front of the live broadcast room looked regretful.
White Tiger, Suzaku. Do you think that the two of you can hold off 18 of us? Xyolus looked at Suzaku and Baihu with a calm expression. Zhu Kei shook his head. We must stop it whether we can or cannot.
Jiang Yu is a peerless genius in our country and on this planet. He should have a broader stage, leading Yuanqing into the real universe and becoming a great tree of our Yuanqing, instead of dying at the hands of his own people. For personal gain, he will be my brother-in-law in the future. For business, he will be the 3rd SSS level expert in our source star.
So, today, Jiang Yu is safe. Ha! Xyolus sneered disdainfully, Commander Suzaku, so you're not willing to give way. For the Dragon God's sake, I'll give you one last chance. If you leave now, I can pretend you never showed up. You don't want Hanxia country to have no more SS level experts from now on, do you? Suzaku didn't answer, his eyes fixed on Xyolus without shirking responsibility.
Jiang Yu, when the fight starts, Commander Suzaku and I will hold them back for you.
Take this opportunity to run away.
Remember not to return to the country, but run to Ruins 007. The resources in Ruins 007 are enough for you to practice for several years. Remember, do not leave Ruins number 007 until you have reached SSS level.
Baihu secretly sent a message to Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu smiled, a smile that came from the heart. He stepped over White Tiger and Vermilion Bird and smiled at them.
I, Jiang Yu, appreciate the kindness of the two commanders. But this is a matter between them and me, so there's no need for you two to interfere. You guys go back. Go back to China and help me take care of Sister Chou Yue and my sister. Jiang Yu. Commander Suzaku was anxious.
Jiang Yu ignored Zhu Kei and the other two and beckoned to Xyolus and the other 18 SS level warriors.
I know what you're thinking. I also know that the Dragon God won't show up.
The reason you dared to surround and kill me with such fanfare was actually because the Dragon God tacitly approved it.
But, so what? Don't even mention that you only have 18 of us. Even if there are 180 of us, even if the Dragon God himself comes, what do I, Jiang Yu, have to fear? I am a young man, full of youth and arrogance. Even if you have thousands of troops, what does it matter? Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill him. The same is true for you, and the Dragon God as well. Chapter 102 Jingtian is dead. Mad. So crazy.
Whether it was the netizens in the live broadcast room, the 18 people including Xyolus, or Baihu and Suzaku, they were all shocked after hearing Jiang Yu's words. Since the Great Cataclysm, no one has ever dared to challenge the world's top powerhouses like this. Everyone present here is a big shot who stands at the top of Source Star and can shake Source Star with just a stomp of his feet.
They represent the top group of people in Yuanqing.
What's more, Jiang Yu provoked not only these people, but also the Dragon God, who was recognized as the strongest person on Yuanqing. Looking back over the past 100 years, not even the major SS-level powerhouses dared to challenge the Dragon God. Or he was provoking in front of countless netizens.
But today, Jiang Yu did it. In front of countless netizens, he not only provoked SS-level powerhouses from various countries, but also provoked the Dragon God. Who is the Dragon God? He is the strongest person in the world.
Jiang Yu is courting death by provoking the Dragon God in this way.
I admit that Jiang Yu is talented, but is it really okay for him to provoke the Dragon God like this? I think Jiang Yu is right. He will kill anyone who wants to kill him. You can't just wash your neck and wait to be killed. Alas!
Jiang Yu is still too young and doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. If he had kept a low profile, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened.
You are so young and reckless. If heaven is against me, then what does it matter if I am against heaven? Why? Some netizens admire Jiang Yu's youthful recklessness, while others sigh for Jiang Yu.
In their view, today's situation is one in which Jiang Yu is bound to die.
Above debanjing. After the initial shock, Xiaolus and his companions came to their senses. Jing Tianyakon looked at Jiang Yu and sneered, "Jiang Yu, you are really arrogant. You know you're doomed, so you're ready to throw in the towel? How dare you challenge the dragon god?
In the eyes of the dragon god, you are nothing more than a slightly larger ant.
If the dragon god wants to kill you, all he needs to do is move his fingers. Oh, no. Even without the dragon god's intervention, you won't survive this day."
Jiang Yu looked up at the empty space, his black and white pupils flashing with cold light, and said in a cold voice,
"Wait a minute, I'll kill you first." "Kill me, he.
Jing Tianyakon laughed indifferently.
They have 18 SS level strongmen, comparable to the 18 princes.
It is simply a pipe dream for Jiang Yu to kill him.
The well is empty, go to hell.
Jiang Yu moved, and with a wave of his hand, the 6 willow leaf flying knives turned into an awl, which spun at high speed as if drilling through space, and turned into a green light, attacking the sky at an incredible speed.
The speed was so fast that even an SS level expert couldn't see it clearly. He did not forget that when Tianshan died in Jing Tianyukon's sneak attack.
He also wanted to let Jing Tianyukong experience the feeling of being attacked by surprise.
What?
Jing Tianyukong's mind buzzed, and just as he was about to come to his senses, 6 flying knives were already close to him.
With a loud bang.
With the absolute speed advantage, Jing Tianyukong had no time to think or dodge before 6 flying knives blasted a big hole in his abdomen. The rotating tearing force of the 6 flying knives tore Jing Tianyukong's body apart, turning it into falling flesh and blood. In just a moment, Jing Tian was completely dead.
He didn't even have time to react before being wiped out by Jiang Yu. What?
How is this possible? The netizens and Xiaolus and others in front of the live broadcast room were stunned. Jing Tianyukong can become the strongest among the chickens, so he must have the strength. But now, after just one encounter, Jing Tianyukong was killed by Jiang Yu, without even having time to react.
This.
Baihu and Zhu Kei looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes.
Everyone, act quickly. We must not let Jiang Yu leave Foot Basin Island alive. Otherwise, we will all be doomed.
Xiaolus shouted loudly, causing the other 16 SS level strongmen to come back to their senses instantly.
Let's go too. Commanders Baihu and Zhu Kei stopped 2 SS level warriors for Jiang Yu respectively. The remaining 13 SS level soldiers attacked Jiang Yu.
Facing their attacks, Jiang Yu showed no fear, his face expressionless as he shouted in a deep voice.
"Who told you that I'm only SS rank?" Boom!
A powerful aura surpassing the SS level instantly burst out from Jiang Yu's body, enveloping the 13 SS level masters.
My real level is half-step SSS level.
Since you all want to kill me, then you all just go and die. As Jiang Yu spoke, his figure flashed and he came behind an SS level warrior, and slashed at the SS level warrior with the Zhankuan sword in his hand.
Just as the SS warrior was about to resist, a large amount of mental power suddenly flooded into his mind. Oh no! It's a mental attack. Everyone, be careful. Phew!
Before the SS level warrior could finish his words, Jiang Yu chopped off his head with a knife.
Although there is only one level difference between SSS and SS levels, there is a huge gap in strength. It's just like a general and a warrior. 10 warriors couldn't defeat one general, let alone a huge gap like SSS level. Kill. The death of another SS warrior did not make Xiaolus and others retreat. Instead, their desire to kill Jiang Yu became stronger. Today, they surrounded and killed Jiang Yu together, and had completely offended Jiang Yu. If they can't keep Jiang Yu here today, they will be the ones in trouble later. With Jiang Yu's vengeful character, he would never let them go, and Jing Tianyukong was the best example. Kill. 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 The 12 SS level warriors attacked Jiang Yu with all their might without reservation.
The enormous energy made the entire sky seem to be torn apart. The aftermath of the battle between 21 SS level warriors, including Jiang Yu, caused the entire Foot Basin Island to begin to shake. From time to time, attacks would fall to the ground, destroying everything within a radius of dozens of miles. The ground on Foot Basin Island began to tremble, and houses collapsed one after another. A large number of Foot Basin chicken personnel died in the battle of 21 people. But none of the 21 people paid attention to the casualties of the people in Jaya Abenji. They only had one thought: either the other party died, or they died. Jiang Yu, go to hell. Xylis held a spear in his hand and stabbed Jiang Yu from behind. Oh! Jiang Yu sneered, and his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind an SS-level strongman. What? This SS-level strongman had just noticed the danger behind him and wanted to turn back, but the blood-stained Zhang Kuan sword had already pierced his heart. No, impossible. With his heart damaged, this SS-level warrior showed resentment on his face. Die. Lightning emanated from the Zhang Kuan sword, shattering the heart of the SS-level strongman. Chapter 103. Only 2 of the 18 people are left. After killing this SS-level strongman, Jiang Yu turned his head to look at the battlefield between Baihu and Suzaku. I saw 2 of them blocking 2 SS-level strongmen respectively. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, and he leaped behind the SS-level strongman who was fighting against Juke. Venus, be careful. Xylis warned loudly. This was a female SS-level warrior with wheat brown skin. When she heard Xylis' words, she was about to turn around, but a cone made up of 3 flying knives pierced into her body from behind. Venus spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around to look at Jiang Yu in disbelief. At this time, Suzaku moved, swung the long sword in his hand, and quickly swept across Venus' neck. Xiu Lu Sai. Venus looked at Xylis, her body softened, and she fell from the sky. No! Venus! Looking at Venus's corpse, Xylis' eyes were bloodshot. His eyes instantly turned red. In a short moment, Xylis suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted why he came to surround and kill Jiang Yu. After regretting it, Xylis' eyes were filled with endless hatred, and he gritted his teeth and shouted. Jiang Yu, I want you to die. I'll make you pay for Venus's life. The sun is shining. A powerful burst of white energy erupted from Xylis' body. The energy fluctuations caused the entire space to be silent. The air seemed to evaporate in an instant. He who kills shall be killed. Jiang Yu's face showed no expression at all in response to Xylis' outburst. From the moment Xylis surrounded and killed Wen Tianxiang, the feud between them had been a life and death struggle. He will kill anyone who wants to kill him. Go to hell. The white light on Xylis' body condensed into a beam of light, shooting towards Jiang Yu at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Pang! When the beam of light was 3 meters away from Jiang Yu, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier, and the energy of the beam of light overflowed in all directions. It's useless. I told you, I'm half-step SSS level. Jiang Yu's figure flashed and disappeared along the attack route of the light column. Boom! The beam of light lost its target and hit Mount Fuji directly. Rumble! The entire Mount Fuji collapsed, boiling lava spurted out, and the entire Foot Basin Island shook violently. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and countless chicken men fell into the cracks. In an instant, the entire Foot Basin Island felt as if it had ushered in the end of the world. The volcanic eruption of magma made the air above the entire island dusty and gray smoke filled the sky. The scorching lava torrent raged across the land, leaving ruins in its wake. Houses, bridges, roads, everything was destroyed by the raging magma, and the chicken-footed people fled in all directions. Cries and shouts echoed across the island. Jiang Yu, Xylis, and others in the sky ignored what happened on the Foot Basin Island. Jiang Yu's figure appeared behind Xylis like a ghost. Zulus, be careful! Willis immediately shouted and stabbed Jiang Yu with a spear in his hand. No matter how much they planned before, now they must unite and work together to kill Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's strength exceeded their expectations. In just a few rounds, 4 SS-level warriors were killed by Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu continued to kill, I'm afraid all of them would die. A sense of fear rose in Willis's heart. Horrible. Jiang Yu's talent is truly terrifying. The 18-year-old SS-level warrior killed 4 SS-level warriors with just a wave of his hand while being surrounded by 18 SS-level warriors. Even the dragon god of the past did not possess such talent and means. Since you're so eager to die, I'll let you die first. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, gave up attacking Xylis, and faced Willis with the Zhankuan sword in hand. He remembered that Willis was also one of the murderers who besieged Wen Tianxiang. Swish! Jiang Yu's body turned into a shadow and passed by Willis. Willis's body was split into 2, and a stream of bright red blood splattered into the air. Willis's pupils shrank, and before he could look at his body,
his entire head exploded on the spot. Ice King Willis is dead. This. The remaining SS-level strongmen panicked.
Willis's strength was ranked among the top 3 among them.
But now, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu didn't care whether they panicked or not, and set his sights on the Indonesian white elephant.
The willow leaf flying knife flashed by. Indonesian white elephant dies. William Family Williams died.
Kim Soo-won, the strongest man in the Korean country, is dead.
John Bull's strongest man, Carl Hughes, is dead. Eagle Sauce's Captain America is dead.
Jiang Yu is like the god of death on Yuanqing, quickly taking the lives of these SS-level powerhouses.
In just a few minutes, only 8 of the 18 SS-level warriors who surrounded Jiang Yu were left. How is this possible? Netizens in the live broadcast room were so shocked by the scene on the field that they were speechless. Because Jiang Yu and others moved too fast, they could not see the details of the battle. But they can see the number of people on the field. In just a few minutes, only 8 of the 18 SS warriors were left. Strong. Jiang Yu is really too strong. No wonder he dared to charge at Jaya Benji alone. He declared that he would single-handedly suppress Jaya Benji's martial arts for 100 years. This is no longer just about suppressing the foot basin chicken. This is about destroying the foot basin chicken and dominating the world's martial arts for 100 years. After today, Jiang Yu's name will be remembered forever. How did Jiang Yu become a half-step SSS level expert at the age of 18?
The netizens in the live broadcast room were puzzled.
And at this time,
the 8 SS level warriors, including Xyolus, looked at Jiang Yu with murderous intent on his face, and felt fear and regret in their hearts.
Why did they come to surround and kill Jiang Yu in the first place?
18 people surrounded Jiang Yu and now only 8 of them are left. Jiang Yu is not a human being at all, but a pervert.
A pervert who can slaughter SS-level strongmen at will. Run! Run! The 8 SS-class soldiers looked at each other and ran in 8 different directions at the same time. At this moment, they deeply regretted their decision to surround and kill Jiang Yu.
I really hope that the Dragon God can appear in time.
Can you run away?
Jiang Yu activated his mental power, and 30 willow leaf flying knives flew out from his clothes in an instant. The 36 willow leaf flying knives were divided into 6 groups, forming small cones, chasing after the 6 SS-level strongmen.
He himself chased after Xyolus.
Anyone can be spared, but the mastermind, Xyolus, must die.
Phew! Phew! The speed of the 6 cones exceeded SS level, and they instantly penetrated into the bodies of the 6 SS level strongmen, crushing their bodies. Just as Guni, the high priest of ancient Egypt, was about to rejoice, he was blocked by the white tiger and the vermilion bird from the front and the back, preventing him from retreating. And the other side.
Jiang Yu had also caught up with Xyolus, and slashed towards Xyolus with the blood-stained Zhenkuan sword.
Looking at Jiang Yu, who was full of murderous intent, and the sword that was about to chop him down, Xiao Lu suddenly panicked and shouted into the distance. Dragon God, save me! Ping!
A powerful attack energy suddenly appeared and attacked Jiang Yu at an extremely fast speed.
If Jiang Yu was beaten to a pulp this time, he would be crippled if not dead.
In desperation, Jiang Yu had to give up on killing Xyolus and quickly dodged the fatal blow.
Jiang Yu, stop it!
A calm but emotionless voice came from the sky.
Chapter 104, Blaming the Dragon God. What a bullshit view of the overall situation.
Jiang Yu looked over when he heard the sound.
Horizon. The Dragon God came in through the air with 16 aliens whose aura was no less than that of SS strongmen like Xyolus. Dragon God, you are finally here. The Dragon God is here, we are saved now.
Xyolus and Guni were instantly delighted, feeling as if they had escaped a disaster.
Dragon God, the Dragon God has appeared. Oh my God. I finally saw the living Dragon God, the world's strongest being. The world's strongest being and the world's most talented being, what kind of sparks do you think will come from them? The Dragon God has appeared. Now, someone is finally standing up for Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu no longer has to face enemies from all sides and bear the pressure from all nations alone.
Yes.
Although I can't see the details of the battle clearly, I can tell from the current battle footage how fierce the battle was. The SS-level masters from various countries are shameless. 18 of them surrounded and killed Jiang Yu, an 18-year-old child.
I feel sorry for Jiang Yu. What did Jiang Yu do wrong that required 18 renowned warriors to unite and kill him?
Now that the Dragon God has appeared, he will surely bring justice to Jiang Yu. Netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing the matter. However, when White Tiger and Vermilion Bird saw the dragon god, their brows furrowed slightly. They clearly remembered that the dragon god had said that it would take several days to return to the source star, so why did he come back early? Moreover, it didn't appear earlier or later, but just at this time. Although Baihu and Juke had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. They bowed slightly to the dragon god and said, "First Elder." The dragon god nodded and said, "White Tiger, Suzaku, let Gani go. You two step aside." "Yes." White Tiger and Suzaku pushed aside. The dragon god looked at Jiang Yu and said expressionlessly, "You must be Jiang Yu. Your strength is beyond my imagination. I'm very happy that a genius like you has appeared in Hanxia country. But, when a man is too strong, he is easily broken. 18 men from Xialis surrounded you and killed 16 of them. Let's end this matter here. Dragon God, are you going to stop me?" Jiang Yu looked at the dragon god without fear, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. From the previous attack, he could feel a strong murderous intent. That attack was intended to kill him. The dragon god shook his head. "It's not that I want to stop you, but all the people in the world are trying to stop you. No one wants you to kill Xialis and the other two. Killing them will cause dissatisfaction among Western people and lead to the division between the East and the West. You don't want to become a sinner of Yuanqing, do you? Sinner? East-West split? Ha ha ha." Jiang Yu sneered, staring at the dragon god with a pair of cold pupils, and shouted in a deep voice. "You said that killing them would displease Westerners and lead to a split between the East and the West. Then let me ask you, when they killed Senior Wen Tianxiang, did they ever consider whether this would cause dissatisfaction among our people? When they surrounded and killed me, did they ever consider whether this would lead to a split between the East and the West? Is it true that when they kill our people, it doesn't cause a split between the East and the West, but when we kill their people, it causes a split between the East and the West? Is it true that they are allowed to kill our people, but we are not allowed to kill their people? What kind of bullshit is this? Why are Westerners so nobler than us that you're defending them so much?" Hearing Jiang Yu's question, a woman behind the dragon god immediately stood up and shouted. "How dare you speak to your master like that? You deserve death." "Bold?" Jiang Yu sneered disdainfully. "I've always been very courageous. Today I want to ask the dragon god. In what way are Westerners nobler than us? Are they human beings, and we are not human beings?" The dragon god's expression remained unchanged. "Everything I do is for the greater good, for the peace of Origin Star. If I let you kill each other, we humans will be plunged into endless war before the alien beasts rise up. For the sake of peace, for the people to live in peace, I have established many rules and regulations. These rules and regulations will not be broken because of one person or one thing. The human alliance must not have conflicts, and there must be no more wars between countries. So, for the sake of unity between the East and the West, and for the sake of peace for mankind, Jiang Yu, Xialis, and the other siege on you should be put to an end. In addition, I hope you can use your income for the next 10 years to appease the anger of the families of these SS rank warriors. I don't want to see the East and the West divided because of you. I don't want to see countries plunged into war and the people suffering. So, is this the reason why you chose to sacrifice Senior Wen Tianxiang and the wealth of your countrymen in exchange for the satisfaction of the Westerners?" Jiang Yu asked back, murderous intent filling his cold eyes. The dragon god shook his head. "This isn't called sacrifice. To gain something, you have to give something. If no one contributes, if no one considers the greater good, how can there be peace on Origin Star? How can humanity unite and eliminate the alien beasts? Everything is for the greater good. The overall situation? He. Jiang Yu lowered his head and laughed contemptuously. After laughing, he raised the Kuan slashing sword, pointed at the dragon god angrily and shouted. "What does this bullshit big picture perspective have to do with me? I only know that killing someone means paying with one's life, and that's only natural. I only know that Chinese people are no less inferior than Westerners. I only know that Chinese people don't need to sacrifice themselves to please the West. I only know that whether the Westerners are satisfied or not has nothing to do with me. I only know that Senior Wen Tianxiang's death should not be in vain. I also know that today, no one can stop me from killing Xialis. I will kill anyone who stands in my way. So, you're going to hold on to me?" The dragon god's expression suddenly darkened, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. This momentum far exceeds the SS level.
So what? Jiang Yu refused to back down, completely unleashing his unique SSS level aura to fight against the dragon god. SSS level. He's actually an SSS expert. Xylus was stunned, and Gunnar was also stunned. Thinking of her participation in the siege of Jiangyu, Gu and I felt a surge of fear. A dozen SS level warriors going to surround and kill an SSS level warrior, isn't this just a way to get killed? Suddenly, Gunnar looked at the other SS level warriors with sympathy. Those people never knew until they died what kind of powerful person they were besieging. Baihu and Zhu Ke were also stunned. It's shocking enough that Jiangyu is SS level. They never expected that Jiangyu would be an SSS level expert. No wonder you dare to brag, it turns out you are an SSS level warrior, you are quite good at hiding it. The dragon god's expression didn't change at all. The foreign woman behind him stepped forward and said, Jiangyu, so what if you're SSS? That's not a reason for you to provoke the master. You have to understand that the SSS level is only the second level in the universe. Even within the SSS level, there are different levels. As she spoke, the woman also exuded an SSS level aura. Chapter 105 A Powerful Woman. SSS level. Another SSS level. An SSS level who is stronger than Jiang Yu. Baihu, Xylus and others were shocked when they felt the woman's aura. If women are so strong, how strong must the dragon god be? Baihu and others didn't know. Before they could be shocked for long, the 15 aliens behind the woman released their aura one after another. Although their aura is not as strong as that of women, each of them is much stronger than Xylus and others. SS level. All of them are SS level strongmen. Xylus and others were stunned. Looking at the 16 people headed by women, Xylus and Gunnar looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Didn't they surround and kill Jiangyu just to wipe out the genius of Hanxia country and consolidate their own position on Yuanqing? But now, any warrior behind the dragon god is SS level and stronger than them. So what's the point of them surrounding and killing Jiangyu? SSS class is just the second level in the universe, also known as stellar class. It's divided into 9 levels. Jiangyu, although you are also an SSS level warrior, your level is only at the second level of the star, while Ruyan is at the 7th level of the star. Now, I'll give you one last chance. I'll destroy your sea of consciousness, and from now on, you'll be an ordinary person. I can forgive you for what you did. Otherwise, don't blame me for being disrespectful of my compatriots and executing you for the crime of destroying human peace. The dragon god spoke slowly, his deep eyes flickering with a long and profound light. Destroy the sea of consciousness. When Baihu and Zhu Ke heard the dragon god's words, disbelief flashed in their eyes and they looked at the dragon god in disbelief. The sea of consciousness is the core of all warriors. It is the core of martial arts that is condensed after a warrior breaks through to S level. Once the sea of consciousness is destroyed, not only will the warrior's future path in martial arts be ruined, but he will also become a disabled person. No matter how talented one is, without a sea of consciousness for the rest of his life, he will never be able to break through to S level. The dragon god's move was definitely to destroy Jiangyu. Baihu and Suzaku were incredulous. They didn't understand. It was clearly Xylus and others who instigated the conflict, so why was Jiangyu the one who was punished in the end? Is it true that the satisfaction of Western people is more important than the rise of a country? Not only Baihu and the other two, but also many netizens in front of the live broadcast room were a little confused. This is a little different from the result they imagined. No way? Didn't the dragon god come to make the decision on Jiangyu's behalf? Why didn't he punish Xylus and the others? Instead, why did he defend them and blame Jiangyu? Who knows? Could it be that Jiangyu caused so much slaughter that the dragon god couldn't stand it anymore? So, he chose to punish Jiangyu? I'm just an ordinary person. Do any of you know what it means to destroy the sea of consciousness? Destroying the sea of consciousness means destroying a warrior's talent, future, and martial arts. Once the sea of consciousness is destroyed, even a natural genius will be unable to achieve anything on the path of martial arts. The dragon god's move is intended to completely destroy Jiangyu, the world's #1 genius. Impossible. As the world's strongest being and the backbone of our country, why would the dragon god destroy Jiangyu? Jiangyu's rise will only enhance our international voice. By then, the world's 3 most powerful SSS powers will all be in our country. What a spine-lifting thing that would be. What on earth is going on? Why do I feel like the dragon god is speaking towards the west? Many netizens couldn't understand it. Above the Banjing.
Facing the 17 people including the dragon god, Jiang Yu showed no fear.
He raised the Kuan slaying sword in his hand high, pointed at the dragon god and sneered. Dragon god, stop being so high-sounding. If you want to lick the asses of Westerners, that's your own business. I, Jiang Yu, don't have that hobby. You want to destroy my sea of consciousness? Then come on. It just so happens that I also want to experience the strength of the world's strongest person. Today, Xylus must die. You're so stubborn. Since you don't want to do it yourself, let me help you.
Without waiting for the dragon god to speak, the SSS level woman next to him spoke first, and an iron whip appeared in her hand, which she swung towards Jiang Yu. The iron whip was like a giant soaring snake, dancing in the air, seemingly ignoring the obstruction of space, and attacking Jiang Yu with incredible force.
Wow, what a fast speed.
When Bai Hu and the others saw the woman's attack, their pupils shrank instantly, and they only felt a shadow passing before their eyes. Even they could not see the speed of the iron whip.
Pang!
The iron whip produces a sonic boom. Jiang Yu did not dare to be careless. When the iron whip was approaching, he ran towards the woman in an instant. The Zhan Kuan sword in his hand flashed with lightning, and a hint of coldness came from the blade.
36 willow leaf flying knives were ready to go, circling around him and transforming into small cones that quickly approached the woman. A trifle.
Seeing Jiang Yu's attack, the woman smiled contemptuously and swung her iron whip to defend herself.
It formed an iron circle around her and flew around to block the attack of the flying knife. Ding ding ding.
The flying knives collided with the iron whips, and the powerful impact caused sparks to burst out between them.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Under the hard material of the iron whip, the willow leaf flying knives suddenly shattered into several pieces.
What a hard iron whip!
Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes and was about to get close to the woman when he saw the iron whip wrapped around the woman suddenly turn into several whips and wrap around him.
The iron whip is like a coiled snake, and its attack angle is extremely tricky and vicious. Pang!
Jiang Yu used his sword to force back the iron whip closest to him and quickly retreated. The Zhan Kuan sword in his hand also broke in an instant.
Koan is broken. It's useless, Jiang Yu. This iron whip I have is an XS level weapon, one level higher than yours. It's made of the hardest ore in the universe, meteorite ore. Don't even mention the scrap metal you're holding. Even a weapon of the same rank would have a hard time cutting through the iron whip. Just prepare to surrender. That way, I can give you a quick death.
The woman said with a solemn oath.
Yeah?
Jiang Yu smiled disapprovingly, jumped up, and his body fell into the magma below.
As time went by, Mount Fuji erupted and the entire Foot Basin Island was already covered by magma.
Above the magma, there are a large number of attribute bubbles floating, the most numerous of which are fire-type bubbles. He admitted that women were very strong, especially the iron whip in their hands, which could be used for both attack and defense.
But he is a cheater.
The attribute bubbles falling from the ground are enough to further enhance his strength.
Take it away? When the woman saw Jiang Yu falling to the ground, she jumped up and chased after him.
The iron whip wrapped around her was one step ahead of her body, like a nimble poisonous snake, spitting out its tongue, and bound Jiang Yu.
Whoosh!
The two of them, one in front and one behind, streaked across the night sky like shooting stars. When approaching the ground, Jiang Yu suddenly paused, stopped above the magma, and quickly picked up the fallen attribute bubbles next to the magma.
Chapter 106, Siege of 16.
Congratulations to the host for his power plus. Congratulations to the host for speed plus. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fire attribute ability. Congratulations to the host.
Jiang Yu was flying over the Foot Basin Island.
His current speed had already exceeded the speed of sound by several times.
It would only take him a few minutes to fly around the entire Foot Basin Island.
Along the way, the system picked up bubbles of attributes one by one. In particular, the proficiency of fire attribute abilities improved by leaps and bounds.
Jiang Yu, do you think you can escape?
The woman chased Jiang Yu closely, and the iron whip wrapped around Jiang Yu from time to time.
Although she is stronger than Jiang Yu, she is just an ordinary warrior, not a spiritualist.
In the air, she couldn't fully exert the powerful explosive power of her legs, and for a moment, she couldn't even catch up with Jiang Yu.
What is Jiang Yu doing? If he wanted to escape, why didn't he leave Foot Basin Island? But if he didn't want to escape, why did he circle around Foot Basin Island? Suzaku and the others were puzzled. The dragon god frowned. He also didn't want to know what Tong Jiangyu was doing. Delay time and wait for reinforcements? But looking at the entire Yuanqing, with him around, who else can be Jiang Yu's savior? First Elder, do you want to take action yourself? This SSS expert you brought with you seems unable to catch up with Jiang Yu.
If we let Jiang Yu escape, given his talent and vengeful nature, he will definitely not let us go, Xylas said respectfully to the dragon god. The dragon god looked at Xylas, and a hint of tenderness appeared on his expressionless face.
He nodded and said, Lu Ruyan's strength is above average among all the SSS level warriors.
If she can't defeat Jiang Yu, I will naturally take action myself. The peace between the East and the West cannot be broken by one person. I will never allow anyone to cause the division between the East and the West. Anyone who dares to destroy the relationship between the East and the West is opposing me. I will naturally not sit idly by. Then I'll have to trouble the First Minister, Xylas said respectfully, with a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu cannot live. You absolutely cannot live.
Whether it was out of personal gain or national interest, he had to find a way to eliminate Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu survives, not only will he die, but his country will also be in trouble and be trampled under the feet of Hanxia Kingdom. Xylas knew very well in his heart that Jiang Yu and the dragon god had completely different personalities. The latter cares about the entire source star, and even leans towards the west at times.
But Jiang Yu is different.
Jiang Yu only had Hanxia Kingdom in his eyes. He had seen it from the moment Jiang Yu set foot on Jiaoban Island alone. If Jiang Yu were alive, Hanxia would surely rise, and the western countries would surely weaken. By then, with one strong and one weak, it would be basically impossible for other countries to suppress the Hanxia Kingdom again.
No.
Jiang Yu must die. The Xia Kingdom must never rise. The murderous intent in Xylas' eyes grew stronger. He looked at the 15 SS level warriors brought by the dragon god, a gleam in his eyes, and said intentionally or unintentionally, although Jiang Yu is young, he is treacherous and vindictive. It would be difficult to eliminate him with just an SSS level warrior. If he escapes, there will be endless trouble. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have brought people to block his path. In this way, Jiang Yu would be killed today by being attacked from both sides. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. When the 15 SS level warriors heard Xylas' words, they subconsciously looked at the dragon god. After seeing the dragon god nod slightly, the 15 people immediately surrounded Jiang Yu and attacked him.
Dragon god.
Seeing the 15 SS level warrior opponents, Zhu Ke suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly stepped forward to persuade the dragon god, but was directly enveloped by a powerful pressure all over his body, and he was unable to straighten his back. The dragon god glanced at Suzaku, his expression returning to a blank expression as he said coldly,
Suzaku, I know what you want to say.
However, rules are rules, and no one can break them by relying on their strength. Xylas and his men were certainly wrong to surround and kill Jiang Yu, but their crime is not punishable by death. Jiang Yu not only killed them all, causing dissatisfaction among the Western people, but also because of him alone, the entire Jaya Benji fell and countless Jaya Benji people died tragically. He has already violated the federal treaty. I have to take him down no matter what. From a national perspective, he's harming national interests, undermining relations with Western countries, and causing dissatisfaction among Western countries. As the strongest person in Hanxia, I naturally have the right to take him down and give the Western countries an explanation. From the perspective of Yuanqing, he caused a large amount of killing in Jaya Benji, which led to the fall of Jaya Benji and the tragic deaths of countless people.
Killing 16 SS level warriors has reduced the top combat power of Source Star, putting it at a disadvantage when facing alien beasts in the future. As the strongest warrior on Source Star, I naturally have the obligation to eliminate Jiang Yu and maintain peace on Source Star.
The dragon god spoke with great righteousness. Zhu Ke found it extremely harsh. Under the pressure from the dragon god, she slowly straightened her back, looked at the dragon god's expressionless face, and said through gritted teeth, but it was Jing Tianyakong and the others who first attacked Senior Wen Tianxiang, which is why Jiang Yu was defeated. It was also Xylas and the other 18 who surrounded and attacked Jiang Yu, which is why Jiang Yu launched a counterattack. The eruption of Mount Fuji was also caused by Xylas' attack. What does all this have to do with Jiang Yu? He was just forced to fight back.
Is resistance also a mistake? Pang.
The dragon god's aura suddenly erupted, and he looked at Suzaku expressionlessly. I just said that although Xylis and the others were wrong, their crimes do not deserve the death penalty.
This is not a reason for Jiang Yu to massacre 16 SS level experts.
The rules of the Federation cannot be broken just because of Jiang Yu.
If everyone is like Jiang Yu, relying on their strength to act recklessly, then what is the point of the Federation?
If he feels wronged, he can just wait for me to come back and tell me, and I will take care of it for him. Instead of relying on his own strength to seek revenge.
Do you know how much impact the death of Willis and others will have on Western countries, and how much hostility the Western people will have towards us? If I don't capture Jiang Yu, how can I give an explanation to the people of the West?
You don't need to interfere in this matter.
I will make my own judgment.
But when Zhu Ke was about to say something, Baihu quickly stopped her, shook his head at her, and motioned her to look in the direction of Jiang Yu.
Hey, what's going on?
Boli said that the Dragon God should have come to make the decision for Jiang Yu.
Why is he grabbing Jiang Yu now?
Yes. It was Xylis and the others who started the fight. Why didn't the Dragon God punish Xylis and the others, but instead blamed everything on Jiang Yu?
What do you think? Is it because Jiang Yu has committed so much bloodshed that the Dragon God can no longer bear it? But this isn't Jiang Yu's fault. 18 renowned SS rank warriors from Xylis surrounded Jiang Yu alone. Could it be that Jiang Yu couldn't fight back?
Furthermore, Mount Fuji was also destroyed by Xylis.
What does this have to do with Jiang Yu?
In my opinion, Jiang Yu is in great danger this time.
15 SS level alien warriors, plus an SSS level warrior, and the Dragon God are standing by.
This time, Jiang Yu is doomed.
Humph. In my opinion, the Dragon God is biased, favoring Westerners.
He's just afraid that Jiang Yu's rise will threaten his position.
A typical hypocrite, a double standard dog.
Netizens in the live broadcast room kept discussing and were puzzled.
The other side.
Facing the siege of 15 SS level warriors, Jiang Bai did not feel the slightest bit of fear. After picking up a lot of attributes, his current strength is no weaker than that of a woman. However, he still couldn't figure out the Dragon God's strength. Therefore, he did not attack the woman immediately, but took the opportunity to pick up more attribute bubbles. The more he could pick up, the better. From the way women addressed the Dragon God, he could tell that the Dragon God must be stronger than women.
Jiang Yu, where else do you want to escape to?
Swish. Swish. In an instant, the woman and 15 SS level warriors surrounded Jiang Yu from all directions.
Escape? Why should I run away? Shouldn't you be the ones running away?
Seeing that the retreat route was blocked, Jiang Yu smiled slightly.
Chapter 107 The Dragon God takes action.
You are about to die, yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly.
Take my hammer. Among the 15 SS warriors, a one-horned giant swung a giant hammer at Jiang Yu.
The hammer was as powerful as a meteor, piercing the space barrier and smashing towards Jiang Yu with the power of destruction.
Bang!
The hammer smashed down, causing the entire space to tremble, but Jiang Yu disappeared out of thin air in front of the one-horned man.
Where are the people? The one-horned man's pupils shrank, and he quickly looked around.
He hadn't even seen how Jiang Yu disappeared.
Tainyo, be careful. Jiang Yu is behind you and above your heads.
Lu Ruyan shouted hurriedly, and the iron whip in her hand shot out instantly, wrapping around Jiang Yu, trying to rescue the one-horned man.
What?
The one-horned man was suddenly startled and was about to look back when a cold light flashed across his neck. It was an ice blade made of ice, and the thickness of the ice blade was about the same as that of paper. How is this possible? The one-horned man covered the black blood flowing from his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief, and fell into the magma on the ground with an unwilling look on his face.
Although SS-level strongmen are strong, they are not strong enough to ignore the death of their physical body and enter a state of spiritual separation. Physical death means true death. Damn it!
When Lu Ruyan saw the one-horned man die, she swung the iron whip in her hand a little faster. The iron whip was like a nimble poisonous snake, drawing an arc in the air and smashing fiercely towards Jiang Yu's head with a sharp sound of wind.
Jiang Yu did not dodge again.
Looking at the incoming iron whip, he activated his mental power and formed a protective shield 3 feet in front of him. Now, his strength is not weaker than Lu Ruyan, and he is even stronger than Lu Ruyan.
Bang!
The iron whip was blocked by the shield, and no matter how hard Lu Ruyan tried, she could not move forward at all.
Now, it's my turn.
Jiang Yu raised his right hand slowly and grabbed the iron whip. A huge amount of fire energy surged out of his body and condensed into a huge fire dragon in his right hand, which swallowed Lu Ruyan along the iron whip.
Damn, this guy seems to have gotten a lot stronger. Lu Ruyan looked surprised as she looked at the attacking fire dragon.
She gritted her teeth, quickly let go of the iron whip and retreated.
Bang!
The fire dragon exploded at the position where Lu Ruyan was just now. A powerful fire energy swept across the sky, sweeping up the other 14 SS-level powerhouses, making it impossible to see the situation on the field clearly.
Not good. Get away from these fire energies.
An SS-level warrior thought of something, exclaimed, and hurriedly fled into the distance.
Pity.
Before he could make any move, an iron chain made of fire instantly wrapped around him and pierced into his body.
The other SS-level masters were not much better off. Facing Jiang Yu, an SSS-level master, they had no strength to resist. Before they could react, their lives were ruthlessly taken away. Gradually, the fire energy dissipated.
The sky returned to its gray state again.
Look around. All 15 SS-level warriors were dead, leaving only Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yu facing each other from a distance. Damn it!
How dare you kill our Lu family?
Jiang Yu, you really have a way to die.
Lu Ruyan shouted angrily, and a two-handed sword appeared out of thin air in her hands, rushing towards Jiang Yu.
Swish!
Just as Lu Ruyan rushed over, Jiang Yu's figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was already behind Lu Ruyan.
Phew! A spear made of ice pierced through Lu Ruyan's abdomen from behind.
Lu Ruyan instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, lowered her head, and looked at the long pine tree that had pierced her abdomen in disbelief, and said in shock.
How is this possible?
Your strength, how could it be possible that you suddenly became so much stronger?
You are not a second-level star warrior. When did I ever say I was a second-level star warrior? I just accidentally broke through again.
Jiang Yu shrugged lightly, and pulled the spear out of Lu Ruyan's body without mercy, bringing out a flower of blood. Lu Ruyan glanced at her abdomen and looked up at the dragon god in the distance.
Master, save. Bang!
Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, a fire dragon instantly swallowed her up.
How is this possible? Baihu and Zhu Ke were shocked. Xiaolus and Gunny were also shocked. They clearly saw that Jiang Yu was no match for Lu Ruyan and was being beaten by Lu Ruyan. But in such a short moment, how could Lu Ruyan and 15 SS level experts be killed by Jiang Yu? Shock. This is really shocking. What kind of monster have we provoked? Fear rose in Gunnar's heart. Since the Cataclysm, there have never been more than 30 SS-level powerhouses in the entire Source Star.
But today, Jiang Yu alone killed 31 SS-level warriors and 1 SSS-level warrior.
For a moment, Gunnar was filled with fear and regret.
How great it would have been if she had not listened to Xiaolus's advice and come to surround and kill Jiang Yu but instead made friends with Jiang Yu.
An 18-year-old SSS warrior definitely has a bright future. What a pity. She chose the wrong path. The road has been narrowed abruptly.
The netizens in the live broadcast room were also looking at the results in disbelief.
An SSS-level expert is the top combat force of Yuanqing, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon God and the Fire God. And now, an SSS-level strong man died in front of them.
This Jiang Yu is too strong.
He killed an SSS-level expert so easily? Alas! Jiang Yu is completely finished now. He killed Lu Ruyan, which means he has completely offended the Dragon God. For both public and private reasons, the Dragon God will not let him go. Why, I don't understand, is Jiang Yu and Longshan so at loggerheads? If they unite, along with Huoxin and Lu Ruyan, our country will have 4 SSS-level experts. By then, won't the rest of the world have to act according to our country's wishes? Why are there so many reasons?
If you want to blame someone, just blame Jiang Yu for being too young and arrogant, wanting to subvert the rules set by the Dragon God with his own strength. The world's strongest person and the world's most talented person can't work together after all.
It looks like the Dragon God is about to take action.
I'm looking forward to seeing just how powerful the world's strongest person is. There were constant comments in the live broadcast room, but no one present was in the mood to pay attention. What happened today was not only a huge shock to the netizens in the live broadcast room, but also a huge shock to Baihu and others. Jiang Yu's strength is ominous, and he becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. From the God of War to SS level and then to SSS, Jiang Yu completed one amazing reversal after another.
Die! Jiang Yu must die. Xyolus glanced at Jiang Yu and placed his last hope on the dragon god. If Jiang Yu doesn't die, he must die. Now, his only hope is the dragon god. Snap! 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 The dragon god clapped his hands expressionlessly. There was no sadness on his face towards the death of Lu Ruyan and others, as if Lu Ruyan and others had nothing to do with him. Is the dragon god going to take action himself? There was a flash of worry in Baihu and Suzaku's eyes. The dragon god hasn't taken action for several years, and their understanding of the dragon god's strength is still stuck in what they knew a few years ago, as well as some data. Dragon god, Jiang Yu's actions were all forced. Do you really want to wipe out our country's finally emerging genius just because of so-called rules? Suzaku mustered up the courage to ask, his eyes fixed on the dragon god. Bang! Without seeing how the dragon god attacked, Suzaku's body flew several meters away in an instant, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Suzaku! Baihu quickly stepped forward and hugged Zhukei in his arms. Looking at Zhukei spitting out blood, he raised his head and looked at the dragon god in disbelief. The dragon god ignored the white tiger's gaze and looked at Jiang Yu with an expressionless face. I've already said that Xyolus and the others don't deserve the death penalty. The rules of the Federation cannot be broken because of one person. Nor can the relationship between the East and the West be divided because of one person. Everything I do is for the sake of Origin Star. There can be no unrest on Origin Star. For the sake of peace on Origin Star, for the sake of fairness between all nations, what's the harm in sacrificing a few people, sacrificing the interests of one party? The East has already produced enough powerful people. It cannot afford to have any more. If another powerful person appears, how will the people in the West view it? They will only feel unfair and feel dissatisfied. They will think that I am biased because I am from Hansha. For the sake of peace between the East and the West, to appease the emotions of the Western people and make them satisfied. I can only do this. I have no other choice. So, this is the reason why you favor the West? Baihu looked at the dragon god in disbelief, with disappointment evident in his eyes. The dragon god nodded, everything is for the source star. Bullshit! Jiang Yu shouted angrily, pointing his spear at the dragon god and shouting, whether the Western people are satisfied or not, what does that have to do with us Easterners? Why should we, the Orientals, satisfy them? Why shouldn't they satisfy us? You, the dragon god, are willing to be dogs for the Westerners. That's your business, but you have no right to kidnap our people. We don't owe them anything, nor do we have any obligation to satisfy them. In my opinion, the interests of the Chinese people are paramount. If my rise is not to help the Chinese people rise, but to lead the Chinese people to serve as dogs for certain people, then what is the meaning of my rise? If one day, my family and my country are gone, what use will this source star be to me? Jiang Yu pointed at the dragon god angrily. Stubborn. Just let me give you a ride. The dragon god's expression darkened, and a powerful aura instantly swept across the entire venue. Under this momentum, Baihu felt it was difficult to breathe. Beyond SSS level. This momentum definitely surpasses the SSS level. Chapter 108 The powerful dragon god cannot be shaken. Under the dragon god's aura, Jiang Yu also felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. It was as if all the air around was sucked out. But he was fearless. On the contrary, I felt a little excited inside. The title of the strongest man in the world is too big. If he kills the dragon god, it will be an incredible achievement. As for reconciliation? Jiang Yu never thought about it. From the first time the dragon god attacked, he could feel the strong murderous intent that the dragon god carried from the attack released by the dragon god. The dragon god wants to kill him. In his opinion, the dragon god's high-sounding words were all bullshit. The dragon god's real purpose was to kill him. No one can break the rules of the Federation. The dragon god took a step forward, and a giant dragon condensed behind him. Different from other dragons. The giant dragon behind the dragon god is gray, and its eyes are extremely red. Pang! As the dragon god took a step forward, his body disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu only felt a pain in his abdomen, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The blood spilled into the air, and the whole person fell towards the magma on the ground. During the entire process, he didn't realize how the dragon god succeeded. Jiang Yu! The white tiger screamed and looked at the dragon god in surprise. Quick! The dragon god was born too quickly. It was so quick that he didn't even catch the dragon god's move before he saw Jiang Yu vomiting blood. Jiang Yuqian? Very strong. Even though 15 SS level warriors and 1 SSS level warrior attacked together, they were no match for Jiang Yu and did not cause any harm to him. But now, as soon as the dragon god made a move, Jiang Yu was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and his body fell into the magma below. How powerful is the dragon god? Baihu was shocked. There was anticipation in Xiaolis' eyes. Such a powerful dragon god will definitely be able to stifle Jiang Yu's talent. Peng Qi. Jiang Yu's body fell into the magma, splashing a cloud of magma and disappeared in the magma. Dead? Just when the netizens in Gu and I in the live broadcast room became curious. With a bang, Jiang Yu, wearing Tianqian number 1, leaped out of the magma. Ice blades condensed around his body, forming ice cones, and quickly attacked the dragon god. There are a lot of ice cones, about hundreds of them. A trifle. Facing Jiang Yu's attack, there was no change on the dragon god's face. With a wave of his hand, a gray barrier condensed around his body. Within the barrier, countless dragon-shaped gray gases circled around the dragon god. Bang! 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 One after another, the ice cones hit the barrier, advancing half a centimeter. Jiang Yu condensed an ice spear in his right hand, and with full speed and strength, it turned into a stream of light and pierced the barrier. Pang! Like an ice cone, Jiang Yu's attack was blocked by the barrier when it approached it, and could not get any further. With the difference in strength, you don't even have the qualifications to get close to me. The dragon god gently raised his hand and placed a finger on the ice spear. Snap! The ice spear shattered into pieces in an instant. Jiang Yu only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This. Baihu was shocked. Xiaolis and Gunny were shocked. Netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. Jiang Yu. That's the dragon god's void realm. In the void realm, the dragon god is invincible among his peers. It used to be SSS level invincibility, but now it should be beyond SSS level invincibility. You must be careful. Zhu Ke leaned in Baihu's arms and shouted weakly. Field? Invincible at the same level? Jiang Yu looked at the dragon god in the barrier with disbelief. As his mental power was activated, the weapons of Lu Ruyan and other SS level warriors suddenly moved on their own and attacked the dragon god from all directions. Pung! Weapons hit the barrier one after another, but had no effect on it. Damn it! Jiang Yu looked unwilling. He had thought that there was a gap in strength between him and the dragon god, but he had never imagined it would be so huge. He used all his strength, but he couldn't even break the dragon god's barrier. The only change now is picking up attribute bubbles, which allows his strength to increase again. But Jiang Yu looked at the ground. He had already picked up all the attribute bubbles on the Foot Basin Island. Oh! Seeing Jiang Yu in trouble, Xiaolis smiled. This smile just happened to catch Jiang Yu's eyes, making him want to kill. Jiang Yu's figure flashed and he attacked the dragon god again. Just when everyone thought Jiang Yu was beaten to the point of vomiting blood again, Jiang Yu suddenly turned and came in front of Xiaolis. He quickly formed a spear in his right hand and pierced Xiaolis' heart. The smile on Xiaolis' face suddenly stopped, and he looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. Go to hell! The ice spear turned, and Xiaolis' body instantly shattered into pieces. Xiaolis is dead. Gu and I was trembling with fear. Jiang Yu, you've completely pissed me off. The death of Xiaolis made the dragon god furious, and he approached Jiang Yu rapidly. Pang! Jiang Yu was knocked out again. This time, the dragon god did not stop again. He moved his body and attacked Jiang Yu with punch after punch. Baihu and the others only saw that Jiang Yu was like a sandbag, being hit back and forth in the air by the dragon god, with no room to fight back. This is such a powerful dragon god, worthy of being the world's #1 master. Jiang Yu was completely defenseless in his hands. What a pity! What a pity! This time, Jiang Yu is truly doomed. He could have provoked anyone else, but he actually provoked the dragon god. This is the first time I've seen the dragon god get so angry. God is jealous of talented people. If Jiang Yu is given a few more years, he may be able to surpass the dragon god. What a pity! Who says it isn't true?
We witnessed the rise of a genius, but in the end, this genius died at our own hands.
It's truly fate.
Humph. In my opinion, the dragon god is nothing more than the world's strongest being. Everything he does is to suppress geniuses and consolidate his own position.
If possible, I hope Jiang Yu can defeat the dragon god.
At least, Jiang Yu's heart is with our country. Some netizens in front of the live broadcast room looked regretful and indignant. However, none of them could change the final outcome.
Bang! 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 Jiang Yu was still being beaten in mid-air. Ton's voice. The dragon god punched Jiang Yu in the abdomen.
Jiang Yu bent his body and fell to the ground. The blood in his mouth spilled into the air, and his body hit the ground vertically, leaving a big hole.
Jiang Yu.
Baihu hurriedly looked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was seen lying on the ground dying. The Tianqian number 1 on his body had already been broken, and a large amount of blood was flowing out from the broken hole of Tianqian number 1. The dragon god came from the sky, step by step, and walked to the air in front of Jiang Yu, looking down at him and said,
Jiang Yu, I should actually thank you.
Thank you for helping me kill Lu Ruyan and her group. Actually, I've wanted to kill them for a long time, but because of the masters behind them, I haven't been able to do it. It's you who solved my biggest worry. But, you should never, ever kill Xiaolus. Do you know that Xiaolus is actually my son, even though I don't care about him?
But you didn't kill him.
So, go to hell. Boom! The dragon god's right hand burst out with extreme energy and slammed towards Jiang Yu.
Are you going to die?
Facing the dragon god's attack, Jiang Yu struggled to stand up from the pit.
Are you willing? He is unwilling to accept it. But what can he do even if he is unwilling?
The dragon god is far superior to him in terms of speed, strength, and power.
Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. Is this really how I'm going to die?
Jiang Yu closed his eyes unwillingly, waiting for death to come.
Pang!
At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of Jiang Yu and blocked the fatal blow for him. The figure was surrounded by flames. He turned his head to look at Jiang Yu, revealing a square face that was intimidating without even being angry.
Hey, Jiang kid, are you still alive? If you're still alive, run to other star regions.
I'll take care of the dragon god.
Chapter 109, The Dragon God is Exposed, on the Eve of the War. The God of Fire is here.
The God of Fire has arrived.
It seems he is here to protect Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is saved. The clash between the world's strongest and second strongest is a once-in-a-century event. Do you think the Fire God can be a match for the Dragon God? The Fire God is only SSS rank. Who can say for sure?
The Dragon God is truly too powerful, surpassing SSS level. In front of the live broadcast room, netizens kept discussing. Jiang Yu did not choose to run away immediately. Because he knew that the Dragon God's attention was always on him and he would never let him escape.
He needs an opportunity. The God of Fire is coming.
Baihu and Zhuchue's eyes lit up and they looked expectant.
Vulcan, are you trying to stop me?
Jiang Yu slaughtered innocent Western SS-level experts in an attempt to split East-West relations and undermine the Federation Treaty, resulting in the tragic deaths of countless people in Jaya Benji.
Are you going to join him in this corruption and disregard the safety of Ziyu Wangxing?
The Dragon God asked condescendingly, without any emotion in his eyes. The Fire God stroked his big bald head and grinned, Dragon Myth, don't talk so righteously and uprightly. I dare not accept your high hat. I came here today for 2 reasons.
The first is to protect Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu is a martial arts genius rarely seen in our country for a century. He shouldn't die here. The second thing is to expose your true colors. You said you were acting out of selfish desires, so just say it was for your own selfish desires.
Why do you have to pretend to be so righteous? You've been pretending for so many years, aren't you tired?
I heard that if a hypocrite pretends to be a gentleman enough, he will become a true gentleman.
Why don't I see you changing? You said you've been pretending to be selfless for so many years, but you just wanted to monopolize the resources of Source Star? You really are a two-timing person.
Hearing the words of the Fire God, the Dragon God's face darkened. Fire God, everything I do is for the peace of the Source Star, how can it be for my own selfish desires?
Is it wrong to allow the East and West to merge and maintain the safety of the Source Star? For the Source Star?
Vulcan sneered. After laughing, the Fire God looked at the Dragon God's righteous face and sneered.
Dragon God, You bitch have been pretending to be a good person for so many years, and you really betrayed your beloved? Do you really think I don't know that the reason you've always favored the West is to provoke conflict between the East and the West so you can use both sides to help you plunder Source Star's resources? Do you really think I don't know that you founded the Dark Organization? Its purpose is to stifle the rising geniuses of various countries so that you can consolidate your position on the Source Star and prevent others from surpassing you. Do you really think I don't know that most of the Beast King level exotic beasts on Origin Star were cultivated by you? Just to make ordinary residents feel a sense of crisis, so that they will worship you and accept your rule? Do you think I don't know everything you do? Actually, I have always known, but my strength is not as good as yours. So, I can only pretend that I don't know and wait for the opportunity in secret. Today, I've finally gotten what I've been waiting for. I saw an indomitable spirit in Jiang Yu, the rise of a talented young man, and the opportunity to overthrow you. So, today, no matter what, I will not let you kill Jiang Yu. He cannot die in your hands. As the god of fire spoke, the flames around his body erupted like a volcano, dyeing half the sky red, and competing with the dragon god. His words made the netizens in the live broadcast room feel unbelievable, and shocked Baihu and the other two. They looked at the dragon god in disbelief. Oh my god, the Dark Organization was actually founded by the dragon god. The mastermind behind the assassinations of all the geniuses was actually the dragon god. No wonder the Dark Organization is so arrogant and the nations have been unable to completely eliminate them. It turns out that the Dragon God is behind all this. No. This is impossible. How could the Dragon God create a dark organization and cultivate exotic beasts for his own selfish reasons? Could it be that the Fire God made a mistake? It's hard to say. This is too big a melon. The second most powerful person in the world is accusing the most powerful person in the world. Is this true? Netizens were confused and just felt like a huge melon had hit them on the head. Over Foot Basin Island. Facing the question from the god of fire, the dragon god showed no trace of guilt on his face, and said calmly, Vulcan, you said so much, do you have any evidence? Your so-called accusations are nothing more than an attempt to overthrow me so you can take the top position? For so many years, I always thought you were just a martial arts fanatic. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. You want to dominate the Source Star yourself, right? He. Vulcan sneered and pointed at a warship flying over the horizon. You said you wanted evidence, so do they count as evidence? Boom. The battleship docked over Jai Abenji. The hatch opens. A dozen mysterious men in black robes came down. They are. Under the puzzled gazes of Baihu, Jiang Yu, and others, the mysterious people took off their black robes, revealing one face after another. That's. Jiang Yu's pupils trembled as he saw a familiar face among the mysterious people. Wen Tianxiang. It was Wen Tianxiang. He is not dead, he is still alive. Jiang Yu's face immediately showed joy, and he looked at the faces of others. They were geniuses who were once recognized by the Federation, but who met with various unfortunate deaths. Master. It's Master. Master, he's still alive. In front of the live broadcast room, Shoudue saw Wen Tianxiang's figure and tears fell from her eyes as she cried with joy. But the audience in front of the live broadcast room were collectively shocked. Isn't that Senior Wen Tianxiang? Isn't he dead? Didn't Jiang Yu set foot on Jiaban Island just to avenge him? Look at the young man holding a sword beside Senior Wen Tianxiang. He was the Xiahou swordsman, recognized as the world's #1 swordsman 20 years ago. He was the warrior who most hoped to become the third SSS level warrior, following the Dragon God and the Fire God. Didn't he die at the hands of a beast god level beast? There's also an 8th one. He was the previous Ice and Snow Emperor of the Great Mao Nation. Willis was even his apprentice. Didn't he go to the alien Starry Sky? There is a 3rd one, the Dragon God's martial arts enlightenment teacher. Wu Tian. Aren't they dead? Or have they gone to space? How come they are here? The netizens in the live broadcast room were collectively shocked, and a bold idea came to their minds. Perhaps what Vulcan said was right. The mastermind behind this is probably the Dragon God. Bah! I've always idolized the Dragon God and worked so hard for the Longting Martial Arts School. If I had known that the Dragon God was such a person, I would have given up staying at Longting Martial Arts School. Inside the Longting Martial Arts School, the white-haired young man took out his identity badge and threw it directly on the ground. The other side.
Seeing the appearance of Wen Tianxiang and others, the dragon god suddenly laughed loudly.
So you guys are not dead? Since you are all alive, I won't pretend anymore.
Yes, I founded the Dark Organization, and I personally trained the king-level beasts. My goal is to monopolize the resources of the Source Star.
As a planet with hundreds of millions of years of life, do you know how many hidden resources it has? Don't you know? You will never know. Because you are going to die soon.
The dragon god's expression darkened, and the realm of nothingness instantly enveloped everyone.
Now, run.
Jiang Yu saw the right opportunity, activated his mental power, and turned into a stream of light, flying away in an instant. The speed was so fast that even the dragon god and the fire god were unable to react.
Vulcan, seniors, please hold on for a bit. I feel like I'm about to break through to SSS level. Give me some time, I'll be quick.
Jiang Yu shouted as he ran. His gaze turned towards the major base cities around the world. After he has picked up all the attribute bubbles in the major base cities, he will be able to kill the dragon god with his own hands.
Jiang boy, don't worry about breaking through. Within 20 minutes, I guarantee that the dragon god will not leave Foot Basin Island. Kagami laughed heartily. Chapter 110, the eve of the final battle. 20 minutes. 20 minutes is enough.
Jiang Yu thought to himself, and his figure turned into a stream of light and flew quickly towards the territory of Hanxia Kingdom.
20 minutes.
After he has picked up all the attributes in the world, he will definitely be able to break through to beyond the SSS level.
What did I just hear? Jiang Yu said he's going to break through again? Or break through to beyond SSS level? Oh my god, is this so incredible?
He's only 18 years old this year. And he's about to break through to the beyond SSS level.
Breakthrough after breakthrough. He's only been a few minutes away from breaking through to SSS level, right?
The netizens in the live broadcast room and Baihu and others were stunned.
Damn it!
When the dragon god heard that Jiang Yu was about to break through again, he suddenly looked a little anxious.
He wanted to chase Jiang Yu, but was stopped by the god of fire. Dragon god, your opponent is me.
The domain of the god of fire. The god of fire looked at the dragon god and said, an aura beyond the SSS level erupted from his body, and a field filled with flames unfolded, competing with the dragon god.
Vulcan, you are seeking death. When the truth was exposed, a murderous look suddenly appeared on the dragon god's face. A war is about to break out.
The dragon god's void realm and the fire god's fire realm collided, and the powerful aftermath caused the entire Foot Basin Island to break apart and sink to the bottom of the sea. On the sea, the strong wind created huge waves hundreds of meters high, which surged towards the shore like a moving city wall. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was gloomy, like a picture of the end of the world.
Faster, faster.
Jiang Yu looked at the battle behind him and flew towards Hanxia Kingdom at full speed.
1 minute later. He arrived in the territory of Hanxia country and his figure quickly passed through the major base cities. 3 minutes later. He left Hanxia country and flew to Asen country. 29 seconds later. He came to the country of Asen and quickly searched for attribute bubbles on the streets. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yu immediately flew to Damao. Ancient Egypt, Eagle Sauce, John Bull.
Jiang Yu ran in the base cities of various countries, picking up attribute bubbles one by one. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 50 million spiritual power mark.
Would you like to unlock system version 6.0? Unlocking.
Congratulations to the host, the pickup system version 6.0 has been officially unlocked, and the automatic pickup range has been increased to 500 meters. The next unlock requires the host's mental power to break through the 100 million mark. The unlocking of the system's pickup range allowed Jiang Yu to collect attribute bubbles faster. His strength skyrocketed as he picked up attributes.
It's almost there, it's almost there. Just a little bit more, and you can break through.
Jiang Yu looked at the data on the attribute panel and flew towards some small countries.
The other side.
As time went on, the god of fire gradually fell into a disadvantage, and Wen Tianxiang and others had no choice but to help. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room discovered that the strength of Wen Tianxiang and others was all SSS level.
Oh my god! More than a dozen SSS level experts. Is our source star going to have peace? With these experts here, what are some mere exotic beasts?
The man above, don't get too complacent.
Don't forget, the dragon god is still alive. With him around, there will never be peace on Yuanqing. I never thought that Xiaolus was actually the dragon god's son. No wonder the dragon god favors the West. Yeah, I never imagined that the rise of the Dark Organization and the alien beasts was actually manipulated by the dragon god, the world's most powerful being. He's playing us, the people, with his hands. Alas! We are inferior to others in strength. We can only be the meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. I really hope Jiang Yu can break through quickly and eliminate the dragon god. Why? Netizens were deeply moved. As the battle became more intense, they could no longer see the live broadcast. Over Foot Basin Island, hundreds of meters high waves swept across the sky. The fire god and his group stood high in the sky with the dragon god. Looking at the dragon god before them, the fire god said solemnly, "Dragon god, all you want is the resources on the source star. Do you have the guts to fight us in outer space? You don't want to see the source star shattered, do you?" The dragon god looked down and saw that many coastal countries had been submerged by the sea. He nodded and said, "All right. Today, let me see you off for the last time. After today, Yuanqing will belong to me alone." Humph! You're just dreaming. The god of fire left a word and flew into outer space. When Tianxiang and others quickly followed. After breaking through to the SS-level powerhouse, he already has the ability to walk in the universe. In space, the god of fire and others surrounded the dragon god. On the source star, all the people subconsciously looked up at the sky. I saw meteors falling towards the ground, hitting the land and the seabed. Among the meteors, there are occasional figures mixed in. Soon, 20 minutes passed. Finally finished picking it up. After Jiang Yu picked up the last attribute bubble, he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to fly into outer space when he saw a fireball falling from outer space into the Pacific Ocean. There was a figure following behind. That's. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank, a bad idea arose in his mind, and he jumped and flew towards the Pacific Ocean. Over the Pacific Ocean, the dragon god's white hair flew through the air, his body a mess, blood-stained. He stood in mid-air, staring at the fire god falling into the sea, a look of madness on his face. "Vulcan, even if you all come together, what does it matter? You were no match for me before, and you are no match for me now." The dragon god shouted coldly, his voice like thunder, echoing throughout the space. Damn it! Hearing the words of the dragon god, the fire god was filled with resentment. He angrily broke free from the sea and stood on the sea, looking at the dragon god. More than a dozen of them joined forces and tried their best. Although they made the dragon god embarrassed and injured, they were still unable to defeat him in the end. He looked at the dragon god, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "The only thing you can be thankful for is that you injured me. But that's all. Next, let me give you a ride." The dragon god continued, and a huge grey dragon condensed behind him. The figure flashed and punched the fire god's head. If this punch hits him, the god of fire will definitely die. Whoosh! Just as the dragon god came in front of the god of fire and was about to punch him, a circular arc of lightning flashed and flew towards the dragon god's head. If the dragon god had punched down with this punch, his head would have been cut off by the arc disc. Under the passive situation, the dragon god could only give up on killing the god of fire and punched the arc disc instead. Boom! The arc disc was knocked away. The dragon god looked in the direction the arc disc came from, and a figure appeared in front of him. "It's you, Jiang Yu." The god's eyes narrowed, and a strong murderous intent flashed across them. Among all the people, including the god of fire, if he had to say who he hated the most, it would be Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu not only killed his son, but also destroyed his century-long plan. If it weren't for Jiang Yu, how could Vulcan and the others dare to jump out and oppose him? Chapter 111, Battle Against the Dragon God. The murderous intent in the dragon god's eyes was obvious. Jiang Yu looked at the dragon god with murderous intent in his eyes. Once upon a time, he always thought that the dragon god was a hero, a man of justice who served his country and his people, and always regarded the dragon god as his idol. Who would have thought that secretly, the dragon god was actually a complete villain? Use any means to achieve the goal. For his own selfish reasons, he founded a dark organization and hunted down geniuses from all over the world. No wonder, when he killed the Dark Warrior said that once targeted by the Dark Organization, even SS-level warriors would not survive. Previously, he had always thought that the Dark Warrior was just bragging. Unexpectedly, the great figure of Dragon God was standing behind him. Die. Just as Jiang Yu's thoughts were changing, the Dragon God took action. In his right hand, a 3-foot-long sword appeared out of thin air, with a dragon head engraved on the sword. As the sword turned, a majestic figure with the wrath of the Dragon God on his face came down from the sky and attacked Jiang Yu. The sword blade came very quickly and was in front of Jiang Yu in just a moment. Arc Frisbee. A flying disc with purple lightning and thunder blocked Jiang Yu's way with the force of wind and thunder, blocking the 3-foot-long sword of the Dragon God. Pang. Squeak. When the two collided, powerful sparks flew up and the harsh sound of friction resounded throughout the space. All the strong men, including the God of Fire and others, looked towards the battlefield between Jiang Yu and the Dragon God. One is the one who has been recognized as the world's strongest person since the Cataclysm. One is unprecedented and recognized as the strongest genius. No one knows who will win in the end between the two. But everyone knows that the final outcome of the two will affect the entire Source Star. If the Dragon God wins, the Fire God and others will die, and the Source Star will become the Dragon God's private property, with no room for reversal. The Dragon God will be like a real god, standing above all living beings and plundering global resources at will. If Jiang Yu wins, it means the end of the Dragon God era and the arrival of a new future for Yuanqing. This future may be a prosperous one, or the boy who slays the dragon may eventually become the evil dragon. No one knows the final outcome. Vulcan and the others looked quietly at the sky above the Pacific Ocean. There, two figures, one purple and one gray, were rapidly clashing. Their speeds were already the speed of sound, exceeding the speed of light, exceeding supersonic speed, and exceeding any speed measurement on the Source Star. Even an SS-level expert could not keep up with the speed of the two figures. Pang! Suddenly, in the eyes of Vulcan and others, a gray figure flew backwards. Did you win? Vulcan and the others didn't know. The gray figure straightened its body instantly when it flew backwards, and condensed into a huge gray bubble, which expanded to the surroundings. Void Realm. The area where the bubble expanded became larger and larger, and soon it covered the entire Pacific Ocean, causing the original scenery of the Pacific Ocean to instantly lose its color and turn into a hazy gray. Jiang Yu, prepare to bear my wrath. The wrath of the Dragon God. With the Dragon God's roar, a powerful aura suddenly emerged. Like an enraged dragon, waves of water transformed into tornadoes, rising turbulently from the ground. They are majestic, roaring and colliding on the sea, and each tornado carries the breath of devouring everything. Looking around, the entire Pacific Ocean was occupied by huge tornadoes, converging into a doomsday scene of destruction. The surrounding coastal base cities were ripped apart by the powerful tornado, with tall buildings swallowed by the surging waves and countless ordinary residents drowned. Large amounts of marine life washed ashore. The land turned into the seabed under the invasion of waves, and some small islands sank directly. Ice. Faced with the Dragon God's wrath, a large amount of icy power surged out of Jiang Yu's body, quickly freezing the Pacific Ocean. If an SS-level expert can set foot in the starry sky, then an SSS-level expert can travel in the starry sky. And surpassing SSS level can make the world change. Snap. Snap. The powerful force of ice surged like a surging tide, tightly binding and freezing the tornadoes. Layers of surging waves were also instantly frozen and frozen. The entire Pacific Ocean was shrouded in Jiang Yu's icy aura and gradually turned into a spectacular ice city. As the icy air spread, the originally turbulent Pacific Ocean became unusually calm. Icicles rise from the ground like huge pillars reaching the sky, crystal clear and emitting a cold and mysterious light. Saved. Some survivors who were about to be swallowed by the waves saw this and showed an expression of having escaped a disaster on their faces. But they didn't wait long for happiness. Snap. Snap. The tornado and sea wave ice that had just been frozen suddenly began to crack. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Pang. Tornadoes and waves broke through the constraints of the ice and rushed towards the coastal base city with even greater ferocity. It's useless. In my realm of nothingness, I am invincible. The Dragon God sneered, and two tornadoes gathered behind him, condensing into a mighty gray dragon, roaring and rushing towards Jiang Yu. Arc Frisbee. Jiang Yu controlled the arc-shaped flying disc, cutting through space and wind, circling towards the dragon's head. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swish! The arc-shaped flying disc directly split the dragon's head into two. Just when Jiang Yu thought he had dealt with the dragon,
he saw the dragon that had just been split into two quickly condensed together again in the air. This. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank. I've said before, in my realm of nothingness, I am the invincible existence. Even if you break through to the beyond SSS level, you are no match for me. The final outcome is only death. The dragon god said with a solemn oath. Yeah? Jiang Yu sneered disdainfully, reached out to take the flying arc-flying disc, wiped out the power of thunder and lightning, and replaced it with the power of scorching fire. He just realized that the reason he couldn't break the giant dragon condensed by the dragon god was because of the water. Water is the source of all things and has strong fluidity. The physical attack brought by the arc-flying knife cannot stop the flow of water at all. But he was not only a spiritualist, but also a fire elemental warrior. On Foot Basin Island, he had collected a large number of fire bubbles. Water and fire counteract each other. Since physical attacks can't break the dragon, let it evaporate. Go circular frisbee. Jiang Yu threw the arcing frisbee with force. The arc-shaped flying disc, carrying the fire element, passed through the dragon's body. In an instant, the entire dragon turned into steam and disappeared without a trace. The fire element is incompatible with the water element, but don't forget that you are in the Pacific Ocean. Your delusion of wanting to evaporate the entire Pacific Ocean within my domain is undoubtedly wishful thinking. The dragon god sneered, and dozens of huge dragons condensed behind him. Is it just a foolish dream? Who said I have no territory? Chapter 112, Spiritual Realm. Jiang Yu sneered, and a powerful mental force surged out from his sea of consciousness. Spiritual Realm. Ping. The powerful mental force transformed into an invisible domain, instantly breaking the dragon god's domain of nothingness, and enveloping the Pacific Ocean and the dragon god. This was the first time Jiang Yu released his spiritual realm. In this endless spiritual realm, he had an illusion, as if he was in a hazy dream, like a god, possessing the power to control everything. His mind seemed to be lifted up by a mysterious force, floating lightly in that vast spiritual world, where he could clearly feel every spark of thought and every fluctuation of emotion. He could even get a glimpse into the dragon god's inner thoughts. Spiritual realm. Is this your domain? A rare look of solemnity appeared on the dragon god's face. Being in the spiritual realm, he had an illusion that there was a pair of invisible eyes peeping into his heart, making his thoughts invisible. But who is he? He is the dragon god. The strongest person in the world. A mere spiritual realm is not enough to scare him. Claws of nothingness. A huge dragon claw gathered behind the dragon god and grabbed Jiang Yu from high in the air. With the appearance of the dragon claw, it seemed as if the entire Pacific Ocean was in its grasp. The stranded whale in the sea seemed extremely small in front of the dragon claw. Spiritual blade, slash. Jiang Yu shouted softly. An invisible blade swept across, and the dragon claw was instantly shattered. At the moment the dragon claws were destroyed, the dragon god rushed towards Jiang Yu with a long sword. However, before he could get close to Jiang Yu, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. Then, dozens of invisible blades appeared and attacked him from all directions. The blade is colorless. In Jiang Yu's spiritual realm, it can disappear and reappear at any time, leaving no trace. In just a short moment, more than a dozen shallow scars were left on the dragon god's body. The dragon god tried to hide several times but found that there were walls and blades surrounding his body, leaving him with no way to avoid or retreat. Even his realm of nothingness was greatly restricted in Jiang Yu's spiritual realm, and only 80% of its power could be exerted. He could feel the space around him being squeezed immensely. If this continued, he might actually be defeated by Jiang Yu today. Damn it! How did his strength increase so much all of a sudden? For the first time, anger showed on the dragon god's face, and a gleam of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Mind squeeze. Jiang Yu was like a high and mighty god, looking down at the dragon god from above. With a wave of his hand, a huge amount of mental power pressed towards the dragon god. As spiritual power surged, black cracks appeared in the space above the Pacific Ocean, like broken glass. Under this powerful mental force, the dragon god felt his breathing became rapid, as if he was carrying more than a dozen mountains on his back, causing his knees to bend downwards involuntarily. Are you going to win? When the powerful ones above SS level, such as the god of fire, saw the predicament of the dragon god, they couldn't help but feel a sense of hope in their hearts. Jiang Yuxing, as long as they are alive, Yuanqing still has a chance. If Jiang Yu loses, not only will they and Jiang Yu die, but many people on Yuanqing will also be implicated, and the entire Yuanqing will be implicated.
Damn it! Damn it! I'm the dragon god. How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly kneel before a junior?
Feeling the pressure coming from his body, the dragon god's face became more ferocious and crazy.
He looked at Jiang Yu's towering body with a look of determination in his eyes. He is the dragon god. He is the ruler of Yuanqing. The world's strongest. He can't lose, and he won't lose. Jiang Yu, it's all your fault. You forced me to do this. In that case, don't blame me. Soul burning. The dragon god roared angrily and stood up instantly.
A fierce aura burst out from his body, more than 10 times stronger than before. The realm of nothingness, which was originally suppressed by the spiritual realm, broke through the suppression of the spiritual realm in an instant and suppressed the spiritual realm. At this moment, the dragon god was like the devil king descending to the world, staring at Jiang Yu with a crazy look on his face, his eyes full of naked murderous intent.
Jiang Yu, you forced me to do this. Go to hell. The dragon god roared ferociously and punched the spiritual realm. Snap. Snap.
As the dragon god's fist struck, white cracks appeared in the spiritual realm, and it was about to break apart at any time.
Jiang Yu felt a pain in his head and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yu. Vulcan and the others immediately looked worried. They want to move forward.
However, the gap in strength meant that they were not even qualified to move forward, and they could only stand there anxiously. Although Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart remained calm. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the dragon god without changing his expression.
Do you think you are the only one who can burn souls? Soul burning. Boom. An aura more powerful than that of the dragon god surged from Jiang Yu's body.
The spiritual realm that was about to break suddenly expanded in an instant, directly covering the entire source star from the sky above the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, Jiang Yu had an illusion that he seemed to have really become a god. He can hear the voices of all things, resonate with nature, communicate with birds and beasts, and understand their thoughts. He could even sense the mood of flowers, plants, and trees, whether they were happy or pessimistic.
He is like a god, feeling every move of nature. As for the dragon god,
Jiang Yu felt that he could kill the dragon god with just a pinch of his hand. The powerful dragon god now looked as fragile as an ant in his eyes.
Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment.
It seemed as if his soul was burning too much, and he couldn't maintain this state for long, and was about to fall into a deep sleep.
Never mind, let's kill the dragon god first.
Jiang Yu's mind moved, and an invisible big hand grabbed the dragon god in an instant. Under this big hand, the dragon god didn't even have the chance to resist and was easily captured.
Impossible. How is this possible? How could you possibly break through to the universe realm?
I am the dragon god, I am the strongest person in the world, I am the guardian of the source star, how could I possibly lose to you?
The Lu family will never let you go.
At this moment, the dragon god panicked, his eyes full of disbelief.
With a bang,
his body in the palm of his hand turned into a stream of blood foam that floated in the air. A miniature version of the dragon god appeared in the sky with a confused look on his face. An invisible blade swept across, and the miniature version of the dragon god turned into ashes.
Is it over? It's finally over, we won.
The dragon god is dead, he is finally dead. Vulcan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, looking at each other with joy in their eyes.
Only.
Before they could be happy for long, Jiang Yu's body fell down from a high altitude.
Chapter 113. The whole book is finished. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu.
Vulcan and the others were suddenly shocked and ran towards Jiang Yu without caring about their injuries. With the death of the dragon god, the Pacific Ocean returned to calm again. When Vulcan and others arrived, Jiang Yu's body had already fallen into the Pacific Ocean. If I had known that burning my soul would cause me to fall into a deep sleep, I should have burned less. This was Jiang Yu's only thought before he fell into a coma.
Going around in circles. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Kyoto Bay City First People's Hospital.
Jiang Yu woke up from the hospital bed and saw two pretty faces.
Qiu Yue and Lin Yue.
Wake up, Jiang Yu, you finally woke up. When the two girls saw Jiang Yu wake up, they were overjoyed and rushed to Jiang Yu's bedside, one on each side. There were traces of tears on their faces, obviously they had cried a lot before.
Sister Qiu Yue, Sister Lin Yue. How long have I been unconscious? Where am I? Jiang Yu asked confusedly.
He only remembered that he fell into the Pacific Ocean, and he didn't remember anything after that.
This is Kyoto First People's Hospital. Xiaoyu, you were in a coma for a whole month.
Lin Yu cried with joy, tears of excitement in her eyes.
Has it been a month?
Jiang Yu looked up at the ceiling of the hospital.
Pang.
At this moment, the hospital door was suddenly pushed open.
Vulcan appeared at the door of the ward.
Seeing Jiang Yu wake up, the fire god strode up to Jiang Yu and said with joy.
Wake up, Jiang Yu, you finally woke up. Wait a minute, I'll call the others over.
As he spoke, Vulcan turned on his communication watch and started calling people.
Not long after,
the sky above the First People's Hospital was filled with expensive warships.
A high-ranking federal official and an SS-level expert walked into the ward.
When they saw that Jiang Yu had really woken up, everyone smiled.
What are you doing?
Jiang Yu looked at the faces of everyone present, his expression puzzled.
Some of these people he knew, some he didn't.
The fire god stepped forward and shook Jiang Yu's hand. Comrade Jiang Yu, thank you for getting rid of the dragon god for Yuanqing. During the time you were unconscious, we unanimously discussed and decided to appoint you as the supreme leader of Yuanqing, leading us Yuanqing into the universe. From today on, you are the planet master of our origin star. Jiang Yu pointed at himself with a confused look on his face.
He is only 18 this year.
Wrong. Probably 19 years old.
Is it really appropriate to put the fate of Yuanqing in the hands of a 19-year-old boy like him?
Yes, it's you.
The fire god smiled.
Jiang Yu looked at the others.
Everyone nodded gently. March 7, 127 Cataclysm.
Jiang Yu, the youngest leader in history at only 19 years old, became the youngest leader to take office on Yuanqing.
He was also the first leader of Yuanqing. The whole world is paying attention to this day. Countless people are crazy about it.
Looking at the high-spirited Jiang Yu on the screen, some people who knew Jiang Yu were filled with mixed emotions. Some people were happy about Jiang Yu's coming to power, while others were overshadowed by her. 130 years after the Great Cataclysm, Jiang Yu, who had been in office for 3 years, stepped down and stepped into the starry sky alone. That year, he was 22 years old. Before leaving, he only left behind one sentence, saying that he was willing to be a pioneer and pave a way for the warriors of Yuanqing in the starry sky. After this departure, Jiang Yu will never come back. It was not until 1,000 years later, when Yuanqing officially stepped into the universe, that he realized the weight of the words the young man had spoken. It is also said that among all the races in the universe, the deeds of that young man were known. That year, the young man went alone into the Lu family, the overlord of the galaxy, and crushed the Lu family with his invincibility, causing the entire Lu family to be destroyed. That year, aliens invaded the Milky Way, and the young man alone fought against millions of powerful warriors outside the domain, and his blood dyed half of the Milky Way sky red. Eventually, the alien domain receded, and the young man disappeared. The whole book is finished.